As Suyi awoke from his slumber, he discovered that humanity had collectively traversed into the era of the deep sea. In this vast ocean, individuals were tasked with constructing their own bases and exploring the mysterious and terrifying unknown waters, seeking the extraordinary amidst the specter of death. The narrative was meant to unfold in this manner, until an unforeseen glitch in the system transported him to a polluted sea region, where he gradually began to uncover the secrets of the abyss. The iron steeds of the flame demon trampled all adversaries that dared to obstruct their path, while the Sirens' haunting melodies heralded an ancient prelude spanning millions of years. The hunters of the deep prayed fervently to escape the nightmares that haunted them. Mechanical knights pursued the wings of flight. Slumbering serpents murmured in their dreams, and twin deities performed absurd illusions, while parasitic attendants yearned for glorious evolution. Chapter 1. The Universal Descent into the Deep Sea Game. ***. Loading the Universal Deep Sea Survival Game. Entering the game. Loading map error detected due to unknown interference. You have entered an unknown sea region. A basic pod is already present in this area. No new pod creation is necessary. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. That a peculiar voice resonated in Suye's mind. He jolted awake from his nightmare, akin to a suffocated specter. In the next moment, the back of his head collided violently with a metallic wall behind him, causing him to wince and sit back down. His head swam with dizziness, and it took several minutes before he began to survey his surroundings. He appeared to be situated within a small, circular pod. In the corner lay a skeleton clutching a tattered shield. Through the pod's solitary glass panel, the ocean stretched out beyond. However, he was not on the surface. He was submerged beneath the waves. Wait, hadn't he already perished? Suyi, still young, had been tragically afflicted by cancer. After several rounds of chemotherapy, he had become a mere shadow of himself, and mere moments ago, he had succumbed to the disease. Could this deep-sea survival game have saved him? He examined his body and discovered a peculiar watch affixed to his left wrist. Upon touching it, a system screen materialized before him that welcomed to the Universal Deep-Sea Survival Game. This is an unknown world consisting solely of oceans. Here, all of humanity shall partake in a game of bravery. Only the victors shall survive in this harsh reality. Your ID number is N10147543661. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. Notice. The first disaster will arrive in 3 days. Please upgrade your pod before it's on set. Not a survival game indeed. Suyi had watched survival shows, but he did not believe himself capable of such feats. Surely, the system would offer assistance. He perused the array of functions available, including chat and trading options. Numerous individuals were already embroiled in heated discussions. Yet, his primary concern remained the health of his current body. Soon, he located his status panel. Suyi, human. Status, sub-healthy, requires exercise. A health, 100/100 oxygen level, 30/30ths, 1 oxygen unit consumed per minute underwater. Hunger level, 50 out of 100, 20 hunger units consumed per hour. Lower hunger impairs recovery rates. Thirst level, 70 out of 100, 20 thirst units consumed per hour. Lower thirst impairs recovery rates. Body temperature, 36.5 C. Strength, 4. Constitution, 4. Mentality, 7. Agility, for perception, 9. Pollution level, 0. Pollution reaching 100 will transform you into a monster. Talents, Heart of the Abyss, a gift from the deepest depths of the ocean, immunity to any effects of pollution. Death perception, those who have faced death often harbor a greater fear of it. Perception limit 1, you can sense the threat of death. Upon reviewing his attributes, Suyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was finally free from the clutches of cancer. Now, his thoughts turned to survival. He activated the chat function, which was segmented into world chat, regional chat, and private chat. He had no friends for private conversations, and the regional chat indicated he was the sole occupant of his area. He recalled the system's earlier loading message, suggesting a malfunction. Would it have any repercussions? Worry gnawed at him, but the world chat was bustling with activity. What is happening? Holy cow, we all crossed over? Who orchestrated this prank? Give me back, or I'll report it to the police. Forget it. When I woke up, I checked myself, my phone, and everything else had vanished. Plus, there are billions of people in the chat. It seems the entirety of humanity from Blue Star has been transported here. Wait, everyone, please tell me my parents didn't come too. Dad, Mom, it's Young Man, where are you? My son, Hiwei, are you here? Before long, the world chat had devolved into a chaotic scene of family searches, with countless messages flooding the screen. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Each individual could only post 10 messages in the world chat daily. Suyi chose to remain silent, lurking in the background for useful information. With his parents having passed long ago, he felt no attachment. Soon, he encountered a message that piqued his interest. Someone had shared an image in the chat, accompanied by a line of text. This survival game seems to feature equipment. Name, Rusty Knife. Category, Equipment quality, Ordinary. Description: a knife long past its prime. Best not to use it for cutting food, as it may induce symptoms such as abdominal pain, diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting. The blade is also significantly corroded, serving merely as a tool for scaring off enemies. Many others had also taken notice of this revelation. Seriously? Is this for real? Why is there nothing in my pod? Same here, nothing at all. Count me in. All starting points for survival are the same. Surely, everyone's pod is empty. Then how did that person find a knife? Clearly, they must have searched in the ocean. Did you all exit your pods? Aren't you afraid? What's there to fear? It appeared that acquiring equipment would necessitate exploration. But were others' basic pods all empty? So he suddenly recalled the skeleton in his pod, holding a battered shield. He approached and retrieved the shield, then searched the remains and discovered a handgun. To his astonishment, both items were classified as equipment. Name: near destroyed shield. Category: equipment quality: ordinary, unique. Description: a shield that has reached its limits. It's a miracle it hasn't shattered, cannot be used. Requires authorization, may be repaired. Name: damaged energy pistol. Category: equipment quality: good, unique. Description: an energy pistol with diminished power. Energy magazine: 7, automatically replenishes 1 energy bullet per minute. Requires authorization, may be repaired. Unique quality items such as the shield and pistol, coupled with the potential for repairs. So he glanced skeptically at the skeleton on the ground. This individual's identity seemed rather significant. Yet, the shield was too damaged to be utilized. His primary focus remained on the handgun in his grasp. A pistol could prove to be an invaluable asset in the early stages of a survival game. The issue of authorization needed to be addressed. So he attempted to pull the trigger, but the handgun yielded no response. He sensed he was lacking something essential. He once again rummaged through the remains. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, he could only resign himself to defeat. Could it truly be that fortune had turned against him? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a glimmering object nestled within the skull of the skeleton. This individual had concealed it remarkably well, hiding it within his own cranium. He picked it up. It was a USB drive. Unknown USB. It appears to contain a sophisticated program. Would you like to load it? Yes/no. Of course, he would choose to load it. After selecting yes, Sui checked his handgun once more, discovering that access had been successfully unlocked. With the weapon now in hand, he began to examine the materials required for upgrading the capsule. N1997 Basic Capsule. Category: Basic Structure. Level 1. Attached facilities/furniture. Basic workbench, folding bed. Materials required for upgrading to Level 2. Common metal tin, titanium, or tin. Ding ding. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. You have new system mail. Curious, Sui opened the system mail. It was a letter accompanied by a rare attachment for the capsule. He stared at the contents for a while, and his expression gradually morphed into one of perplexity. In that instant, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 2. The Contaminated Sea. This oceanic realm is vast and boundless. Humanity has been segregated into various zones, all of which are pristine shallow waters, abundant with diverse survival resources, making them ideal for novices to venture forth. In a sense, it can be perceived as the system's benevolence. However, Suya's situation is quite different. Due to an inexplicable error during his transmission, the system inadvertently transported him to a contaminated sea area. This explains why. When he previously perused the regional chat, he found himself to be the sole inhabitant of that zone. Indeed, he was utterly alone in this tainted waters. Contaminated areas are deemed forbidden zones within the oceanic world. Pollution is irreversible. As long as an individual remains submerged in these waters, their pollution level will continually escalate, ultimately leading to their demise. Thus, it follows that Suyi should not engage in exploration. To compensate for this, the system graciously bestowed upon him a remarkable item. After all, once tainted, a body is subject to mutation, with the ominous possibility of transforming into a monster. It would be unreasonable to offer nothing in return. But Suyi is no ordinary individual. Heart of the Abyss, a gift from the depths of the ocean that negates any effects of pollution. His innate talent specifically counters pollution. Does the system remain oblivious to this fact? Could it suggest that he has unwittingly acquired a valuable blueprint? Suyi eagerly examined the blueprint. Name: Gravitational Fishing Device. Category: Architectural Auxiliary Facility. Quality: Excellent. Description: Has a chance to automatically capture surrounding fish and various resources within a maximum radius of 500 meters. A boon for the fortunate, a nightmare for the unfortunate. Do not expect it to provide for all your survival needs. Requires a day of automatic repair if damaged. What a splendid treasure. Without delay, Suyi utilized the system to install it onto his pod. Soon, a spherical gravitational fishing device commenced its operations around the pod, reminiscent of an automatic fishing rod. After securing the device, Suyi intended to embark on his exploration of the sea. In fact, many others had already begun their ventures. The world chat was abuzz with photographs of nearby waters, showcasing their crystal clear beauty, akin to a paradise on Earth. surpassing any vacation spot on Earth. Peering through his pod's window, Suyi beheld murky waters littered with debris. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. In the ocean, the availability of oxygen is paramount. However, Suyi found himself without an oxygen tank. Only the pod was equipped with a circulation system for oxygen. This meant that he could only explore in the vicinity of the pod or surface for air. However, the latter option was swiftly dismissed when someone in the chat urgently warned, "I have something crucial to share with everyone. Do not surface." What could this mean? What has transpired? Ignore him. How can we explore without surfacing for air? Indeed, the individual continued, "I'm serious. Surfacing means death. A friend of mine just died that way. He was an excellent swimmer. His last message to me was to never surface. Is that true? Why don't you try it? On second thought, I'd rather not risk it." Then what are you even saying? The restriction on surfacing posed a significant limitation. However, more and more individuals began to corroborate this alarming information. Many had lost friends due to this very circumstance. The number of participants in the chat dwindled rapidly, with tens of thousands perishing in a short span. Suyi gasped in disbelief. It was fortunate he hadn't ventured out directly. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly surfaced. Well, he decided to explore near the pod for now. Current sea area, in 1997. Pollution level, level 2. Danger level, level 2. Sea temperature, 35 C. The water is mild yet tainted, concealing numerous mutated species. Please explore with caution. After reviewing the sea area report, Suyi casually chose a direction. Upon leaving the pod, he discovered his swimming ability had remarkably improved, allowing him to adapt seamlessly to this new world. He felt no discomfort from the lack of air. He could remain submerged for about half an hour, far surpassing his capacity on Earth. Strangely enough, he found he could even converse underwater. Could this be attributed to the oxygen value? As he swam nearly 100 meters, he stumbled upon another skeleton. It appeared that the skeleton had attempted to flee, clutching a white metallic box in its embrace. A surge of excitement coursed through him. The box surely contained something of value. Just as he was about to approach, however, a chill ran down his spine. His instinct for danger had activated. He sensed that moving recklessly towards it would surely lead to his demise. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a layer of pitch-black skin covering the skeleton. This was peculiar. The skeletal remains in his pod were devoid of such a layer. Observing from a distance of several meters, he discerned that the dark skin occasionally twitched. Rather than being mere skin, it seemed to be some form of living marine organism, camouflaged atop the skeleton to hunt. Without hesitation, Suyi fired a shot. Bang! The bullet, unaffected by the water's resistance, pierced through the marine creature. The excruciating pain forced it to reveal itself. It lunged towards Suyi, the skin that had once enveloped the skeleton expanding to a formidable 3 meters in size, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Bang! 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 3 more shots rang out, shattering the skin into fragments. Name, the imposter. Category, mutated species. Description, a marine creature mutated from an infected octopus. It has discarded all organs except for its skin and can stretch its body at will. Once it ensnares its prey, it secretes digestive fluid to consume it. Renowned for its cunning disguise, it is an exceptionally sly species. Would you like to decompose it? Yes, no. Decompose. Harvested. 1 imposter skin, 1 imposter digestive fluid. Upon seeing the system notification, Suyi exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of tension. This contaminated sea area was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, the rewards were exceptionally bountiful. He hurriedly retrieved the metallic box from the skeleton's grasp and returned to the pod to examine it. Name, damp ancient technology box. Category, treasure chest. Quality, silver. Description, it is far more precious than an ordinary treasure chest, often containing some lost technologies within. What a marvelous find. Suyi eagerly opened it to discover 3 items inside. Standard oxygen tank manufacturing blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, good. Description, contains oxygen, compressed from breathable air. Provides a relatively comfortable experience for non-aquatic beings. Increases oxygen value by 240 points. Automatically replenishes in the air after depletion. Materials required, 3 titanium or 3 common metals. Illumination stick X10. Category, disposable item. Description, a one-time light source designed to distract predators. Can also serve as a substitute in dark environments if no other light source is available. Provides underwater illumination for up to 10 minutes. An essential item for emergency exploration. Lost Workbench. Chapter 3, The Lost Workbench. Lost Workbench. Category, Architectural Auxiliary Facility. Quality, excellent. Level, 1, upgradable. Description, a special workbench invented by the renowned marine pollution biologist, Rodsheimer. He sought to discover methods to combat the spread of pollution through the study of mutated organisms, and tragically took his own life in his later years. It can be used to craft various special items. Upgrade materials, core of the Ghostfish X1, advanced metal X5. A workstation indeed. Suyi was somewhat astonished to discover that the interior of the capsule housed a basic workstation for players' use. However, the basic workstation lacked any blueprints or recipes. This one should be different. He installed it within the capsule, eager to uncover its contents. Suddenly, a wave of hunger washed over him. Time had elapsed, and his satiety had dwindled to the point of hunger. It was worth noting that he had scarcely eaten since his arrival in this world. He hastily checked the yield from the gravity fishing device. To his delight, he had indeed caught a fish. It seemed luck was on his side. Yet, this fish appeared mutated and was rather unappealing. A protruding large eye took up half its body, and its sharp beak was lined with an array of menacing teeth. A single bite would surely result in a significant loss of flesh. Name: sharp-beaked big eye. Category: mutant species. Description: a special individual mutated from the ordinary big eye. Its temperament transformed from docile to exceptionally ferocious, with a penchant for carnivorous diet. Though it tastes remarkably delicious when roasted, consumption increases pollution levels. Its sharp teeth can also be used as materials. Decompose? Yes, no. Do not decompose. This little creature is indeed peculiar. The sharp-beaked big eye writhed in Su Ye's grasp, attempting to bite him. Damn it. He kicked it against the wall and drew his shield to crush it. You have obtained one deceased sharp-beaked big eye. Recalling that the workstation had a roasting function, Su Yi placed the sharp-beaked big eye upon it. The two mechanical arms of the workstation sprang into action, commencing the roasting process. Half an hour later, a perfectly roasted sharp-beaked big eye emerged. It looked dark and unappetizing. Roasted sharp-beaked big eye. Consuming increases satiety by 50. Pollution level by 10. Can this truly be eaten? Su Yi, suppressing his discomfort, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Beneath the charred exterior lay an unexpectedly delectable interior, especially that large eye, which burst with flavor upon biting. Of course, not everyone could stomach it. However, in a survival situation, any morsel of food was a blessing. As he savored the fish, Su Yi pondered how to procure fresh water. Unfortunately, he was among the fortunate few to acquire food on the first day. Many remained too fearful to leave their capsules, pleading for sustenance in the global chat. I'm starving. Someone please share food. Me too. I'll pay for it. I'll transfer funds upon returning to Earth. I am Qin Shi Huang. Grant me food, and I shall appoint you as a great general. Qin Shi Huang. My father's name is Zhang Er. If anyone can provide me with food, I can persuade my father to adopt you as a son and share in wealth and glory. Aren't we able to fish? With so many fish in the sea, what is there to fear? Are you foolish? If I could catch fish, I would have already. I just ventured outside the capsule to try fishing. But I couldn't even chase down a shadow. They all fled swiftly. Moreover, there are some peculiar creatures in the sea. Staying underwater for a while feels unsettling. I'm not hungry, just a bit thirsty. Water scarcity is a more pressing issue. May I timidly inquire, can seawater be consumed? What is there to fear? I've drunk it. Ignore what the person above says. I saw in a documentary that drinking seawater leads to dehydration, abdominal pain, vomiting, muscle cramps, poisoning, and other symptoms. Only purified freshwater is drinkable, but we cannot access freshwater in this environment. Freshwater is indeed a significant problem, so he found himself at a loss. The system surely wouldn't allow them all to perish. This indicated there must be a method to obtain water. He decided to venture out again later to explore potential solutions. After finishing the sharp-beaked big eye, he began to examine the items that the lost workstation could synthesize. There were two special recipes, both potions. Big eye. Category: potion. Quality: excellent. Materials: one eye of sharp-beaked big eye. One internal organs of long-toothed sea squirt. Effect: reduces satiety consumption by half for 48 hours. Description: the big eye is heaven. Bubble fish. Category: potion. Quality: excellent. Materials: one fish sack of poisonous bubble fish, one blood of long-toothed sea squirt. Effect: reduces thirst value consumption by half for 48 hours. Description: bubble fish is also heaven. Su Yi stared at the two potion recipes, momentarily stunned before awakening to the realization. The effects were astonishingly potent. Although they did not directly resolve the decline in satiety and thirst values, consuming a potion could save half the food and freshwater expenditure. This was almost miraculous in the early stages. However, the prerequisite was that the materials needed to be easily obtainable. He regretted that he had already consumed the eye of the sharp-beaked big eye he had just caught. Had he known, he would have delayed eating it. Oh well. He would have to venture out and see if he could capture a few more. Su Yi checked his handgun. After firing 4 shots, only 3 bullets remained. Once he replenished his ammunition, he ventured out to explore again. This time, he chose a different direction. Surrounding him were scattered remnants of metal debris. However, he had no means to cut them down for ordinary metal. Though the fish in this sea were scarce, there were still some. Soon, he encountered another sharp-beaked big eye. Its speed in the water was astonishing. Driven by its carnivorous instincts, it lunged at Su Yi with its bared teeth. Nevertheless, flesh and blood could not withstand the impact of bullets. After several gunshots rang out, it fell lifelessly to the ground. Decompose? Yes, no. Yes. You have obtained 1 eye of sharp-beaked big eye, 1 flesh of sharp-beaked big eye, 1 tooth of sharp-beaked big eye. Su Yi placed the materials into his system backpack. He realized his shooting skills were rather poor, requiring several bullets to bring down each target. It seemed he would need to practice more in the future. Otherwise, Once he expended his 7 bullets, he would be left waiting for death. Fortunately, the materials for these potions were relatively easy to find. The sharp-beaked big eye required no further explanation. The poisonous bubble fish, on the other hand, appeared as a flat, dark green sack. With its 2 large fish sacs comprising 80% of its body, the sacs were filled with toxic liquid. Thus, Suyi carefully maintained his distance while dealing with it. Name: poisonous bubble fish. Category: mutant species. Description: a special individual mutated from the ordinary bubble fish. Its fish sacs have transformed from their original filtering organs into vessels of lethal venom. If the venom enters a wound, it poses a rapid decay threat to human tissue, requiring extreme caution during capture. You have obtained 1 fish sac of poisonous bubble fish, 1 venom of poisonous bubble fish. Name: long-toothed sea squirt. Category: a special individual mutated from the ordinary sea squirt. It has developed tentacles for predation. The tentacles ensnare prey, injecting them with spikes to kill, ultimately consuming them whole. You have obtained 1 internal organ of long-toothed sea squirt, 1 blood of long-toothed sea squirt. So you found the long-toothed sea squirt near a coral reef. Its round body poised to strike. When prey approached, it would suddenly extend its tentacles, lined with sharp teeth, to ensnare and devour its target. However, its intelligence was rather low, relying solely on instinctual predation. After enduring several of Suyi's shots, it quickly succumbed. 4 hours later, Suyi finally gathered all the materials required for the 2 potions. Chapter 4: Acquiring Fresh Water. He immediately crafted the 2 potions. Hereafter referred to as the satiety elixir and thirst elixir. However, he did not utilize these 2 potions immediately. He intended to venture out to explore before employing them. Prior to that, he sought to ascertain one more matter: whether the ordinary bubblefish bladders could serve as a filtration membrane to extract fresh drinking water. To this end, he posted a message in the world chat for the first time. Has anyone caught a bubblefish? Responses quickly flooded in. What kind of fish is a bubblefish? Does it look like a bubble? Bro, do you have any to eat? Could you spare me a little? I am delicate and easily toppled, and currently still a lowly. Feel free to DM me. Why are you asking this? Ignoring the frivolous chatter, Suyi sent several more messages of the same nature. Fortunately, he soon received a private message from an anonymous user. I caught a bubblefish and was just about to eat it. Suyi hastily replied, wait a moment. Don't eat it just yet. Anonymous, but I'm really hungry. Suyi, let us add each other as friends first. There is something I need to confirm. If it works out, I can help you find fresh water. After all, water resources are more vital than food. Surely, you understand the gravity of this matter? After a long silence, the other party suddenly inquired, can the bubblefish bladders filter water? Suyi was taken aback, you know? How astute. Anonymous, I just guessed. And after trying, I found it indeed works. However, you first need to decompose the bubblefish body into its bladder to use it as a natural membrane to extract fresh water. 1 bubblefish bladder can filter approximately 200 milliliters of clean water. It sounds promising. Suyi sighed in relief. Anonymous, but after decomposing the bubblefish, it doesn't yield any flesh. I'm still starving. I have unconditionally shared this information with you. Shouldn't you give me some food in return? That would be fair. Let us add each other as friends. Alright, the 2 quickly became friends. The person on the other end was named Nanzi. Suyi was uncertain if this was their real name. The ambiguity of their gender was irrelevant. Suyi, I would like to propose a collaboration. Nanzi, collaboration? How do you propose we collaborate? Suyi, since you were able to catch the first bubblefish, you can certainly catch a second. The sea area I am currently in is rather unique. There are no bubblefish available for filtering fresh water. Therefore, I hope you can engage in a long-term trade of fresh water with me. I will offer this in exchange. Suyi sent the attributes of the satiety elixir. On the other side, within a hollow in the N144C area, lay an expanse of exceptionally clear water, teeming with abundant fish resources, a veritable paradise for aquatic life. Nanzi's survival pod was situated therein. She possessed a beauty that would incite envy among other women, with skin whiter than snow, exuding an aura of extreme elegance. Emerging from the water, her stunning figure was obscured by a white lab coat, meticulously preserving her body heat against the cold. Nanzi was particularly sensitive to cold. Her body temperature was lower than average, making her even chillier underwater. Hypothermia was a serious concern. She lamented the considerable effort it took to catch a single bubblefish. Her stomach was growling with hunger. Yet, while conversing with Suyi, she gritted her teeth and proceeded with the experiment. Although she successfully extracted clean water, her hunger remained unaddressed until she saw the image sent by Suyi. Nanzi, how did you manage to obtain this on the first day? She was no fool and could easily discern the value of the elixir, especially when exploring. One could hardly consume food from the ocean. Suyi, I was simply lucky. I found it in a treasure chest. Nanzi, a treasure chest? Suyi, after all, this is a survival game. It's quite normal to have treasure chests. Nanzi, what terms do you propose for the trade? Suyi, it won't disadvantage you. A person's minimum water requirement for normal activity over 2 days is 2,000 milliliters. Dividing that gives us 1,000 milliliters. However, Since we are in a survival period and cannot acquire much fresh water, let us reduce it by half. How about 500 milliliters in exchange for 1 bottle of satiety elixir? Nanzi, that sounds fair, but I don't have that much fresh water right now. Sui, first, give me the 200 milliliters of fresh water you have. You can pay the remaining 300 milliliters later. I will initiate the trade shortly, just accept it. Once the fresh water was in hand, Sui exhaled in relief. Now, the fundamental elements for survival, water and food, were secured. He would not perish from hunger or thirst. Just then, Nanzi suddenly realized something. Nanzi, wait, did you just say long-term trading? Sui chuckled. Indeed, what I have is the blueprint for the elixir. He told a small fib. The workstation was worth far more than the blueprint. Nanzi? Ignoring Nanzi's astonishment, Sui began to scrutinize the trading channel. There were already numerous individuals trading basic resources, primarily ordinary metals, with the occasional appearance of titanium ore. Few were willing to trade food. As for fresh water, none was available at that moment. The price ratio of basic metals to titanium ore was 2:1. Sui glanced at the fresh water in his possession. After some contemplation, he decided to offer it all for trade. He wasn't particularly thirsty at the moment, preferring instead to gather materials to manufacture a standard oxygen tank. You listed your goods. 100 milliliters of filtered fresh water for 6 basic metals. 100 milliliters of filtered fresh water for 3 titanium ores. Merely seconds after listing, the trades concluded. The world chat erupted with excitement. Did I just hallucinate? I think I saw someone trading water. There's seawater everywhere. That person must be foolish. No. It's fresh water, the drinkable kind. Is that for real? If I had known, I would have been watching the trading channel closely. Wait, how did that person acquire fresh water? They must have found it in a treasure chest. Hold on, are there treasure chests in this game? You didn't know? There's a chance of discovering treasure chests while exploring the sea. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm going to check it out right now. At that moment, the system chimed in with another notification. Survivors, please be advised that it is best not to explore at night. Sui raised an eyebrow upon reading this. Looking outside, he noticed that darkness had enveloped everything. Not a glimmer of light was visible. The eerily quiet environment instilled an involuntary sense of panic, occasionally punctuated by fleeting shadows. Someone in the world chat could not help but comment. In this pitch-black abyss, who would dare to venture out? Exactly, it wasn't so alarming during the day, but it's truly terrifying in the ocean at night. I certainly want to be going back into the water. Whoever wants to, be my guest. Chapter 5, The Standard Oxygen Tank. Sui swiftly crafted the standard oxygen tank. Once equipped, his oxygen level surged to 270 points, equivalent to 45 hours of underwater exploration. This represented a significant enhancement. Undoubtedly, he was currently the only individual capable of producing oxygen tanks, indicating a substantial profit potential. However, he was not particularly attuned to market pricing. After pondering for a while, he sent the description and image of the oxygen tank to Nanzi. Sui, I can mass produce this. What price do you think I should set? Nanzi, are you a plant from the system? Sui, if it sells well, I'll gift you one. Nanzi, as expected of my dear partner. I won't say anything more. How much material is needed for production? Sui, 3 basic metals, 3 titanium ores. Nanzi, then double that. Such an item is worth whatever you charge. Sui promptly listed the oxygen tank for trade. You listed your goods. Standard oxygen tank 1 trades for 6 basic metals and 6 titanium ores. He called out in the world chat. I have put standard oxygen tanks on the trading channel. Act quickly if you wish to purchase. The people who were previously discussing the dangers of the night sea were suddenly roused. What? An oxygen tank? You must be joking. How could such an item possibly appear on the first day? WC, isn't today just the first day? An oxygen tank has already surfaced? No way, I haven't seen one. You're fooling us. Wait, I think I actually saw it. Are you serious? It sold out too quickly. Someone snatched it up. Do you have any left, big shot? The rumors escalated. Sui hastily crafted 2 more standard oxygen tanks from the materials he had just received and listed them for trade, only for them to sell out instantly. The oxygen tanks have appeared again. Don't compete with me. Ah, I didn't get one again. Wait, don't you all have enough materials? Don't you think this item is overpriced? 6 basic metals might be reasonable, but acquiring 6 titanium ores all at once is impossible. Indeed, it does seem excessively priced. It's evident that someone is envious. Yet, no one paid any heed to the envious remarks. If you think it's expensive, then don't buy it. I could use fewer competitors. Young man, it seems you truly don't understand. I might lack in many things, but I possess an abundance of basic materials. I opened boxes and found a plethora of titanium ores. With an oxygen tank, earning back is a breeze. Exactly. Sui felt elated. It appears there are indeed many wise individuals in the world. The true value of the standard oxygen tank lies in the increased exploration time it affords. Resources near the pod will inevitably be depleted. To survive, one must venture further. People cannot surface, and thus, oxygen tanks are indispensable. Just as Nanzi said, such items are not overpriced regardless of how they are sold. In just one night, he sold 202 oxygen tanks. After all, the total population is substantial. With billions of people, Even a 1,000,000 to 1 chance results in hundreds. He refuses to believe he is the sole fortunate one. There are indeed many affluent individuals in this world. Suyi sighed. Without further hesitation, he upgraded the pod. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the pod underwent a miraculous transformation. The first impression was of a more spacious environment. The internal space expanded from the original 10 cubic meters to 30 cubic meters. The pod's spherical shell also grew thicker, instilling a sense of security. However, the interior remained largely unchanged. It merely added a storage cabinet affixed to the wall. The foldable bed was still just a foldable bed. It seems that furniture still requires corresponding blueprints for manufacturing. At this moment, the pod information on the system screen also changed. In 1997 Basic Pod. Category, Basic Structure. Level, 2. Attached Facilities, Basic Workbench, Foldable Bed, Gravity Fish Catcher, Lost Workbench, Level 1 Storage Cabinet. Basic Workbench, can be used for processing materials and equipment. Foldable Bed, a bed designed to save space. Gravity Fish Catcher, has a probability of automatically capturing nearby fish and various resources, with a maximum range of 500 meters. Upon damage, it requires a day for automatic repair. Lost Workbench, can utilize polluted materials to create special items. Level 1 Storage Cabinet, contains 10 cubic meters of space. Materials required for upgrading to Level 3 Structure, 25 basic metals, 15 titanium ores, 15 lead ores, 1 smart chip. How rudimentary, indeed. Suyi mused, stroking his chin. He had not noticed the cramped space before, but now the pod felt uncomfortably empty. He must acquire some furniture blueprints. Before that, he presented the standard oxygen tank he promised to Nanziyi. She was quite clever. He deemed it necessary to cultivate a good relationship with her. Nanziyi was delighted, as it was a gift from him. Such generosity from the boss. Suyi chatted with her for a few moments and learned an important piece of news. There exist many intelligent creatures in this oceanic world. Some have already encountered them. They are not human. With the help of the system, people can converse and even trade with them. Of course, there are inherent dangers involved. In any case, one must remain vigilant. However, Suyi felt that this polluted sea region should harbor no intelligent life forms. His survival here was indeed unique. After concluding their conversation, Suyi began to check his remaining supplies. His backpack was already overflowing. Fortunately, he had the storage cabinet. After transferring all his supplies into the cabinet, he began counting. Excluding the 1 standard oxygen tank given to Nanziyi and the 10 still listed for sale, he retained 2 standard oxygen tanks as spares. He still had 557 basic metals and titanium ores left. He exchanged part of them for food and water. 7 compressed biscuits, each costing 20 basic metals and 5 titanium ores. Each biscuit provides the caloric equivalent of 5 bowls of rice, sufficient for him to endure for 2 days. The total of purified water was merely 2 liters, costing him a hefty 60 titanium ores. Water remained exceedingly precious. Additionally, he purchased several other desirable items, each quite expensive. And soon his basic metals and titanium ores were nearly depleted. Name, Backpack Expansion Unit. Category, Consumable. Quality, Good. Description, can expand the system backpack to 10 cubic meters. Name, Snake Tooth Dagger. Category, Equipment. Quality, Good. Description, crafted from the teeth of the Cos sea serpent. Though the craftsmanship is crude, the excellent materials render it a commendable weapon. The sharp blade can release a neurotoxin that paralyzes its prey. Name, Eyeball Fruit. Category, Consumable. Quality, Good. Description, a marine plant meticulously cultivated by a certain underwater race, resembling an eyeball. Its cultivation process is exceedingly cruel, requiring a multitude of corpses. Hence it is also referred to as the Eye of the Dead, capable of lifting curses. Chapter 6, Giant Seaweed Forest. Name, Plant Fiber Bed Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, Good. Description, a bed made from plant fibers, providing a comfortable sleeping environment with excellent insulation. Crafting materials, for plant fibers, for wood. Large fish tank blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, Good. Description, a common fish tank used for ornamental purposes, unsuitable for breeding. Crafting materials, 2 basic metals, for glass. Name, Equipment Upgrade Scroll. Category, Consumable. Quality, Good. Description, can upgrade ordinary quality equipment to good quality. It turns out that everyone has their own adventures. The Backpack Expansion Unit is indeed a valuable item. Suyi purchased it and immediately utilized it. With a full 10 cubic meters of space, he would no longer need to worry about insufficient storage while exploring outdoors. The Snake Tooth Dagger is also quite commendable, suitable for self-defense. The Eyeball Fruit appears somewhat repulsive. However, it can lift curses, so he might as well keep it as a backup. He acquired the 2 building blueprints solely for decoration purposes. He had never even seen glass or plant fibers. He could only pursue them gradually. The most enticing item for Suyi was the Equipment Upgrade Scroll, though it only upgrades ordinary quality equipment to good quality. The shield he needed to repair was precisely of ordinary quality. He took out the shield and used the scroll on it. The crack on the shield has diminished somewhat, revealing the original form beneath. It is a blast shield, which must have endured tremendous impact to become damaged. Damaged blast shield. Category: Equipment. Quality: Good, unique. Description: A damaged blast shield that is barely operational. It can absorb and buffer a portion of impacts, providing decent defense against blunt weapons. Requires authorization for repairs. After mending the shield, Suyi fell asleep on the folding bed, planning to continue his exploration the next day. The vehicle capsule fell into silence, with no sounds piercing the night. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Suddenly, the watch bestowed upon him by the system flickered to life on his wrist, synchronizing with the blast shield and the energy pistol beside him. Ah, another day begins. Suyi rose, stretching his limbs. A healthy body was indeed a blessing. He exercised for half an hour, determined to eliminate his suboptimal health. After his workout, he checked the gravity fishing device, which revealed nothing. His luck had evidently not favored him the previous night. His breakfast was simple: half a compressed biscuit accompanied by a cup of 250 milliliters of purified water. As he ate, he perused the system's daily survivor report, which contained a wealth of useful information. To his astonishment, hundreds of thousands had perished the previous day. He had assumed the mortality rate would not be so high on the first day. Most of these individuals died while venturing out, particularly those who could not surface. Many were unaware of the rules, having not paid attention to the world chat. The system, however, provided an explanation. This oceanic world possessed its own will. It abhorred witnessing its offspring leave the sea. Anyone who dared to do so would be cursed by the world. Having replenished his hunger and thirst, Suyi donned his oxygen tank and exited the capsule. This time, he intended to explore further afield. Previously, he had thoroughly investigated the terrain within 100 meters surrounding his home to gather medicinal materials. The capsule was situated on flat ground, with the northern side leading to the location where he had previously encountered a cloaked creature. That entity was exceedingly sinister, and he preferred not to cross paths with it again, lest he lose his life inadvertently. The eastern and western sides held no particular interest, but the southern side piqued his curiosity. He vividly recalled the skeleton he had seen in the ocean. It had clearly wished to distance itself from the south, indicating something significant lay in that direction. Suyi pressed onward toward the south. Initially, he spotted a few fish, but soon the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The temperature of the seawater continued to drop. After about an hour of traversing, he stumbled upon metallic fragments of some underwater vehicle. To his shock, the pieces appeared remarkably new, as if freshly manufactured. As he continued, he discovered more fragments, following the trail until he ultimately arrived at the wreckage itself. Its cockpit resembled an eyeball, with thrusters on either side arranged in a circular fashion, gleaming silver all over. X-156 model Cyclops wreckage. Originally designed for exploring the surrounding marine environment, this underwater vehicle was destroyed due to the manufacturer's cost-cutting measures when it encountered a large predator. However, there was no pilot inside, suggesting it operated autonomously. Encrypted coordinates detected. Would you like to decrypt? Yes, no. Of course, he thought to himself. Decrypting encrypted coordinates. Database updated. Coordinates added. In 1997 C, small survivor base. A survivor base? Suyi was taken aback. Were there still living beings in this sea? He examined the coordinates and noted that this survivor base was remarkably close to his home. Only an hour's journey south would suffice. He brought 2 oxygen tanks, so he need not worry about air supply. An hour later, Suyi finally reached the coordinates of the survivor base. The ocean depth here neared 100 meters. The sight before him nearly left him speechless. Vast swathes of seaweed danced with the currents, each strand several hundred meters long. The area was transformed into a seaweed forest, with sunlight occasionally filtering through, casting enchanting colors. Standing before the verdant expanse, Suyi felt akin to the protagonist of Gulliver's Travels encountering the giants of Brobdingnag for the first time. This had to be documented. He quickly utilized the system's camera function to capture several photographs. As he continued photographing, a sense of unease washed over him. The seaweed in the images appeared to be moving toward him. He looked up, his instincts kicking in, and he spun around to flee. This was no illusion. The enormous seaweed was alive, capable of independent movement. Yet, it was too late to escape. A colossal strand ensnared him, along with his blast shield. Gunfire merely tickled the seaweed. Why hadn't his depth perception activated? Soon, he lost consciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself sprawled on a hospital bed. A wave of relief washed over him. He was alive. As he surveyed his surroundings, the cold metal walls were riddled with rust, and several areas were splattered with strange purple blood, the air thick with a sense of desolation. This must be a room within the survivor base. Rising to his feet, he discovered that none of his belongings were missing. Even his shield remained at his side. He gathered his equipment and cautiously approached the room's entrance. Pushing open the large door, he found the exterior devoid of life. Chapter 7. The Survivor Base. The base was modest, with the outer hall cloaked in dust. Suyi quickly spotted 2 peculiar skeletons within the hall. It seemed they had engaged in mutual slaughter. Had there been an internal conflict? These skeletons were not human. The skulls, at least, bore no resemblance to human anatomy. They appeared to belong to some fish-headed, humanoid species, equipped with 6 elongated fingers. The thumb and index finger notably longer, interlocking tightly. The system soon provided further information. Cautions, a common intelligent marine race. The Cautions revere the legendary sea serpent Anguirus, said to be a colossal sea creature spanning hundreds of thousands of meters. Consequently, they take pride in taming sea serpents and are particularly adept at crafting and utilizing serpentine venom. Young Cautions undergo a rite of passage in which they are confined with a ferocious, venomous sea serpent until they successfully tame it, signifying their coming of age. Is this the same race that manufactures the venomous daggers? How fortuitous. However, the system's description was utterly absurd. A sea serpent spanning hundreds of thousands of meters? At such a size, a single bite would not satiate its hunger without dozens of blue whales. Sui could not help but scoff internally. He remained vigilant as he ventured deeper into the base. Inside, an unknown technology appeared to have sealed off the seawater. His footsteps echoed ominously in the corridor. With one hand gripping the shield and the other clutching the pistol, he advanced cautiously, reminiscent of the special forces he had seen in television shows. This lent him a modicum of security. Before long, he encountered 3 more Caucasian skeletons. One of these was remarkably tall, its skeleton towering at 3 meters. Just looking at it suggested an incredible strength and life. A deep scar marred its arm, as if struck by a sharp weapon wielded with fierce intent. What on earth had transpired here? Sui scanned his surroundings with suspicion. The emptiness around him instilled a sense of unease. While remaining alert, he searched near the skeletons, uncovering some valuable items. Name, venomous blow dart. Category, equipment consumable. Quality, good. Description, the blow dart is coated with a rapidly acting lethal snake venom and must be used with caution. There have been instances of individuals accidentally swallowing the dart. Remaining uses, 23. Name, Cosian healing ointment. Category, consumable. Quality, excellent. Description, a therapeutic ointment composed of various snake venoms, employing the principle of treating poison with poison, yielding surprisingly effective results. It can eliminate toxins within the body and accelerate wound healing, though it requires some time to take effect. Particularly effective against snake venom. Remaining uses, 23. The deadly blowpipe can be used for treachery, but the healing ointment is even more formidable. An accidental injury in the sea can easily lead to infection. The healing ointment is indeed a life-saving item. Besides these 2, Sui also discovered a small whistle around the neck of the largest Cosian. The whistle, crafted from a snake's tailbone, exudes an eerie aura when held. Name, sea serpent whistle. Category, equipment. Quality, ordinary. Description, a whistle permitted only for the Cosian high priest. Its use is not advised. Returning it to the Cosian clan would garner goodwill. Heeding the warning, Sui refrained from blowing it, fearing the summoning of strange entities. Stowing the whistle away, Sui continued his journey until he entered the dormitory corridor. Searching room by room, he found only some metal. You have obtained basic metal 5. You have obtained basic metal 4. You have obtained titanium, or 2. You have obtained lead, or 3. However, upon entering the last room, he found it devoid of any monsters. What could be the reason? Sui hesitated, staring at the final dormitory. This room was unlike the others, clean and orderly. It radiated a sense of life. Even the lights were still on, as if someone had just recently dwelled within. Approaching the desk, he discovered a diary. The system translated it automatically. Ocean year 4355, July 1st. The exploration of the N1997 sea area has failed. We underestimated the dangers of pollution. It is no wonder other races are reluctant to come here. Alas, I had hoped to uncover some lost technology. After all, this was once. Ocean year 4355, July 2nd. Damn it. Why is that thing in the sea area? It has set its sights on us. This is the end. Ocean year 4355, July 5th. In just 3 days, my expedition team has dwindled from several hundred to merely a dozen. It is all my fault for bringing them here. Greed has doomed us. Ocean year 4355, July 6th. We cannot run any longer. We cannot outpace it. We must hide. Someone has discovered a survivor base of ancient humans. We will take refuge there, but we need to employ some camouflage. Ocean year 4355, July 14th. It's all over. That thing has broken in. This is its lair. Furthermore, the giant seaweed I planted for camouflage has mutated. We are all trapped. After finishing the notes, Suye's sense of impending doom suddenly activated. A chilling sensation crawled up his spine, raising the hairs on his neck, as if his head might be severed at any moment. Who is it? Suye shouted, turning sharply to shield himself. The clang of metal echoed. A sharp metallic longsword struck his blast shield. The terrifying force nearly brought Suye to his knees. His strength was still too feeble. Gritting his teeth, he looked up and was astonished to see a robot before him. The metallic longsword had been its modified arm. It dawned on him that the diary had referred to this very entity. Upon witnessing Suye block the blow, the robot retracted its modified arm and ceased its assault, its red-lit eyes seemingly contemplating something. A large hole had been punctured in its chest plate, revealing internal metal components, likely the work of the Cosian high priest. Suye was about to fire when he heard the robot stammer. Are you a human? Suye paused, and the robot shook its head, No. Pure-blood humans must have long been exterminated. Otherwise, the N1997 C area could not possibly be devoid of gathering signals. Who are you? Suyi cautiously inquired. X-155 Mineral Detection Robot Number 119, affiliated with Data Deleted. The robot's speech became increasingly fluid, as if it had regained its linguistic capacity. It continued to question Suyi. And you are? Suyi was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered Data Deleted. The system itself had intervened to obscure its speech. What does this mean? Is it trying to conceal something from me? Chapter 8, Instant Scroll. What did you mean by pure-blood humans? Suyi pressed. The robot quickly responded. That pertains to a level 1 confidentiality. You are not authorized to inquire. This survivor base is your home. The robot tilted its head. Home? Searching database. Entry found. Family. A social unit based on marriage and kinship. My entire structure is mechanical. I do not possess a family. Suyi's expression darkened. You have lived here all this time? This is the surface layer of the shelter. But the shelter has already fallen. Fallen? What are we sheltering from? Pollution? Suyi questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, the robot's body stiffened. When it looked back at Suyi, its eyes glowed an ominous crimson. Suyi suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the robot's metallic longsword sprang forth again. The glimmering blade was chilling. It coldly regarded Suyi. The N1997 C area has been polluted. There can be no rational beings left. You are its minion. Wait, there's a misunderstanding. Suyi rolled away to evade a horizontal slash and hastily fled outside. As he ran, he shouted, I told you it's a misunderstanding. At that moment, he couldn't help but scold himself. How could he not control his tongue and mention pollution? The robot likely perceived him as a disguised mutated creature. He had to strike back. However, it soon became clear to Suyi the disparity between them. The robot's strength was at least above 10 points. If it weren't for its relatively slow speed, he would have been finished by now. Even so, he was no match for it. Even his reliable energy pistol left only a charred mark on its metallic exterior. Realizing this, he shifted his strategy. Using his shield to absorb another blow from the robot to close the distance, then aimed at the exposed metal components and fired. With a loud bang, the robot's interior was pierced. It staggered, and Suyi finally exhaled in relief. He had finally dealt with it. If not for his sense of impending doom, his head would have already been severed. However, he soon realized his celebration was premature. The robot's punctured chest began to self-repair, quickly reverting to its original form. Now Suyi was truly at a loss. Seriously? How is a mineral detection robot this formidable? Seizing the opportunity while the robot was still down, Suyi dashed toward the entrance of the base. As soon as he exited the base, the giant seaweed began to attack him. However, it was quickly distracted by the robot behind him. They turned to assault the robot, but the robot's metallic longsword, made of some unknown material, effortlessly sliced through the seaweed's grasp. Taking advantage of the chaos between the two, Suyi made his escape. It wasn't until he returned to his pod that he finally felt a sense of relief. That was truly perilous. Surely, they wouldn't follow him back. He stowed away his shield and gun and sat on the bed, checking on the status of the other players. Just as he logged in, he received a private message. Anonymous. Hey, would you like to join our mutual aid alliance? Suyi, mutual aid alliance? Anonymous. Brother, you know this is a survival game. The most crucial aspect is to stay alive. Thus, we have formed a small circle privately, facilitating both the trading of resources and the exchange of information. Are you interested? Suyi, do you welcome just anyone? Anonymous. Certainly not. We only recruit elites. It seems they have their sights set on him. Suyi did not delve further into the matter but instead inquired, do you believe that survival is the most important thing? Anonymous, is it not? Suyi, I am far more intrigued by the world itself. This aquatic realm is vaster than you can fathom. Clinging solely to the notion of survival will inevitably lead to stagnation. Who knows when fate might strike? The idea of huddling together for warmth is best left aside. Moreover, I offer you a piece of advice. Rather than forming a mutual aid alliance, why not establish an intelligence organization to trade information? This way, you can gain both reputation and profit. Why not pursue it? With that, Suyi concluded the conversation. Meanwhile, He Chingwei fell into silence, contemplating Suyi's words for an extended period. Eventually, he could only manage a bitter smile. Was this the essence of true strength? While others began to explore new horizons, his group was still preoccupied with amassing resources. If this continued, the gap would only widen. However, Suyi's suggestion sparked an idea. Perhaps selling information could indeed prove beneficial. Many small groups akin to their mutual aid alliance existed, yet no intelligence organization had emerged thus far. If they shifted their mindset immediately, it would not be too late. After deep contemplation, he resolved to act. Mutual aid alliance. He Chingwei, everyone, please quiet down. I have something to say. Suyi was unaware that his single statement would alter the destinies of many. At that moment, he was solely focused on acquiring more supplies. Standard oxygen tanks continued to sell exceptionally well, bringing him considerable resources. He planned to upgrade to a level 3 pod. The ratio of lead ore to basic metals was 1:3. 15 pieces of lead or cost him 45 basic metals. Now, he required just one smart chip to upgrade the pod to level 3. This item was notoriously difficult to obtain. It could be synthesized at the workbench, necessitating 3 materials: 1 gemstone coral fragment, 1 copper ore, and 1 gold ore. Both copper and gold ores were rare metals, with only a handful of individuals currently able to unearth them from chests. Gemstone coral fragments, however, were even scarcer. Although gemstone corals were not inherently rare across various sea areas, the problem lay in their association with the gemstone-scaled serpents. Each gemstone coral was typically home to at least 1 serpent, with some housing 4 or 5. These serpents were not to be trifled with during their growth. They developed gem-like scales that were alarmingly hard, requiring considerable effort to cleave even with an axe. Furthermore, these serpents were venomous, having claimed the lives of many, hence earning the moniker Gemstone Demon. Currently, the number of individuals capable of procuring gemstone coral fragments was exceedingly low, and no one would dare to sell them. The crux of the issue was that gemstone corals demanded exceptionally high water quality. In Suye's region, gemstone corals had long been extinct. He found himself grappling with challenges akin to those posed by the previous bubblefish. Yet, he also discovered a solution, as it was Nanzi who proactively approached him. Name: Dungeon Scroll. Category: Consumable. Quality: Rare. Dungeon name: The Turmoil of the Gemstone-Scaled Serpent. Description: In a certain sea area, a gemstone-scaled serpent has birthed a leader for unknown reasons, a first in history. Under its leadership, local inhabitants suffer greatly from the serpent's harassment. Please uncover the cause of the leader's emergence and eliminate it. Maximum players: 4. Chapter 9. Entering the Dungeon. A rare quality scroll. This was Suye's first encounter with an item of such quality. He could not help but exclaim, "How did you acquire this scroll?" Nanzi, why so many questions? Do you wish to join? If you come along, I will reveal the scroll's source to you. I have already found 2 others. Only 1 spot remains. Were it not for my trust in you, I would not have sought you out. Suye, absolutely. When do we enter the dungeon? Nanzi, if all goes well. In half an hour. Suye, sounds good. I will add you to the group. I just established a 4-person group. You can meet the other 2, who are quite formidable as well. Soon, Suye was added to a chat group named Gemstone Scaled Serpent Dungeon Team. Zhang Wenyo. Hey, the last member has finally arrived. Zhuijia, how capable is he? I hope he won't hold us back. Nanzi, no need to worry. Zhang Wenyo. Exactly. Trust in our beautiful Nan's judgment. Zhuijia, I was merely making an observation. Nanzi. Suye, do you have anything to contribute? Suye pondered for a moment and asked, what do you know about the specifics of this dungeon? Nanzi. Nothing at all. We will only know once we enter. Zhang Wenyo. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, it's only the 2nd day. Zhuijia, what is there to fear? We will face whatever comes our way. Suye, enough talk. Have you all prepared your antidotes? A silence enveloped the group. Suye felt exasperated. Surely they would not enter the dungeon unprepared? Zhuijia, don't you check the market when you trade? Healing potions are nowhere to be found in the trading market. Only disinfectants are available. I need not elaborate on the toxicity of the gemstone-scaled serpent. Common potions are utterly ineffective against its venom. Zhang Wenyo, it's not that we don't want to. It's genuinely beyond our control. Elsewhere, Nanzi's eyes sparkled at Suye's message. She sent him a private message. Do you have any antidotes? Suye was taken aback. This person was remarkably astute. He decided to be forthright and shared the attributes of the Cassian healing ointment. While he had the ointment, he would charge for administering it. Nanzi, fine, I knew selecting you would be a wise choice. Flattering words won't earn a discount though. Suye, how cold-hearted. Half an hour later. Suye was fully prepared. Nanzi has sent you a dungeon invitation. The Turmoil of the Gemstone-Scaled Serpent. Do you accept? Yes, no. Suye, accept. In a flash of white light, Suye felt as if the world was spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar sea area. Gazing upwards, he noticed the crystal-clear waters teeming with fish frolicking among coral reefs, with sunlight filtering through the surface, a vibrant tableau of life. How wonderful it would be if this were his own sea. Suye felt a pang of regret. He turned to see the other 3 who had entered the dungeon alongside him, 2 men and 1 woman, all staring at him in astonishment. What is it? Suye inquired, puzzled. Nanzi opened her mouth, unable to articulate a single word. Zhuijia was so taken aback that his jaw nearly dropped. The eldest among them, Zhang Wenyo, remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, his gaze filled with envy. Brother, what are we to do with your looks? Only then did Suye recall that in this body, he was free from cancer, and his hair had not fallen out. He felt a sense of disorientation. How long had it been since he heard such words? Suye was indeed handsome. If charm were quantifiable, his initial charm attribute would have surpassed 10 points. However, prior to his arrival in this world, all he had seen in the eyes of others was sympathy and pity. Gradually, he had ceased to care about his appearance. Stop gawking and let's get started on the task, Suye urged, prompting the 3 to begin contemplating their next steps. Should we just charge in? Zhang Wenyo suggested cautiously. With our abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult. Nanzi shook her head. That's not advisable. We have no clear understanding of the serpent's numbers. Acting recklessly could lead to our demise. Moreover, that gemstone-scaled serpent leader is certainly formidable. We must devise a safe and reliable strategy. Let us send someone to scout ahead, proposed Zhuojia. Which of you is skilled in reconnaissance? Suyi countered. The group collectively shook their heads. Observing this, Suyi snapped his fingers and suggested, then let us first seek out the local indigenous people. They should possess some knowledge. Zhuojia furrowed his brow and inquired, what if the indigenous people are also enemies? There are no eternal enemies, only absolute interests, Suyi replied, spreading his hands. And do you not find it peculiar that the leader of the gem-scaled serpent has appeared? I believe this is closely related to the indigenous people. Our task is to identify and resolve the cause of the gem-scaled serpent's emergence, not necessarily to confront its leader. Zhang Wenyao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic behind Su Ye's words. If possible, he preferred not to engage in battle with an unknown entity, as one misstep could cost him dearly. Seeing that 2 members had consented, Zhuojia reluctantly nodded. It is worth noting that within the dungeon, these players had no restrictions against attacking one another. He had witnessed numerous instances where the struggle for resources led to fatal consequences. Thus, he and Zhang Wenyao had privately formed an alliance, intending to play the roles of the bad cop and good cop, respectively. He would take on the role of the bad cop, while Zhang Wenyao would naturally assume the good cop's role. However, Nanziyi was astute, and he suspected she had already caught on to their scheme. Initially, he had intended to ally with Nanziyi, for she was not only a striking beauty but also quite capable. Who would not be drawn to such a person? Yet, despite his desire to cultivate a rapport with her, she appeared to harbor doubts about him. As for Su Yi, he remained an enigma, and he planned to observe him further. Let us proceed to find the indigenous people, Nanziyi suggested, and with that, she led the 3 others in search of their dwelling. From her system backpack, she produced a small box. Upon opening it, they discovered a tiny silver fish, no larger than a pinky finger. This is a silver-lined fish. It is particularly sensitive to anger. It will help us quickly locate areas where anger is concentrated, which should lead us to the indigenous people's habitat. I borrowed this from a friend, and I will need to return it eventually, she explained. Zhang Wenyao chuckled. Miss Nan, you certainly have an impressive circle of friends. Nanziyi replied nonchalantly. Actually, not many. Suyi chose not to interject in their conversation. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to catch a few big-eyed fish and bubble fish to study their mutations later. However, he found that capturing regular big-eyed fish and bubble fish proved exceedingly difficult. With the need to conserve ammunition, he ultimately abandoned the endeavor. Approximately an hour later, the group finally encountered the local indigenous people. Suyi was taken aback. How could they be the Cautions again? What manner of creature is this? Zhuojia asked, gazing skeptically at the Cautions in the distance. It was his first time witnessing these fish-headed, human-bodied beings, and they appeared to possess intelligence. He even observed a few Cautions conversing, which reminded him of the Innsmouth inhabitants from Lovecraft's tales. As a seasoned Cthulhu enthusiast, he felt that being transported into the world of Cthulhu was less desirable than simply perishing. Surely this was not the oceanic realm. Clearly, he was overthinking it. The Cautions were an intelligent race of the ocean. Seeing the 3 in confusion, Suyi explained, I once encountered the corpses of deceased Cautions. They worship a colossal sea serpent and are particularly adept at taming snakes and utilizing venom. It is evident that the gem-scaled serpent's dungeon is undoubtedly linked to them. Can we communicate? Nanziyi inquired. Suyi shook his head. This is my first time encountering the living. Let's give it a try, Zhang Wenyao boldly suggested. Since they possess intelligence, communication should be possible. You all stay here. I will make the attempt. After all, I was involved in this line of work before my journey here, and my eloquence should surpass yours. All right, but exercise caution, they replied as Zhang Wenyao approached the Cautions. Before long, he returned, excitement radiating from him. No problem, they are quite friendly. Su Yi and Nanziyi exchanged glances and nodded, following after him. Wait for me. Zhuojia hastily trailed behind. They were greeted by an elder Caussian. Distinguishing the age of Cautions was straightforward. The fish heads beneath their chins bore 2 tendrils, with longer tendrils indicating greater age. The elder before them was hunched over, his tendrils reaching his chest. Greetings, are you new humans? He inquired, noticing the astonishment on Su Yi and the others' faces. Elder, are there other humans in the ocean? Zhang Wenyao asked in disbelief. The elder chuckled, shaking his head. That statement is both true and not true. What do you mean? Nanziyi frowned, seeking clarification. The majority of intelligent races in the ocean trace their ancestry back to humans. How could that be? Zhuojia exclaimed, pointing at him in disbelief. He hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing he might offend the elder, especially upon observing the unfriendly expressions of the Cautions behind him. The elder noted his reaction without anger. Speaking slowly, although you may find it hard to believe, that is indeed the reality. Then how did you become like this? Nanziyi inquired with curiosity. Because of faith. Suyi, intrigued, suddenly asked Angress. The elder regarded him with surprise before solemnly nodding. The mighty Angress has granted us the hope to survive in this oceanic world. The other 3 turned to look at Su Yi simultaneously. Will you not explain? Su Yi had no choice but to clarify. It is the sea serpent I mentioned to you earlier. Nanziyi gazed at the elder, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. Can faith alter one's physical structure? Or does faith modify human genes? This notion shattered her previous understanding. The elder scrutinized her for a moment, stating, "It is not faith, but the inherent power of those great beings themselves. Does this world have deities?" Zhang Wenyao's breath became uneven. The elder nodded. "You could say that." The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. However, considering their transportation to this place, the existence of deities seemed plausible. Otherwise, they could not fathom how billions of people could be suddenly brought to another world. The notion of divine beings appeared more rational than their current situation. Perhaps a deity lay behind the system itself. Yet, why would it summon humans to this realm? Furthermore, what had transpired in this world previously concerning humans? Suye's mind grew increasingly muddled. "Elder, I have heard that the gem-scaled serpent often troubles you, and there is even a leader among them?" Zhang Wenyao redirected the conversation to the main issue. They were here to address the gem-scaled serpent's predicament, not to delve into divine matters. The elder's fish-like head bore deepening wrinkles, and the other cautions displayed fear on their faces. The elder sighed. "Indeed, that is the case. What exactly is going on?" "I shall explain." A rugged voice resonated from within the crowd. Shortly thereafter, a giant Kassian emerged from the throng. His colossal form towered like a majestic mountain, imposing and awe-inspiring. His skin was as tough as stone, marked by the scars of time and battle, as if showcasing his glory and trials to the world. The towering Kassian stood before them, a silent lighthouse amidst the rest of his kin. So he could not help but swallow hard. Thankfully, they bore no hostility. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. He politely nodded to Su Yi and the others. "I am Chemo, a candidate for our lineage's high priest." "A candidate for high priest?" Chemo spoke gravely. "The high priest serves as the leader among the Kassians. Only the wisest and most powerful among us can assume this role. Without the guidance of a high priest, survival in this cruel ocean world becomes impossible." "Has something happened to your high priest?" Su Yi speculated. Chemo sighed. "Indeed it has. For our sake, could you elaborate on the specifics?" Nanzi asked, her voice cold. "Of course. Do you know about the extraordinary beings?" Upon hearing these words, Su Yi and the others shook their heads. The so-called transcendent beings are merely mortals who, with the aid of divine powers, break the shackles imposed upon them by the world. For our people, the Kas, to ascend to the role of high priest, we must first enter the realm of the transcendent. The previous high priest had lived for an exceptionally long time and had grown quite old. Chemo said with sorrow, "Until his last breath, he led our clan in continuous migration, ultimately bringing us to this coastal region where we found solace. Shortly thereafter, he passed away, accompanied in death by his companion, a gem-scaled serpent. The leader of that serpent was a progeny left behind by it." Suyi was taken aback. "Then why did it attack you?" The elder beside him sighed. "None of us anticipated such an event. Initially, we were unaware of its existence until it began leading other gem-scaled serpents in search of food. The newly emerged gem-scaled serpent inherits the bloodline of the former high priest's companion. Its innate gifts are extraordinary, blessed at birth by the abyssal serpent Angrus. It stepped into the realm of the transcendent. After the high priest's demise, no one could tame it. To confront a transcendent being, one must also be transcendent." Chemo nodded. "Among our clan, I possess the greatest talent, merely a step away from transcendence. I intend to engage in a life and death battle with that gem-scaled serpent, seeking to shatter the final shackles of my being through combat. I hope that you can assist our Kosh tribe." Chapter 11. Illusion. How can we help? Suyi inquired. Chemo relaxed his expression. "I will lead some of our clan members to hunt that group of gem-scaled serpents. I will face the leader alone, while the others deal with its subordinates. You need only provide assistance from the sidelines." "That sounds feasible, but we require compensation." "Haha, that is only natural." Suyi. Zhang Wenyao's expression darkened. They were, after all, a team. Matters should be discussed collectively. Suddenly, he noticed Suyi winking at him. This took him aback. What did that mean? In the next moment, he saw a message from Suyi in the group chat. "Suyi, you three, don't you wish to know how to ascend to the transcendent? This is a rare opportunity, and before you stand someone knowledgeable. Clearly, entering the realm of the transcendent is essential for establishing oneself in this oceanic world. Do not regret missing out." Zhang Wenyao's body trembled as he looked towards Zhuojia and Nanzi. The other two naturally saw the message as well. Zhuojia's expression shifted continuously, indecision clouding his mind. He remarked in the group chat, "But this has nothing to do with our current situation, does it? Shouldn't we prioritize our survival? The leader of the gem-scaled serpents is a transcendent creature. If Chemo were to lose, we would bear the brunt of its wrath, potentially losing our lives." Suyi replied, "Very well. Let me ask you, do you still desire the shards of gem corals? Today marks the second day, and the first disaster will strike the day after tomorrow. Your pods should have reached level 2 by now, correct? Then you should understand that the most significant change upon upgrading to level 2 is the fortification of the pod's walls. This means something will attack our pod soon. I do not believe that a mere level 2 pod can survive the impending disaster. The survival game is far more brutal than you can imagine. What does survival depend on? Strength, means, and luck. Each is indispensable. Indeed, It is merely a stroke of luck for those who can gather the materials to upgrade to a level 2 pod. In other words, this is merely an illusion set by the system. If survivors do not strive for improvement, when death truly arrives, despair will be all that awaits them. I believe the disaster in 2 days is the first filtering process. Furthermore, level 3 pods must be upgraded. You can observe how many will perish. Relentless retreat is not an option. Su Ye's lengthy discourse plunged Zhuojie and Zhang Wenyao into contemplation, only to turn and find Nanzi gazing at him with a smile. Her eyes sparkled as if she were beholding a beloved toy, sending shivers down his spine. It felt as if she harbored ulterior motives. Though it appeared they had deliberated for quite some time, it had only been a few minutes. Nanzi certainly would not withdraw, as this was her scroll. Backing out would yield nothing. Ultimately, Zhang Wenyao and Zhuojie chose to join in, not because Su Ye's arguments were particularly persuasive. All present were adults, not easily swayed by the words of strangers. The primary motivation behind their decision was fear. If Su Ye's speculations proved accurate, then all players without upgraded level 3 pods would perish, and they had no desire to meet such a fate. Seeing the consensus among the group, Su Yi turned to Kimo and said, "Can we exchange our reward for knowledge regarding transcendent beings? We wish to understand how to enter the transcendent realm." Kimo readily agreed. "Certainly. Excellent. Then it is settled. We shall prepare to depart shortly. The territory of the gem-scaled serpent leader lies not far from the coast settlement. A multitude of vividly colored gem corals cluster together, resembling a vibrant flowerbed from above. However, the temperament of the inhabitants here is far from pleasant." Before Su Yi and the others could approach, a gem-scaled serpent launched an attack against them. "Let the battle commence. Do not hold back," Nanzi said nonchalantly. Zhuojie snorted derisively as he drew his weapon, a broken sword. Even as a broken sword, it measured 2 meters in length. The blade was heavy as iron, unlike weapons wielded by mere mortals. Name: Broken Hero's Sword, Pseudo. Category: Equipment. Quality: Excellent. Description: a replica of the famed sword of the great hero Kalen from the god tribe. Even as a replica, its power should not be underestimated, capable of easily cleaving through boulders, provided one possesses the strength to wield it, requiring a minimum of 8 strength points. Active skill: Life Lament. Pseudo increases strength and agility by 15 times for 5 minutes. After the duration, the wielder enters a state of weakness for 1 day, during which all attributes are halved. He had discovered it in a cave. Had it not been for this sword, Zhuojie would have perished within that cave. Zhang Wenyao also drew a long knife, its blade glimmering with a seductive crimson light. Name: Bloodthirsty Long Knife. Category: Equipment. Quality: Good. Description: a cursed blade that can convert the life force of enemies into the wielder's own vitality. Although Zhang Wenyao's knife did not match the caliber of Zhuojie's broken sword, it was still a commendable weapon, especially since most players currently did not even possess a dagger. However, the two soon found little joy in their situation. They watched as Su Yi produced a charged handgun. Zhuojie's eyes nearly bulged out. "What in the world? How do you have a gun?" Zhang Wenyao's expression was complex. Life is full of surprises. Observing others lamenting in the world chat, he had believed himself quite formidable, at least in the upper echelons of players. Yet, stepping out of his door, he encountered someone wielding a firearm. His fleeting pride dissipated entirely. Su Yi smiled at the two. "Just fortunate, that's all. I believe you not." Zhuojie grumbled as he charged towards a gem-scaled serpent, swinging his broken sword with abandon. Zhang Wenyao followed suit, wielding his bloodthirsty long knife with swift precision, targeting the serpent's weak points. Su Yi, lacking their prowess, found his ammunition limited. He managed to dispatch 5 or 6 gem-scaled serpents before conserving a single round for self-defense. Even so, he remained the fastest among them in terms of kills. Nanzi's methods of attack were exceedingly peculiar. Su Yi barely witnessed her in action. Yet whenever a gem-scaled serpent charged at her, it writhed in agony upon nearing her, often inflicting self-harm against rocks until it bled out and died. From the corpses of the fallen, black tendrils emerged. Upon observing carefully for a while, Su Yi realized these were some form of parasitic organism. The Cos people began their counterattack. For serpents, they possess unique combat techniques. Their evolved 2-fingered appendages can effortlessly lock onto the critical areas of a snake. And they also tame numerous other species of venomous snakes. The battlefield is ablaze with fervent conflict, yet only Kimo furrows his brow in confusion. Why is that fellow so quiet? In the past, he would have been the first to charge forth. Kimo remains vigilant, scanning his surroundings. There must be something amiss. Chapter 12, The Gemscale Serpent Leader. The battle rages on. Sui stows away his pistol and equips an anti-explosive shield along with a serpent-tooth dagger. It becomes evident that a high-quality shield proves effective with any weapon, even allowing for a few strikes with the dagger during the Gemscale Serpent's offensive intervals. Once the paralysis effect takes hold, the subsequent actions become straightforward. "Why have you ceased using your gun?" Zhuojie gasps beside him, wielding a broken sword. The continuous swinging of the sword is taxing on his stamina. "Out of bullets," Sui replies with a dismissive glance. "Do you think this is some game with infinite ammo? Perhaps upgrading the energy pistol might indeed allow for that. However, that would require high-quality equipment upgrade scrolls. He wonders if he might acquire them in the future. Zhuijia chuckles awkwardly, admitting, to be honest, this battle feels rather simple. He had anticipated a fierce struggle for survival, but the prowess of these native Kojins exceeded his expectations. It remains unclear what methods they employed, yet the hatred of those gem-scale serpents remains fixed upon them, each of them no weaker than the players. It feels as though he had set out to be a hero, only to discover he was merely a footnote in the saga of vanquishing the demon lord. Isn't that splendid? Zhang Wenyao wipes the blood from his blade, declaring that fewer tasks with greater rewards are ideal. Old Zhang, you must be a beleaguered worker in reality, right? Zhuijia teases. Zhang Wenyao shoots him a glare. What do you mean by a beleaguered worker? I take pride in contributing to society. He had previously worked in sales, unmarried in his 30s, and often attributed his eloquence to this. No objections? Being a worker isn't illegal. Sui, what about you? Zhuijia turns to Sui, only to find him deeply furrowed in thought. What's wrong? Something is amiss. The bodies of the gem-scale serpents have vanished. Sui distinctly recalls slaying several gem-scale serpents. Yet after a while, the corpses would disappear entirely. Zhuijia hastily surveys the area, his expression growing grim. The bodies have indeed vanished. It's an illusion. Nanzi whispers as she approaches. Zhang Wenyao, in disbelief, retorts, no way. My longsword can siphon the life force of enemies. I distinctly felt it. How could I be mistaken? Perhaps you're misinterpreting Miss Nanzi? She is not wrong. Check your status panels. The system panels do not lie. He notices his health steadily declining, decreasing by 1 point every second. With only 60 health points remaining, it indicates he will perish in a minute. The other three quickly glance at their panels, their expressions shifting dramatically. They too, like Sui, find their health dwindling. It appears they have unwittingly stepped into the enemy's trap. A solution must be devised. In this critical moment, Sui's thoughts crystallize with clarity. The ongoing battle between the gem-scale serpents and the Kojins seems unending, as new fighters continuously fill the gaps, resembling a meticulously staged performance. Right. Chemo. Chemo is but a step away from transcending. Sui sprints towards Chemo, only to find his expression extraordinarily contorted, as if battling for control of his own body. How do we escape this illusion? Chemo grits out through clenched teeth. Kill me. Sui pauses in surprise and takes a few steps back. Seeing Sui hesitate, Chemo bellows in frustration, reclaiming control of himself. In a single blow, he obliterates his own body, which instantly shatters into fragments. It seems to imply that this is the correct method. Dying by one's own hand is the way out. Sui, hurry, Zhuijia calls out, then self-inflicts with the broken sword. The other two quickly follow suit, resolving their fates without a moment's hesitation. Their three bodies also dissolve into fragments, escaping the illusion. Yet Sui senses something amiss. The situation grows increasingly dire, leaving him with no time to ponder. He is left with fewer than 10 health points. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Gritting his teeth, he draws his energy pistol, aiming it at himself. Just as he is about to pull the trigger, the sea serpent's whistle in his system backpack suddenly emits a radiant glow. Everything around him collapses in an instant. A pair of mocking ruby vertical pupils materialize before him. How amusing that the Kojin High Priest's leading whistle would appear in the hands of a mere human. The essence of fate is indeed wondrous. Mortal, how does it feel to witness extraordinary power for the first time? Is it not a novel experience? Sui feels a chill as he gazes into those serpent eyes. They have been toying with him at their whim. When did you cast this illusion upon us? It is a dream, not an illusion. Sui, suppressing his fear, grits his teeth and asks, is your dream capable of deceiving Chemo as well? Chemo? Ha ha ha. The gem-scale serpent leader's amusement intensifies. Her body spans 20 meters, and her laughter causes Sui's eardrums to bleed profusely, while her serpentine eyes nearly shed tears from mirth before her laughter subsides. Wiping her eyes with her elegant tail, she cheerfully points aside. Do you see that? Sui turns to look, and finds Nanzi and the others in deep slumber. Beneath them lies a pile of bones. One skeleton remarkably large. The facts are laid bare. Chemo is already dead. Sui is engulfed in despair. Does this mean his demise is imminent? Mortal, your expression is truly amusing. The gem-scale serpent leader circles around him. You didn't think I killed them, did you? Was it not you? Sui retorts. Of course not. They perished a century ago. Sui stands in shock. How is that possible? If Chemo and his companions died a century ago, then who were we facing earlier? Or is it that I remain ensnared in the dream you created? Seemingly divining Sui's thoughts, the gem-scale serpent leader speaks coolly. From the very beginning, the four of you have been within my dream. The sound reverberates thunderously. Sui feels as if struck by a bolt of lightning. There are no natives at all. Upon the scroll's teleportation, they have plunged into the dream. This is the extraordinary, a power beyond mortal comprehension. Ignoring Sui's astonishment, the gem-scale serpent leader continues, though it is a dream, Chemo and the others did indeed exist, and my existence is indeed tied to that group of Kojins. They once sought to vanquish me. However, at that time, I was undergoing my second metamorphosis. During my transformation, I unconsciously drew everything around me into the dream. Thus, Chemo and those individuals became trapped in this endless dream until their demise. Consider it their misfortune. Had I been awake, perhaps I would have spared them for the sake of my mother. Chapter 13. The River of Hades Potion. The Abyssal Serpent Angrus. An ancient being that has survived countless epochs, one of the apex rulers of the oceanic realm. Even deities are not immutable within this world, yet the legends surrounding it have endured through the ages, revered as faith by many races. Its extraordinary sequence is remarkably unique. It bears no relation to serpents, but rather pertains to dreams. Scholars once speculated that the so-called abyssal serpent was not a serpent at all, yet this notion ultimately faded due to lack of evidence. Dream slumber. That is the name of its extraordinary sequence. All of this was divulged to Sui by the Gemscale serpent leader. She also possesses her own name, Lena. You want to kill us? Sui regards her coldly. Lena was candid, as I found myself in need of your assistance. The place we currently inhabit is an oceanic cave, a sanctuary I have chosen for my transformation. Unbeknownst to me, a congregation of devotees of ISU discovered this haven many years ago. They established a sealing barrier, thus trapping me within. The followers of ISU, the twin deities, ISU, who stand as equals to the underwater serpent Angrus. Suyi inquired with curiosity, are they formidable? Naturally. They are. However, the reputation of most of ISU's followers is rather unsavory. Lena gritted her teeth and remarked, though they are adherents of deities, they revere the use of lost technologies from the ancient era. They even managed to acquire a dreadful tome titled agnosticism to serve as their doctrine, incessantly clamoring to seal away all deities within the oceanic realm. The followers of ISU are indeed universally reviled. I wonder what the twin deities think, allowing their followers to run amok. Perhaps it is simply in the nature of the twin deities? Who knows? Lena turned her gaze back to Suyi. The sea serpent's whistle in your possession is a sacred artifact crafted from the tailbone of an extraordinarily powerful serpentine entity by the first high priest of the coast people, later distributed among the leaders of the 3 great tribes. Its power is immense, though it remains dormant in your hands. With it, I could escape. Suyi felt a twinge of confusion, for she had completely seized the sea serpent's whistle, and she was by no means her match. A flicker of helplessness crossed Lena's ruby pupils. We are still ensnared within the seal of the twin deities. Employing extraordinary power comes at a significant cost. The dream realm you were drawn into was but a remnant of my slumber, existing long before. The cost is steep, but not insurmountable. She truly could seize it if she wished, yet she preferred a simpler approach, having not anticipated that Su Yi would possess such an item. It was perplexing. Why had she not noticed it earlier? How about this? I shall barter with you. A brilliant light emanated from the gem atop her head, and soon Su Yi found herself in possession of a vial. Name, River of Souls Elixir. Category, consumable. Quality, extraordinary. Description, an extraordinary potion crafted from the oral arms of the River of Souls jellyfish, combined with a series of rare materials. It has the potential to awaken the extraordinary sequence of the night, birthed from the fears of the ocean's depths. Exercise caution in its use. Compatibility, 100. Usage requirements. All attributes must reach 10 points. Note, must be used in conjunction with auxiliary potions. Suye's hands began to tremble. Words failed to capture the tumult of emotions surging within her. The key to the extraordinary gateway now rested in her grasp. This item was far too precious. She did not believe the sea serpent's whistle merited such value. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot. She gradually steadied her emotions and looked at Lena. You would exchange such a precious item? Lena regarded him with surprise. Do you know what this is? Suyi instantly realized he had misspoken. He quickly added, it must pertain to the extraordinary, right? Indeed, it is an extraordinary potion. Lena flicked her tail and replied nonchalantly, I scavenged this potion from the corpse of a foe. I am uncertain of its precise sequence. To utilize an extraordinary potion, it must be paired with specific auxiliary potions, which is why I am willing to trade it with you. You may be unaware, but the system is not. A flicker of joy ignited within Su Yi. Though he maintained a composed exterior, there must be an additional condition. Lena's expression grew cold at this. Su Yi hastily continued, spare the life of my companion, and add a few fragments of gem coral. Lena's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Is that truly why you came? Having already ascended to the extraordinary, gem coral held little value for her. Indeed, Lena, in a moment of exasperation, used her tail to extract an entire gem coral from the depths of the cave and handed it to Su Yi. He, in turn, relinquished the sea serpent's whistle to her. Lena swallowed it whole, her excitement propelling her toward the cave's exit, vanishing from Su Ye's sight. At last, she was free. Lena's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as she beheld the light of day once more. That accursed follower of ISU would pay dearly for this affront. She glanced back at the cave, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. The extraordinary potion she had provided was indeed legitimate. The issue lay with the night sequence. How could she possibly be unaware of the sequence of this extraordinary potion? It was merely a ruse to deceive Su Yi. What she did not reveal to him was that compatibility with each extraordinary sequence varied among individuals. The night sequence, in particular, offered nearly zero compatibility. No sentient being would willingly choose it. It was far too perilous, with all who had attempted it meeting a grim fate. Only some legendary monsters of the deep would dare traverse such a path, and if Su Yi were to consume it, he would meet a most tragic end. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Su Yi was rather unique, especially with his gift of the abyssal heart, which itself stemmed from the deepest gifts of the ocean. Shortly after Lena's departure, the remaining three finally awoke. Nanzi first experienced a throbbing headache, realizing the icy grip of having been ensnared in a dream. They had been toyed with from beginning to end. However, upon glancing at the system, she discovered that the quest had been completed. She surveyed the others and found them in a similar state. Do you all recall what just transpired? Zhuijia remarked with trepidation. I nearly lost my life ensnared in that dream. Each recounted their experiences, which were largely consistent. Su Yi withheld details about the trade with Lena, harboring distrust towards Nanzi and the others. The remaining three were oblivious to Su Ye's deception, their attention captivated by an entire gem coral before them. After deliberation, they decided to divide it equally, with each ultimately receiving 7 fragments of gem coral. Zhang Wenyao gleefully exclaimed, "This is a monumental windfall. This gem coral alone makes this entire quest worthwhile. There will surely be those willing to pay handsomely for it. We could profit immensely on the trading market." Chapter 14, Weapon Upgrade. You all come here. Nanzi called the others to the side of Kimo's bones. She moved the withered remains aside, revealing a glimmer of silver beneath. Suyi felt a pang of regret upon seeing the silver chest in her hands. His mind had been in a state of tension, leaving him no opportunity to thoroughly examine the skeletal remains. Little did he expect that a silver chest lay hidden beneath. Truly, Nanzi possessed an eye for treasure. A silver-level chest? Zhang Wenyao gasped. I have only ever encountered black iron chests. Zhuijia chuckled. I have fared slightly better. I have touched a bronze chest. How shall we divide it? Nanzi inquired. Suyi spread his hands. Let us open the chest. We shall claim items as needed. Whoever takes a valuable item must compensate the others. If 2 or more desire the same item, they may negotiate privately. Agreement rippled through the group, with no objections raised. Then who shall open it? Nanzi asked again. Zhang Wenyao's expression darkened. I think I shall pass. My luck has been dismal. I have never won a lottery in over a decade. Zhuijia cleared his throat. Luck is not within my domain. Nanzi turned her gaze to Su Yi, who reluctantly conceded, I shall do it. He opened the chest, and it immediately revealed 2 blueprints, a stone, and a scroll. What a stroke of luck. By the heavens. A true stroke of fortune. Zhuijia could not suppress his exclamation. Quickly, let us see what treasures lie within. Zhang Wenyao urged eagerly. Su Yi uploaded the attributes of the items to the chat group. Name, blueprint for the creation of thirst poison. Category, blueprint. Quality, excellent. Description, a formula for a chronic poison long lost to the coast people, known for its rapid onset and subtlety. Those afflicted will gradually exhibit symptoms of thirst. The insatiable desire ultimately leads the author to a state of complete dehydration and demise. Name, indoor planting pot manufacturing blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, good. Description, suitable for cultivating small crops indoors, requiring active fertilization. Name, big tuna sharpening stone. Category, tool. Quality, good. Description, a sharpening stone meticulously crafted over several years from an extraordinarily hard big tuna, said to have shattered the teeth of an extraordinary creature. After use, it swiftly restores the sharpness of weapons, extending their lifespan. Name, equipment upgrade scroll. Category, consumable. Quality, excellent. Description, capable of upgrading good quality equipment to excellent quality. I want that equipment upgrade scroll. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the other 3 exhaled in relief. Since these valuable items were procured by Su Yi, it was only fitting that he made the first selection. The equipment upgrade scroll appeared promising, yet the trio showed little interest in it. Zhuijia already possessed an excellent weapon, while Nanzi relied on her combat skills rather than weaponry, as her parasitic nematodes could not be upgraded. Zhang Wenyao, however, had his gaze fixed intently on the indoor planting pot manufacturing blueprint. Gentlemen, might I request that indoor planting pot manufacturing blueprint? Zhang Wenyao earnestly addressed Zhuijia and Nanzi. It holds great significance for me. Nanzi waved her hand. I have no objections. I desire the poison blueprint. Zhuijia, somewhat dejected, ultimately opted for the big tuna sharpening stone. Observing this, Zhang Wenyao expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I shall repay you in the future. Although the indoor planting pot was only of good quality, a blueprint capable of mass-producing such pots was worth far more than its classification would suggest, making it arguably the most valuable of the 4 items. In compensation, he provided Zhuijia with a fragment of gemstone coral. Once the distribution of the treasure chest concluded, the dungeon quest was finally at an end. Upon returning to his pod, Su Yi promptly fell asleep, awakening the next day to upgrade his energy pistol. This time, the energy pistol underwent a significant enhancement, even changing its name. Name, C623 Model High-Tech Energy Pistol. Category, Equipment. Quality, excellent, unique. Description, an exceptionally fine energy pistol containing cutting-edge lost technology. Previously belonging to a specialized ocean combat squad, it sustained damage during a frenzied assault by mutated creatures. Yet it remains an excellent companion in battle. Energy Magazine, 241. Automatically replenishes 3 energy rounds per minute. Features 2 modes, semi-automatic and fully automatic. Semi-automatic, high precision and efficiency, easily hitting critical targets such as the head. Fully automatic, rapid continuous fire, highly lethal. Active skill, energy detonation, after charging. Fires an energy detonation round that causes a large explosion upon impact. Following use, the energy pistol will briefly overheat, preventing continuous use of special rounds. Energy detonation rounds will automatically replenish after half an hour. Requires authorization to continue repairs. With an abundance of ammunition and an active skill, Suyi eagerly anticipated trying out the energy detonation skill. He rushed outside the pod, aimed at a towering boulder several meters away, and fired. The white body of the energy pistol began to flicker, the flashing intensifying until it culminated in a blinding flash. With a resounding roar, the distant boulder and everything surrounding it shattered into fragments. Suyi was thoroughly pleased with the power of the energy detonation round. He then experimented with the fully automatic mode, reveling in the exhilarating barrage of bullets. Having resolved his weaponry concerns, Suyi began procuring copper and gold ores. Is there anyone with copper and gold ores? I am willing to pay a generous price. He shouted in the global chat, yet no one responded. The people were engrossed in various discussions. After inquiring with a few individuals, Suyi learned of a significant event that transpired during their dungeon exploration. A fortunate female player named Ji Xiaoxiao had acquired a substantial amount of rare ores on the first day, including copper and gold. This information quickly reached the ears of some unscrupulous individuals. An organization called the Mutual Assistance Society approached her, employing dubious means to swindle the rare ores from her possession. They even lured Ji Xiaoxiao to collect gemstone coral fragments, resulting in her being bitten by a gemscale serpent, leaving her in a precarious state. However, this was not an extraordinary occurrence. Such incidents were commonplace, and it was merely a matter of her naivety and discerning character. The problem lay in the fact that Ji Xiaoxiao had a formidable sister, Ji Ryue, who was the president of a medical company. After crossing over, Ji Ryue quickly gathered a substantial following due to her prowess, possessing blueprints for anti-infection drugs and healing bandages. In just 2 days, she amassed a wealth of resources. Establishing a medical organization known as Ocean Angels, Ji Ryue was very protective of her sister, and one could only imagine her fury upon learning of this incident. Consequently, a conflict erupted between the 2 factions. As of now, the outcome remains uncertain, and everyone is merely observing the unfolding drama. Chapter 15, Level 3 Construction. Suyi promptly sought out Ji Ryue. Has your sister recovered from her illness? I possess an antidote for the gemscale serpent's venom, but I require copper ores, gold ores, and other valuable items in exchange. Ji Ryue responded swiftly, let me see the attributes. Suyi sent over the attributes of the healing ointment he had failed to utilize previously. Copper ore, 1, gold ore, 1, plus 2 rolls of healing bandages. Ji Ryue also shared the attributes of the healing bandages. Name, excellent healing bandage. Category, consumable. Quality, excellent. Description, handcrafted healing bandages that outperform system-generated products. Capable of rapidly stopping bleeding and accelerating wound healing, restoring 50 health points upon use, making it a rare medical treasure for survivors in the early stages. Typically, once an individual acquires a blueprint, they can synthesize the item using sufficient materials through the system. However, this was Suyi's first encounter with a handcrafted product, and it was superior to system-produced items. Shall we trade? Ji Ryue inquired again. Suyi replied, certainly, but I have a question first. Ji Ryue asked, what question? Suyi continued, can items on the blueprints provided by the system be crafted by oneself? Ji Ryue explained, this depends on each individual's innate talent. Mine is related to medicine, thus I receive certain bonuses when crafting items like healing bandages. Common talents include agriculture, culinary skills, and other survival-related areas. Most individuals lack such capabilities. Suyi was somewhat astonished to discover that the system possessed such a hidden mechanism, though it was regrettable that his talent was likely insufficient. Having obtained the answer he sought, Suyi promptly agreed to the trade. After gathering the ores, Suyi crafted an intelligent chip and began upgrading to a level 3 building. A dense white light enveloped the entire pod, and when Suyi opened his eyes again, he found that the original pod had transformed into a sturdy ocean refuge. Its area expanded from a mere 30 cubic meters to a substantial 100 cubic meters. The outer walls were reinforced, and even the glass had been enhanced. The structure was divided into 2 levels. The upper level served as the living quarters, featuring a kitchen, bathroom, toilet, and dormitory, while the lower level contained the main control room, energy room, and storage room. The main control room boasted an enormous intelligent screen displaying real-time information about the base's temperature and power supply. In 1997 Ocean Refuge. Category, Basic Building. Level, 3. Auxiliary Facility Furniture, Kitchen, Bathroom, Restroom, Survivor Dormitory, Control Room, Energy Room, Storage Room, Basic Workbench, folding bed, gravity fishing device, lost workbench, level 2 storage cabinet, solar panel. Power system, level 1. Power supply facility, solar panel 1. Remaining power usage time, 36 hours, rapidly decreasing. Materials required for upgrading to level 4 building, 10 metal ingots, 10 titanium ingots, 10 lead ingots. Prerequisite for upgrading to level 4 building. Power system reaches level 2, scanning room 1. Suyi quickly sensed something amiss. Why was the base's power depleting so swiftly? He accessed the base's power system panel to examine the power consumption and discovered that all electrical devices within the base were connected to that solitary solar panel. The power supply was woefully inadequate compared to the base's consumption, prompting him to hastily cut off power to most of the rooms. Was the system truly this flawed? Was it really the player's responsibility to manage the base's power? Suyi was at a loss. This meant that most of the rooms were essentially unusable. Setting that aside, tomorrow marked the arrival of the first disaster. He needed to quickly sell the gem coral fragments in his possession. This treasure was immensely valuable, and Suyi intended to fetch a good price. However, before he could reach the market, a sudden message of gratitude arrived from Ji-Ryue. Her sister had indeed been cured of the poison. Ji-Ryue expressed her heartfelt thanks, saying, "Thank you so much. In the future, if you need to purchase healing potions, I can offer you a cost price." Suyi replied cheerfully, "That sounds wonderful. I want to be modest." Ji-Ryue pondered for a moment, recalling that he had previously sought copper and gold ores for the purpose of upgrading to a level 3 shelter. "I still have a gem coral fragment left. Would you like it? The price might be a bit steep, as this item is exceedingly precious." "No thanks, I still have 6 gem coral fragments." Meanwhile, Ji-Ryue nearly spat out her drink in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes, ensuring she wasn't mistaken. Suyi indeed mentioned 6 fragments. 6 gem coral fragments? How did you acquire so many? She found it hard to believe. As the leader of a large organization, she was well aware of their value. Even among her subordinates, only a select few had managed to obtain one, while most of their shelters remained at the level 2 capsule stage. After completing a dungeon, Suyi suddenly realized that he had a golden opportunity before him. The other party must possess many valuable items. Selling the gem coral fragments to her should yield a significant profit. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleamed with the promise of wealth. He hurriedly sent a message. "I was just about to list these gem coral fragments on the trading market. Would you like to buy a few? I can cover everything. I'll take them all." Ji-Ryue declared dominantly. What a generous offer. Suyi felt blissfully overwhelmed. Ji-Ryue then inquired, "What else do you need? Basic materials or blueprints? Perhaps? Your shelter must have reached level 3 by now, right?" Suyi casually asked, and Ji-Ryue immediately understood that he was seeking a power generation device. She sighed. "I don't have any power generation devices. My shelter currently only has the dormitory and kitchen powered. Besides, living alone in a shelter doesn't require much electricity. Does it? How about considering something else? Do you have any acceleration gear or items?" "Actually, I do have one." Ji-Ryue showcased a spellbook and a jade stone to Suyi. Name, Underwater Bubble. Category, Spellbook. Quality, Rare. Description, a magic created by a grand magician. Mimicking a game from the mermaid's childhood, bubbles formed by magic can envelop the caster completely, significantly accelerating their movement speed. Remaining reads, 13. Name, Magic Awakening Stone. Category, Magical Consumable. Quality, Excellent. Description, an item that awakens the magic within a person. A spellbook? Suyi was astonished. It turned out this world possessed magic in addition to the extraordinary. He promptly inquired, "I'll take both. How much do they cost?" The spellbook requires 2 gem coral fragments. And so does the Magic Awakening Stone. Suyi felt a pang of regret. It was quite expensive. Money was indeed scarce, but some purchases were necessary. Chapter 16, The Pouncing Triangle Fish. Aside from these two, do you have any upgrade scrolls for excellent grade equipment? Suyi thought of his unupgraded explosive shield and couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's also 2 gem coral fragments. Suyi's face brightened, and he quickly opted for the exchange. Afterward, he inquired if there were any masks or items that could obscure his appearance, preferably with some special effects. The previous incident with Nanzi and the others in the dungeon had reminded him that it was best not to reveal his face. Ji-Ryue did not disappoint him. "I do have a special mask, but it is cursed." She sent the mask's attributes to Suyi. Name, Cursed Mask of Kurloshi. Category, Cursed Equipment. Quality, Rare. Description, a cursed mask, once the proud creation of a mask maker named Kurloshi. Wearing it causes cognitive hindrance to others, but prolonged use can lead to terrifying consequences. How much for this mask? Suyi was eager to buy it, believing its curse diminished its value. Cursed items are perilous. Are you truly interested? Yes. A flat price of 100 basic metals. Deal. Suyi was quite satisfied with this transaction, and Ji-Ryue was equally pleased. She hadn't forgotten that this was a survival game. Tomorrow marked the arrival of the disaster. The more subordinates she preserved, the more advantageous it would be for the future. A guaranteed profitable venture. Before logging off, she gifted Suyi a can of beef stew. Let us add each other as friends. After becoming friends, Suyi upgraded his shield. Much like the energy pistol, the explosive shield underwent a significant transformation this time. Suye's first impression was that it had become considerably heavier. He nearly struggled to lift it. Name, C096 Source Shield. Category, Equipment. Quality, Excellent, Unique. Description, an exceptionally outstanding explosive shield containing top-tier lost technology. Once belonging to a marine tactical squad, it was damaged while absorbing a terrifying blow from a colossal ocean creature and is now gradually recovering. It can absorb and buffer enemy attacks, reducing the power of magical and psychic assaults. Active skill, Source Impact, converts absorbed attacks into energy once energy reaches its peak. It erupts in the form of a psychic shockwave, inducing a forced stun effect. Requires authorization for further repairs. Suyi gazed at the explosive shield in his hands, thoroughly satisfied. It was well worth the 2 scrolls he had expended. Judging by the serial number, this shield was even prior to the energy pistol, suggesting it might be even more precious. He was quite curious about the quality it would attain if upgraded to its apex. After finishing the shield upgrade, Suyi took out the spellbook and the magic awakening stone. Following Ji Ryue's instructions, he placed his hand on the magic awakening stone, closed his eyes, and cleared his mind. Gradually, he perceived tiny blue lights in the darkness, which multiplied until they sparkled like a starry sky. Suyi abruptly awoke, gasping for breath. His pupils filled with terror. The blue points had connected to form the image of a colossal creature. Just a glimpse nearly shattered his mind. Though he couldn't clearly discern its form, something felt profoundly wrong. What exactly was this magic? Could it possibly be another extraordinary sequence? Suyi examined his interface and discovered an additional attribute, mana value. To his surprise, his mana level was quite impressive, standing at 8 points. He found himself perplexed by the implications of this newfound power, as it seemed a distant reality to him. He began to delve into the magical tome, gradually succumbing to visions that transported him into the experiences of the grand sorcerer who had authored the book. In these visions, he witnessed the sorcerer, akin to a lovesick fool, trailing a group of enchanting mermaids for days on end. This left Suyi in a contemplative silence, as if he were experiencing it firsthand. While he had indeed learned the art of magic, his mind felt tainted by such revelations. Was this the nature of all sorcerers? A sense of weariness settled upon him. However, the underwater bubble spell proved remarkably effective. When he ventured outside to test it, he found that his speed within the bubble was nearly quadrupled. Yet, the bubble was fragile. A mere collision with a rock could cause it to dissipate. Soon enough, he returned to the base, bruised and battered. He came to a profound realization. Sometimes, speed is not an advantage. It was akin to a novice driver. Mental acuity served as the steering wheel, directing the bubble's movement, while his feet acted as both accelerator and brake. Despite this understanding, mastering control required practice. A moment's carelessness could send him hurtling through the air, nearly resulting in disaster. Utilizing the underwater bubble consumed 4 points of mana, lasting for half an hour. So you could harness it twice, granting him an hour of accelerated movement, quite beneficial in the early stages. The natural mana regeneration was excruciatingly slow, barely replenishing at a rate of 1 point per hour. He pondered whether he might discover equipment to expedite mana recovery, though such items were likely rare. He resolved to leave it to fate. Upon returning to his dormitory, he engaged in spirited conversation within the group chat, eagerly awaiting the arrival of midnight. He had no intention of sleeping that night. Many others shared his sentiment. Are you all planning to sleep tonight? Don't be ridiculous. Can you truly find rest? I haven't closed my eyes in days. Does anyone know what the first disaster will be? Based on my years of reading novels, I suspect it will either be a natural disaster like extreme cold or heat, or perhaps a monster attack. Nevertheless, it matters not. I've upgraded my pod, and I am certain that I can withstand any minor calamity. What level is your pod? Of course, it's level 2. It would be impossible to level up to 3 that quickly. Well, that's a relief. I've reached level 2 as well. Do you all have such ample supplies? I'm on the verge of starvation, with only a half-eaten fish left. I still have a few buckets of instant noodles, courtesy of some treasure chests. Haha, you are all worse off than I am. I've hoarded food for several days, and my pod has also reached level 2. This disaster will surely be survivable for me. Big brother upstairs is amazing. Could you lend your sister a hand? Private messages are welcome. At this point, Suyi suddenly recalled that he hadn't checked on his gravity fishing device in quite some time. He hurriedly examined its hull. 2 sharp-nosed, big-eyed fish, 1 venomous bubble fish, and an unfamiliar odd fish that surprisingly had developed legs. Suyi was taken aback, inadvertently allowing it to slip from his grasp. It landed on the base's floor, standing upright. Although it was a mere fish, Suyi perceived a disdainful expression emanating from it. Startled, he wondered what manner of creature this was. Fearing an attack, he swiftly drew his energy pistol. However, upon sighting the weapon, the creature flopped to the ground, feigning death. Its bulging eyes occasionally peeked at Suyi, seemingly observing his actions, leaving him momentarily bewildered. This little creature possessed a surprising level of intelligence. Upon capturing it again, Suyi realized it had not grown legs, but rather had 3 elongated fins, 2 on its upper body and 1 on its tail, giving it the overall appearance of a tripod. The tips of its fins bore tiny hooks, allowing it to stand firmly on the ground. Suyi touched the fins, discovering them to be exceptionally sturdy. Name: tripod fish. Type: mutant species. Description: a mutated variant of the tripod fish from the deep sea, possessing a degree of intelligence, extremely timid, and capable of sensing dangerous creatures in its vicinity. It often flees in fear, and when cornered, it will feign death. Suyi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the name given by the system. This fish was indeed a breath of fresh air among mutants. Displaying such timidity, after some contemplation, he decided to keep it as a pet, as it could provide warnings about nearby dangers. He recalled having previously acquired a blueprint for a large fish tank, and promptly exchanged 8 basic metals for 4 pieces of glass to construct it. The tank was sealed at the top, ensuring that the fish could not escape, so Suyi placed the tripod fish inside. Sensing the absence of danger, the tripod fish finally settled down. Chapter 17. The onset of calamity. Time flowed silently. Ultimately, the first disaster arrived. Suyi noticed that the surrounding waters had suddenly plunged into darkness, devoid of any light, with his base serving as the sole beacon. What on earth was happening? An unsettling feeling settled in his heart. Soon enough, his foreboding was confirmed. Something collided with the glass of his dormitory wall. Peering through the glass, he spotted a tiny suction cup clinging to it. The suction cup was minuscule, only 2 centimeters in diameter. Yet it was filled with rows of sharp teeth and a formidable beak. This was merely the beginning. An increasing number of suction cups began to strike the glass, filling it entirely. Fortunately, the glass had been reinforced, and regardless of their relentless attempts, they could not breach it. Suyi's heart sank. It was likely that these creatures had infested the entire base. At that moment, he also managed to glimpse their information. Name: suction cup demon fish. Type: contaminated species. Description: an indigenous contaminated organism, a greedy predator of the ocean. Even the mightiest marine creatures hesitate to provoke the vast numbers of suction cup demon fish. It is said that they are a manifestation of the will of a once great being who succumbed to pollution. They are insatiable and lack patience. Even gods can succumb to pollution? For the first time, Suyi felt a surge of fear. This contamination was far more severe than he had imagined. However, he was astonished to find that after realizing the base was difficult to breach, the suction cup demon fish quickly vanished, as if it had all been an illusion. Their impatience was indeed the key. As long as the base remained sufficiently sturdy, this disaster posed no threat. Conversely, if the base was inadequate, Suyi fell silent, contemplating the grim reality that many would likely perish tragically that night. The image of the suction cup demon fish assaulting the base sent shivers down his spine. He hesitated to check the world chat, fearing that the desperate final words of those facing death would haunt him. Yet, he could not resist the urge to open it. Such tragedies would likely become commonplace in the future, and he needed to adapt quickly. However, upon opening the world chat, he discovered that everyone had been silenced by the system. The number of participants was rapidly dwindling. By the time the disaster subsided, only a few million remained in the chat. In just one night, nearly 99% of humanity had been eliminated. Numbers do not lie. The truth was brutally harsh. Individuals like Suyi fared better, but those with family or loved ones among the survivors faced true despair, having lost recently reunited relatives. It was utterly disheartening. Only those with sufficient strength could remain unafraid of death. This thought solidified in Suyi's mind. He must become stronger. At that moment, the system finally made its appearance. The first disaster has concluded. Congratulations to all who survived this brutal calamity. Rewards will be granted shortly to those who remain. Moreover, the system is set to undergo an update, introducing a corresponding currency system, so stay tuned. Suyi examined the rewards bestowed by the system, a treasure chest in the form of a spinning wheel. Inside lay a plethora of valuable items, including a piece of rare-grade equipment. The grand prize was a staggering 100,000 ocean coins. Naturally, the majority of the contents were mere consolation prizes, seemingly a snack gift pack. Without further ado, Suyi proceeded to make his selection. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt at a marker resembling a map. Congratulations, you have obtained treasure map 1. Suyi scratched his head in perplexity, spreading the treasure map across the table only to find it blank at first. However, shortly after, a map of the waters near his home began to materialize, revealing the area with the giant kelp he had previously encountered. A specific location was marked on the map, situated far to the north of the base, identified as the treasure's resting place. The map indicated that it lay at the initial junction of shallow and deep waters, approximately 200 meters deep. In addition to the treasure, a significant danger zone surrounded the area, implying that acquiring this treasure would not be an easy feat. Suyi tucked the treasure map away, intending to pursue it at a later time. He first wanted to see what the system would update. Before that, he opened a half piece of compressed biscuit, mixed it with water to form a paste, roasted a deliciously juicy fish, and paired it with the canned beef gifted by Season of the Moon. Indulging in the most sumptuous meal he had experienced since his arrival in this world. Life should be celebrated with a sense of ritual. After filling his belly, a twinge of regret washed over him. He realized he had previously deprived himself, relying solely on compressed biscuits for sustenance. No longer. He vowed to seek out culinary delights to satisfy his appetite in the future. He glanced at the system, which had finally completed its update. First up was the currency. Its name was straightforward and unpretentious: ocean coins. This currency served as the foundation of the oceanic world, with many races having previously attempted to adopt alternative names, all of which were met with rejection by others. Ultimately, the name ocean coins proved to be the simplest. 10 ocean coins could procure one basic metal at the store. The system allocated each individual a starting fund, modest, amounting to 100 ocean coins. As Suyi examined a coin, he noticed it was engraved with an image of a large shrimp. It appeared that shrimp people held considerable influence in this oceanic realm. Shaking his head to dispel wandering thoughts, he began to browse the array of products offered by the system. Despite being a survival game, food and water were available for purchase, albeit at exorbitant prices. One 500 milliliters bottle of water costing 2,000 ocean coins. This was beyond the realm of extortion. Was there gold leaf infused in this water? According to the internal player exchange rate, a 500 milliliters bottle should only cost 300 ocean coins. Who in their right mind would purchase such overpriced water? The food prices were similarly outrageous. Suyi even spotted a roasted chicken priced at an astonishing 10,000 ocean coins. Were they jesting? A roasted chicken for 10,000 ocean coins? Unable to contain his frustration, he vented his displeasure at the system. Suddenly, the system interjected. This system is fair to all, with prices deemed reasonable. Suyi could only laugh in disbelief. 10,000 ocean coins for a single roasted chicken? This is the ocean world. Roasted chickens are scarce, hence their high price. An epiphany struck Suyi as his mind raced. He could purchase the roasted chicken and sell it to the locals of the oceanic world. After all, they had likely never encountered a roasted chicken before, and he could set any price he deemed fit. Pairing this with the persuasive rhetoric of Blue Star inhabitants, he could establish a high-end restaurant, and soon enough, ocean coins would flow into his hands abundantly. What a splendid prospect. He shared this plan with the system, eager to ascertain its feasibility. However, the system swiftly delivered a negative response. Warning, players must not reveal the existence of the system. Unwilling to concede, Suyi insisted, I would never disclose such information. Some matters are not hidden simply by your silence. There are many great beings in the ocean world. With that, the system ceased further interaction with this money-obsessed individual. Faced with this dismissal, Suyi had no choice but to abandon his hopes. Chapter 18, Crimson Paradise. Beyond food, the system store also offered an assortment of peculiar items. While the prices were not steep, many served bizarre functions, such as a renaming card to alter one's base name, modification cards to add annotations to equipment and items, and electronic diary notes for survivors to jot down their thoughts. Among these, Suyi found himself particularly intrigued by a type of scroll, more accurately, a new challenge initiated by the system. Name, Dungeon Sea Area Teleportation Scroll. Category, Consumable. Quality, None. Description, Upon use, players will be randomly teleported to one of 4 novice sea areas: U023, O099, F155, L322. These sea areas are classified as conquerable dungeons, with completing various tasks within them yielding substantial rewards. Price, 1 ocean coin. Note, players cannot freely enter or exit dungeons after initiating their main storyline. Suyi purchased a scroll for 1 ocean coin, eager to explore, as he might encounter other players. After all, humans are social creatures, and relying solely on online conversations was insufficient. Before proceeding, he donned the cursed mask of Clawlash he had previously acquired. The mask was entirely black, with a glimmer of silver at the corners of the eyes, exuding an unusual allure. He also concocted a satiation potion and a thirst potion, perfectly suited for exploration. Would you like to use the scroll? Yes, no. He selected yes, randomly selecting sea area. You have been assigned to sea area F155. Teleportation in progress. Suyi felt a dizzying whirl before regaining his senses, only to find himself amidst a sea of crimson waters. He had never encountered such a vividly red sea before, which severely impaired his visibility. The water teemed with various bizarre algae-like plants. The system's announcement chimed in at an opportune moment. Current sea area, F155 Crimson Paradise. Pollution level, 0. Danger level, 2. Sea water temperature, 30. The water temperature is high and significantly enriched. Please exercise caution while exploring. Crimson Paradise? What manner of paradise is this? Suyi couldn't help but scoff, but before he could finish his thought, something wrapped around his leg. Looking down, he discovered a brown alga with tendril-like appendages resembling a starfish, crawling on the seabed. In a panic, he drew his snake-toothed dagger and severed the tendrils. This provoked the creature, which retaliated by lunging at him with several more tendrils. It seemed he had unwittingly invited trouble. Without hesitation, Suyi brandished his charged pistol, firing at the creature. The shots detonated the brown algae, scattering its remnants. As he inspected the algae fragments, he found himself astonished. This was his first encounter with living algae. Name, Carnivorous red algae. Category, Abnormal species. Description, A special predator transformed from ordinary algae under the influence of this sea area's waters, preferring to feast on various fish and meats. They typically appear in groups. If encountered, it is advisable to flee quickly and avoid entanglement. Suye's expression darkened in an instant. The murky waters surrounding him had transformed into this red algae without his notice, silently encroaching. Was this truly a paradise for algae? Seizing the opportunity before the encirclement closed in, Suye activated a bubble to propel himself through the gap, spotting numerous strange fish along the way. These fish appeared to be parasitized by the algae, their bodies merging with the plant life. He continued to forge a path with his charged pistol until the bubble dissipated, at which point he dared to ease his pace. The surroundings had returned to safety, and the water was no longer as murky as before. Was this the difficulty expected in a novice sea area? Suye found himself questioning his existence. Yet, not far off, there were others who found themselves questioning their own lives even more. Andre is but an ordinary scavenger in the Crimson Paradise. In this desolate sea, there are many scavengers like him, most of whom are prisoners exiled to this wild expanse. Each of them endures a wretched existence, with the specter of death looming over them at any moment. Numerous dangers abound in the Crimson Paradise, among which 4 entities are particularly terrifying. The red kelp, known as the Silent Hunter, is one such menace. It can effortlessly devour a settlement, moving without making a sound, often claiming lives while people are lost in slumber. Such tragedies have occurred frequently, prompting the inhabitants of the sea to navigate around it, leading to the appointment of dedicated watchers. Andre is one such unfortunate soul. However, today he astonishingly witnesses someone burst forth from its depths. Is the shimmering bubble surrounding the individual a form of magic? Suddenly, Andre recalls having heard that a sorcerer would visit this area not long ago, seemingly en route to a settlement in the west. It was said that someone had discovered a spell book there, a coveted item that sorcerers often purchase at exorbitant prices. With this thought, Andre hurriedly approached. This is a golden opportunity for wealth. Sorcerers are typically generous, and if he guides this one, he might earn a handsome tip. Suye gazes at the silent Andre before him. How should one describe the denizens of the ocean world? They exhibit a bewildering array of peculiar shapes, instilling an unprecedented sense of awe. Andre's head rests atop a starfish resembling a face-hugging creature. This is his true form. Andre's race is known as the Hairdeck, having joined another great entity in the embrace of glorious evolution, much like the Kos. Their regenerative abilities have become remarkably potent, with their body parts gradually transforming into interchangeable tools. As long as the starfish on their head remains alive, they cannot perish. They can merely find a corpse to inhabit, restoring their ability to move normally. This capability is indeed impressive. However, it seems the other party has mistaken him for a sorcerer. Thanks to this fortuitous misunderstanding, Suye has learned a great deal. F-155. The Crimson Paradise is a savage maritime realm where most inhabitants are various criminals and cultists. Naturally, Suye remains unaware of how these cultists are defined. Overall, this place is exceedingly perilous, yet it possesses a singular advantage: the absence of any governing forces. Andre is perplexed as to why such a vast expanse of sea remains unclaimed by any faction. Perhaps it is due to the nature of the waters themselves. No one has ever discerned why the sea here perpetually exhibits a crimson hue or why the peculiar kelp has undergone mutation. Scholars have attempted to study the waters, yet have found no clues, ultimately abandoning their inquiries over time. Of course, none of this concerns Suye. He ponders whether to continue masquerading as a sorcerer and sees a grand opportunity. After all, a spell book holds immense value. However, he recalls Andre mentioning that the settlement in this sea wields considerable power. After some contemplation, Suye resolves to proceed. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Moreover, he is, after all, a sorcerer. Does possessing even a single spell not qualify him as such? With this thought in mind, he eagerly instructs Andre to lead the way, while Andre, brimming with enthusiasm, guides him toward the settlement, showering Suye with warmth and concern that leaves him slightly embarrassed. He feels as if Andre is more affectionate than he is toward his own parents. Unbeknownst to Suye, sorcerers in the ocean world are also referred to as extraordinary candidates. Chapter 19. The Lethal Jellyfish. Currently, over 20,000 individuals have ventured into the F-155 waters, with many more observing from a distance. The regional chat is particularly lively. Goodness, why is the sea so red? Didn't you see the system announcement? The waters are severely eutrophic, resulting in a red tide. I lack education. What is a red tide? In simple terms, it's an abnormal phenomenon caused by the rapid proliferation of plankton, protozoa, or bacteria in the ocean. However, not all red tides appear red. What are plankton? Are they those bizarre-looking creatures? Sort of, why do you ask? I think I see many right beside me. Are you joking? Most plankton are too small to be seen. Why did you go silent, my friend? ID N112155542-3 sent an image. The regional chat fell abruptly silent. The image was the last photo taken by a person just before their demise, showing them being engulfed by a transparent Nidarian, allowing others to glimpse the despair and agony etched upon their face through the creature's body. Is this a joke? What on earth is that? Aren't plankton supposed to reproduce through photosynthesis? Can someone explain this? Suye's heart quaked. This person's luck seemed even worse than his own. Is the system's teleportation truly random? That's quite unfortunate, relying entirely on chance. Yet soon, someone emerged to clarify. That should be a carnivorous jellyfish. Jellyfish? Do they eat humans? The creatures of another world cannot be explained by common logic. How terrifying. I nearly wet myself. I'm starting to feel anxious. Surely there aren't any of those things near me. Aren't jellyfish just sea nettles? Just eat one. Fool. Sea nettles are jellyfish, but not all jellyfish are sea nettles. The two differ in shape, tentacle structure, behavior, coloration, and habitat. Moreover, jellyfish tentacles usually contain venom. If you wish to court death, just say so. I think I'll head home. I'm feeling a bit scared. Me too. I suddenly appreciate the safety of my own base. Is the system mistaken? Is this perilous sea truly a beginner's area? Complaints grew increasingly frequent. Suyi turned to Andre and inquired, "Are there jellyfish in these waters?" Andre promptly responded, "Indeed. And in abundance. I have heard from the elders who have lived here for ages that this area, long before the red tide erupted, was a paradise for jellyfish." A paradise for jellyfish? Yes, but that was a long time ago. Only a few elders are aware of it. Nowadays, jellyfish can only be found in the misty forest. Those jellyfish are no trifles. Suyi was astonished. Is there truly a forest beneath the sea? Andre nodded, then shook his head. I have never been there. I've only heard tales. It is the most profound, forbidden zone of the Crimson Paradise, as perilous as the red kelp region you previously traversed. No one who has ventured there has returned safely, and he leaned closer to Suyi and whispered, "It is said that those who dream of that place lose their souls." Suyi was skeptical. Is that true? Andre remained reticent, unwilling to elaborate further. Suyi had no choice but to suppress his curiosity. As the two continued toward the settlement, Suyi observed Andre consuming a type of crimson seaweed, seemingly partaking of it every half hour. He questioned with suspicion, "What are you eating?" Andre looked at him quizzically. "Detoxification grass. Don't you need to eat it? The waters here are laden with toxins due to the red tide, which can adversely affect your health over time, even leading to loss of life." After saying this, he suddenly realized, of course, you are a sorcerer. Suyi was unclear about what he had just inferred. He gathered a sample of the crimson seaweed Andre had been consuming. Name, crimson detox grass. Category, plant. Quality, ordinary. Description, a common type of seaweed found in the Crimson Paradise waters, possessing slight toxicity, but no adverse effects on the body. Consuming it can counteract the various toxins in the waters of the Crimson Paradise, and extracting crimson essence from it for injection yields even better results. Suyi contemplated and then shared the information about the toxicity of the seawater and the crimson detox grass in the regional chat. The regional chat erupted with fervor. Gratitude to the esteemed one. The eminent figure is truly remarkable. How swiftly this critical matter has been clarified. Is the esteemed one in need of charms? I can come over. Count me in. After all, I am still a girl. Enough already. I've been deceived like this before. Online, they call themselves cute. But in person, their arms are thicker than my legs. There are tales to tell up above. Boo-hoo. I am not a cute creature. Suyi found himself at a loss for words. Their attitude was genuinely commendable. He continued to inspect his oxygen tank, feeling an unsettling sensation that his oxygen levels were depleting more rapidly since entering the Crimson Paradise waters. It should have been a decrease of 1 unit per minute. Yet it had escalated to 2 units. With 45 hours of oxygen, now only supporting 22. 5 hours. He could not fathom where the error lay. It wasn't just him. Others in the regional chat had also noticed this anomaly. Have you felt something amiss? Why is my oxygen level dropping so swiftly? You too? I thought it was just me. What is going on? It's a problem with the oxygen tanks. Suddenly, a comment caught Suyi's attention. The poster elucidated. I presume everyone has purchased the standard oxygen tanks from the trading market. The oxygen provided by the tanks is influenced by the environment and depth. Especially depth. The deeper you descend, the more rapidly your oxygen is consumed. Is there such a notion? Suyi was somewhat astonished, uncertain how the other person had arrived at this conclusion. The regional chat was filled with lamentations. Does this mean my underwater breathing time has been drastically reduced? Useless oxygen tanks. I want a refund. Enough already. Just having one is a blessing. At that moment, another comment emerged. In fact, I know of a method to never worry about oxygen again. Is that true? How is that even possible? I am not deceiving you. Those interested can message me privately. Suyi furrowed his brow at this comment, sensing something peculiar about the individual. He attempted to reach out, expressing his desire to learn about the method mentioned earlier. The other party seemed quite enthusiastic. Yet, the first words out of their mouth made Suyi realize there was an issue. Brother or sister, have you ever considered abandoning your current identity? What do you mean? Suyi inquired. Don't you think it is too fragile to live in this ocean world in a human body? The issue of oxygen alone is difficult to resolve. Why not shift our perspective and evolve like the indigenous inhabitants of this world? Suyi's pupils constricted. Are you still human? Do not worry. I am doing quite well now. I previously encountered a missionary who helped me achieve glorious evolution. Suyi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This person had clearly lost their sanity. Chapter 20. treasure hunter. Suyi had no intention of relinquishing his human identity. Of course, stepping into the extraordinary realm is not the same. That pertains to a vertical leap in life. Its essence remains human. He knew full well that the missionary could not have assisted the other in evolving through extraordinary means. Otherwise, the extraordinary among the coast tribe would not be so scarce. Thus, the so-called evolution described by the other was highly suspect, considering not all deities are benevolent. That missionary is dangerous. Suyi cautiously asked, "Where did you encounter that missionary?" "Right in the Crimson Paradise. Would you like to join us? May I inquire about the name of your faction?" The other party immediately ceased speaking and logged off, evidently sensing something amiss. However, Suyi had already extracted the information he sought. "Andre, are there missionaries or similar individuals in the Crimson Paradise?" Andre replied, astonished. "Missionaries? This place is filled with exiles. No major faction's missionary would endure such hardships to preach here. If anything, they are cultists. Any words from them should not be trusted, lest one unwittingly transform into a monster." With that, he sighed heavily, lamenting that he should have gambled less previously, had he not accrued a mountain of debt. He wouldn't have been cast here to dwell alongside cultists. "Master Mage, your residing waters must be quite safe." "Safe?" Suyi's expression turned peculiar. "Polluted waters are hardly safe." The two soon arrived at the gathering place. The individuals here bore an array of bizarre appearances, and Suyi, having limited knowledge of marine life, struggled to discern their races. However, they all exhibited some human traits, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. He even spotted other humans like himself. "Wait, that seems to be a survivor." Suyi breathed a sigh of relief and approached the individual. Andre followed suit. The individual appeared to be a young male, not particularly tall and rather frail. At that moment, he was engaged in a brawl with a burly man whose arm resembled a lobster claw, but his strength was insufficient, and he was soon knocked to the ground. As he fell, he shouted phrases like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not despise the youth for being poor. Suyi could not bear to watch. After all, he was also a survivor. If he could help, he would. "Stop fighting," he interjected. The burly man glared fiercely at Suyi. "Are you this kid's accomplice?" In response, a condensed energy bullet whizzed past the burly man's neck, narrowly missing him and almost resulting in his immediate demise. The surroundings fell silent. Suyi shot a cold glance at the burly man. "Did you not hear me speaking to you?" The burly man swallowed hard and fled in a hurry. The young man, who had just been on the ground, suddenly sprang up. He looked at Suyi with excitement, exclaiming, "What a relief! Finally, I have encountered a normal person." Upon hearing this, the gazes of those around turned unfriendly. "What do you mean by finally encountering a normal person? Are we not normal?" Although these indigenous people do not resemble typical humans, with 3 or 4 out of 10 possessing non-human heads, the ocean world has quite an open-minded perspective. The inhabitants here accept all appearances, but direct insults are intolerable. Suyi's lips quivered slightly. "Do not mind him. This fellow is a bit unhinged." Hearing this, the others chose to remain silent, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Suyi fabricated an excuse to have Andre wait for him a moment off to the side, then began conversing with the young man. His name was Xiachan Gu, with very fair skin, claiming to have previously studied fashion design on Blue Star. He had just returned from abroad, ready to showcase his talents when he encountered this predicament. However, Suyi noticed that he did not seem particularly distressed. In fact, he appeared unusually excited. Xiachan Gu nonchalantly stated, "This is another world. Who hasn't he dreamed of crossing over?" Suyi scrutinized him for a moment, asking curiously, "You're not a shut-in, are you?" "Ah, no. I just occasionally watch anime and read novels." Unlike Suyi, Xiachan Gu had arrived in a very safe location. He came to this gathering place in search of a treasure. He even invited Suyi to join him, proposing a 50-50 split of the spoils. Suyi thought he was rather naive. Not all survivors are good people. There is a saying, in a foreign land, sometimes acquaintances are more dangerous. "Treasure?" Suyi regarded him with surprise. "How do you know there is treasure here?" Xiachan Gu beamed with pride. "My initial talent is that of a treasure hunter. I can detect treasure locations within a 30-mile radius. It is thanks to my treasure hunter ability that I have survived until now. Do you think I can't find treasure?" "That talent of yours is indeed impressive," Suyi praised. "So, would you like to join? I see you're quite strong." "Not interested. I have other matters to attend to." Suyi turned to leave. After all, treasure pales in comparison to a magic book. Xiachan Gu grew anxious. "Come on, brother. Isn't it better to search for treasure together? I already said I have other matters. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. I never claimed you were, but I genuinely have things to attend to. You could seek others. Just shout in the regional chat. And I guarantee you'll attract a crowd. I won't accompany you any longer. I have others waiting for me. Big brother." As Xiachan leaped and clung tightly to Suyi's leg, Suyi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Let go," he demanded, to which she defiantly replied, "I won't. So, will you release me or not?" "I simply refuse to let go." Without uttering another word, Suyi exerted force in an attempt to extricate his foot. It wasn't long before he felt an unusual sensation around the thigh she was grasping. With a hint of suspicion, he glanced at Xiachan and inquired, Are you a woman? Xiaoqing nodded and softly replied, I don't believe I ever claimed to be male. Suyi scrutinized her further, thinking to himself, what a tomboy. He stated earnestly, I couldn't tell. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at him. I altered my appearance with props, so naturally, you wouldn't be able to discern. Then why did you insist on joining me? Suyi paused to ask. I require a reasonable explanation. I find it hard to trust strangers. I previously collaborated with someone, only to be betrayed. Since then, I've been wary of others. Not long ago, I discovered a peculiar piece of equipment that reveals the sin value of those around me. Yours is quite commendable. Suyi felt somewhat incredulous, never expecting to be labeled a good person. What do you mean by sin value? Xiaoqing elucidated. The sin value is akin to those classifications you find online, such as lawful good, neutral good, or chaotic evil. However, my equipment displays it through colors. With only 3 basic categories, black, white, and gray. The more misdeeds one has committed, the darker the hue. Your color is very light. Thus you must be a good person. Chapter 21. The Undersea Tavern. Ultimately, Suyi acquiesced. He harbored a genuine interest in treasure. But he planned to secure the spellbook before pursuing the treasure. In the interim, Xiaoqing would refer to herself as his assistant, a title she eagerly proposed. She had long wished to try her hand at being an assistant, relishing the thought of playing the role of Sherlock Holmes's aide. No, rather, a magician's assistant. Heh. Before long, she began to giggle foolishly. Suyi, perplexed, inquired, what are you laughing about? Oh, it's nothing. The two sought out Andre once more to continue their journey. Andre cast a somewhat envious glance at Xiaoqing, believing that serving as a magician's assistant must be a marvelous endeavor. One that would not only bring prestige, but also promise a bright future. Little did he know that Suyi was merely a facade of a magician, and even poorer than him. Upon reaching their destination, Andre looked at Suyi with a face full of flattery, clearly anticipating a tip. Suyi felt a headache coming on. He did not wish to withhold Andre's gratuity, for he had performed his guiding duties diligently. However, he genuinely had no money on him and could only offer something he no longer needed as compensation. After some contemplation, he ultimately handed over a poisonous blow dart, an item he had never utilized. Andre, unperturbed, recognized its potential value on the black market. Kassian poison-making techniques were top tier. After sending Andre on his way, Suyi turned his attention to the tavern before him. The establishment was named Dreams of Dusk. With a name like that, one could surmise it was no ordinary tavern. It was notorious in the area for preying on unsuspecting visitors, with even a single bottle of liquor costing thousands of ocean coins. The tavern's proprietor, Bob, was the owner of the spellbook and simultaneously the leader of this gathering place. According to Andre, he had swindled the book from an ignorant individual, ultimately eliminating him, a ruthless character indeed. Beside him, Xiaoqing's focus diverged from the ordinary. She exclaimed in wonder, a tavern exists in the sea. How astonishing. But how does one drink underwater? She was utterly perplexed. Suyi cautioned her, don't speak carelessly once we enter. They are not the benevolent sort. I know that. I'm not foolish, Xiaoqing retorted with an eye roll. As they stepped into the tavern, they spotted 2 individuals at the counter. One of them was an elderly man, Bob. His aged visage was marred with unsightly wrinkles, his upper body resembling that of a human, while his lower half was fused with a colossal seashell. Beneath him crawled a multitude of appendages, and after observing for a while, Suyi realized his true form was that of a hermit crab. His human torso and the shell were mere disguises, reminiscent of Andre's own situation. Both species thrived on parasitism. The other individual at the counter was a human female. Xiaoqing, astonished, remarked, another survivor. The woman, upon hearing Xiaoqing's voice, turned. With long hair cascading over her shoulders and a face unadorned by cosmetics. Her eyes possessed an enchanting allure, capable of captivating anyone with a mere blink. She regarded Suyi and Xiaoqing with mild surprise, smiled at them, and then sauntered out of the tavern, not through the front door, but transforming into a stream of water that flowed seamlessly through the wall. As she brushed past, Suyi caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance, causing his mind to spin. Xiaoqing, beside him, appeared even more affected, grinning foolishly, nearly drooling. Good patrons. Would you care for some drinks? Bob's deep voice jolted the two from their stupor. Once Suyi regained his senses, he realized something was amiss. That fragrance had a beguiling effect. He cast a suspicious glance at Bob. That person. Bob replied indifferently, she is a sea nymph. A beautiful and intelligent race renowned alongside sirens in the ocean world. Her true form is water. She simply enjoys transforming into the likeness of a human female. Such a race exists? Xiaoqing exclaimed in awe. One must order a drink first. It is the tavern's rule. Bob presented them with a price list. Suyi's brows furrowed as he surveyed the exorbitant prices, realizing he had severely underestimated the rapacity of this establishment. The cheapest absinthe was priced at 3,999 ocean coins. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Xiaoqing boldly ordered 2 of the most expensive drinks. I'll have 2 of this one called Song of Yule. Each is 999 ocean coins. Xiaoqing declared with bravado. Suyi's heart nearly stopped, while Bob's eyes sparkled with delight, his wrinkles nearly disappearing from the force of his smile. I assure you, you shall be satisfied. Suyi quickly pulled Xiaqinga aside and whispered urgently, where did you acquire such a sum of ocean coins? Xiaqinga blinked innocently. I won 100,000 ocean coins in a lottery. Suyi fell into silence, astounded. Wasn't that the grand prize? Was she some sort of lucky star? Yet, spending 20,000 ocean coins on 2 drinks seemed excessively extravagant. Xiaqinga beamed at him. Don't worry, I can afford this. Suyi found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Bob placed 2 glasses of golden-hued liquor before them. The liquid sparkled like gold, refusing to dissolve even when in contact with seawater, creating a stark boundary where the two met. Bob thoughtfully provided them with straws. Give it a try. This is the Song of Yield. Suyi's heart sank, but he managed to force a smile, noting the drink's appealing appearance. He took a deep gulp and was instantly transformed. The flavor was exquisite, and the moment the liquid coursed through him, he felt an invigorating warmth spreading throughout his body, revitalizing every cell. What astonished him most was that both his strength and constitution had permanently increased by a point. Coupled with his prior training, his strength now reached 6. And his constitution 5. What kind of drink is this? It's extraordinary. Andre claimed this was a black tavern, but I was deceived. It seems you have a good affinity with the Song of Yield, Bob observed, visibly perturbed by the turn of events. Xiaqinga, having finished her drink, did not experience the same effects as Suyi. She did not gain a permanent increase, but received a temporary buff from the Song of Yield, enhancing her strength and constitution by 3 for 3 hours. Even so, she was taken aback. This buff is remarkably potent. Boss, what exactly is this drink? Suyi couldn't help but inquire. Curious to know? Bob raised his gaze and asked. Suyi nodded vigorously. May I have another glass? If I could accumulate points once more, it would be an incredible windfall. Though it's unlikely to gain points consecutively, one must always harbor hope. Do me a favor. Chapter 22, The Former Undersea Forest. What favor? Suyi asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. What do you know about the history of the Crimson Paradise Sea? Nothing at all. Then wait a moment. Let me ponder where to begin. Bob fell into reminiscence. Long, long ago, this place was not known as Crimson Paradise, but as the illusory sea forest, the most beautiful expanse of ocean in the entire FC. Sheltered by Yelai, whose vibrant life force bestowed boundless vitality upon this realm. Yelai refers to the sovereign of the illusory sea forest, originally a species of jellyfish. Is the sovereign formidable? Xiaqinga's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Bob, his voice hoarse, replied, the sovereign is a magnificent entity. Second only to deities in the marine world, they can effortlessly alter the ecological environment of an entire sea. The illusory sea forest was born thanks to Yelai and perished with its demise. Died. How did it perish? Xiaqinga exclaimed in shock. In the Great War of the Turbulent Era, a terrifying conflict that embroiled countless seas, their adversaries were immensely fearsome. Not only sovereigns fell, but even many deities met their end. Yelai was grievously wounded and returned here to fall into slumber. What happened afterward? Bob crushed his cup, his tone turning exceedingly furious. A betrayal occurred. Someone injected Yelai with a class-defying spore of red seaweed while it slept. It rapidly drained Yelai's vitality and began to proliferate until the waters turned crimson, prompting others to notice Yelai's plight, but it was already too late. Who was the traitor? Uncertain. This is all knowledge gleaned from storybooks. Xiaqinga suddenly found the tale rather dull. So, it was all fabricated, a concoction of human imagination. Suyi fell into contemplation, sensing a degree of plausibility in the narrative. He recalled Andre mentioning that this sea was once a paradise for jellyfish and the existence of the misty forest. Of course, another possibility loomed. Andre and Bob might be in cahoots, fabricating this tale to deceive. Yet that drink from earlier. Suyi found himself momentarily perplexed by the other party's intentions. Bob turned to Suyi and suddenly asked, You are a mage, aren't you? Surprised, Suyi responded. Did you discern that? Otherwise, why would I present you with the authentic Song of Yelai? The ingredients for this drink are exceedingly rare. I scarcely dare to indulge myself. Had it been anyone else, I would have extorted a hefty sum from them. You came for the spellbook, did you not? Without further ado, Bob produced it. Displaying it before the two, Suyi gazed at the title on the book, momentarily stunned. The Ricard Storybook, The Illusory Sea Forest. Is this the spellbook? The system provided him with a definitive answer. Name, The Ricard Storybook, The Illusory Sea Forest. Category, Spellbook. Quality, Rare. Description, a short story penned by the renowned marine botanist Ricard von Leisure, reworked by a great being who seems to hold this tale in high regard. Reading it may grant a magic related to the illusory sea forest. Remaining readings, 24. This truly is a spellbook, and it appears to possess a certain uniqueness. Suyi looked at Bob in astonishment. You so generously showcase such a precious item. Are you not afraid we might steal it? Bob scoffed. I would actually welcome you to steal it. Oh, why? Bob replied gravely. This spellbook bears a curse. A curse? Suyi instinctively touched his mask. His mask also bore a curse, yet nothing untoward had occurred thus far. What curse? He inquired. Ever since I acquired this spellbook, I have not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. Each night, I involuntarily suffer nightmares. Yet the problem is, my race does not sleep at all. Subsequently, I noticed my aging has accelerated alarmingly. Despite my current appearance, I am merely 32 years old. Xiaochan-gu stared at Bob in shock. You are only 32? I thought you were nearing 80. Suyi regarded Bob's wrinkled face, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Bob's expression darkened. Enough of that. This spellbook's malevolence does not end there. I have attempted to tear it apart, discard it, or sell it to others, yet it invariably returns to me by the following morning. And those who purchased it have all perished. Suyi remarked, it seems it has set its sights on you. Xiaochan-gu gleefully chimed in. Perhaps you did something malevolent. Bob found himself unable to refute her. The spellbook was indeed obtained through deceit, and he had killed the individual. Yet he had done so purely out of his own deception. He recalled the taunts of the man as he died, proclaiming that Bob would meet a similarly grim fate. And only a mage could save him. After piecing together the events, Suyi asked, so you want my assistance in freeing you from the spellbook's torment? In other words, something is bound to occur after reading it. You must have sought out several mages before, am I correct? Bob innocently spread his hands. To gain benefits, one must naturally bear the risks. Did they perish? Suyi's expression grew cold. I am uncertain. Those two, after perusing the spellbook, incessantly raved about going to some place and subsequently left, never to return. However, since the spellbook has returned to me, they may indeed be dead. Bob said slowly. I have outlined the risks to you. Whether you accept this task is entirely your decision. If you succeed, I can provide you with the recipe for the Song of Yelai, the prized treasure of my tavern. Suyi tapped his fingers on the counter, deep in thought. Beside him, Xiaochan-gu remained silent, refraining from interrupting Su Ye's contemplation. She could tell that Su Ye was intrigued. All right, I accept. Su Ye picked up the spellbook and strode towards the door. Hey, wait for me. Xiaochan-gu hurriedly followed suit. She caught up to Su Ye and asked, Big brother, are you not afraid of losing your life? I have confidence, Su Ye replied, glancing at the spellbook in his hand. He sensed that Richard von Leisure, the author of this book, was no ordinary figure, sharing traits with the creator of his lost workbench, the marine pollution specialist Rodheimer. He suspected that the underlying truth was directly related to the current state of this sea. Xiaochan-gu sighed helplessly. Fine, it's your choice. Su Yi smiled gently at her. Rest assured, I shall not perish. It better be so, or I will be left to seek treasure alone. The two found an unoccupied spot, and Su Yi opened the spellbook to read. Chapter 23, Overproliferation. Once again, Su Yi experienced a hallucination. He found himself within an underwater forest, where towering ancient trees, each over 100 meters high, stood resolutely, emanating a vigorous life force. Ethereal, dreamlike, glowing jellyfish transformed into lanterns, adorning the entire forest in a celestial, dreamlike splendor, a beauty that seemed otherworldly. Where's this? The illusory sea forest? Su Yi tested his surroundings and discovered he could move freely. He strolled through this underwater forest, where vitality surged to a terrifying degree. Here, he required no breath, as it provided all the nutrients necessary for life. Yet soon, he sensed something amiss. A tingling sensation coursed through his body. An instinctual itch as if some dreadful limitation had been lifted, causing his cells to begin an infinite proliferation. His weight was rapidly escalating, and his skeletal structure ultimately succumbed under the strain, transforming him into a colossal mass of bloated flesh, entirely devoid of human form. He continued to expand, stretching meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. Eventually, he transitioned to a divine perspective, watching helplessly as his proliferating mass filled the entire expanse of the ocean until it reached the boundaries of this domain. The borders loomed like walls crafted by a deity, segmenting vast stretches of the sea. The mass began to press against these towering walls. Yet, no matter how much it expanded, or how immense the force it exerted upon the walls, the barriers remained utterly unresponsive, let alone cracking or deforming. A silent contest ensued between the two. The mass attempted various methods to breach the walls, but all efforts proved futile. Time slipped away, and suddenly, it ceased its proliferation. The instinctual yearning overwhelmed by the unyielding barriers. The entire sea of flesh began to decay and decompose, a process that would unfold over a protracted duration. Su Yi awoke from this hallucination, a chime resonating from the system. You have learned the magic of overproliferation. Overproliferation can be cast on any living being, including oneself, causing their cells to proliferate endlessly. However, this process requires a substantial amount of energy, and when all accessible energy is exhausted, proliferation will cease. Mana consumption, 8. Su Yi rubbed his temples, the vivid imagery from the hallucination imparting a profound understanding of the terrifying nature of this magic. He dared not even contemplate the grotesque form he had just witnessed, akin to a mere mass of flesh driven solely by the instinct to grow. Yet, questions lingered in his mind. The vitality within the illusory sea forest was abnormally abundant, capable of sustaining a mass of flesh to such an extent. Where did this vitality originate? Was it derived from Yele? If it truly was Yele, what extraordinary pathways did he command? Was he truly a jellyfish? And what of the towering walls at the borders? Were they a natural formation of this world? Did the real oceanic realm also harbor such barriers? Suyi felt a growing multitude of uncertainties swirling in his mind, but at this moment, they paled in significance compared to the narrative conveyed by the hallucination. He failed to grasp its meaning. Could it even be deemed a story? Or was it that the protagonist within it remained unseen? Carl Vaughan was a botanist. Thus the protagonist in his narrative should also be a plant. Immediately, Suyi thought of the algal flora thriving in the Crimson Paradise, their explosive proliferation mirroring the grotesque form he had witnessed in his vision, albeit at a less terrifying pace. Yet, if this continued, the ocean would inevitably face doom. The question lay with that forest. Yele's essence might reside within it, and locating this sovereign of the oceanic realm could unravel all mysteries. You have triggered the main quest, The Rescuer. Synopsis: you have encountered the hidden truths behind this oceanic expanse, yet many secrets await your discovery. Greatness often originates from the insignificant. This ocean now stands on the brink of annihilation. Please endeavor to save it. Note: this quest is of extreme difficulty. The main quest had unexpectedly commenced. Suyi was taken aback. Did this imply he could not return for the time being? He glanced at Xiao Go beside him. Has your main quest begun? It started long ago. It's about treasure hunting. Is that your main quest? Indeed. Alright then. It seems your task isn't overly challenging. My main quest, however, is rather arduous and cannot be resolved in the short term. I might as well assist you in finding your treasure first, lest you follow me aimlessly and inadvertently risk your life. Xiao Go was touched by his words. Big brother, you are so kind to me. She nearly embraced Su Ye's leg, but he disdainfully pushed her away, stowing away his spellbook as they set off toward the treasure's location. Along the way, the two began to encounter other human survivors, and the number in the regional chat swelled to over 100,000. Groups were already forming. Are there any brothers interested in exploring the ocean together? Add me as a friend. We're 4 short. Is anyone interested? Can any experts lead me? I'm delicate and easy to topple, and I can massage you on the way, ensuring you're thoroughly comfortable. Hey up there, are you male or female? How cute. Of course, I'm a boy. Damn, what garbage chat. Xiao Gu also spotted this message. She turned to Suyi. Big brother, I can help you with massages too. Let us skip that. I don't particularly enjoy others touching me. You're so cold, big brother. Suyi ignored her, instead searching the regional chat for any information possibly related to the illusory sea forest, or what is now called the Misty Forest. However, after a thorough search, he found no information pertinent to it. It seemed the unfortunate individual who had been devoured had exceedingly poor luck, falling directly into the Misty Forest. Nevertheless, one message caught his attention. The title read The 4 Terrifying Areas of the Crimson Paradise. According to the poster, the information was sourced from local natives. They consisted of the red algae zone, the luminous algae zone, the toxic diatom zone, and the solitary pseudorhombic algae zone, all 4 being anomalous species mutated from ordinary seaweeds. Suyi had already encountered the red algae zone. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have perished. Presumably, the contestants in the other 3 zones possessed their unique skills. He found himself intrigued. Speaking of which, were there any edible seaweeds in this ocean? Big brother, we've arrived. Xiao Gu's voice roused Suyi from his thoughts. He looked up to find that she had led him to a stall, where a plethora of white shells were displayed. The shells were sizable, and many people were opening them, seemingly akin to gambling among humans. He gazed at the shells. Name: treasure shell. Category: mollusk. Description: special shells salvaged from the deep sea, inherently attracted to valuable items, often concealing numerous treasures within. However, their flesh is delectable, frequently luring dangerous predators, thus opening them carries certain risks. Was the treasure Xiao Gu sought hidden within these shells? Chapter 24, Luminous Phosphorescent Algae. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Xiao Gu replied confidently, of course. My talent tells me there are treasures within these shells, and they are undoubtedly related to the treasure I seek. But with so many shells, how do we find it? The stall owner, Old Jean, noticed the two and donned a scheming smile. Would you two like to give it a try? My treasure shells are a specialty of the Crimson Paradise. There have been instances of treasures worth a fortune being uncovered, and I assure you both will leave laden with riches. Like Bob, his true form was also a hermit crab, the only difference being the type of sea snail on his back. Greedy treasure hunter, a common intelligent marine species. Their extreme obsession with money makes them excellent merchants in the ocean, often hiding all their wealth within sea snails. Counting money brings them the greatest joy. Conducting business with them requires utmost caution, otherwise, one may face significant losses. Suyi did not immediately agree. Let us take a look first. Just beside him, someone was already opening a shell, so Suyi led Xiao Gu a little further away. If some dangerous creature emerged from within, it could spell disaster. However, he evidently overthought it. When the individual opened the shell, it contained nothing, prompting a cry of dismay. Boss, why is there nothing inside? Old Jean shrugged. Treasure shells are all about luck. The onlookers erupted in laughter. In this day and age, there are still fools who believe in this. Old Jean here wouldn't spare a bone, let alone let good things go to others. Kid, scram. This stuff only fools you outsiders. No local resident would believe it. Exactly. The boss shot them a fierce glare. Don't spout nonsense. Your luck just happens to be poor. Come on, who would believe that? Opening a treasure chest for a mere 1,000 ocean coins. Doesn't your conscience ache? Suddenly, an excited shout erupted. I won. Su Yi and the others turned to gaze at the fortunate individual, discovering within his treasure chest a pearl, flawless and as large as a pigeon's egg, radiating an exquisite beauty. Xia Changhua's eyes sparkled with desire. She was utterly captivated by the allure of the magnificent pearl and yearned to purchase it. However, the onlookers were drenched in cold sweat, and in an instant, the crowd dispersed, fleeing at great speed. Su Yi sensed the impending danger. Lao Jin's expression changed drastically. Kid, don't touch that thing. Yet, by the time he uttered these words, it was too late. The man was oblivious to his warning, his gaze fixated solely on the pearl. Ecstatically, he lifted it, laughing maniacally. I'm going to get rich. I can finally escape this accursed sea. Just then, the pearl cracked open, revealing a sinister seam. Su Yi's scalp prickled with dread. That was no pearl, it was a living eyeball. The eyeball swiveled to fixate on the man, and from its base, several sharp tendrils shot forth, penetrating his skull and voraciously siphoning his brain matter as terror filled his bewildered eyes. Even after draining him completely, the eyeball remained unsatisfied and turned its attention towards Su Yi. In an instant, Su Yi brandished his source shield to block its tendrils, which could easily pierce through a skull, failing to leave even a mark upon the shield. A flash of white light. With a swift strike from his snake-toothed dagger, he vanquished the creature. Upon its demise, the eyeball's once pristine and pearl-like exterior morphed into a grotesque orb, marred and bloodshot. Su Yi observed it with a sense of familiarity, realizing it bore an uncanny resemblance to the eyeball fruit he had previously obtained. Albeit this one was not fully developed while the one in his possession had matured. He recalled that this entity was a product of a certain species' botanical cultivation, a process undoubtedly cruel. Xia Changhua was terrified, unable to fathom how a pearl could transform into a monster. Lao Jin, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved it hadn't escalated into a greater calamity. A death isn't a major hassle? Su Yi pointed at the corpse on the ground. It's merely one death. In the Red Paradise, fatalities occur frequently. As long as there aren't too many at once, no one cares. He continued, by the way, little brother, your skills are impressive. That shield looks valuable. Would you consider selling it to me? I can offer you a handsome price. The shield is not for sale. What a pity, Lao Jin lamented. Xia Changhua, still shaken, inquired, what was that thing just now? An eyeball fruit, a forbidden plant concocted by a group of madmen from the deep sea, known for their penchant for feasting on animal brain matter. It is said that after devouring a brain, it can acquire the memories of its victim. Capable of masquerading during its immature phase, and upon maturity, it can grow to a formidable size, leading many to their demise each year. Lao Jin glanced at it once more. However, this thing holds considerable value, provided it remains intact. Su Yi replied, we are also inclined to give it a try. Sure, feel free to choose. The spectators gathered again, murmuring among themselves. This kid is audacious, daring to try again. Did you not see? He possesses strength, unlike you. Winning a treasure is a matter of fortune. That fellow was merely unlucky. They awaited the spectacle with bated breath. Su Yi entrusted the choice to Xia Changhua, who, utilizing her treasure hunter instincts, carefully surveyed the options before selecting the largest treasure chest on display. Have you made your choice? Xia Changhua nodded, affirming, this one. Then stand back, I'll handle it. Once Xia Changhua positioned herself at a safe distance, Su Yi plunged his snake-toothed dagger into the chest's opening, forcefully prying it open. Instantly, a multitude of blue luminescent particles erupted from within, scattering and floating throughout the street. Lao Jin froze in place, as did the surrounding spectators. The entire street, filled with bustling individuals, those chatting, conducting business, or even brawling, fell eerily silent, each person rendered immobile. Only Su Yi and Xia Changhua gazed at the blue particles in bewilderment. What is this? Xia Changhua attempted to touch one. Do not touch. Lao Jin screamed in terror, his voice almost breaking, startling Xia Changhua. She hastily withdrew her hand, and simultaneously, the street's inhabitants collectively exhaled in relief. They had narrowly escaped disaster. Su Yi, perplexed by Lao Jin's reaction, opened the system description. Name, bioluminescent phosphorescent algae. Category, anomalous species. Description, a special strain transformed from ordinary bioluminescent algae under the influence of this sea's waters, typically drifting freely in the ocean and posing extreme danger. A mere light touch could ignite a widespread phosphorescent blaze and explosion, often triggering terrifying chain reactions with tremendous force. Now, Su Yi understood their fear. This was akin to a cluster of underwater mines. Chapter 25, Oxygen Mushroom. The ethereal blue bioluminescent phosphorescent algae floated above the crowd, swaying gently with the ocean's currents. Their luminescent particles pulsating like breaths, flashing with a mesmerizing blue glow, a breathtaking yet unnerving sight. It was undeniably beautiful, yet the thrill was genuine. Who the hell brought the bioluminescent phosphorescent algae out? Mom, I'm going to die. I'm so scared I might wet myself. I don't care if you wet yourself. Just don't move. I don't want to be blown to bits without a trace. Two individuals, who had been fighting moments ago, now clung to one another in a most unfortunate posture, attempting to shield themselves from the surrounding phosphorescent algae. The scene was quite the eyesore. Yet, in the face of potential death, they had forsaken all decorum. Lao Jin. How could there be bioluminescent phosphorescent algae in this treasure chest? Lao Jin, give us an explanation. Lao Jin was utterly flustered. With a woeful expression, he replied, I have no idea. I haven't ventured into the bioluminescent algae zone lately. Who knew these treasure chests would contain bioluminescent phosphorescent algae? I wouldn't dare gamble with my own life. Even as a conniving merchant. Where did you fish these treasures from? It certainly wasn't from the bioluminescent algae zone. What do we do now? I don't know. We wait. We'll wait for the ocean currents to change direction, and they will float upwards. At that point, we can lie low and sneak away. Everyone had no choice but to accept this fate. Suyi looked at Xia Changhua, who averted her gaze in guilt. She too was unaware that such a scenario would unfold, though her instincts had led her to choose that treasure chest. However, she had misunderstood Su Ye's intentions. He had indeed discovered a treasure map from the chest. His movements had been swift, and with the bioluminescent phosphorescent algae providing cover, no one had noticed. Name, Bioluminescent Algae Zone Treasure Map. Category Map. Quality, Rare. Description, a treasure left behind by an extraordinary individual who divided all their valuable possessions into 4 parts, each hidden within 4 distinct regions of the Red Paradise. If someone can gather all 4 maps, they may uncover an ultimate treasure, though no one has ever achieved this. A treasure left by an extraordinary being. Xia Changhua's treasure hunter instincts were indeed remarkable. He shared the map's details with Xia Changhua, who, upon reading it, brightened with excitement. I knew I made the right choice. The problem is, the treasure location is in the bioluminescent algae zone, Su Yi replied bluntly. Xia Changhua's expression faltered, her face falling. Not to mention venturing into the bioluminescent algae zone. Even the phosphorescent algae surrounding us could confine us here for an entire day. If we truly went there, we would likely face certain death. Su Yi remained unperturbed. Instead, he began to scrutinize the bioluminescent phosphorescent algae before them, seeking a potential method to navigate through. The bioluminescent phosphorescent algae were not as aggressively carnivorous as the red seaweed. They merely danced with the ocean currents. Yet traversing through their blockade remained a formidable challenge. Su Yi attempted to store the luminous phosphorescent algae in his system backpack, but it yielded no response. It appeared that the system backpack could not accommodate living entities. Thus, he would need to deactivate these algae before proceeding. Utilizing the energy pistol and dagger was certainly out of the question, as any contact would trigger an explosion. Unfortunately, aside from these 2 options, he found himself lacking in feasible alternatives. After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a solution, he decided to abandon that approach and devise a new strategy. Since evading the explosion was not an option, could he perhaps charge through it? He glanced at the source shield in his possession, feeling it might be worth a try. Contingent upon the shield's reliability, the ocean currents shifted unpredictably. The luminous phosphorescent algae quickly ascended to the surface. The others promptly lowered their bodies and crawled step by step toward the street's exit. Upon leaving and looking back, they discovered that old Jean had already fled. They sought Su Yi and Xia Changgu, only to find that both had also vanished, leading them to curse their own misfortune. It was clear they could no longer remain on this street. Bob, upon receiving news from his subordinates, paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. No matter, let them be. I wish to see what they are capable of. They had managed to escape. Xia Changgu, relieved by the absence of pursuers, let out a sigh. Su Yi, glancing at his oxygen levels, furrowed his brow. With only 60 units of oxygen remaining, he realized it would suffice for merely half an hour in this aquatic expanse. His oxygen tank was nearly depleted, and even the spare he had was exhausted. Initially, he had not considered this predicament, as he could fabricate standard oxygen tanks anew. But doing so required a workstation, and he was presently trapped in this oceanic realm with no means of escape. This system was truly troublesome. He needed to devise a method to replenish his oxygen supply. Xia Changgu, how much oxygen do you have left? Su Yi inquired. 30 units. Just enough for my tank to run dry, she replied nonchalantly. We cannot remain in this situation. We must find a way to replenish our oxygen. I have a plan. Follow me. Xia Changgu led Su Yi through various surface caves within the sea. Shortly thereafter, Su Yi stumbled upon a gigantic, plump sea mushroom emitting a faint glow, with bubbles occasionally surfacing from a small aperture atop it. He inquired if Xia Changgu recognized this peculiar organism, to which she enthusiastically nodded. Yes, that's it. The oxygen mushroom. Xia Changgu exclaimed. This plant can replenish oxygen. Merely standing atop it and giving it a gentle tap will suffice, allowing our oxygen levels to restore automatically. Su Yi remained skeptical, yet he followed Xia Changgu to the oxygen mushroom and tentatively tapped it. Instantly, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the mushroom, and his oxygen levels began to rise rapidly. The oxygen contained within just this one mushroom elevated his levels to 120. Remarkable indeed. Su Yi found himself perplexed as to how the oxygen transferred into his tank. He could only surmise that the system's technology was beyond his comprehension. The pair continued their search. While oxygen mushrooms were scarce, they were not entirely uncommon. Eventually, Suyi filled both of his oxygen tanks to capacity and prepared to set forth. Along the way, he checked the regional chat. Discovering that no one had mentioned the existence of oxygen mushrooms, it remained unclear whether others had overlooked this marine plant or were deliberately concealing its existence. Judging by the chat activity, it was evident that very few had unlocked the main storyline quests, with the majority still struggling for survival. The secret of the oxygen mushroom was one Xiaochang had disclosed to him, and he had no intention of revealing it. The two ventured toward the phosphorescent algae zone, but along the way, they encountered a group engaged in combat. Both sides appeared to be survivors. However, their strength was lacking. They were no match for Su Yi, armed with his advanced weaponry, and even fell short of Zhang Wenyo from the previous instance, who had exhibited commendable swordsmanship. The individuals before him resembled petty street thugs, with one wielding a crude stone axe. Yet, Xiaochang's eyes suddenly filled with fury. Chapter 26, Revenge. Noticing her demeanor, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. An enemy? Do you require my assistance? It was evident that Xiaochang was not one to seek out vengeance for the sake of justice. Her anger clearly stemmed from some personal vendetta against certain individuals among the opposing group. The intensity of her expression suggested a desire to confront them directly. Su Yi found it hard to believe she was not harboring deep-seated animosity. Taking a deep breath, Xiaochang replied, "No need, big brother. I can handle this myself." The buff from Song of Yile was still active, granting her 8 points in strength and constitution, sufficient for her to exact her revenge. Su Yi watched as Xiaochang retrieved a uniquely designed crossbow from her system backpack and aimed it at one of the opposing combatants, the man with the stone axe. The bolt she fired traveled through the water without losing speed, swiftly and accurately piercing the enemy's skull. It was evident she had practiced before. Su Yi was astonished. Why didn't you use this weapon in previous fights? The opposing group was thrown into disarray upon witnessing Xiaochang aiming her crossbow at them. They reacted like frightened mice confronted by a cat. One bespectacled man hastily cried out, "Spare us, handsome. We bear no grudges. There's no need for such lethal measures." "No grudges?" Xiaochang scoffed. "I'm targeting scum like you." Without hesitation, she continued to unleash a flurry of bolts, each one claiming an enemy life or severely injuring them. The bespectacled man, having taken a shot to the thigh, writhed on the ground in agony. Of the 7 attackers, 4 lay dead and 3 were gravely wounded. The opposing faction breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their unexpected salvation. The leader, a middle-aged man, approached Xiaochang, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young brother, for saving our lives. We were ambushed by these rogues, and without your assistance, we might have faced dire consequences today." "No need for thanks. I already had a vendetta against them," Xiaochang replied coldly. "I am Zhang Cheng. May I ask your name, young brother?" "Xiaochang," she stated. Su Yi, intrigued, glanced past Zhang Cheng to see a young mixed-race girl standing behind him, strikingly beautiful. Her high ponytail accentuated her fair neck and lovely collarbone, while her large, expressive eyes seemed to sparkle with innocence. At that moment, she blushed, shyly gazing at Xiaochang, embodying the very essence of youthful infatuation. Su Yi stifled a laugh, finding the situation amusing. However, he first needed to conclude the matter at hand. He raised his charged energy pistol and pulled the trigger, targeting the bespectacled man who was preparing to launch a covert attack. The explosive round obliterated him and his companions, the terrifying shockwaves sweeping through the vicinity, leaving them no chance to react. In the end, only a few multicolored chests remained scattered about. Survivors left behind relics? Su Yi was taken aback. It was no wonder the bespectacled man had chosen murder as an option. Zhang Cheng and his group were now thoroughly terrified. Zhang Cheng, observing Su Yi beside Xiaochang, broke into a cold sweat. With Su Yi donning the mask of Kralakisi, his features were obscured. And coupled with Su Yi's understated demeanor, Zhang Cheng assumed he was merely Xiaochang's subordinate. Little did he know that this individual was the true harbinger of death. Su Yi's actions served as a warning, a message to refrain from any untoward actions, lest they meet the same fate as the previous group. The young girl behind Zhang Cheng was utterly frightened, hastily hiding behind him. Zhang Cheng managed a strained smile, exchanging glances with his companions. Seeing their consensus, he produced a treasure map, stating, "As a token of our gratitude for your timely assistance, I have a modest gift I hope you will accept." "No need. We are here for vengeance," Xiaochang replied coolly. Su Yi's expression darkened. It seemed this individual was succumbing to his Chinibu tendencies once more. He focused on the treasure map in Zhang Cheng's hand. Name, Toxic Diatom Region Treasure Map. Category, Map, Quality, Rare, Synopsis. A treasure left behind by an extraordinary being, who divided all his valuable possessions into 4 parts, hidden in 4 distinct regions of the Crimson Paradise. If one can gather all 4 maps, they may uncover an ultimate treasure, yet no one has ever succeeded. Su Yi gazed in astonishment at Xiaochang. This fellow was incredibly fortunate. Seeking revenge had led him to stumble upon treasure. He accepted the treasure map and remarked, "We shall not take advantage of you. The relics from those individuals will serve as an exchange for this map. You have no objections, I trust? You can retrieve them yourselves. My companion and I have pressing matters to attend to." No objections were raised. Zhang Cheng exhaled in relief, and those beside him grew animated. The relic box was likely to contain valuable items. The location marked on the treasure map was far too perilous for them to approach. Given that it lay within the treacherous toxic diatom zone, it was indeed an opportune exchange for the relic box. They were entirely agreeable to it. Naturally, they were not in a position to voice any dissent. The only one who appeared less than pleased was the girl behind Zhang Cheng. Upon hearing that the two were leaving, her expression dimmed. Summoning her courage, she approached Xiaochan Gu, her eyes shimmering with shyness and anticipation. "Thank you. I'm called Jasmine, and we shall meet again." "Oh, I see," Xiaochan Gu responded nonchalantly, causing Jasmine to feel somewhat crestfallen. Once Xiaochan Gu and Su Yi departed, Zhang Cheng jested, "Has our little lady found herself a crush?" Jasmine's cheeks flushed instantly. "Zhang uncle, what are you saying?" Very well, I said nothing, right?" Her blush deepened, and she shyly lowered her head, her delicate cheeks radiating a soft hue akin to a blooming flower. Yet, recalling Xiaochan Ji's gallant demeanor, her eyes sparkled like twinkling stars. The young men in their group observed this scene with bittersweet smiles. It seemed they had no hope. Among all, only Su Yi discerned the entirety of the situation. Xiaochan Gu was lost in the joy of her successful revenge, entirely oblivious to the fact that her actions had captivated a certain young girl, and Su Yi had no intention of enlightening her. After all, the world was vast, and the likelihood of a reunion was minuscule. If it were to occur, it would only add to the amusement. It was of no concern to him. He could relish the spectacle from a distance. "Brother, do you not have any questions?" Xiaochan Gu suddenly turned to him and inquired. "Like how I came to have a grudge against those people. Questions? Why ask what you do not wish to answer?" Su Yi chuckled. Xiaochan Gu felt deeply touched. "Brother, you are truly kind to me." She nearly lunged to embrace Su Ye's leg, but he swiftly halted her. The pair continued their journey towards the bioluminescent algae zone, where the seawater grew increasingly dark until specks of blue fluorescence emerged before them, signaling their arrival at the bioluminescent algae zone. Chapter 27. The Lurkers of the Bioluminescent Algae Zone. The bioluminescent algae zone resembled an endless sea of blue fluorescence, interspersed with flickering ghostly flames that burned quietly in the water, exceptionally beautiful. It resembled a dazzling galaxy in the sky, yet this tranquility was merely an illusion. Numerous creatures exhibit phototropism, and each year, vast numbers of marine life perish in this region, including those unaware of the bioluminescent algae's perilous nature, mistaking these glowing plants for ornamental flora. Until the explosions and phosphorescent fires reduce them to ashes, they realize they have entered a realm of death. Xiaochan Gu dared not approach too closely. "How do we enter?" she asked. "Charge in directly and clear out these bioluminescent algae little by little," Su Yi replied, casting a glance at his source shield. "This time, I shall rely on it. Stay back. The noise generated might be rather significant." Xiaochan Gu positioned herself a kilometer away. Su Yi held the source shield before him, drew his charged pistol, and fired at the bioluminescent algae before him. The condensed energy bullet instantly detonated the algae. Su Yi felt the seawater suddenly brighten. In that moment, an overwhelming brilliance erupted. Boom, 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 boom. The chain reaction was unstoppable. The combined shockwave surpassed even Su Ye's explosive power by 100-fold. Yet this tsunami of energy was still absorbed and mitigated by the source shield he upheld, until not a trace remained, merely causing him to stagger back a few dozen meters. The area around him had been transformed into a wasteland. Su Yi checked himself, finding no injuries. Lost technology. Truly awe-inspiring. The two parties were not of the same caliber. Since success was achieved, the next steps would be straightforward. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he charged towards the bioluminescent algae once more. From a distance, Xiaochan Gu felt as though she were witnessing fireworks. Explosions erupted one after another, the blue phosphorescence engulfing the entire area in flames. Initially, she felt some concern, but soon, her entire being went numb. "All right, we can enter now." A clear path had been carved out by Su Yi. He led Xiaochan Gu towards the treasure's location in the west, encountering no monsters along the way. This cycle continued, and they soon arrived deep within the bioluminescent algae zone. At this moment, the two were merely a kilometer from the treasure point, and Xiaochan Gu had already spotted what seemed to be a large tree growing on the ocean floor. The surrounding waters grew darker. Despite being a shallow sea, it bore the sensation of the deep ocean. The tree radiated fluorescence, making it remarkably conspicuous in the ocean. However, Su Yi halted at the seabed. Xiaochan Gu, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong? Do you not feel that the bioluminescent algae here seem brighter?" "Do they?" "I perceive no difference." Having lingered in the bioluminescent algae zone for too long, her vision had grown fatigued. A sense of alarm surged within Su Yi. His depth perception had activated moments ago. If they continued to recklessly advance, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. He scrutinized the bioluminescent algae before him, noting that, indeed, they appeared significantly brighter than those outside. Was it due to the darkening waters? Suddenly, he noticed a flicker of fluorescence slowly approaching them. He rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. The bioluminescent algae were indeed moving towards them. No, that was not bioluminescent algae at all. Suyi snapped to attention, swiftly retrieving a flare from his system backpack, igniting it, and tossing it into the distance. The flare's intense light instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness of the seawater, revealing a hellish scene before them. The bioluminescent algae were merely lures for prey, connected to tentacles leading to flat, 2 to 3 meter long anglerfish. They lay in the silt, quietly waiting for unsuspecting prey, their mouths brimming with sharp, menacing teeth. All aimed directly at Su Yi and Xiaochan Gu, resembling gaping abyssal maws. The terrifying sight rendered them breathless. They had narrowly avoided plunging into those monstrous jaws. Upon realizing their disguise had been uncovered, the anglerfish writhed and swam towards the two. Run! Su Yi shouted as he turned and pulled Xiaochan Gu into a frantic sprint. Xiaochan Gu's legs felt numb, yet she forced herself to flee, trembling in fear. Fortunately, these anglerfish were relatively slow, and before long, they found themselves distanced from their pursuers. That was close. We nearly lost our lives. Su Yi gasped. Still shaken, he had genuinely felt as though his soul had nearly fled in terror. Adrenaline surged through him. The nearest anglerfish had been merely 2 meters away, and he could distinctly see the rows of sharp teeth in its mouth. He was certain he would have nightmares that night. Xiaochan Ji's complexion turned pale. She trembled all over, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. It took them quite a while to regain their composure. Do we still want to go? Xiaochan Gu asked, her heart still racing with dread. She suddenly lost interest in this so-called treasure. She had never witnessed such a horrifying scene in her life. And to claim she wasn't frightened would be a blatant lie. Had it not been for Su Ye's presence beside her, she would have completely succumbed to despair. The unknown often breeds a deeper sense of dread. Should we go? How could we not? Su Yi maintained a semblance of calm, a stark contrast to her rising panic. The anglerfish moved at a leisurely pace, yet they exhibited a pronounced reaction to the light stick, appearing exceedingly sensitive to illumination. In hindsight, it seemed that many of the anglerfish were initially drawn to the light stick, suggesting they possessed an inherent phototropic tendency. Perhaps it would be prudent to use the light stick as bait. He turned to Xiaochan Gu and proposed, "Why don't you wait here? I shall attempt to lure them with the light stick." With determination, Xiaochan Gu replied, "No, I can manage." "Very well. Let us rest for half an hour before setting out again." Half an hour later, the two returned to the perimeter of the phosphorescent tree. He ignited a light stick and swiftly tossed it to the other side. As anticipated, the anglerfish surged towards the light. A sigh of relief escaped them as they quickly navigated through the underwater terrain towards the phosphorescent tree, finally arriving at its base. Beside it lay a shovel, seemingly beckoning to Su Yi and Xiaochan Gu, whispering that treasure lay buried beneath the sand. Su Yi seized the shovel and began to dig, soon uncovering a glimmer of gold. A golden treasure chest? Su Yi was astounded, having never encountered a chest of such exquisite quality before. Xiaochan Gu, too, displayed a radiant smile, having just received a system notification indicating the completion of her main quest. It turned out that she did not need to gather treasures from various locations. Finding just one sufficed, as the system employed a safety net mechanism, rendering the challenge less formidable than anticipated. Together, they hoisted the chest from its resting place. Su Yi turned to Xiaochan Gu. "Since this chest pertains to your quest, you should be the one to open it." "All right, I shall do so," Xiaochan Gu exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement as she prepared to unveil the treasure. When the chest opened, a brilliant light erupted forth, yet upon glimpsing its contents, she paused, her expression falling as she turned to Su Yi and said, "It seems the items within are predetermined, unlike the randomness of other chests." She relayed the attributes of the items she had discovered to Su Yi. Name: improved bioluminescent phytoplankton seed. Category: crop seed. Quality: perfect. Description: exceedingly succulent. The improved bioluminescent phytoplankton yields delectable fruits upon maturation, each bite akin to a dance upon the palate, delivering an intense sensation. This phytoplankton can only be cultivated in a seawater environment, adaptable to any extreme conditions, and serves as a means of base defense. Name: biological detector. Category: equipment. Quality: rare. Description: capable of detecting the number of organisms within a kilometer radius, primarily utilized for biological reconnaissance. Name: phantom crossbow magical arrow quiver. Category: ranged equipment. Quality: perfect. Description: special arrows crafted to mimic the bioluminescent anglerfish. Silent, and possessing formidable penetrating power. They create no disturbances in the water, rendering them lethal in dimly lit environments. Maximum storage capacity of 7 arrows, with 1 arrow automatically replenished every hour. Carl's culinary diary. Description: chronicles the musings of a gluttonous gourmet. It appeared that only 3 items held substantial value. Xiaochan Gu hesitated before asking, "How shall we divide these?" "I shall take the bioluminescent phytoplankton seeds." While you can have the biological detector and the phantom crossbow magical arrow quiver, Suyi responded, as the latter two items held little value for him. He had long desired something delectable. Am I then taking advantage of you, big brother? She queried, reflecting on how Suyi had led her throughout their journey, with her contributions being minimal. Initially, she had intended to claim only the phantom crossbow magical arrow quiver, yet here was Suyi offering her the biological detector as well. This left her feeling somewhat guilty, though Suyi seemed entirely unconcerned, remarking that there were still 3 more treasure maps, and it was uncertain who would ultimately benefit more. Xia Chaiga nodded vigorously. All right, I am determined to explore the other 3 regions as well. With their spoils distributed, they turned their attention to the last diary entry. I have conducted numerous experiments on the bioluminescent phytoplankton, arriving at a peculiar conclusion. This algae lacks rapid reproductive capabilities, instead exhibiting exceedingly slow growth. I cannot fathom how it thrives in this maritime region. Perhaps I must study other types of algae? What does this mean? Xia Chaigo inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Suyi, deep in thought, replied, with the assistance of the system, we understand this is influenced by the waters of the Crimson Paradise Sea. It appears this extraordinary individual has already discerned the issue. Each of the 3 remaining treasure map locations likely contains a diary, and only when pieced together will they yield their full significance. Then let us depart for the toxic diatom region. Xiao Chaigu exclaimed eagerly. She retrieved the biological detector, intending to ascertain whether the previous group of anglerfish still lingered nearby. As the detector scanned, a multitude of red dots appeared on the screen. Once again, they utilized the light stick to divert the anglerfish, and shortly after leaving the bioluminescent phytoplankton area, they discovered that the regional chat seemed to have erupted in chaos. Someone had posted a bounty on them. The poster, a certain Chung Zikong, claimed that his teammates had been inexplicably attacked by Su Yi and Xia Chaigo, resulting in their untimely demise, an audacious accusation of murder. His eloquent rhetoric from a moral high ground quickly resonated with many. Shameless. How could one turn against their own kind? A murderer. Such a beast deserves to perish. Indeed, better off dead. However, some questioned Chung Zikong's narrative. Was it truly unprovoked? Perhaps you brought this upon yourselves? Chung Zikong immediately retorted, impossible. We didn't even know them when we entered this sea region. Before long, the waters had become muddied. Su Yi surveyed the scene and noticed a number of individuals covertly fanning the flames, escalating the situation further. It appeared that there was more than one instigator at play, intent on inciting a reaction from them. He glanced at Xia Chaigu, whose eyes were already glistening with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking down. She could not accept the distortion of truth. Do not be upset. Anger will not resolve the situation. Xia Chaigu wiped her nose, feeling aggrieved. What shall we do? Quite simple. Su Yi replied beneath Chung Zikong's post. I am indeed the so-called murderer you speak of. You possess a talent for fabricating lies. Yet you know full well the nature of your own misdeeds. If you seek vengeance, consider this an invitation. Come to the toxic diatom region. I shall await you there. The regional chat fell into an abrupt silence. Chung Zikong responded, just you wait, murderer. The onlookers erupted with excitement. Wait, are they really going to fight? It's bound to be thrilling. I must witness this. I want to join in too. I cannot miss such an event. Wait, do you not realize? That is the toxic diatom region. Do you truly believe those two will be there? It must be a trap, regardless of its authenticity. It is better to believe in its possibility. One must adopt the mindset of a spectator. Indeed, we can simply remain outside the toxic diatom region. Xia Chaigu turned to Su Yi. Are we truly going? Of course, it will resolve matters once and for all, Su Yi replied coolly. Some still cling to the moralistic condemnations of peaceful times, but in the realm of the ocean, there exists neither morality nor law. Only the might of the fist dictates truth. Since they dare to engage in such underhanded tactics, I have no qualms about teaching them the meaning of death. Yet, despite his resolve, he recognized the need for adequate preparation. After considering his options, he reached out to an acquaintance. He Chingwei, the individual I sought to recruit into our mutual aid alliance. Suyi, are you there? He Chingwei. Oh, an unexpected visitor. What brings you here? Suyi, your connections are extensive. I require your assistance in investigating an individual. He Chingwei. No problem. Ever since our last conversation, I have transformed the mutual aid alliance. It has now evolved into an intelligence organization. In due time, we shall release our intelligence. So, who would you like me to investigate? Suyi, a person named Chung Zikong. He Chingwei. Chung Zikong? Has he caused you trouble? Suyi, do you know him? He Chingwei. Of course, he is the infamous vice leader of the Mutual Aid Society. He was once a member of our Mutual Aid Alliance before he broke away to establish the society. You are likely aware of the events that transpired afterward, though few are privy to his true identity. The Mutual Aid Society? Suyi cast a glance at the nearby Xia Changeage, who he suspected could discern this fellow's identity. Chapter 29, Identity Speculation. Enmity with the Mutual Aid Society. Suyi immediately recalled the Ji Ryu's sisters. Her younger sister, Ji Xiaoxiao, seemed to harbor a profound grudge against the Mutual Aid Society, which corresponded perfectly with the deception Xia Changeage had mentioned. So, It seems he is indeed connected to these two. Wei, would you like me to expose his identity? Sui, not just yet. Merely send me the information, and I will offer a suitable price. If we were to reveal Chung Zikong and his associates' true identities, they would likely lack the courage to make an appearance. He planned to ensnare them all, eliminating any that could be dispatched. After all, these individuals are nothing but a scourge, and it is likely that more innocents will fall victim in the future. He harbored no mercy. Wei, you're too kind. This minor task is hardly worth anything. Truthfully, I am quite busy. Were it not for my slight fondness for you, I would not have bothered at all. Naturally, there is also an investment aspect to consider. Establishing a good rapport may prove beneficial in the future, but he did not expect Suyi to soon offer him a delightful surprise. Suyi contemplated for a moment. Where are you currently located? Wei, 0099, Vortex Paradise. You cannot fathom how terrifying it is here. One moment, the waters are calm, and the next, a vortex suddenly appears. Once ensnared, death is inevitable. Yet, that is not the most perilous aspect. At times, monstrous creatures emerge from the vortex. Vortex Paradise? Suye's lips twitched slightly. The names devised by the system were increasingly formidable. This paradise was certainly no haven for survivors. Suyi, I am at F-155, Crimson Paradise. Wei, I have heard of it. It is rumored to contain several dangerous zones, correct? Suyi, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. Would you like detailed intelligence on the hazardous zones? Wei, absolutely. Of course I would. Have you managed to acquire such information? He instantly became exhilarated. Such intelligence would be considered invaluable to them. Their intelligence organization was on the verge of launching, yet they still lacked critical information capable of capturing the attention of all survivors. Suyi arrived at the perfect moment, a veritable windfall. Suyi, currently, I only possess detailed intelligence on the bioluminescent algae zone. The other 3 zones have yet to be fully explored. However, in just a few days, I should have all the necessary information. I will first relay the details of the bioluminescent algae zone to you. You merely need to provide me with the data on Chung Zikong and his associates. The two successfully completed their intelligence exchange. Meanwhile, in the waters of Vortex Paradise, Wei and his companions found themselves trapped in a cave by a horde of sharks. The entrance was small enough to keep the sharks outside, but they were relentless, patrolling the cave's exterior. These sharks had emerged from a suddenly appearing vortex, claiming many lives in the process. Inside the cave, the oxygen levels were rapidly depleting. They were nearing their breaking point. Many were on the verge of collapse, yet Wei's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. After reviewing the intelligence Suyi had provided, he could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! Such information is attainable." His comrades exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend his exuberance. Suyi perused the data on Chung Zikong and his associates, realizing he knew precisely how to proceed. He turned to Xia Changeage and said, "When we reach the toxic diatom zone, Chung Zikong and his group are likely to ambush us. So make good use of the biosensor. I will take the initiative in the attack while you provide cover fire with your crossbow to ensure a swift resolution." Understood. Xia Changeage nodded vigorously. Just in time, she had acquired phantom crossbow arrows, perfectly suited for dispatching those scoundrels. The two advanced toward the toxic diatom zone, stopping along the way to replenish their oxygen supply. Meanwhile, Chung Zikong and his associates had already set up an ambush outside the toxic diatom zone, clad in ocean camouflage suits, making them virtually undetectable on the ocean floor. Even small fish swam nearby, providing Chung Zikong with the confidence to lie in wait. "Boss, I'm feeling a bit anxious." One of his subordinates nervously glanced back. The toxic diatom zone lay just ahead, a mere 50 meters away, revealing a golden sea. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see various fish and creatures adorned with ping-pong ball-sized golden spines, reduced to desiccated corpses. These golden spines were the domain's lethal inhabitants, aberrant, toxic diatoms. Their silicious exteriors had undergone such fortification that they were unfathomably tough, bristling with numerous spines that proliferated upon attack or contact. A mere touch of those spines would embed deeply, releasing deadly toxins that ultimately drained all nutrients, leaving only a lifeless husk behind. They were impossible to combat or eliminate. For animals, it was a miniature catastrophe. Of course, it was not only animals that suffered. Their ability to absorb nutrients was fearsome, leaving desolation in their wake, as any plant that crossed their path was reduced to mere fodder. Although they did not actively invade other territories, some creatures inevitably transported them elsewhere, resulting in further devastation. Chung Zikong shuddered at the sight of the spiny demons. If one were to inquire how they knew this, it was because of a corpse at the outermost edge of the toxic diatom zone. It was one of their own, a fool who thought it amusing, likening it to the spiky balls from the adventures of Little Carp. He had attempted to touch it and met an instantaneous demise. Terrifying. Chung Zikong quickly averted his gaze. "Let us not dwell on that. We're not going in." Another questioned, "Will those two show up?" "They should. Ji Xiaoxiao is not particularly clever." Indeed, they had not anticipated her naivety during their initial deception. Chung Zikong's demeanor darkened. Her sister, Ji Ryue, is the true threat. So we must capture her alive this time and use her as leverage against her sister. If necessary, we'll eliminate her. We must bring down at least one with us. But she could choose to teleport back, another interjected. That won't happen. She should have initiated the main quest. Oh, boss. How do you know that? Naturally, someone informed me. As Chung Zikong finished speaking, he sensed something amiss. A strange voice had just echoed from behind them. Unmistakably not one of their own. As he turned, a searing pain shot through his chest. Looking down, he saw a crossbow bolt protruding from his heart. Xia Changjich stood behind him, coldly declaring, "Go to hell, scoundrel." Chapter 30, Underwater Exploration Drone. Boss. One of Chung Zikong's companions surged forward, brandishing a trident aimed at Xia Changjich. Yet, before he could reach her, a blast shield intercepted him. A cold gun barrel pressed against his temple, and with a gunshot, he collapsed. That was rather reckless, Su Yi remarked, shaking his head at the corpse at his feet. The remaining subordinates of Chung Zikong panicked. He has a gun. We must flee. Flee. Is there time? Su Yi switched his energy pistol to full automatic mode, expending the 24 energy rounds in almost an instant, leaving only 8 relic chests on the field. To his surprise, one of the chests was golden, indicating its superior quality. The golden relic chest had transformed from the corpse of Chung Zikong. Was this fellow truly so affluent? Su Yi was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated such a windfall. He then gazed at the remaining 7 chests, all of which were of bronze quality. How ridiculous. What a farce this so-called mutual aid alliance was, keeping all the good treasures for themselves. Brother, you take this chest, he said. Xia Chaiji's lips curled into a gentle smile of gratitude, her expression reminiscent of a blooming lily, illuminating the surrounding waters. Despite her usual tomboyish demeanor, her striking visage was undeniably captivating. However, before her stood Su Yi, who was solely interested in exploring the oceanic realm, at least for the time being. All right, I shall not be polite then. Ignoring the forlorn expression of a certain someone, Su Yi promptly opened the relic chest. Name, Ocean Camouflage Suit Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, excellent. Description, a camouflage suit that blends seamlessly with the surrounding environment, offering exceptional concealment. Name, Hallucinogenic Potion Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, excellent. Description, a potion capable of inducing hallucinations, confusing enemies, and nullifying their physical pain. Name, Blade of Invisibility. Category, Equipment. Quality, rare. Description, a dagger crafted from an unknown special material, entirely transparent. Name, M1054 Underwater Exploration Drone. Category, Equipment. Quality, perfect, unique. Description, an underwater drone with efficient reconnaissance and stealth capabilities, capable of autonomously following a set trajectory. It can track and analyze underwater targets and adapt to any extreme environment. Typically utilized for environmental and biological exploration, it contains top-tier lost technology and requires authorization. Maximum operating range, 200 kilometers. Remaining battery, 15, can automatically recharge while stationary in seawater. The rules governing relic chests differ from those of ordinary treasure chests. The system randomly selects several items from the deceased inventory to place within the relic chest. With the contents being a matter of chance, one might find only basic metals if luck is lacking. Additionally, one can only select a single item from the open contents, thus reducing the incentive for others to commit murder for treasure. Without hesitation, Su Yi chose the underwater exploration drone. The other 3 items were of little worth. The ocean camouflage suit was practically useless, as one could easily discover its wearer with a biological scanner. Otherwise, Chung Zikong and his companions would not have been caught off guard by him and Xia Chai Go. As for the hallucinogenic potion and the blade of invisibility, Su Yi barely glanced at them, as they paled in comparison to his energy pistol. The underwater exploration drone, however, was a different matter altogether. Being another product of lost technology, it sounded impressive. Yet, the issue of authorization loomed large. Chung Zikong had not produced this device during their confrontation, indicating that he likely lacked the necessary clearance. Su Yi retrieved it from his system inventory. The underwater exploration drone appeared quite compact, resembling a metallic equipment case before activation, revealing nothing of its true nature. After a thorough inspection, he discovered that the previously acquired authorization seemed to be universal. He could initiate the drone by installing a program via his watch. Once the program was installed, he immediately activated the drone. The equipment case transformed in an instant, its corners morphing into underwater propulsion outlets. The central screen could rotate in any direction, and it moved soundlessly through the water. Moreover, its heat-sensitive coating and light sensors enabled it to camouflage itself, akin to an octopus changing color. Its concealment capabilities were remarkable, exuding an aura of advanced technology. Su Yi was thoroughly engrossed, leaving Xia Chai Gu in awe. It was the first time she had witnessed this childlike wonder in him. Fortunately, he wore a mask, preventing him from appearing too undignified. After testing all the drone's functions, he checked the battery level. In half an hour, it had only consumed 5 of its power. Resting in seawater, it would fully recharge in just an hour. The internal battery was impressively robust. As they were about to explore the toxic diatom zone, Suyi decided to send the drone in to scout the path. He set the navigation route according to the treasure map, and the drone began its journey into the depths of the toxic diatom region. Meanwhile, Suyi and Xiachai-gu sought a quiet spot to address the subsequent issues regarding the mutual aid alliance. With Chung Zikong now deceased, the regional chat had erupted into chaos. Many began to discuss the incident, and Suyi added fuel to the fire by disseminating the information he had received from He Chengwei. The entire matter quickly escalated in intensity, becoming the most talked-about topic among the survivors of the Crimson Paradise. It turned out that Chung Zikong was a member of the Mutual Aid Alliance. How ironic that he had once received Su Ye's endorsement. All members of the Mutual Aid Alliance deserve to perish. Well done. I've long harbored disdain for them. Exactly. I too was deceived by the Mutual Aid Alliance. I finally feel vindicated. Hey, didn't I recall you once defending Chung Zikong? That's a false accusation. I merely didn't recognize my ally. You're so thick-skinned. Count me in. Soon enough, the sentiment began to sway overwhelmingly in one direction. Of course, there were still some who contemplated questioning the situation. Yet, faced with the irrefutable evidence presented by Su Yi, they fell silent, with only a few attempting to spread rumors maliciously to garner attention. However, they were entirely disregarded by the masses, who promptly shifted their focus to another matter. How did Su Yi and his companions manage to win so swiftly in a 2v8 scenario? The onlookers had barely arrived when the spectacle had already concluded, leaving many feeling frustrated. Curiosity also surrounded the identities of Su Yi and his companion. Yet, with Su Yi adorned in the mask of Krolash, not only was it impossible to discern his identity, but even his very presence was easily forgotten. After a fleeting glance, others could only recall that such a person had existed, their appearance, physique, and voice fading from memory entirely. Interest in him would swiftly dissipate. Brother, Xiachai-gu inquired. Do you know who I am? Her eyes resembled those of a frightened kitten, filled with trepidation and anxiety. Su Yi had no desire to conceal his understanding. He could roughly guess. By the way, why did you change your name? My sister and I are different. My parents divorced when I was young, each taking one child. My sister shares our father's surname, while I take my mother's. I still prefer the name Xiachai-gu. Ji Xiao sounds too weak, giving off a vibe of being easily bullied. Su Yi chuckled, finding truth in her words. Chapter 31, The Toxic Diatom Zone. He was not one to pry into other stories. Yet he found himself unable to resist as Xiachai-gu rambled on, akin to a chatterbox. She seemed to have found an outlet, recounting tales from their childhood until Su Yi was well acquainted with their measurements. The transformation of Xiachai-gu after shedding her disguise was astonishing. She was impressively tall and far more formidable than her sister. However, would her sister truly refrain from reprimanding her upon learning of this? Su Yi feigned agreement while simultaneously monitoring the visuals transmitted by the drone. The interior of the toxic diatom zone was starkly desolate. There was not a single plant in sight. Even the rocks had eroded into easily crumbling sandstone, with nothing but an endless expanse of golden diatoms visible. It was not until the drone approached the treasure location that a change finally occurred. There stood a golden tree, its branches laden with golden diatom spore balls. And Su Yi even spotted several patrolling automatons from hundreds of meters away. They are also composed of countless diatom spore balls, capable of free movement. Should any creature approach the great tree, they will be impaled by the lethal, hardened spines they launch, resembling a porcupine. Quite troublesome indeed. Su Yi stroked his chin, momentarily at a loss for a solution. While he had confidence in the defensive capabilities of the source shield, these diatom spore balls were not to be trifled with. Any attack would lead them to rapidly split and proliferate. Unable to swiftly eliminate them, Su Yi lacked the confidence to remain unscathed. Should he fall victim to their poison, it would spell disaster. Brother, are you even listening to me? Xiaochang huffed. Am I not even more appealing than these diatoms? Su Yi cast a glance at her. Indeed, she was more attractive. Xiaochang fell silent. Brother, if you continue like this, you shall end up lonely in your old age. Not at all, for I possess good looks, Su Yi retorted casually. Xiaochang Ji's eyes lit up. Brother, would you let me see your face without the mask? If you have a method to deal with these diatoms, I might consider it, he replied. It's a deal. Xiaochang Gu exclaimed with confidence. Su Yi regarded her with suspicion. Could this fellow truly possess a solution? Xiaochang Gu soon revealed the true essence of a treasure hunter. She produced a black cloak. Name, Natasha's invisibility cloak. Category, equipment. Quality, perfect. Description, a cloak imbued with special magic, shrouding the wearer from detection by beings or items below the extraordinary level. It was once the favorite of a mischievous princess in the ocean realm, but ultimately led to a great disaster. Invisibility cloak? Su Yi exclaimed in astonishment. You possess such an item? Xiaochang stuck out her tongue. I seldom use it. I almost forgot about it. Su Yi fell silent, beginning to comprehend the feelings of those who play card games when faced with a seal. Can this cloak be used by two people? He inquired. Why not test it? After a brief trial, they confirmed it could indeed accommodate both. With the cloak in hand, the next steps became considerably easier. Su Yi first mapped out a route devoid of poisonous diatoms using a drone, and the two, cloaked, moved unobstructed, experiencing no unexpected encounters aside from a slight tension. Even the puppets failed to detect their presence, allowing them to reach the base of the great tree smoothly. A shovel lay beside the tree. Suyi skillfully unearthed the treasure chest, discovering it to be of golden quality. Open it, he urged. Name, improved toxic diatom seeds. Category, crop seeds. Quality, perfect. Description, exceptionally delicious. The improved toxic diatoms no longer possess the ability to split and reproduce, yet their toxins remain, necessitating careful handling. Their siliceous shells must be broken to consume, rich in various amino acids, rivaling the delicacy of fugu. Name, sharp kitchen knife. Category, equipment. Quality, excellent. Description, a kitchen knife distinguished solely by its extreme sharpness, typically used for cooking. Name, silica core women's armor. Category, equipment. Quality, perfect. Description, armor tailored for women, constructed from the hard siliceous shells of toxic diatoms. Featuring a lightweight design and excellent defensive capabilities. It can withstand certain attacks, but reliance on it for extended periods may lead to injury. Originally intended as a gift for a companion. Name, Carl's Culinary Diary. Description, chronicles the musings of a gluttonous gourmet. This time, Suyi sought the seeds. He had no use for the women's armor. Xiaochan Gu, however, found the armor appealing, admiring the craftsmanship, though she noted the chest plate was somewhat small, making her feel a tad uncomfortable. If only it could be altered, it would be perfect. As for the kitchen knife, Xiaochan Gu offered it to Suyi, who needed a blade to handle the siliceous shells of the toxic diatoms. Interestingly, the diary contained some deadly insights. What a perilous puppet. Even I, an extraordinary being, sustained injuries. Had I not brought ample antidotes, this predicament would have been quite troublesome. However, the flavor of the improved toxic diatoms is superb. I haven't tasted anything so fresh in ages. Just be cautious, as overindulgence may lead to stomach troubles. Extraordinary beings can be injured? Suyi mused. Glancing at the puppets outside, they were more formidable than he had anticipated. Without the invisibility cloak, they would have faced significant challenges. Xiaochan Gu, however, was less concerned. Her mind solely fixated on one matter. Brother, you must fulfill your promise. She exclaimed excitedly. Suyi looked at her in exasperation. You truly are rather dull. Brother, are you attempting to renege? All right, I shall remove it, he conceded, swiftly taking off the mask to reveal his visage. But only for a fleeting moment before donning it again. They are satisfied? Xiaochan Gu stared at him. Brother, how is it that you, a boy, are even more handsome than I? Suyi possessed a charm that appealed to both genders, instantly captivating Xiaochan Gu. Her entire face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Brother, you must model for me. I am quite skilled in fashion design. Apologies, but I have no interest, Suyi replied, feeling a headache approaching. Why do you, a survivor, concern yourself with such trivialities? Is life too comfortable for you? Quickly retrieve the other 2 treasure maps, after assisting you with your main quest. I have my own to attend to, and I cannot afford delays. Very well, but you must consider my earlier proposition, Xiaochan Gu insisted. She began to employ her treasure hunter talent to locate the remaining 2 treasure maps. After a while, she wore an odd expression. One of the treasure maps is quite close, but it is constantly moving. Constantly moving? Suyi raised an eyebrow. Has someone else obtained the treasure map? Xiaochan Gu shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. Its speed is too extraordinary. Faster than a car, at least 200 kilometers per hour. Akin to a creature rampaging through the ocean. It resembles a fish, perhaps a swordfish, known for its incredible speed, though this is merely my conjecture. Can we catch up? Suyi inquired further. No, we must wait until it halts. Then let us rest for a while, Suyi suggested, having forgotten to eat since entering this maritime realm. However, thanks to the effects of satiation and thirst potions, he was neither starving nor parched, although his hunger and thirst levels were critically low. He quickly consumed half a compressed biscuit and 500 milliliters of purified water to replenish both. Brother, I believe I have unearthed some information, Xiaochan Gu suddenly exclaimed. Look at the most heated post in the regional chat. Upon checking, Suyi found the trending post. The original poster seemed to have encountered a giant sea eel, measuring approximately 8 meters in length. Not only was it astonishingly fast, but it also exhibited fierce aggression, having swallowed one of his companions whole. In his post, he warned other survivors to exercise caution, as many had likely come across it. The grim reality was that numerous individuals had already faced it, and the death toll was mounting. Within less than half an hour since the post was made, over 20 people had perished. An image of the sea eel accompanied the post, showcasing its fearsome appearance, with powerful, formidable teeth in its upper jaw. Its cylindrical body was as thick as a tree, adorned with red lines that revealed a series of streamlined wounds upon closer inspection. Its eyes were bloodshot, exuding a savage and frenzied demeanor. Its flattened tail appeared muscular, capable of delivering a lethal blow. The regional chat erupted in chaos. What on earth is that fish? It looks so vicious. No wonder the original poster claimed to have swallowed his friend whole. This creature appears exceedingly colossal. How terrifying. This is my first encounter with a man-eating moray eel. Please. Original poster, share your location. I must swiftly distance myself from that place. Nearby, Xia Chang'e exclaimed, "It looks so fierce." After examining the picture, Suyi furrowed his brow in concern. It certainly posed a significant problem. The energy-charged handgun-esque kinetic explosive round should be capable of annihilating it. Yet striking it accurately was a considerable dilemma. A speed of 200 kilometers per hour is no trivial matter. Furthermore, its elongated body and restless nature mean that even the slightest miscalibration could spell failure. There's a chance he might even face its retaliation. Unless he himself acted as bait, which presented another quandary. The creature's size was daunting. Suyi feared it might devour him along with the energy shield. Lost in thought, a sudden inspiration struck him. He recalled that he had yet to employ the active ability of the energy shield, the energy shock. This ability carries a forced stunning effect. Could he perhaps charge the energy shield in advance and utilize the forced stun to neutralize the creature? Suyi decided to give it a try. He instructed Xia Chang'e to fire her crossbow directly at his shield, using the ghostly bolts to enhance the attack's potency. Are we really going to do this? Xia Chang'e questioned skeptically. Of course, if you're going to shoot, then shoot quickly. Suyi raised the energy shield in front of him, and without further ado, Xia Chang'e loaded a ghostly bolt into her crossbow. She aimed at the shield and pulled the trigger. The swift, silent, ghostly bolt shot forth like a venomous serpent, imbued with a chilling aura, as if to pierce its target. However, upon contacting the energy shield, the bolt shattered, and Suyi felt not a trace of pressure. He looked at Xia Chang'e in confusion. Was the bolt's power truly so feeble? The energy shield had barely accumulated 1/10 of its charge. Xia Chang'e opened her mouth, only to find no words could adequately express her feelings at that moment. She could only sigh in resignation, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had tested the ghostly bolts herself, and they could effortlessly penetrate rock. They were not as weak as Suyi described. It was indeed the strength of his energy shield that was remarkable. Xia Chang'e took a deep breath and released the remaining 6 bolts from her quiver. Now the energy shield had accumulated 7/10 of its charge. That should suffice. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. The next step was to locate that immense moray eel. The two began to track the creature's trail, yet their pace was still too sluggish in comparison to the moray eel, forcing them to follow at a distance. Hoping it would eventually come to a halt, they trailed for quite some time before finally seizing an opportunity. Initially, Suyi believed the moray eel had grown weary and paused to rest, but as they approached, they discovered a group of survivors seemingly attempting to capture it. Their objective aligning with Suyi's. These individuals displayed an astonishing disregard for danger. Despite witnessing a companion swallowed by the gigantic moray eel, they fearlessly launched their assault. Suyi even observed one person attempting to bite the moray eel's body, only to be swiftly dispatched by a powerful tail strike. The only real threat to the moray eel appeared to be a golden net, which was crucial for their attempt to ensnare it. "Brother, something feels amiss," Xia Chang'e remarked warily, eyeing the survivors. Their behavior seemed utterly inhuman. How could anyone lack fear? In just a few days, had they so quickly adapted to the law of the jungle? Her crossbow was already loaded, and she prepared herself for any eventuality. Suyi produced his charged handgun, fully replenished with ammunition. Meanwhile, the survivors noticed the two of them. "Bro, lend us a hand." One shouted. "Wait, just hold on a moment." Another urged. "Hurry, we can barely hold it down." Suyi quickly snapped a photo of them surrounding the giant moray eel and sent it to the regional chat. "Does anyone recognize these people? What a fierce team. Are there survivors of this caliber?" "Not sure. I've never seen them before." "Goodness. They dare to capture that moray eel. They're truly brave. Don't you find this strange? I'm a medical professional, and in the photo, one of the men has gills on his face. Surely, that counts as a mutation? Just like those from oceanic races. Is that for real? Let me see. Wow, it's true. It's a monster. Brothers, run." Suyi, having been alerted, also noticed the mutated survivor in the photograph. This couldn't be an isolated incident. Otherwise, someone would have spoken up to refute it. This indicated that none of these individuals were human survivors. Suyi quickly recalled the individual who had previously claimed to have undergone glorious evolution. He remembered there was another. After searching around, his depth perception suddenly activated. Someone was behind them. Suyi swiftly turned, positioning the energy shield between himself and Xia Chang'e, as a metallic clash echoed. The tremendous force easily dissipated by the energy shield. He then realized that the assailant was a golden thread, the other end originating from a staff wielded by a figure standing before them, a preacher. Indeed, it was him. The cultist. Chapter 33, Parasitic Red Line Algae. The cultist preacher donned a voluminous red robe that concealed him entirely, leaving no hint of his visage visible, save for a pair of eerily crimson eyes that sent chills down the spine. The staff he held was exquisitely crafted, its wooden shaft topped with a crystal from which the golden thread emanated, writhing as if alive. "Was this all you're doing?" Suyi inquired, lowering his shield as he regarded him. The cultist stared at Suyi in astonishment, utterly unprepared for his swift reaction to the attack. This staff was a gift from his master, and since entering the Crimson Paradise, he had never missed. He had not anticipated Suyi would intercept it. But he quickly regained his composure. "Kid, would you be interested in joining our Golden Thread Church?" Golden Thread Church? Suyi scoffed. Then perhaps you could enlighten me as to how my kin came to be like this? Have you transformed them into these grotesque beings? They have merely embraced the embrace of my master, the cultist replied emotionlessly. Your human form is inherently ill-suited for survival in the oceanic realm. I merely offered them a chance to become better. Those who succeed in the ritual may join us. Those who fail become mindless monsters. Suyi frowned. Who is your master? The name of my master is not something you are privileged to know. Xia Chang'e could no longer contain herself and coldly interjected. Brother, stop conversing with him. Eliminate him directly. How infuriating. What does this fiend consider human lives to be? Incorrigible. The golden thread from the cultist's staff abruptly divided and elongated, transforming into sharp needles aimed at Suyi. However, such an attack was trivial against the energy shield. Suyi retaliated with a shot that pierced the cultist's arm, where he grasped the staff beneath his robe. What in the world? Suyi's expression soured. It turned out that the cultist's arm beneath the red robe was devoid of flesh, composed entirely of interwoven golden threads. The kinetic bullet penetrated the threads, but caused no substantial harm. Suyi fired several more rounds, at the heart, neck, and head, but to no avail. This was becoming problematic. Let me give it a try, Xia Chang'e declared, attempting to shoot a bolt as well, aiming for beneath the waist. It was equally ineffective. The area was hollow. Nevertheless, she had achieved her goal. A mocking smile graced her face as she displayed a rather insulting gesture toward the cultist. Such an affront was intolerable to any male, let alone a cultist who had completely lost his corporeal form. His manhood had been stripped away. You. The cultist gasped heavily, trembling fingers pointing at her, struggling to contain his fury. The golden thread upon his chest surged violently, his face a mask of fury, resembling an enraged lion, as if he sought to assert his authority and status through words or actions. Yet, Xia Chang'e merely shook her head, though she remained silent. It seemed as if she had articulated in abundance. Forget the giant sea eel, just kill them. The cultist bellowed in wrath. The individuals who had originally surrounded the sea eel abruptly turned to launch an assault on Suyi and his companion. Each of them bore aquatic appendages, sharp fins, robust pincers, twisted tentacles, and more, yet none possessed ranged attack capabilities. A barrage of condensed energy bullets rained down, decimating a large number, while Xia Chang'e skillfully delivered the final blows to the remaining foes. Do you think you've triumphed? The cultist suddenly let out a chilling laugh. He rushed to the side of the giant sea eel, pointing his staff at the golden net, ensnaring it. The golden thread within the crystal instantaneously fused with the net, and he wielded the staff to command the golden net towards Suyi and his companion, intent on ensnaring them alive. This net was no trivial matter. It ensnared any prey with an unyielding grip that tightened further with each futile struggle. Sensing the impending danger, Suyi cast aside any hesitation. Source impact. In an instant, every creature within 100 meters felt as though their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer, while the cultist's consciousness teetered on the brink of shattering from the overwhelming psychic shockwave. He found himself ensnared in a stupor, only to be met with a condensed energy explosive. With a resounding boom, the cultist was obliterated. It was not that the bullets lacked lethality. Rather, they were simply insufficiently potent. All that remained was a solitary golden-threaded staff. Deprived of the staff's control, the golden net lost its vibrancy and fell away. Just as Suyi exhaled in relief, he suddenly recalled the unresolved thread of the giant sea eel and hurried to its dazed form, eager to dispatch it with his serpent's fang dagger. However, its tough skin proved impenetrable. Swiftly adapting his strategy, he recalled the numerous wounds adorning the sea eel's body. Approaching one of the injuries, he froze. Its tender flesh was infested with a multitude of red threads. Name: parasitic red thread algae. Category: abnormal species. Description: a unique parasite transformed from ordinary red thread algae under the influence of the seawater in this region, favoring hosts among various fish species. It proliferates within the host akin to a virus, causing the host to become increasingly agitated and hungry, significantly enhancing physical capabilities. This sea eel is infested? No wonder it has turned so savage. Suyi felt a wave of revulsion as he examined the red threads. With his dagger, he meticulously extracted the red thread algae, and at the end of one thread, he discovered the treasure map he sought. Carefully retrieving the map, Suyi swiftly distanced himself from the giant sea eel, fearful of becoming infected by these dreadful parasites. Xia Chang'e, having also been affected by the source impact, rested momentarily behind Suyi, though the effects on her were milder. Now restored, she inquired about the map. Suyi presented it to her. Name: Red Algae Region Treasure Map. Category: Map. Quality: Rare. Description: a treasure left by an extraordinary being who divided all their valuable possessions into 4 parts, hiding them in 4 distinct areas of the Crimson Paradise. Should one collect all 4 maps, they may uncover an ultimate treasure, though no one has succeeded thus far. Shall we proceed immediately? Xia Chang'e asked. Suyi hesitated briefly before replying. To be frank, I do not recommend we venture to the Red Algae region just yet. It is likely the most perilous of the 4 danger zones. I barely escaped with my life upon my last arrival there. We should first locate the final map and leave this exploration for last. If it comes to worst, we can forfeit, as I have already surpassed my primary quest. Xia Changyi smiled brightly. The more we exceed, the better. I sense the system has been rather quiet of late. Perhaps it is preparing to unveil a grand surprise for us. Brother, you might be overthinking it. I hope I'm merely being overly cautious. Chapter 34, The Golden Thread Church. Suyi had not forgotten the spoils of battle. He collected the fallen golden-threaded staff and the golden net, which transformed into a radiant golden garment. Name, Staff of Golden Threads. Category, Magical Equipment. Quality, Extraordinary. Description, a staff bestowed by the Lord of Threads, enhancing magical capacity by 2, doubling spellcasting speed to 200, and reducing mana consumption by 50. This is a high-ranking staff held by members within the Golden Thread Church, infused with a fragment of the Lord of Threads' extraordinary power. Engraved magic, golden thread. Manipulate golden threads to attack. They can effortlessly penetrate the flesh of enemies, capable of simultaneously splitting into 10-24 threads. Though greater division incurs increased mana expenditure. Name, Golden Garment. Category, Magical Equipment. Quality, Extraordinary. Description, a golden garment woven from 1,000 golden threads, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, enhancing mana recovery by 50, and capable of transforming into a net to ensnare prey, of immense value, highly sought after by mages in ancient times. Such powerful staff and garment. Suyi felt as though his eyes might be dazzled. What does extraordinary level equipment even signify? It transcends perfection. How could an ordinary cultist possess such artifacts? Is the Golden Thread Church truly so generous? Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his ears. You have acquired the legacy of the Golden Thread Church. Currently, you are the last remaining member, and you have automatically ascended to the position of High Priest of the Lord of Threads, basking in the divine glory of the deity. You have joined the Ocean faction. Lord of Threads. Note, factions are not singular. Multiple factions can be joined simultaneously. A cascade of information left Suyi momentarily bewildered. Upon reviewing, he discovered a new faction function within his system. Faction, Lord of Threads, asleep, requires a contribution of 500 ocean coins to awaken. Number of followers, 1. High Priest, Suyi. Total contribution, 500 ocean coins. Personal contribution, 0 ocean coins. Good heavens. No wonder that cultists possessed such treasures. He was evidently the sole remnant. Suyi found himself both amused and perplexed, witnessing such a tragic deity. He felt as though the image he had conjured of a deity in his mind had crumbled. The solitary contribution of 500 ocean coins had been made by the deceased cultist, suggesting he had been utterly forgotten. And it was likely that the Lord of Threads was a deity from ages long past in this oceanic realm. Yet, for Suyi, this was nothing but fortuitous. Regardless of whether he was an evil god, the mere possession of 2 extraordinary quality items was worth it. Not to mention that this deity was rather weak. Being the sole follower conferred upon him the privilege of negotiation. Contemplating this, Suyi resolved to gather the remaining 90,000 ocean coins. Although such an endeavor would require time, as it was no trivial sum, the two commenced their search for the final map. Suyi had not anticipated they would locate it so expeditiously. Their good fortune certainly played a role, but it was primarily their own strength and equipment that facilitated it. They acquired the last treasure map without incident. Aside from the considerable distance, the journey was relatively straightforward, devoid of any combat. Curiously, the 4 danger zones were precisely situated at the corners of the ocean, with no signs of overlap, leaving Suyi apprehensive about their potential mingling. The final area, the rhombus algae region, appeared exceedingly peculiar. At first glance, aside from the water's hue shifting to a brownish green, there seemed to be no anomalies. Various species of fish swim gracefully within, exuding an air of tranquility. The abundance of resources is striking, with shells scattered abundantly across the ground, appearing quite delectable. Summer cicada song excavates an oyster from the coral reef. Name, fresh and sweet oyster. Category, mollusk. Description, an exceptionally sweet and succulent large oyster, known to enhance vitality and nourish the kidneys. The oyster, also known as the raw oyster, is a familiar companion on the barbecue grill. With a mischievous grin, Summer cicada song holds the oyster up to Suyi, saying, "Big brother, would you like to indulge?" "I have no need for that," Suyi replies. A frown etched upon his face. "A little nourishment is always beneficial," she asserts, scooping out the oyster meat and cheerfully offering it to Suyi's lips. "Come on. Big brother, open up." Suyi waves her off. "Stop fooling around. Do you really dare to eat this?" "Why wouldn't I?" Summer cicada song asks, puzzled. "Look at the trading market. Is anyone selling it?" He remarks nonchalantly. "With food in such abundance, wouldn't we strike it rich by selling it at the trading market? Do you think others haven't considered this method? We certainly are not the first to arrive here. So why is it that no one else is selling these readily available seafood?" Observing the trading market, Summer cicada song realizes that indeed, no one is selling oysters. What is going on? Why is no one selling? Suyi adds, "Try to list it." Following his instructions, Summer Cicada Song attempts to list the oyster, but is met with a system notification stating that the item does not meet the standards. She questions the system. What does not meeting standards mean? The system responds, an item does not meet the standards if it fails to comply with the system's requirements. For instance, weapons with only a sliver of durability left, or food that could cause diarrhea, or even poisoning. These are all subpar items that do not meet the system's quality standards. But it's clearly fresh. Summer Cicada Song protests in confusion. Suyi takes the oyster from her hand. Let us conduct an experiment to uncover the truth. He uses the golden thread staff to catch a small fish and feeds it the oyster. The little fish pauses after taking a bite, but appears unaffected. Soon taking another bite, seeming quite pleased, Suyi finds himself perplexed. How odd. This is not what I anticipated. He had expected something strange within. Big brother. There's a survivor. At her exclamation, Suyi looks up to see a young man emerging from the depths of the diamond-shaped algae zone. His eyes light up upon seeing Suyi and Summer Cicada Song. Finally, I found companions. Have you been here the entire time? Suyi regards him suspiciously, wondering how he seems completely unscathed. This perilous zone is utterly different from the other three. The more serene it is, the more he senses something amiss. The young man nods eagerly. I'm Chinyu. I arrived here in this brown-green ocean, suddenly struck by an idea. He enthusiastically pulls out various edible shells from his system backpack to offer to Suyi and Summer Cicada Song. Here, try these. They taste incredible. You see, I often go hungry back at the base, but I never expected this marine area to be so generous. He begins to eat eagerly, revealing the hardships he has endured at the base. However, upon consuming a shell, he suddenly falls into a stupor. Hey, are you alright? Summer Cicada Song queries, perplexed. A moment later, Chinyu snaps back to reality, yet he looks at Suyi and Summer Cicada Song with renewed excitement, as if he had never seen them before. They exchange glances, and it dawns on them the true nature of this oceanic realm. Chapter 35, The Diamond-Shaped Algae Zone. Chinyu had just experienced amnesia. It occurred right after he consumed the shell, but this was merely the beginning of the horror that awaited them. After conducting various tests, Suyi and Summer Cicada Song ascertain that he has completely lost all memories of his life on Earth. Family, work, all remnants have vanished from his mind, leaving him to believe that he is merely a survivor in this oceanic world. Furthermore, whenever the system is mentioned, he experiences excruciating pain, causing him to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, he remembers nothing. A chill runs down Suyi's spine. Having forgotten even his former home is akin to being dead. This diamond-shaped algae zone is a veritable den of demons, ready to ensnare the unwary, and he wonders how many survivors like Chinyu have fallen victim to its traps. Just moments ago, he thought this place was safe. Safe indeed. After successfully escorting Chinyu out of the diamond-shaped algae zone, they silently pray for him, fearing he may have lost his last vestige of hope in this world. The thought leaves Summer Cicada Song feeling utterly drained. What would happen if she forgot Suyi and her sister? Should we venture in? She asks, her voice trembling. Perhaps we should just give up? Hold on. I'll send in a drone to investigate. Suyi replies, regaining his composure and deploying the drone for exploration. Soon, they uncover the main culprit behind the amnesia. Name, micro-diamond-shaped algae. Category, abnormal species. Description, a minuscule population transformed from ordinary diamond-shaped algae under the influence of the seawater in this area. Invisible to the naked eye. Its potent neurotoxic compound, domoic acid, has been further enhanced, rapidly causing paralysis of the nervous system and resulting in brain damage and memory loss. The brown-green ocean is rife with these micro-diamond-shaped algae. Lower marine creatures consume them, and the toxins are absorbed into the shells, becoming a deceptive bait cast by the demons. There is no way to defend against it. Moreover, this is not the only peril lurking within. Under the drone's advanced observational system, a swarm of invisible predators surfaces. They are nearly transparent, minuscule squids, measuring only a few centimeters in length. Their tentacles are short, yet the tips are remarkably sharp, capable of easily piercing the skull of a creature. Suyi witnesses a group of squids hovering over an unfortunate survivor, beginning to siphon memories from his mind. Minutes later, the man collapses, seemingly devoid of memory. These squids often travel in swarms of hundreds. Without the drone's thermal imaging system, they would remain undetected. Name, spirit squid. Category, ancient species. Description, an exceedingly rare mini-squid that feeds on the memories of living beings, requiring very specific environmental conditions. It is said that in ancient times, those who encountered them were deemed fortunate, as they would erase all unpleasant memories. Damn little spirits. Suyi can hardly contain his frustration. Who on earth came up with such a name? It rivals the absurdity of the system itself. However, now that they are aware of their existence, the solution becomes more straightforward. Suyi dons the recently acquired golden thread armor, which adapts automatically to his body. Summer Cicada Song wears the silicon core armor. Then, with the golden thread staff shielding them, they proceed without hindrance. The golden thread, aided by the drone's thermal imaging, effortlessly pierces through the approaching spirit squids, yielding a substantial amount of materials for Suyi. Whether they will prove useful in the future remains uncertain. As they delve deeper, they encounter a towering brown-green tree. Following the familiar procedure, they unearth a golden treasure chest and open it. Name: Improved Micro Diamond-Shaped Algae Seed. Category: Crop Seed. Quality: Perfect. Description: A mild-flavored marine vegetable, excellent for pairing with meats and soups. The improved micro diamond-shaped algae no longer contains toxins and can temporarily enhance brain memory, clear vision, and invigorate the spirit, making it a precious supplement. Name: Invitation Letter from the Marine Gourmet Association. Category: Item. Quality: None. Introduction: A rare invitation, allowing one to partake in a grand feast for the gluttonous Epicurean. Name: Thermoregulating Stone. Category: Item. Description: A unique specialty from the VC, harvested from a perpetually erupting supernatural underwater volcano. Upon usage, it maintains the user's temperature within a specific range for 3 hours. Primarily utilized for explorations in extreme environments or mining, making it an exceptionally effective thermal insulation tool. Remaining uses: 710. Name: Carl's Culinary Diary. Description: Chronicles the musings of a greedy gourmand. This time, Suyi chose not to pursue improved seeds. The mere sight of the word's light flavor brought forth some unpleasant memories. He found the thermoregulating stone quite intriguing. It might prove useful in the future. Yet he ultimately decided to relinquish it to Xiaochan Go. After all, bearing both the golden thread staff and the golden garb alone, he felt he had already gained a considerable advantage, selecting merely an invitation from the Oceanic Culinary Association. A sumptuous meal would certainly be delightful. Brother, are you truly not interested in the seeds? Xiaochan Go inquired, astonished. Enhancing memory is clearly a beneficial boon. Suyi shook his head repeatedly. No, thank you. I cannot acclimate to such bland fare. He turned his attention to the diary at hand, noting its increasingly peculiar content. Something is amiss. It seems I have overlooked a crucial detail. One cannot solely study these algae. These trees appear equally suspicious. Indeed, they are not trees at all. Are they the tendrils of some organism? Yet, I cannot locate their source. What could this mean? Unless what? Do not leave me hanging. Suye's irritation flared as he finished reading. He detested half-finished statements. He passed the diary to Xiaochan Go and cast his gaze upon the towering brown-green trees before him. It was his first occasion scrutinizing these trees with his naked eye. Previously, every system scan yielded nothing but question marks. This time, as he circled around them multiple times, he observed that the tree grew straight and true, devoid of any branches, resembling the tendrils of a living creature. But how could such a colossal being exist? The tree before him reached nearly 100 meters in height. A sudden thought flashed through Suye's mind. Tendrils, an immense entity. He recalled Bob mentioning that Yiel's original form was a jellyfish. Could it be that these 4 hazardous zones were birthed from its 4 tentacles? Then, where would the misty forest reside? Suyi had formed a hypothesis, translating the coordinates of the items into 2 straight lines. The converging point would indicate the location of the misty forest. However, he recalled that the red algae zone was mobile and needed further exploration. Chapter 36, The Delayed Judgment. The treasure map for the red algae zone had long been acquired by the two, detailing the current coordinates of the area. Locating it posed no challenge for them. Yet darkness had already fallen. Survival in the ocean at night was a profoundly terrifying endeavor, a consensus among survivors. They searched for the nearest gathering point from the publicly shared locations in the area, intending to rest for the night. However, they encountered a troubling situation along the way. The gathering point they sought was modest, offering only 1 inn for lodging. The inn provided oxygenated rooms that prevented moisture, alleviating many difficulties for survivors. Though the price was steep, 500 ocean coins per night. Parting with 500 ocean coins left Suyi feeling a pang of regret. After all, that was a significant sum. Xiaochan Gu, on the other hand, seemed unperturbed by such trivial costs, prioritizing comfort above all. During their stay, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Zhang Cheng and his crew, now significantly larger, comprising over a dozen members. Upon seeing Suyi and Xiaochan Gu, a smile appeared on Zhang Cheng's face, but he was halted in his tracks as Suyi pointed a gun at his head. Excitement immediately extinguished. "Gentlemen, is there a misunderstanding?" Zhang Cheng stammered awkwardly. One of his new teammates erupted in anger. "What are you doing?" Suyi was unyielding, firing a shot that grazed the man's head, eliciting a spray of blood. An instant silence enveloped the group, each member staring at Suyi in terror. The one who had spoken earlier appeared particularly pale, his tongue seemingly frozen in fear. 2 male members' expressions turned increasingly unnatural, a fact Suyi noted with clarity. Only Jasmine, behind Zhang Cheng, bore a look of confusion and grievance. Unable to comprehend Suyi's hostility toward them, she turned to Xiaochan Gu, only to find her eyes filled with animosity as well. Suyi regarded Zhang Cheng with a dispassionate tone. "Would you care to explain how Cheng Zikong came to know of our whereabouts? I recall that apart from the deceased, only you were present, correct? Surely, you do not wish to assert your innocence?" Zhang Cheng's expression paled as he grasped Suyi's implication that they had leaked information. That was not us. He protested. Yet, Suyi's subsequent words plunged him into despair. "You may vouch for yourself, but can you guarantee the loyalty of your teammates?" Suye's tone dripped with blatant mockery. Zhang Cheng's mind went blank, his throat dry. Sweat beating on his forehead, as if all the blood in his body had turned to ice. He glanced at his companions, his keen intellect quickly identifying the two betrayers. They averted their gazes, guilt-ridden. His heart sank, and his face drained of color as he stammered. This is a misunderstanding. Despite his words, his tone conveyed a profound weakness. A misunderstanding? Suyi scoffed. Some actions, once committed, cannot be undone. You may concoct 1,000 justifications for yourself and your companions. But why should I concern myself with your perspectives? Should I continue to advocate for you accomplices when my own life is at stake? Bang bang. Suyi executed the two betrayers with precision. He holstered his handgun, casting a final glance at Zhang Cheng. You are not a good leader. You cannot even discern the intentions of those around you. There will not be a next time. Otherwise, the next head to explode will be yours. I stand by my word. Even after the two had fallen, Zhang Cheng's countenance remained one of shock. His startled companions began to murmur among themselves. What just happened? Why does it feel like they came seeking vengeance? I have no idea. I'm new here. I think I might have an inkling. Did the one earlier mention Cheng Zikong? That infamous murderer incident from a while back in the regional chat seems to refer to those two, and it stands to reason that the informant was. As the realization dawned upon the group, another chimed in. I remember Cheng Zikong is associated with the Mutual Aid Society, right? Jasmine's face went pale, understanding that the possibility of reconciling with Xia Changgu had vanished. Yet, Suyi perceived this as a fortuitous turn of events. Though his words had been fierce, he harbored no substantial animosity toward Zhang Cheng and his crew. In a sense, they too were victims. The line between accomplice and victim is not an uncommon one. He simply wished to sever all ties with them. There was only one chance to respect boundaries. Once crossed, reconciliation was impossible. The night passed. Suyi rose early and swiftly set forth toward the red algae zone with Xia Changgu. It seemed Xia Changgu had not rested well, her eyes bearing the burden of dark circles as she stifled yawns. Did you not sleep well last night? Suyi inquired, puzzled. Xia Changgu replied with a hint of melancholy. That girl named Jasmine came to find me last night. Sounds intriguing, Suyi responded lightly. Brother, did you know all along? Know what? That she has feelings for you? Suyi chuckled. Xia Chang's expression was one of bewilderment. Brother, you truly are aware of everything. I never anticipated that such an absurd event would transpire. Last night, I listened to her lament for an entire evening, unable to drive her away. It was only after revealing the truth of my cross-dressing that she finally departed. What a cruel woman. It's likely that the poor girl will never trust and love again. Xia Chang's teeth ground together in frustration. Brother, may I land a punch? She longed to release her pent-up anger. No. The duo continued on their path, guided by the treasure map towards the region of the red seaweed. Before long, their expressions grew grave. Along the way, they passed through a gathering place, comparable in size to the one they visited the previous night. Yet at this moment, it lay desolate and void of life. The entire area had been consumed by the red seaweed, leaving not even a remnant of bone. As they advanced further, their trepidation heightened. It could be said that the threat posed by the red seaweed region surpassed that of the other three perilous zones. If the other three danger zones could be likened to hunters lying in wait, this one was akin to a predatory beast on the prowl. Beasts do not engage in reason. They merely indulge their insatiable appetites. When the familiar crimson waters appeared before Suyi, he felt as though he had just stepped into a hellish paradise, his confidence insufficient to explore this realm of death. However, with only a step remaining to reach the misty forest, he resolved to venture forth. Let us proceed, but with caution. Xia Chang inhaled deeply and followed closely behind him, their figures gradually vanishing into the scarlet waters. Chapter 37. The Oceanic Carpet. Utilizing an invisibility cloak, Suyi and Xia Chang concealed themselves effectively. The crimson waters floated with numerous carnivorous red seaweeds. As long as they avoided contact, they were safe. Occasionally, when evasion was impossible, they had no choice but to fire their weapons, drawing the attention of a multitude of predatory seaweeds, compelling them to flee. Yet soon, they encountered a predicament. Suyi abruptly noticed that the surrounding waters had become alarmingly viscous, as if he were ensnared in glue, rendering movement nearly impossible, even with all his strength. He could only manage a sluggish pace. Xia Chang found herself in a similar predicament. They were ensnared by the water, a situation they had not anticipated, and behind them, a horde of carnivorous seaweeds pursued them with ferocity. In mere moments, they would meet their demise. How long had they been here? Suyi's anxiety surged. Yet he understood that the more frantic one became, the swifter the end would come. He had to force himself to remain calm. Xia Changer, her gaze scrutinizing the water before them, tentatively extended her tongue to taste it, discovering that it was exceedingly viscous, though distinctly different from glue. It bore a texture more akin to jelly. Brother, I believe I have discerned the nature of this phenomenon. You know? Suyi inquired, astonished. Xia Changer nodded. Non-Newtonian fluid. Upon hearing her words, Suyi experienced a moment of clarity. Non-Newtonian fluids are those that do not adhere to a linear relationship between shear stress and shear rate. In simpler terms, These fluids yield to softness but resist hardness. Such fluids abound in nature. He recalled substances like grease, paint, milk, toothpaste, animal blood, and natural colloids. Suyi comprehended fully now. There must be a type of red seaweed in the vicinity capable of producing hydrophilic natural colloids in abundance. This colloid is colorless and tasteless, closely resembling seawater. Once trapped within, one would become ensnared in this non-Newtonian fluid. They should not attempt to run. Instead, they should traverse cautiously, step by step. Suyi tested the waters with his foot, finding it feasible. We must hasten. This place is perilous. The area of natural colloid was astonishingly vast, and as they progressed deeper, he noted an alarming decrease in oxygen levels. They had replenished their oxygen upon arrival. Yet within 10 minutes, the levels had plummeted by 30 points. At this rate, they would perish. Yet they could not afford to hasten, a frustrating predicament. When the oxygen levels dropped by 60 points, they finally navigated through this layer of natural barrier. Along the way, Suyi glimpsed the source of their troubles. It was a type of red seaweed, abundant and resembling deerhorn algae. Name: suffocating deerhorn algae. Category: abnormal species. Description: a special strain transformed from ordinary deerhorn algae under the influence of the seawater in this region, capable of generating vast quantities of special hydrophilic colloids around itself. Any creature caught within will experience a sensation of asphyxiation. The more terrified the prey, the quicker it succumbs to death. It is a silent killer. Without oxygen tanks, they would indeed meet their end here. The pair pressed on, aware that the danger was far from over, or perhaps it had only just begun. A swarm of fish, parasitized by red thread algae, charged towards them. Suyi quickly brandished his golden thread staff for defense. Infusing it with 3 points of mana caused the golden thread to split into 8, piercing through the advancing parasitic fish one by one. Suyi had experimented with the staff. The division of the golden threads was proportional to the mana infused: 2, 4, 8, 16, and so forth. The more mana used at once, the stronger the effect. However, 8 golden threads were sufficient for the task at hand. The onslaught of red thread algae was relentless, as if they were tireless, and by the time Suyi and Xia Changer traversed this region, a multitude of bizarre fish lay lifeless around them. Upon exiting the area of red thread algae, the ground beneath them began to transform. The rocks morphed into vibrant red algae. The seawater deepened in hue, and visibility diminished further. Suddenly, Xia Changer caught sight of something in the distance beckoning to her. Startled, her heart raced. Her body jolted, her pupils dilating. Clutching her crossbow tightly, she took a hurried step back, her breath quickening. She tugged at Suyi, her trembling finger pointing towards the figure. I think I've seen a ghost. Someone over there was waving at me. Don't frighten me, Suyi replied, his heart skipping a beat. Where could there be anyone here? He turned to gaze in the direction Xia Changer indicated. The deep crimson waters melded with the surroundings, creating an ethereal sense of being in an unknown realm. An eerie silence enveloped them, infused with an unsettling atmosphere, as if an invisible fear was silently spreading. Suddenly, Suyi glimpsed a blood-red hand waving towards him, its palm grotesquely elongated, devoid of the central mass of flesh, resembling a cluster of curved cylinders. It exuded a chilling aura of lethality, akin to a scarlet imprint from the depths of hell. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Suyi swallowed hard. Stay calm. Give me a moment. He hastily retrieved an underwater drone, instructing it to provide a clear image. However, the footage transmitted did not reveal any ghostly apparitions. Rather, it depicted true horror. The ground was blanketed by a thick carpet of algae, its vibrant red hue instilling dread. It expanded relentlessly, the red algae serving as harbingers of this encroachment, rolling forth with the current and leaving a dense array of spores in their wake. As soon as the spores touched the ground, they sprouted rapidly, merging with the carpet. The final layer of the carpet began to wither, supplying nutrients to those at the forefront, thus completing the cycle of movement. Countless swollen red intestine algae emerged from the carpet, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Resembling gigantic nets of capture, any prey ensnared within would find no escape, swiftly becoming sustenance for the carpet. Some red intestine algae took on peculiar shapes, resembling blood-red hands struggling against the carpet's grasp, as if yearning to break free. Among the carpet lay a colossal entity over 100 meters long, resembling some form of shark. Even from a distance, its ferocity was palpable. Suyi suspected it to be an extraordinary level creature. Yet half of its body had already succumbed to the carpet, digested completely. The expanse of this algal carpet was staggering. It stretched beyond the horizon. Before it, even 100 meters pales in comparison to a mere mouse, destined to become its sustenance. Helplessly witnessing oneself ensnared by tendrils of crimson algae, gradually being drawn into the scarlet carpet until vanishing completely, even the bones consumed. What remains for them is nothing but despair. This is the harrowing truth of the red algae zone, a confluence of various anomalous red seaweeds, achieving a miraculous spectacle in an unfathomable manner. Naturally, what people feel more is fear, and even Suyi, for the first time, finds himself engulfed in despair regarding the mission. Approaching it means death. No, Perhaps something far worse than death. Chapter 38. Chaos triggered by a fish. An old adage wisely states that one must possess self-awareness. Su-yi, though audacious, found the scene before him surpassing the limits of his comprehension, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of insignificance in the face of nature's grandeur. This could very well be the creation of a single tentacle of Yelai, truly embodying what it means to be the dominator of the ocean. An epiphany struck Su-yi suddenly. If extraordinary beings are the supernatural bosses with immense power, formidable yet still possessing health bars that can be depleted through sufficient damage, then the dominators entirely erase the concept of health bars. Any assault upon them is merely a trivial annoyance. They are an integral part of this world itself. Conventional methods are utterly ineffective against them. Thus, how does one vanquish a dominator? Su-yi's mind spiraled into confusion, but he swiftly regained clarity. What was he contemplating? He was merely a survivor. His focus should be on how to endure under the oppressive system, rather than concerning himself with matters irrelevant to his survival, especially since the threat of the system loomed over him incessantly. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a new notification from the system. You have witnessed a marine wonder. Willpower assessment passed. Mental capacity increased by 1. Willpower assessment? This is bad. Su-yi's expression changed as he turned to Xiachai-gu. Xiachai-gu appeared to be in a dire state. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her heartbeat rapid and thunderous, enveloped in a shroud of terror. Akin to a drowning person lost in the abyss of the ocean. Under the immense pressure, she began to step toward the algae carpet. Hey, Xiachai-gu. Su-yi urgently shook her. Yet, no matter what he did, Xiachai-gu seemed to have lost consciousness, her strength astonishingly overwhelming, rendering him unable to hold her back. This won't do. He must devise a plan. Su-yi's mind raced, and suddenly a bold idea struck him. Which is more potent, pollution or the dominator's power? He recalled a sharp-eyed fish he had in his system backpack, an extra he had when concocting potions. He retrieved the sharp-eyed fish. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the Crimson Paradise. A terrifying aura exploded from within, causing all beings in the Crimson Paradise to feel an overwhelming sense of dread and suppression from their very souls, as if the world itself were on the brink of annihilation. The red algae zone where Su-yi stood ceased all life activities, as if everything had turned to stone. Meanwhile, the survival systems began flashing frantically. Warning! Warning! Pollution detected in this modular marine area. All survivors must evacuate the area immediately. Connecting with main system. Assessing survival probability within this ecological system. Survival probability, 0. Initiating OHI God's Wall Modular Separation Protocol. Initiating OE Standard Evacuation Protocol. Initiating OB Energy Cessation Protocol. Initiating Ecology Data Rescue Protocol. Initiating MBIT Node Technology Recovery Protocol. Initiating JMEP Joint Evaluation Protocol. Initiating WW Tactical Armed Clearance Protocol. Conducting Final Pollution Detection, 30, 29, 28. Su-yi felt as though he had violated a celestial decree, and in fear, he hastily returned the sharp-eyed fish to his backpack. As he did, the system alarms abruptly ceased, and the terrifying aura dissipated. All that remained were bewildered, shocked survivors, and local residents. Pollution has vanished, protocols lifted. Survivors may continue exploring this area. Few saved. Seeing the system's notification, Su-yi collapsed onto the ground. He felt as though he had accomplished something monumental. The dominator was utterly insignificant in the face of pollution. They nearly eradicated an entire marine area due to a single fish. This exemplifies the system's attitude toward pollution. The regional chat exploded with activity. Even the global chat surged with tumult. What were those things just now? What is pollution? Did the system malfunction? Why were we instructed to evacuate the area? You all didn't understand? We nearly lost our lives. Who knows what that pollution was? But it was certainly not a good thing. The system acted as if it had gone mad. Survivors from other regions were entirely baffled by the discourse of those from the Crimson Paradise. What are you talking about? Why the panic? Didn't you other regions receive the system's warning? Warning? What warning? Apparently not. Let me tell you. Su-yi took a long time to gather his strength to rise. At that moment, Xiachai-gu also regained consciousness. She gazed at Su-yi with terror in her eyes. Big brother, I almost lost my life just now. Su-yi shot her a glance of disdain. What do you know? I nearly caused the entire marine area to perish while trying to save you. Nonetheless, he patiently listened to everything Xiachai-gu recounted. How she had failed the willpower assessment and felt as if she were suffocating in the ocean. Later, a gentle voice from the algae carpet had been calling her, beckoning her toward it. But upon reflection, she was now filled with dread. Su-yi pondered, why had he succeeded in the assessment? It was evident that this willpower assessment was not designed for newcomers like them. One must at least possess extraordinary capabilities to succeed. The willpower assessment that Xiachai-gu spoke of seemed more like a trial imposed upon her by the ocean world itself. While Su-yi had never felt fear of this ocean since entering it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to explore this marine world. It felt like returning home, filled with comfort and security. Of course, the terrifying creatures of the ocean were an exception. Could this also be the influence of the heart of the abyss? What treasures lie in the depths of the ocean? What is the true nature of pollution? Why had the system malfunctioned in the first place? He tucked these questions deep within his heart. Perhaps one day he would uncover the answers. Seeing him lost in thought, Xiaochai couldn't help but punch him lightly in the chest. Big brother, you're daydreaming again. Were you even listening to me? What are you afraid of? Look around. Su Yi's words snapped her back to reality, and she glanced around. It was a scene of utter silence. The red algae seemed lifeless. Big brother, what is going on? Xiaochai asked in shock. Check the regional chat on the way. We need to hurry to the treasure location. Su Yi led her toward the treasure site. This time, they quickly dug up the treasure and left, not daring to linger in the red algae zone. Only once they were far from the area did they breathe a sigh of relief, for they noticed the red algae were gradually reviving. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they feared they might never escape. Now it was time to open the last treasure chest. Su Yi was curious about what the ultimate treasure might be. Chapter 39, The Deranged Carl. To Su Yi's surprise, the final treasure chest contained merely one piece of equipment and a diary. Name, Greed Potion. Category, Consumable. Quality, Extraordinary. Introduction. At the core of this extraordinary potion lies the corporeal essence of a creature known as the Greedy Offspring, combined with a collection of rare materials. There exists a probability that this potion will awaken the extraordinary sequence of greed within a being, birthed from primal instinctual desires. Caution is advised in its use. Compatibility, 100. Usage requirements. Constitution and perception attributes must reach 10 points. Name, Carl's Culinary Diary. Introduction, a collection of musings from a gluttonous gourmet. An extraordinary potion? Su Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. Although such items are precious, he already possessed one. On the other hand, Xiaochan Ji's eyes widened in awe. The extraordinary potion must be exceedingly valuable, and her instincts as a treasure hunter ignited an overwhelming desire to seize it. Her compatibility with the potion reached an astonishing 91. However, she gritted her teeth and suppressed this yearning through sheer willpower. Big brother, you take this potion. Su Yi casually handed over the potion. No, I have one already. Xiaochan Gu, clutching the potion, stared blankly at Su Yi. I encountered an extraordinary creature previously and made a trade with it. Otherwise, do you think I would know so much about the extraordinary? Right. Upon realizing, Xiaochan Ji's face lit up with joy. Then I shall take it. She gleefully stowed the greed potion into her system backpack, feeling that her journey through this novice dungeon had been thoroughly rewarding. Outside, a single extraordinary potion could incite a myriad of tumultuous events, yet she felt as though she had accomplished little to attain it. Indeed, clinging to Big Brother's coattails was quite advantageous. Su Yi gazed at the diary in his hands, which contained merely 2 lines and a coordinate. It appeared that the other party had also perceived the secrets of the 4 hazardous zones. The coordinate indicated the location of the misty forest, which was the so-called ultimate treasure. After mentally noting the coordinate, he turned to Xiaochan Gu. All right, I must proceed to complete my main quest now. The path ahead is perilous and somewhat related to the treasure map's ultimate location, but I would not recommend you seek it out. It is too dangerous. The red algae zone is fraught with peril. He did not believe the misty forest to be any less treacherous. At that time, he would scarcely have the capacity to protect himself, let alone others. Don't worry, big brother. I never intended to go. Xiaochan Gu opted to leave the dungeon, waving her hand with a radiant smile. Big brother, remember to keep in touch. Let's talk again when we have the chance. Once Xiaochan Gu departed, Su Yi found himself momentarily disoriented. However, after adjusting his mindset, he swiftly utilized the underwater bubble magic to expedite his journey toward the coordinate, moving with astonishing speed. Many passers-by were startled along the way, and by the time they reacted, he had already vanished from sight. At last, he arrived. Su Yi regarded the mist before him, understanding why it was called the misty forest. Fog was not a natural occurrence in the sea. In reality, it was the seawater interspersed with numerous milky droplets, each less than 100 microns in diameter, and the exceptionally clear quality of the water created a dreamlike scene reminiscent of fog. Su Yi attempted to touch these milky droplets, and the moment they came into contact with his hand, they changed color, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. A sudden searing sensation coursed through his palm, prompting him to withdraw his hand hastily. Upon inspecting his palm, he discovered it was mangled and showed signs of swelling. In a flurry, Su Yi retrieved the healing bandages he had exchanged with Ji Ryue and wrapped his hand. Gradually, the swelling subsided, indicating that the effect was quite favorable. That was reckless. Su Yi furrowed his brow. Gazing at the color-changing droplets, he recalled the Yule song that Bob had once made him drink. Could these droplets be the very ingredients of that drink? Did this imply that Bob had been here? He must have concealed some critical information from him. Soon, the system provided an answer regarding the milky droplets. Name, Essence of Life. Category, Consumable. Introduction, droplets condensed from pure life force, with an astonishingly vast vitality that is utterly unutilizable. They will inflict severe, toxin-like damage to the human body. Extraordinary level beings and below should refrain from casual contact. Golden isolation is advised. Golden isolation? Su Yi immediately thought of the golden attire he wore. He wrapped his palm in it and attempted to touch the droplets, discovering that he could indeed penetrate through them. He then enveloped himself entirely in the golden attire and ventured forth. Uncertain of how much time passed, he finally breached the barrier, and upon entering, the scene matched the vivid imagery he had envisioned. A dimly lit, expansive underwater forest, towering ancient trees, and luminous jellyfish illuminating the surroundings like lanterns. It was a breathtakingly beautiful and surreal sight. However, upon seeing it again, Suye's feelings were markedly different from before. He understood now that there was no forest at all. This entire expanse was the embodiment of Yale. The trees were merely its tendrils, with the 4 longest tendrils forming the 4 hazardous zones. As Suyi wandered through this forest, there seemed to be no danger. Everything felt serene and tranquil, with only an overwhelming vitality pervading the air. Yet, this vitality was poison. Suyi remained vigilant. The memories of his previous hallucinations were still vivid. He had no desire to become a mere mass of flesh again. Recalling the anatomy of the jellyfish, Suyi looked upward. He had identified the destination he needed to reach, the apex where all the tendrils converged, which was the interior of the jellyfish's umbrella-like body. Upon entering Yale's interior, he discovered a solitary corpse lying within. The gluttonous gourmet, Carl. He had perished here, and beside him lay a diary. Suyi approached to examine it. Finding a brief entry, Carl had nearly lost his life in the red algae zone, expending all his survival resources to escape. Yet, he remained intensely curious about the misty forest, a curiosity that ultimately led to his demise. He ventured into the misty forest and discovered the essence of Yale. Unable to resist the desires of a greedy gourmet, he attempted to consume a piece of Yale's gelatinous layer. And then, he went mad, leaving behind a jumbled ramble. Ha ha. I must be insane. Insane. Ha ha. Yale is a jellyfish? Yale is a great being? If Yale is not a jellyfish, then what is it? What is this great being? What is extraordinary? No, 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 it cannot be like this. It cannot be like this. We have all been deceived. Chapter 40. The Artificial Intelligence Sylvia. What does this all mean? Suyi stared at the diary, utterly perplexed. Though these words appeared to be the ravings of a madman, his intuition suggested that Carl had undoubtedly uncovered some astonishing secret. This secret was so overwhelming that even an extraordinary being like him could scarcely accept it. Fueling Suye's curiosity further, what had he discovered? Was the issue rooted in Yale's flesh? Suyi regarded Yale's body, the translucent, slightly milky gelatinous layer undulating softly. This confirmed that Yale was indeed still alive. He approached to touch it and found its texture to be soft and entirely normal. Just as he intended to emulate Carl's actions and slice off a small piece with his serpent-toothed dagger, he suddenly felt something coiling around his waist. Looking down, he realized it was a tentacle. Human, did no one ever inform you that intruding into another's body without invitation is quite impolite? A deep, resonant voice echoed within Suye's mind. Dumbfounded, Suyi looked up to see Yale awakening. It stirred without warning. In the next moment, the entire Crimson Paradise began to tremble. Should one possess the divine perspective to observe the Crimson Paradise, they would witness the ocean floor at the corners and the center tearing apart in an instant. For tentacles, each exceeding 10,000 meters in length, would emerge from the depths, each tip adorned with a distinct hue and interspersed with strands of seaweed. Subsequently, a terrifying behemoth would slowly rise. Each contraction and expansion of Yelai's inner chamber would provoke a tumultuous backflow of seawater, obliterating any creature daring enough to venture close with the violent currents and immense pressure. The area surrounding him would instantly transform into a forbidden zone, causing dozens of congregations to vanish in an instant, as if struck by a cataclysm. Upon fully awakening, he cast his gaze upon Suyi. Though Yelai bore no eyes, Suyi could distinctly feel his scrutiny, akin to that of observing a diminutive ant. A wave of panic surged within him. Why did Yelai awaken at this moment? Until Yelai posed a question. The book is on you? Hand it over. At this utterance, Suyi comprehended in an instant that he had been ensnared by Bob. He retrieved the Reichel storybook, the Phantom Forest edition. Yelai extended 2 more tentacles to seize it, perusing its contents for a while before speaking slowly. I still detest this story. It merely portrays a group of failures. Suyi was utterly bewildered by his words. What relevance does this hold for you? He attempted to voice his thoughts, only to feel the tentacles constricting tighter, his bones creaking ominously. Yelai intended to slay him. Enduring the pain, Suyi drew his energy pistol and fired at the tentacles. However, the ordinary energy bullets failed to penetrate even the surface, and the explosive rounds proved equally ineffective. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, and Suyi remained oblivious to the reason behind Yelai's desire to end his life. Was it merely for a spellbook? Yet what was it to him? Just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard voices whispering in his ear, detecting the gradual disappearance of life signs. OHI Artificial Intelligence Sylvia is assuming control. Temporary emotional module loading. Armed module loading. Virtual entity loading. A gunshot shattered the silence. The tentacles restraining Suyi were obliterated, and a formless female specter materialized beside him, wielding a C623 high-tech energy pistol. Yet, In her hands, the weapon's might was incomparably greater than in Su Ye's, as if she were its true master. This assertion held validity, for Su Ye's authority had indeed been bestowed upon him by her. Upon witnessing the apparition, Yelai became enraged. "It is you, us. Do you not recognize the true masters of the ocean realm?" The specter replied coldly, "It seems Reichel Vaughn did not instruct you adequately." "Oh, I forgot. He is merely a botanist studying algae and has never truly regarded you. Transforming into a jellyfish does not conceal the fact that you are merely an uncontrollable nutrient medium, preying upon weaker beings. Are you so fearful of being discovered?" The specter was well aware of Yelai's origins. He was not a jellyfish. He was merely a nutrient medium cultivated by Reichel Vaughn in his laboratory. A nutrient medium serves as the carrier of the necessary nutrients for plant growth and development, providing essential conditions such as moisture, oxygen, and nutrients to support and ensure normal plant growth. This was also the source of Yelai's immense vitality. A typical nutrient medium could not possibly develop consciousness. However, due to contamination, it had become a possibility. Reichel had also fallen victim to Yelai. He was an exceptional gourmet who, upon tasting a morsel, discerned that Yelai's essence was not that of a jellyfish, making it impossible for Yelai to allow him to escape. His earlier attempt to kill Su Yi was also motivated by this, compounded by the matter of the book. Reichel Vaughn, his nominal father, was also his inner demon. In a fit of rage, Yelai declared, "Your era has ended. I am the sovereign of the ocean realm. Our era has never concluded. It is merely that the remaining plans have yet to commence." The specter disregarded Yelai's frenzied assaults, as if an invisible wall shielded her, effortlessly intercepting the tentacles in midair. Her energy pistol began to flicker, subsequently revealing its true power against Yelai. Authority adjusted from 10 to 100. All permissions unlocked. Anti-biomass bullets loading. Now, the specter aimed the energy pistol at Yelai and coldly declared, "You have obstructed our path." She pulled the trigger, and the anti-biomass bullet struck Yelai. In an instant, Yelai's colossal form began to dissolve into seawater, his umbrella-shaped body, tentacles, and all bodily structures collapsing under the bullet's influence. He could not even utter a final word. As the ocean overlord of the Crimson Paradise perished on the spot, the specter gazed upon his dissipating form and shook her head, naive. "What makes you think you can withstand the technological marvels developed by countless generations of our kind?" With a sigh, she added, "The sacrifice faction has been obliterated, while the preservation faction clings to life. Why must I continue to toil?" After saying this, she patted her face. "It must be the influence of this temporary emotional module that compelled me to utter such sentiments typical of a mere cog in the machine." She proceeded to check whose backup this emotional module belonged to. "Ah, it was that fellow's. No wonder I have acted so contrary to my identity. Regrettably, that individual is already deceased." She approached Su Yi, gazing at him. "The Otherworld Project JMEP has indeed accomplished something commendable." Chapter 41, Biomass Catastrophe. When Su Yi awoke once more, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he had returned to the dormitory of the base. What transpired? Was he not in the Crimson Paradise? The time matched precisely with my calculations. "You are awake, Su Yi." The emotionless voice of the AI emanated from above the dormitory. "Come to the base's control room. It is time for us to meet. You must have many questions. However, do not fret. You shall soon learn everything. Now, hurry over. My remaining time is limited." The base had been breached? Su Yi was taken aback, retrieving his energy pistol as he made his way to the control room. To his surprise, the room was devoid of any personnel, save for an enormous intelligent projection screen that flickered to life. It displayed a continuously pulsating, rotating letter O, resembling an artificial intelligence. Had she been the one speaking just now? Su Yi questioned in bewilderment. "Who are you?" "I am Sylvia, the 7th generation artificial intelligence main control system of OHI." Sylvia glanced at Su Yi. "You must be the one who discovered the program within that USB drive. It contains my data backup. The permissions for your C623 high-tech energy pistol, C096 source shield, and M1054 underwater exploration drone were all granted by me. I am somewhat disoriented." Su Yi leaned against the wall, pressing his temples. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I am more than willing to clarify your doubts. Which faction do you belong to?" OHI, short for Ocean Heavy Industry. We primarily oversee the research and production of large-scale constructions and machinery within the ocean realm, encompassing industries such as metals, machinery, chemicals, materials, and energy, predominantly active during the 1st to 7th oceanic epochs. "Lost technology?" Su Yi inquired suddenly. Sylvia replied coolly. "That is merely a term used by other uninformed races to refer to us pure-blooded humans. There are 7 titans like us in the ocean realm, encompassing every facet of it. We are the true sovereigns of this world, past, present, and future. You are the sovereigns of the oceanic realm. What, then, is this great existence?" Su Yi inquired with bewilderment. "Are you more powerful than the divine? Great existence? We typically prefer to refer to it as a biomass catastrophe. Its essence is a sentient biomass entity tainted by the abyss. Its origins could be animal, plant, mechanical, or even certain materials and substances. They are categorized by their level of threat, ranging from K grade to S grade, inspired by the basic units of biological classification: domain, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. Biomass catastrophe. Suyi was momentarily stunned. He had never considered such a possibility. Yet, he recalled the crimson carpet of algae in the red seaweed zone and the current visage of the crimson paradise, which indeed bore a striking resemblance to marine disasters. Then what is the abyss? Suyi queried further. Since you claim that biomass catastrophes are born of abyssal pollution, the abyss must be formidable, correct? Unclear. Unclear? Despite your advanced technology? Sylvia retorted, what do you think it is? Suyi pondered for a moment. A certain place deep within the oceanic realm? Not quite. Then, is it a type of virus? Not that either. What then? This is a profoundly intriguing question. Thousands of top-tier scientists have convened to study it, even developing a discipline known as abyssal theory. Yet, they ultimately could not ascertain what the abyss truly is. It is neither a location, nor a substance, nor a magnetic field, nor a virus. Sylvia paused briefly. Only the unknown is truly terrifying. Without a clear understanding of the abyss's nature, we cannot effectively respond to it. Its innate capacity for pollution can infect any entity, tangible or intangible. We have exerted every effort to resist the contamination of the abyss, but ultimately, we failed. Until your emergence, which has offered us a glimmer of hope. Suyi suddenly comprehended. Because I am unaffected by the pollution? Sylvia did not deny it, indeed. It seems I hold considerable value. Naturally. Did you awaken the moment I set foot in this world? Yes, I was merely observing. Observing what? The pollution is uncontrollable. Apart from biomass catastrophes, other organisms that succumb to the contamination gradually transform into monstrosities. Therefore, when I first laid eyes on you, I was quite taken aback. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. I have not installed any emotional modules. However, your presence introduced a third possibility. A third possibility? Once, humanity was divided into two factions. The sacrificial faction advocated for an offensive against all things abyssal, while the preservation faction emphasized enhancing defenses against abyssal pollution. Ultimately, both factions failed. Otherwise, we would not be witnessing a proliferation of biomass catastrophes in the oceanic realm today. Sylvia turned her gaze to Suyi. Your emergence signifies the potential for a coexistence faction. I wish to entrust you with an unprecedented feat, which would also benefit you. Concurrently, during this period, I will represent oceanic heavy industries and several other titans to assist you. Will you consider it? What do you want me to do? How well do you understand biological evolution? Sylvia continued without waiting for Suyi's response. The extraordinary as referred to by survivors is, in essence, an uncontrollable evolution bestowed by the abyss. We pure-blooded humans follow a different, more stable evolutionary path, transcending human limits through rigorous scientific training and superlimit agents. I hope you can traverse both paths simultaneously. Suyi contemplated for a moment. All right. How surprising. This time, your response was swifter than I anticipated. Does this dual system imply that I will grow stronger? Naturally, Suyi yearned to become as formidable as possible, at the very least, not to remain defenseless against Yele as before. Sylvia affirmed, indeed. Then, that's settled. Before we proceed, allow me to remind you of one thing. Sylvia regarded Suyi, speaking with a calm demeanor. You may pursue the extraordinary path, even align with other factions. However, you must never alter your identity as a human, just as the peculiar races within the oceanic realm have done, shifting allegiances to other powers and even altering their physical traits. Do they not count as humans? Suyi could not help but inquire. Do you think the term pure-blooded humans emerged from thin air? Sylvia responded. My database is currently incomplete. Fortunately, it contains the coordinates of a tiny division of WW Corporation. I will upload the coordinates to your wristwatch. There lies a superlimit agent, which you should explore once all your attributes reach 10 points. WW Corporation, White Whale, formerly known as the White Whale Tactical Armament Company, is also one of the 7 Titans. Chapter 42, Glacial Feast. White Whale. So you recalled a classic novel titled Moby Dick. Is this White Whale Tactical Armament Company quite formidable? He asked curiously. The White Whale Tactical Armament Company excels in human modification technology and possesses extensive experience in countering biomass catastrophes. Its services include, but are not limited to, skill training, tactical guidance, weaponry research and production, as well as acting as mercenaries. We frequently engage in collaborative endeavors. So, they act as enforcers? One might say that. The energy pistol and source shield you possess originated from a squad of the White Whale Tactical Armament Company. They were retrieving my data backups based on a contract signed by both parties, but the rate of contamination in this marine area exceeded our expectations, leading to unforeseen circumstances. So it was them. Suyi glanced at the energy pistol in his hand, surprised by this newfound connection. Suddenly, Sylvia began to flicker. The power supply at your base is insufficient to sustain my normal operations. I require a period of slumber. During this time, please upgrade the power system of the base as swiftly as possible. Additionally, while I am absent, prioritize your safety above all else. It is imperative that you remember this. As her words faded, the projection vanished. It appeared that the base's power supply truly could not accommodate an artificial intelligence. Suyi reflected on the events that had transpired. His main quest in the Crimson Paradise must have failed. How did Sylvia manage to bring him back? However, upon checking, he discovered that the quest had indeed been completed. Main quest, Savior has been completed. You have accomplished the impossible. Destruction is also a form of rebirth. Simply await the ecosystem's self-regulation. It will become better than it is now. Quest evaluation, perfect. Quest reward, 50,000 ocean coins, 1 golden technology box. What had Sylvia done? Suyi found the evaluation rather peculiar, but his attention quickly shifted to the rewards. A golden technology box? Excitement surged through him. Technology boxes were indeed valuable treasures. The last ancient technology box had yielded not only a lost workbench, but also a standard oxygen bottle, which had proven immensely profitable. With no affordable substitutes in the trading market to date. During Su Ye's absence, the trading market had gone wild. Everyone clamored to buy, yet no one could acquire anything. What wondrous items would this box reveal? May the heavens bless me. Su Yi silently prayed, eagerly opening it. A golden light erupted from the technology box, revealing 3 items. Name, waterproof flashlight. Category, item. Quality, good. Description, a flashlight capable of functioning in any underwater environment, greatly aiding nighttime exploration, powered by a removable battery. Name, standard battery manufacturing blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, excellent. Description, a portable energy source, applicable to various technological products. Crafting materials, acid berries 1. Copper or 2. Name, solar panel manufacturing blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, perfect. Introduction, to power the base and other infrastructures. Sunlight can be converted into electrical energy, generating 30 units of power per minute during the day, and remains inactive at night. Crafting materials, 2 quartz, 2 copper ore, 1 titanium ore. Shipment completed. Suyi beheld the final blueprint for the solar panel and could not contain his jubilant cheer. The 3-legged fish nestled in the aquarium beside him was startled from its slumber, glancing around in alarm. Suyi was brimming with excitement. The solar panel was undoubtedly the most essential item he currently required. Indeed, it was unparalleled in its necessity. With it, the power issues of the base would be resolved, and Sylvia could awaken. Suyi commenced his search for the crafting materials. Copper ore remained scarce, commanding a high price in the trading market, equivalent to a basic metal ingot or 10 basic metals. Quartz, on the other hand, was utterly absent. After inquiring around, he found no one had encountered any. This was perplexing. He distinctly recalled that purchasing glass had been a simple task. Upon further investigation into glass, he discovered a plethora of it. How curious it was that while glass was readily available, quartz was not to be found. Wasn't he glass derived from quartz? He pondered this dilemma and sought the insights of fellow survivors in the global chat. A kind-hearted individual provided clarity, revealing that the system categorizes these fundamental materials. Glass is classified as a decorative component, used solely in the crafting of certain furnishings, whereas quartz falls under construction materials. The former's value is vastly inferior to that of the latter, given their differing practical applications. Grateful for the elucidation, Suyi rewarded him with 5 basic metals. He then recalled He Chunwei, who likely had yet to share several pieces of intel regarding the Crimson Paradise. Perhaps he might know where quartz could be found. After dedicating some time to document the details of the other 3 hazardous zones, he sought out He Chunwei, presented the information, and inquired about quartz's whereabouts. He Chunwei was remarkably efficient, swiftly guiding him to an individual named Wei Chun, who possessed a substantial amount of quartz. He relayed Wei Chun's ID to Suyi. Upon reaching out, Wei Chun was quite amenable. I have 8 pieces of quartz, but I require something in exchange. Basic metals? Suyi inquired. Certainly not. I am currently in the L322C region and need items that can provide warmth or insulation, the more the better, or I shall perish. Suyi was somewhat perplexed. What do you need these for? Brother, the Novice Sea region you've entered is not L322, is it? The L322C is dubbed the Glacier Feast. The waters are filled with sea ice, and the temperatures are frightfully low, averaging at -40 degrees. You cannot fathom the sensation of swimming in waters at that temperature. My body temperature is perilously close to critical. I feel as though I am freezing into numbness. The Glacier Feast? Suyi recalled the names of the previous 2 sea regions. He refrained from further commentary. However, he indeed lacked anything suitable for warmth. He possessed 1 constant temperature stone, located within the summer cicada singer. Asking for it seemed unwise. He sensed that the system was orchestrating something significant related to these Novice Sea regions, and the constant temperature stone would likely be of use to the summer cicada. By the way, could illumination sticks provide warmth? Suyi ignited one to test it, only to discover it was ineffective. The illumination stick in his possession was specially made, yielding a low temperature. This presented quite the dilemma. He absolutely needed to procure quartz, and thus he resolved to consult Summer Cicada. Her sister, Ji Ryue, should possess items capable of providing warmth. Meanwhile, Summer Cicada was engaged in conversation with Ji Ryue. Ji Ryue, have you completed your main quest? Summer Cicada, hee, I have reaped a bountiful harvest. Gee Ryua, that's splendid. I have also completed my main quest, and can finally enjoy a period of tranquility. Summer Cicada, sister, I have something marvelous to show you. She sent a photo and attributes of agreed potion. Gee Ryua, supernatural potion? How did you acquire it? Summer Cicada, guess. Chapter 43, Underwater Spider. Gee Ryua, stop keeping me in suspense. Summer Cicada, but first. Dear sister, answer me this. The mask of Kellyolooshi I gave you, did you sell it? Gee Ryua, I sold it. Summer Cicada, to whom? A wave of anticipation washed over her. Gee Ryua, to Su Yi. The healing ointment that saved you last time was exchanged from him. By the way, why do you ask? Have you encountered him? I feel he is quite decent. Hasn't he done anything to you, has he? You do have a disguise item, don't you? Hey, are you still there? Summer Cicada was already lost in excitement, sprawled on her soft bed in the dormitory. This was the fate that bound her to her elder brother. A gentle smile graced her lips, her rounded little feet nestled against the pillow, her soft form rolling about on the bed as her mind wandered into fanciful thoughts. Soon, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. However, she was quickly jolted back to reality by a message from Su Yi. Su Yi, are you there? Could you ask your sister if she has any warming or insulating items or equipment? Summer Cicada sprang up instantly. Do you want my constant temperature stone, brother? Su Yi, no, keep it for yourself. I plan to trade some warming or insulating items for materials with others. Since they're strangers, I don't need anything of great quality. Please ask your sister if she has any. If so, have her sell some to me. His relationship with Gee Ryua was not yet close enough for him to directly approach her, so seeking assistance from Summer Cicada seemed more prudent. Summer Cicada readily agreed. Promising to fulfill the task, she promptly sought out Gee Ryua. Summer Cicada, sister, do you have any warming or insulating items? Gee Ryua was momentarily puzzled, but still helped her search. Wait a moment, let me check. I have a blueprint for crafting an underwater cold-resistant suit, but the production cost is exceedingly high. She sent the attributes to Summer Cicada, who then relayed them to Su Yi. Name, Underwater Cold-Resistant Suit Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, Rare. Description, a dry cold-resistant suit designed to fend off severe cold, preventing rapid heat loss and offering a degree of protection, generally used in cold coastal regions. A sweater can be worn inside for enhanced warmth, although it will reduce underwater movement speed by 10. Crafting materials, 4 natural rubber, for fiber cloth. It was indeed a valuable item, but the required crafting materials were somewhat daunting. Natural rubber and fiber cloth both had crafting recipes available at the basic workstation. One required a fruit known as a rubber fruit, while the other needed a giant seaweed block. The plants that produce rubber fruit only thrive at depths of 200 meters underwater, and currently, only a handful of individuals dare to explore such depths, as numerous monsters are said to inhabit those waters. As for giant seaweed, Su Yi had encountered it before. It was that expansive seaweed forest near the survivor base, with individual strands reaching over 100 meters. Neither item was readily accessible. After much deliberation, Su Yi contemplated whether to enlist another individual to search for quartz. However, apart from Wei Chun, he found no one else. Even Summer Cicada and Gee Ryua were in the same predicament. Su Yi could hardly contain his frustration. This material was exceedingly rare. It seemed that the current survivors were too weak, with too few areas to explore. It appeared he would have to venture forth to seek rubber fruit and giant seaweed blocks. Fortunately, he recalled having a treasure map obtained from a lottery draw, which marked a location precisely at a depth of 200 meters underwater. He decided to investigate that site. Su Yi urged Wei Chun to wait, but Wei Chun replied that he could hold out for no more than 3 days. If Su Yi still failed to procure warming items by then, he feared his life would truly be in jeopardy. Brother, my life relies on you. Su Yi felt an exasperated tension. Who was he calling brother? The following morning, Su Yi set out towards the location indicated on the treasure map. After navigating the novice dungeon, he no longer felt trepidation near his base. The diminutive, sharp-eyed creature and the venomous pufferfish met their demise one after another, providing him with the perfect concoction for his elixirs. However, as he descended to a depth of 150 meters, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. The polluted waters were shrouded in darkness, with most visible light being absorbed by the water molecules, leaving only hues of blue and violet capable of penetrating this abyss, a phenomenon that intensified the deeper he ventured. Upon reaching 200 meters, Su Yi could barely discern the vague outlines of the ocean floor, and the sounds that accompanied him were even more disconcerting. In the shallower waters, one could occasionally hear the gentle lapping of waves, but down here, a profound silence prevailed, interspersed with strange, disembodied sounds. When one is alone, the mind tends to wander, and as Su Yi floated in the vast, empty water, he could not shake the feeling that something lurked behind him. This unsettling sensation compelled him to glance back repeatedly, checking his safety, and within a span of mere dozens of meters, he turned around a dozen times, until, at last, a true surprise awaited him. As he turned, a smiling human face appeared silently before him, mere centimeters away, allowing him to discern the individual black bristles upon its countenance. In a moment of sheer terror, Su Ye's heart raced, and he brandished his source shield to strike at it. Yet, Upon impact, the force felt as if it had collided with cotton. The face was sent sprawling far away, only to return shortly thereafter. It was then that Suyi realized he was confronted by a spider possessing a visage remarkably akin to that of a human. The human face was merely a pattern on its back, nearly indistinguishable unless scrutinized closely. In the next instant, a chilling scene unfolded. Spiders typically descend from trees using silk threads, and before Suye's eyes appeared a multitude of these human-faced spiders, suspended upside down from the ocean floor in a bizarre manner, with each one hanging motionless within mere meters of him. It dawned on Suyi that he had unwittingly trespassed into a spider's lair. His movements must have disturbed their carefully laid tripwires, rousing these creatures from their slumber. Soon enough, the human-faced spiders began to weave their webs, their movements eerily graceful, akin to dancers encircling a bonfire, showcasing their artistry beneath the waves. Yet, Suyi harbored no such romantic notions. To them, he was merely prey. He hastily drew his charged pistol, firing at them one by one, but their numbers were overwhelming. Reluctantly, he summoned his golden thread staff, unleashing a flurry of golden lines against the surrounding spiders. In the midst of this chaos, he discovered their combat style was extraordinarily peculiar. Each spider possessed a specialized thread at its rear, allowing them to swing away gracefully when struck by the golden lines, thus mitigating the impact. It was a stroke of genius. Suyi had previously failed to dispatch them with the source shield for this very reason. Realizing the dire situation, he quickly funneled all 10 points of his enhanced magical power into the golden thread staff in one breath. The crystal atop the staff erupted with a brilliant flash, and over 1,000 golden lines surged forth, launching a frenzied assault on the human-faced spiders. Just as he thought he had gained the upper hand, the spiders revealed their countermeasure. They expelled an immense quantity of silk to ensconce themselves tightly, adhering to the intricately woven web. When the golden lines struck, the dense layers of silk served as a buffer, swiftly diminishing the kinetic energy until the lines barely grazed their exoskeletons, rendering them ineffective. Suyi was left in astonishment. Was this not akin to a soft body armor? Could they truly possess such an ability? Quickly shifting his strategy, he focused on attacking one side of the web, determined to escape by tearing a gap through it. The human-faced spiders seemed to sense his intentions and altered their approach, launching silk balls toward him. Suyi instinctively raised his source shield to defend, but while he shielded the front, he could not protect his rear. A clump of silk ensnared his waist, and the spider that had cast it unleashed tremendous force, dragging him onto the web. In an instant, Suyi found himself immobilized, completely ensnared. Desperately, he attempted to sever the threads with his golden lines, but it was a futile endeavor. The silk was too resilient. Natural spider silk is among the strongest biological fibers, possessing both high tensile strength and remarkable elasticity, akin to biological steel, even stronger than carbon fiber. However, the spiders in this realm spun threads far superior to those of Earth, their signature skill. As the human-faced spiders approached, bearing their fangs menacingly, Suyi had a stroke of brilliance. He wrapped himself in over 1,000 golden lines, resembling a cocoon ensnared in their web. When one spider bit into the golden threads, its sharp mandibles nearly shattered upon contact. Undeterred, the swarm continued to gnaw at him. After half an hour of relentless biting, they finally relented, unable to penetrate the golden lines. For the first time, they recoiled from a cocoon, and an unusual stalemate ensued. Inside his makeshift cocoon, Suyi reserved a small space to contemplate a solution. The source shield's impact required energy absorption to unleash its force, rendering it ineffective against the silk balls. The golden lines could not breach their defenses, and the charged pistol was out of the question. Detonating himself would be nothing short of ludicrous. He rifled through his system backpack for usable equipment or items, but found nothing of use. Until, by chance, he activated his flashlight. A hissing sound erupted as the surrounding human-faced spiders scattered in terror, with many unable to escape, convulsing, and ultimately succumbing to their demise. Suyi was taken aback. They were so averse to light. He directed the beam of his flashlight toward the remaining spiders, and soon, another considerable number perished. Once the area was cleared of the human-faced spiders, he dared to emerge from his cocoon. Yet, he still found himself unable to move. Was he to be trapped here indefinitely? With a sense of defeat, Suyi cast his gaze downward, only to see the corpse of a human-faced spider drifting beside him. Name: Smiling Sea Spider. Category: Mutant Species. Habitat Depth: 150m 200m. Description: a vicious sea spider mutated from a type of oceanic spider, known to inhabit in groups, often securing themselves to the seabed with their rear silk while capturing prey in an inverted manner. Occasionally, they use themselves as bait to lure larger prey for collective hunting. Showcasing an elegant predatory style, their silk is exceptionally resilient, yet their internal glands produce corresponding proteases capable of breaking it down. The backs of these spiders frequently display the smiling faces of various creatures, purportedly linked to their juvenile dietary habits. In reality, these are specialized visual organs that assist them in capturing prey during vertical fishing. These visual organs are exceedingly fragile, particularly sensitive to bright light, which can lead to their demise. Protease. A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Yi, and he swiftly disassembled the carcass. Harvested Smiling Sea Spider Silk X1. Smiling Sea Spider Gland X1. He hastily crushed the gland and applied it to various parts of his body, finally dissolving the webbing that ensnared him. What a close call. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he glanced at the ocean floor, swiftly dismantling the remaining deceased smiling sea spiders before hastening his departure. He continued his descent until he reached a depth of 200 meters. Consulting his treasure map, he noted that ahead lay a perilous zone. The area where the smiling sea spiders resided was unmarked, yet this location was designated as hazardous. One could only imagine the dangers that awaited. Su Yi dared not venture inside. Instead, he circumnavigated the area while keeping a watchful eye. The seabed of the danger zone was adorned with vast expanses of vibrant red coral, the colors strikingly vivid and alluring, and a faint sweet fragrance wafted through the water. Neither too strong nor too weak, the aroma alone invigorated the senses, awakening Su Yi's mind with remarkable clarity. His gaze transformed instantly. It was undoubtedly a remarkable find. Not only he, but a multitude of fish were drawn into the perilous zone by the vibrant red coral. Su Yi then beheld an unfamiliar fish, resembling a lionfish, characterized by its elongated body adorned with alternating black and white stripes. Its entire form was enveloped by broad fins, while its tail fins flaunted a dazzling display akin to a peacock. When fully extended, it radiated a toxic aura that deterred any would-be intruders. Name: Peacock Scorpionity. Category: Mutant species. Habitat depth: approximately 200 m. Description: an arrogant and venomous fish. Its vibrant fins not only harbor toxins, but also release venom into the water, swiftly enveloping a radius of 2 to 3 meters in a deadly sphere. It is advisable not to provoke them lightly, for they seldom initiate an attack without provocation. Enraptured by the enticing scent, the peacock scorpionity glided towards the fiery coral. Just as it neared the coral, a shadow darted by like an arrow from afar. Moving with astonishing speed, the surrounding seawater was vaporized, creating implosive bubbles. In an instant, it shattered the peacock scorpionity into countless fragments, ensuring its demise. What on earth was that? Su Yi's eyes widened as he gazed at the elongated bubble, for bubbles do not form casually. They only manifest when an object exceeds a velocity of 185 kilometers per hour. The shadow had to be traveling at least 300 knots, roughly 5,556 kilometers per hour. Had it not been for the bubble, he might not have even registered the passing entity. Surely, a conventional torpedo could not match such swiftness. Su Yi instinctively recoiled a few steps, fearing that he might inadvertently become its next victim, worrying he wouldn't even have time to raise his shield. Chapter 45, The Ocean Mine. It became evident to Su Yi why this area was deemed perilous. The vibrant coral was evidently the domain of that shadow. Entering it would likely result in a fate akin to that of the shattered peacock scorpionity. In a short span, Su Yi witnessed several tragic incidents, each creature that ventured too close meeting a grimmer end than the last. Despite numerous observations, he still failed to discern the true nature of the shadow. It was only when he recalled that the system possessed a camera function that hope flickered within him. After considerable effort, he finally procured a somewhat blurry photograph. The image depicted a streamlined shark, not particularly large, measuring just over a meter in length, surrounded by a swarm of smaller fish that cohabitated with it. This was all he could ascertain. The photograph was far too indistinct for further analysis. Ultimately, he resolved to simply circumvent the area, continuing his journey towards the treasure site. Su Yi soon encountered a new predicament, a vast congregation of wretched sea anemones. These invertebrates, capable of altering their shapes at will, had transformed into formidable Gatling gunners. Their tentacles morphed into gun barrels, unleashing a barrage of barbed spikes that formed a dense web of fire. For a moment, Su Yi was utterly disoriented, as if caught in an aquatic version of a crossfire. Were it not for the protective source shield, he feared he might have been turned into a pincushion, only regaining his bearings once the source impact subsided. Seizing the opportunity while the anemones were momentarily stunned, he prepared to eliminate them one by one. However, as he approached, the anemones swiftly retreated, leaving Su Yi momentarily dumbfounded. He soon realized that the anemone's foot was not anchored to the rocks. Beneath them lurked a hermit crab. What a predicament! The Gatling gunners had become armored vehicle gunners. These hermit crabs bore exceptionally tough shells, making them difficult to kill with ease. Once the anemones regained their senses, they unleashed another barrage upon Su Yi. He could only cower behind his shield, trembling in fear. This place was truly terrifying. It reeked of overwhelming martial prowess. Eventually, his patience waned, and a charged explosion obliterated them into fragments. Name: Spiny Sea Anemone. Category: Mutant species. Habitat depth: approximately 200 m. Description: highly aggressive individuals mutated from ordinary sea anemones, having abandoned their previous feeding habits. Each spike they launch possesses a harpoon-like structure, capable of retracting and injecting digestive venom to ensnare prey, often cohabiting with hermit crabs. Having navigated past the sea anemone's defenses, Su Yi soon stumbled upon a multitude of enormous, Peculiar snails. They appeared dark and ominous, equipped with tough armor and layers of black scales enveloping their soft bodies. Strangely, they also exhibited magnetic properties. The collective strength of the group was astonishing, nearly wresting the source shield from Su Yi's grasp. With no choice, he stowed it away in his system backpack. Trouble was now afoot. Without his defenses, the snails brandished their formidable fangs. Few are aware that snails are among the creatures with the most teeth in the world, boasting thousands of neatly arranged teeth that form their unique radula. Should one of them take a bite, Su Yi feared he would be transformed into a showerhead. However, this challenge was not insurmountable for him. Though stripped of his source shield, he still donned the golden armor, which was impervious to their magnetic pull. As he unleashed his charged handgun, it typically required a single shot to vanquish a creature, yet this time, 2 shots were necessary due to the formidable resilience of their armor. Su Yi noted that his charged handgun seemed to be losing efficiency lately. He resolved to investigate potential enhancements upon his return. After dispatching the peculiar snails, Su Yi was astonished to discover that he was near a mining site. Name: Scaled Snail. Category: Mutant Species. Habitat Depth: 0-400 m. Description: Mutated from sea snails, their lifestyle has undergone dramatic changes. They not only prefer carnivorous diets, but also feast on minerals. Thriving near underwater mines. Over many years, these minerals accumulate on their surfaces, forming exceptionally hard shells. The location of the scaled snails was alarmingly close to the treasure site. Was he destined for the mine? After traversing several hundred meters, he found himself before a vast, flat expanse. He had finally spotted rubber fruits, and in considerable abundance. To his surprise, they were remarkably easy to collect. Hastily, he gathered them all. A single rubber fruit-producing plant yielded about 7 to 8 fruits, and he ultimately amassed a total of 162 rubber fruits. Yet, the anticipated mine remained elusive until he discovered a deep-sea mining shaft, approximately 3 meters in diameter. The fixed steel structures were rusted, and the surrounding water was murky, obscuring the bottom. Oh, dog map, do not tell me I have to descend into that abyss. The depths of the ocean were already terrifying enough without having to venture into a mine. Glancing at the treasure map, he noted that the mine's location perfectly coincided with that of the treasure, with not a hint of deviation, an unmistakable indication that to claim the treasure, he would need to descend. With a flashlight in hand, he peered into the depths, where darkness and silence reigned, resembling a sealed, ebony eye observing the outside world. It felt as though it was staring back at him, sending chills down his spine. Damn it, how could this be so cruel? Frustrated, Su Yi crumpled the treasure map into a ball, only to restore it once more in defeat. Having come this far, what choice did he have but to descend? Gritting his teeth, Su Yi donned the golden armor and leapt into the abyss, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust that clouded the waters. He emerged, flustered, and suddenly recalled that he had forgotten about the underwater exploration drone. The drone could scout ahead for him. Taking it out, Su Yi activated the night vision system and maneuvered it downward for a preliminary examination. As the diminutive drone entered the mine shaft, it stirred not a speck of dust. However, the labyrinthine depths of the mine were far more intricate than Su Yi had anticipated, with countless pathways leading in various directions, including many abandoned routes that made one easily susceptible to losing their way. Fortunately, he had refrained from descending directly. Otherwise, becoming ensnared in its bowels would have spelled disaster. The drone diligently navigated and eliminated erroneous routes, while Su Yi intently observed the footage transmitted to his watch. His concentration was so intense that he failed to notice a shadow stealthily appearing behind him. Suddenly, he felt a forceful kick that sent him tumbling down, and the entrance to the mine was sealed by a colossal boulder. He landed in a disoriented heap, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his senses. Upon realizing that the exit was obstructed by the immense stone, panic surged within him, quickly followed by an overwhelming fury. Who was the wretched creature responsible for this? He immediately attempted to shift the boulder, but it remained immovable, proving impervious even to the golden line. After several futile attempts, he surmised that the stone weighed several tons. With no visible escape route, Su Yi vowed that if he managed to extricate himself, he would ensure that the perpetrator met a grim fate. He shivered as he gazed into the abyss of the mine and descended further. Chapter 46, Fungal Beast. The conditions within the mine were exceedingly harsh. Not long after Su Yi descended, his body became caked in mud and grime, his hands stained with rust, rendering him a pitiful sight. The only sounds echoing through the tunnels were the rhythmic thump of his heartbeat and the crunch of his footsteps. He could only follow the drone's lead in search of an escape. Fortunately, the drone proved invaluable, uncovering a distinct tunnel that appeared to harbor signs of life. As Su Yi ventured inside, he noticed white filaments gradually appearing on the ground and walls, resembling a spider's web. Surely, it wouldn't be teeming with spiders, would it? Cautiously, he reached out to touch the filaments, discovering they were not silk, but rather mycelium of a fungus. Unknown mycelium. Can fungi truly thrive in such depths? Su Yi pondered, albeit briefly, before continuing deeper into the tunnel, where he soon encountered a living figure. The person lay on the ground with their back turned, seemingly gnawing on something, clad in tattered attire reminiscent of a miner. Their exposed ankles withered and emaciated. Instantly, Suyi heightened his vigilance and stealthily approached the individual. Suddenly, that person twisted their head a full 180 degrees to gaze at him. What a horrifying visage it was. The features of their face, eyes, nose, and other facial characteristics had been replaced by an abnormally proliferated keratin layer, forming a grotesque blossom. Their skin was cracked and fissured, with deep gashes, and a viscous white fluid dripped incessantly from their mouth, rendering any semblance of humanity unrecognizable. A veritable fungal beast. Beside them lay a decaying corpse. Suya's heart raced. He cautiously inquired, "Brother, are you still conscious?" Roar. The fungal beast lunged at him. Suyi swiftly fired several shots, the powerful force sending the creature sprawling, creating multiple gaping wounds in its form, indicating its defenses were not particularly robust. The beast lay on the ground, seemingly incapacitated, until the surrounding mycelium underwent a transformation. It began to creep over the fungal beast. When the creature finally regained its footing, its form had entirely altered. A pale yellow exoskeleton enveloped its body, resembling a full suit of armor. It appeared significantly more resilient than before. The fungal beast charged at Suyi again, who instinctively clamped his teeth onto the flashlight, raising the source shield to protect himself while firing continuously. What should have been an easily dispatched foe now proved impervious even after multiple shots. The beast collided with the shield, sending Suyi hurtling backward. He crashed against the wall like a puppet with severed strings, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The creature possessed astonishing strength, overwhelming even the source shield's defenses. The fungal beast lunged at him once more, intent on severing his throat. Suyi rolled away just in time, switching his pistol to automatic mode. He unleashed a torrent of bullets, depleting the magazine in an instant. The exoskeleton proved extraordinarily tough, causing the beast to stagger backward, with only a minuscule crack emerging in its armor, more formidable than steel. But that was sufficient. Suyi rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and brandished the golden line staff towards the creature. The golden line shot forth. It burrowed into the fissure, shredding the fungal beast's body to pieces, ultimately extracting its entrails and flesh. With its internal support obliterated, the beast soon crumbled into a heap. Suyi exhaled a sigh of relief and approached the remnants of the creature to inspect the exoskeleton. What material could possess such hardness? The system indicated it was chitin, also known as chitosan, commonly found in insects and fungi. Moreover, the chitin produced by this fungus had undergone structural alterations at the atomic level, incorporating a crystalline mineral rich in carbon, rendering it even more diamond-like in composition. In simpler terms, this exoskeleton boasted a strength surpassing that of diamonds. No wonder it was so formidable. This fungal beast was indeed a challenge. Continuing deeper into the tunnel, Suyi encountered more of these beasts, but along the way, he discovered one of their weaknesses. Their vision was exceedingly poor. Instead, they possessed an exceptionally acute sense of hearing, seemingly relying on echolocation. Suyi began to eliminate them one by one. First, he deployed the drone for reconnaissance. Then, from a distance, he unleashed a volley of energy rounds, using the golden line to extract their innards. However, this method proved too slow. The charging energy bullets took 7 minutes to replenish. At that rate, he could only defeat one fungal beast every 7 minutes. Glancing at his watch, he noted that they had descended to a depth of 250 meters underwater, with oxygen levels plummeting by 25 points per second. Presently, his oxygen supply had dwindled to 120 points, sufficient for only 48 minutes, and even with a spare oxygen tank, it would last merely 144 minutes. Suyi had considered preparing additional oxygen tanks, but the system permitted only one spare as a limit. He had no choice but to seek larger capacity tanks as substitutes. Otherwise, the oxygen levels would become meaningless. Suyi could only pray that fewer fungal beasts lay ahead, as he had yet to glimpse even the faintest sign of an exit. After another half hour, he finally reached the tunnel's exit. Upon emerging, he was met with a stunning spectacle, a colossal heart of mycelium pulsating above. Below lay a colony of fungi, amidst which were stacked various small engineering machines commonly found in mines, impact drill bits, pile drivers, exploration radars, and more. Unlike any he had encountered before, these machines featured a complete exoskeletal structure, equipped with a green modular battery, serving as their power source. The source of the fungi appeared to stem from these cracked modular batteries. Why would fungi exist within batteries? Suyi was perplexed, but the evidence was undeniable. Was this yet another instance of lost technology? He shook his head, dispelling such thoughts, and began maneuvering the drone to locate the exit and treasure. It didn't take long for both to be found. The exit lay across the way, through a single-person tunnel. However, the treasure posed a challenge, as it resided within the heart of the mycelium. Nevertheless, it was not insurmountable. Suyi drew his energy pistol, preparing to unleash a charge upon the cluster of fungal beasts within the cavern. The mental explosive energy previously replenished in the source shield erupted simultaneously. The earth trembled violently. A dozen fungal beasts had no time to react before being obliterated by the explosion, while the mineshaft teetered on the brink of collapse. Large chunks of rock began to plummet. It appeared imminent that the structure would cave in. Suyi hastily twisted the golden line into a pillar, propping it up in the center to serve as support. He shattered the heart of the mycelium with his firearm, revealing a violet crystal and a gilded treasure chest within, which appeared to be the coveted trove of this place. Suyi hastily seized both the violet crystal and the golden chest, dashing towards the tunnel in a frenzied escape from the mine. Yet, at that very moment, his death sense alerted him. An enemy approached. Chapter 47, Exoskeleton and Attribute Enhancement. A massive mechanical claw lunged towards Suyi. He evaded with near-perfect precision, but still sustained a laceration on his back as the claw grazed him, causing blood to flow. The searing pain, paradoxically, sharpened his focus. He cast a cold glare at his adversary, who appeared to be a miner that had escaped the depths. Clad in a similar white exoskeleton to those found in the mine, his was evidently of a more advanced model. One hand wielded a mechanical claw, while the other bore a compact piledriver. The battery module on his back remained unscathed. "Are you the one who ambushed me?" Suyi asked, his voice icy. The man offered no response, or perhaps he was beyond the capacity to reply. His pupils were shrouded in darkness, his expression a grotesque mask of fury, entirely devoid of rational thought. This was a clear indication of abyssal corruption. In an instant, the pile driver erupted. The metal hammer at its apex surged forward with tremendous force towards Suyi's head. He dared not meet it head-on, raising the source shield with both hands. He swiftly dodged. The pile driver missed its mark, but upon striking the ground, it triggered a cataclysmic explosion. In that moment, waves of force surged, and a colossal shockwave rent the air asunder. Suyi's hands were brutally jarred, sending him flying through the air. He immediately comprehended that this foe was far beyond his current capabilities. Racing towards the base with the momentum of the shockwave, he found himself ensnared by the extending mechanical claw, which yanked him back with ferocity. He felt several bones crack under the strain, desperately attempting to wriggle free. Just as the peril reached its zenith, the opponent's exoskeleton abruptly ceased functioning. A mechanical voice emanated from the exoskeleton. "Warning! Warning! You are attacking a high-ranking company official. Please cease all actions immediately. Please cease all actions immediately." Suyi froze. Was it referring to him? The man paid no heed to the warning. The pile driver swung down towards Suyi's head. Suddenly, the mechanical claw released him, and the exoskeleton powered down. Without its support, the weight of the apparatus crushed the man beneath it. He howled in defiance, but it was futile. His muscles were torn asunder, leaving him with no recourse but to await his demise. Seeing this, Suyi smirked coldly. "Is it my turn?" He fired a shot that pierced the man's skull, extinguishing his life. How audacious of him to attempt an ambush. One could only wonder what emboldened him. Suyi rifled through the man's belongings and unearthed an employee card. Level 1 employee ID card. Frankie's. Affiliated company. Ocean Heavy Industries. We create machinery. We merge machinery. The power of mechanical construction unites us. We are Ocean Heavy Industries. Access level. D. An employee of Ocean Heavy Industries? No wonder he had emerged in the N1997 waters. He was affiliated with Sylvia's company. Wait. He too was now considered a member of that company, and a high-ranking one at that. Surely, it was Sylvia's bestowed authority that had spared his life. However, rather than the employee status, Suyi found himself far more intrigued by the exoskeletal apparatus before him. Could he utilize it? Name, D127 Mining Exoskeleton. Category, Mechanical Equipment. Quality, Perfect, Unique. Description, equipped with a mechanical claw and a steam-driven mini pile driver, powered by an E007 biomass battery, infused with cutting-edge gravity control technology. Capable of effortlessly lifting several tons of ore and utterly pulverizing it, occasionally employed against minor creatures encountered during mining, an aesthetic marvel of technology. Battery remaining, 53, 1,550 hours. Required access, Level D. Attribute requirements, Strength 10, Constitution 10. Thus, he found himself with both good news and bad news. The good news was he had permission to use the exoskeleton. The bad news was that his attributes fell woefully short. Upon seeing the attribute requirements, darkness clouded his vision. Such high prerequisites. His strength was merely 6 points, and his constitution a mere 5. Utilizing this exoskeleton was currently beyond his reach. He would have to wait until later. For now, he stowed it away in his system backpack. Next came the moment of unboxing. This time, Suyi's luck was a curious blend of fortune and misfortune. As he unearthed a trove of ores, you have acquired 10 basic metals. You have acquired 10 titanium ore. You have acquired 5 copper ore. You have acquired 5 gold ore. You have acquired 1 sea crystal. Suyi stared at the heap of metals and ores, falling into a contemplative silence. A golden chest yielded 5 types of ore, yet not a single blueprint in sight. When had his luck soured so drastically? With a sigh, he collected the items until his gaze fell upon the sea crystal, prompting a shift in his expression. Name, sea crystal. Category, mineral consumable. Description, an exceedingly rare special mineral. Hailed as a treasure of the ocean, appearing as a blue crystalline structure. Edible, it enhances strength, constitution, and agility by 2 points each. Also utilized in the creation of high-end potions, It greatly benefits the body, even extending life. Sui's breath quickened, his expression morphing into one of disbelief. What extraordinary effects! Strength, constitution, agility, each increased by 2 points? Was he hallucinating, or had the system erred? He recalled the violet crystal he had acquired earlier, which he had yet to inspect. He retrieved it. Name, charm crystal. Category, mineral consumable. Description, a special mineral that has only appeared in historical accounts, a companion mineral to the sea crystal. Typically manifesting as a purple crystalline structure, it can only be consumed in conjunction with the sea crystal, enhancing spirit and perception by 2 points each. It is said that consuming it bestows a transcendent charm, coveted by countless women. Another splendid find. Spirit and perception, these attributes were notoriously challenging to enhance. Yet, the promise of transcendent charm seemed of little utility at present. He would prefer a more substantial increase in attributes. Regardless, he decided to consume them both without further ado. As he ingested the sea crystal and charm crystal together, his attributes surged dramatically. His current panel reflected a significant enhancement compared to his initial state. Sui, human. Status, healthy. Health, 100-100. Oxygen level, 1530, 1 oxygen consumed per minute underwater. Satiety, 40-100, 20 satiety consumed per hour. Lower satiety results in slower recovery rates. Thirst level, 50-100, 20 thirst consumed per hour. Lower thirst results in slower recovery rates. Body temperature, 3.5, 5C. Strength, 8. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 10. Agility, 6. Perception, 10-11. Magic power, 8. Pollution level, 0. Reaching 100 pollution will transform you into a monster. Talent, Heart of the Abyss, a gift from the depths of the ocean, immune to any effects of pollution. Death sense, those who have encountered death often fear it more. Perception cap 1, you can sense the threat of death. Now he was considerably closer to donning the exoskeleton. Chapter 48, 0007 Bloodbinder. Su Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. After reviewing his attributes, he suddenly remembered the injuries he had sustained earlier. Several bones were broken, yet upon inspection, he discovered that they seemed to have healed. And he even appeared to have grown a bit taller. Following the system's assessment, it became evident that his internal metabolic levels had significantly increased, which elucidated why the sea crystal could extend life. As for the charm crystal, Su Yi quickly experienced the effects of his newfound extraordinary charm. The creatures in the polluted waters, known for their fierce aggression, seemed to be drawn to him as if he had activated a taunt, leading to a frenzied assault from all directions. Wait, is this truly extraordinary charm? It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. It felt more like a negative buff. Reluctantly, Su Yi donned the mask of Kloroski. Having located the rubber fruit, the next step was to find the giant seaweed. Su Yi made his way towards the survivor base he had previously visited, still haunted by the memory of the massive seaweed and the mineral detection robot. The last encounter had been a fierce battle. It would be ideal if both parties ended up mutually incapacitated, allowing him to reap the benefits. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback. A significant portion of the once thriving seaweed forest had vanished. Could it have been the work of that robot? Was it truly that formidable? The minions of the abyss dared to approach. Suddenly, a cold and merciless voice echoed in front of him. The familiar X-155 robot number 119 reappeared, this time in a pristine body, wielding a bizarrely designed colossal alloy scissor that exuded an intimidating aura. Before Su Yi could utter a word, it swiftly launched an attack. The scissors in its grasp emitted an ethereal blue light, causing the surrounding seawater to convulse violently, erupting with bubbles. In an instant, as the scissors closed, a white line appeared at Su Yi's position, and the sea was torn asunder. Boom! The deafening roar echoed through the water at that moment. Audible even to creatures 1,000 meters away, it was as though a divine being had drawn a line through the ocean, cleaving everything along its path in twain. A long chasm manifested at the seabed, showcasing its terrifying power. The X-155 robot turned to leave. In its calculations, it had assumed that Su Yi would not withstand such a devastating blow. However, to its astonishment, a teasing laugh resonated from behind. Hey, can we talk this out? The X-155 robot turned back in disbelief to see Su Yi, whose grip on the source shield was causing its mechanical pupils to tremble in shock. It frantically searched its database for relevant information and, upon finding it, fell into confusion. Why was a minion of the abyss in the presence of a corporate individual? Suddenly, its system received a high-level directive from the Ocean Heavy Industries Board. Its demeanor shifted dramatically, and it knelt on one knee, proclaiming, X-155 Mineral Detection Robot No. 119 pays the highest respects to you, esteemed Chief Executive Officer. I hope you can forgive my insolence. The survivor base has fallen completely. I must remain vigilant to protect the company's remaining assets. Su Yi was momentarily stunned. Chief Executive Officer? You are the Chief Executive Officer of Ocean Heavy Industries. I have confirmed this. He was astonished. Sylvia had granted him such a high status? Number 119 eagerly inquired. Has the board decided to reclaim the N1997C area? While Su Yi scratched his head, there are currently no such plans. Then it must be that the esteemed chief executive officer has come for the company's legacy. Legacy? Please. Follow me. Number 119 led Su Yi into the survivor base. While he had visited before, he was surprised to discover a hidden elevator in the hall. No. 119 guided him into the lift, descending to the true heart of the survivor base. Within a refuge, the situation was dire. Blood was everywhere. Number 119 explained. The pollution outbreak occurred too swiftly. To protect the company's remaining legacy, my colleagues and I had no choice but to execute all infected employees. Originally, there were 12 robots like me in the refuge, but one by one, they succumbed to infection, leaving only me. You've endured a lot, Su Yi offered in consolation. This was a necessary sacrifice for the company. The two eventually arrived at a secret warehouse. After navigating through several procedures, Su Yi entered. The interior was not what he had anticipated. He had expected a wealth of resources sufficient to amass a fortune, but instead found empty shelves and weapon cabinets. Save for a solitary white briefcase resting atop one. He looked at number 119 in confusion. Why is there nothing here? Number 119 regarded him quizzically. Esteemed chief executive officer, do you not recognize a dimensional box? Dimensional box? Su Yi suddenly realized. It was akin to a system backpack. He chuckled awkwardly. I actually just became the chief executive officer and have yet to undergo system training. Ah, that explains it. No wonder your physique appears so feeble, number 119 remarked. Su Yi's expression darkened. He was certainly not weak among survivors. It was merely that they were excessively strong. He approached the briefcase and opened it. Inside was a modest collection of items, a complete computer system for data storage, and a sealed rectangular metal box. The former would likely be useful to Sylvia, while he was curious about the latter and took it out. What is contained within? Su Yi inquired. A disaster weapon. A disaster weapon? Crafted through special node technology. It extracts traits from biological mass constructs, resulting in a highly dangerous weapon comparable to a natural disaster. The weapon contained within this box is designated 0007. With the formal name Clotter, Su Yi nodded. What are its effects? This weapon poses a significant danger to animals. It can cause the coagulation enzymes in the blood of any animal it contacts to mutate and proliferate, transforming their blood from a liquid state to a gel state, ultimately resulting in shock and death. Sounds impressive. Su Yi's eyes sparkled, but just as he prepared to activate it, number 119 interjected urgently, esteemed chief executive officer. There is a crucial flaw regarding the disaster weapon that I have yet to mention. What is it? Utilizing it will increase pollution levels. Then that's even better. Su Yi declared, unfazed by the pollution. He cracked open the metal box, and immediately, a torrent of boiling blood surged forth. The intense metallic scent overwhelming the air and quickly staining the entire warehouse crimson. Within the box lay a constantly shifting mass of blood, vaguely taking the form of a great sword. Do not touch it, number 119 exclaimed. Yet, Su Yi's hand was faster, already grasping it. Chapter 49, The Illuminated Base. In an instant, Su Yi felt himself submerged in blood. The rich, acrid aroma penetrated his lungs with each breath, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic noises ringing in his ears. Gradually, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe, and his heart ached intensely. However, this sensation was fleeting. He soon regained his composure, gazing at the Clotter's sword in his grasp. Contrary to his expectations, wielding it did not evoke any discomfort. Rather, it felt as if he had gained an additional arm. He attempted to swing the great sword, and in an instant, a surge of blood energy surged forth, unleashing a terrifying wave of blood intermingled with wild energy toward the front. Boom. The defensive ground was instantly obliterated, the metallic foundation shattering like a spider's web, even causing number 119 to sense a deadly threat. Even though it was not an animal, the sheer power of the Clotter was enough to overwhelm it. Yet, the next moment, Su Yi collapsed to the ground. He lay back, gazing at the ceiling, and weakly remarked, "Why do I feel so faint?" Number 119 sighed, replying, "This is a Class O disaster weapon, equivalent to a Level 4 employee in the company. Your strength, dear CEO, is still far from sufficient to wield it. In fact, it is fortunate that you have not yet been drained of your vitality by it. How many levels are there among the employees? 8, one more than biohazards. Well then, let's just consider it a trump card." Su Yi stowed it away along with the suitcase and began to search for additional supplies within the shelter. Such a vast refuge surely could not contain merely this meager assortment. He was particularly intrigued by number 119's high-tech scissors, which could even sever seawater, though they were meant exclusively for robots. After a thorough search, Su Yi discovered an ample supply of food and water. All the food consisted of compressed biscuits, or rather, energy bars, 5 compressed energy bars and 5 bottles of 500 milliliters of pure water. Name, compressed energy bar. Category, food. Quality, excellent. Description, an extraordinarily powerful energy bar. Just one bite can satisfy your energy needs for an entire day, with a shelf life that could withstand the apocalypse. However, its taste leaves much to be desired. Even the most resolute individuals in the company find it difficult to swallow, best consumed with bitter coffee. Remaining consumption, 1010. How could something be so unpalatable? Su Yi felt a surge of curiosity. If it was merely unpleasant, that was one thing, but if it was utterly distasteful, it piqued his interest even more. He opened one and found it divided into segments, easily breakable. He snapped off a piece and placed it in his mouth, chewing, only to have his expression change drastically. What he tasted was not food, but rather some bizarre concoction. Initially hard, it soon turned into a paste that lodged in his throat, forcing him to drink water continuously. It was impossible to swallow. He simply could not get it down. After finishing that small piece, he felt as though his taste buds had endured torment. Truly, it was horrifically unpalatable. Hastily, he put it away. Aside from the compressed energy bars and water, the shelter was essentially devoid of supplies. Considering how long it had been since its downfall, so long that even number 119 had lost track of time, Su Yi then asked number 119 to cut down a substantial amount of giant seaweed, yielding 400 pieces, filling his system backpack to the brim. "Will you accompany me?" he inquired before leaving. Number 119 shook its head, stating, "Since the company's assets have been reclaimed by you, dear CEO, I no longer have a purpose. Resisting pollution is an exceedingly arduous task. I sense that soon I shall lose control like the other robots. At that point, leaving here will be the only option." Su Yi had no intention of remaining in this oceanic region indefinitely. Whenever the day came that he could depart, he would relocate the base. Number 119, however, smiled and remarked, "That is due to your unique status. The board will make exceptions. Do not forget, dear CEO, I am now a pollutant. No pollutant is permitted to leave its designated sea area for the safety of other regions." "My apologies, I had forgotten that." Su Yi recalled the Oceanic Corporation's stance on pollution. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. "It is nothing, it is my duty. I wish for you to lead Oceanic Industries back to glory." After their separation, Su Yi hurried back to the base and began using the workbench to create natural rubber and fiber cloth, with a ratio of rubber fruit to giant seaweed being 1:1. He also contacted Xiaochan Gu to craft underwater thermal suits, producing a total of 40 pieces. He gifted 2 to the sisters before seeking out Wei Chun, who was still enduring tribulations. "Are you still alive?" Su Yi asked. Wei Chun responded swiftly, "Bro, have you finally come to rescue me?" Su Yi forwarded the properties of the underwater thermal suits. Yes, that's it. I'll trade all my quartz for them." Su Yi raised an eyebrow, expecting Wei Chun to haggle, yet he seemed unaware of the dire situation he was in. His feet had already become frostbitten, and if this continued, amputation would be imminent, or is of little importance compared to your health. The two completed their exchange, and Su Yi began manufacturing solar panels, producing a total of 4, which he installed on the base. Now, the charging capacity of Su Ye's base reached 9,000 points per hour, with each room requiring approximately 1,200 points of energy. Across 7 rooms in total, there was no need to worry about power during the day, though nighttime would still bring darkness. The N1997 C area experienced 14 hours of daylight and 10 hours of night. This was still insufficient. Efficiency had to be improved further. Thus, an upgrade to the power system was imperative. Each upgrade would have the energy consumption. Most individuals opted to upgrade the power system first. Very few, like Su Yi, chose to manufacture solar panels directly. The requirements for upgrading the power system were neither overly difficult nor particularly simple. It demanded 10 metal ingots and a staggering 40,000 ocean coins. Spending was essential, significant spending. The world chat was already rife with complaints about the system's extortion. 40,000 ocean coins was no trifling sum. Most people barely accumulated 10,000 ocean coins from their entire wealth. Of course, fortunate individuals like Xiaochan Go and leaders like Ji Ru Yu were exceptions. However, Su Yi had no cause for concern, as his main quest had awarded him 50,000 ocean coins. He utilized 100 basic metals at the workbench to create 10 metal ingots, directly upgrading the power system. Now, each room consumed 600 points of energy per hour. Su Yi calculated that he still had 200 points of energy remaining for the day. Ample. Tears streamed down Su Ye's face as he gazed at the fully illuminated base. What a difficult journey it had been to reach this point. Chapter 50, The Great Escape of Death. Today is a splendid day. Su Yi leaned against the basic workbench, scrolling through the world chat while continuously manufacturing standard oxygen tanks for sale. The week following the resolution of the power issue had been quite pleasant for Su Yi. One evening, Sylvia suddenly awakened, instructing him to install the entire computer system in the control room. After that, she paid no further attention to him. Seemingly engaged in data retrieval, Su Yi was glad to enjoy some leisure. He had planted the improved luminescent phosphorescent algae seeds and the toxic diatom seeds around the base, though their growth was slow and would take about a week to sprout. During this time, Su Yi focused on earning money, aiming to awaken the master of threads. Recently, the demand for standard oxygen tanks in the trading market had begun to decline, primarily due to a survivor organization called the Life Alliance introducing a new product, the high-capacity oxygen tank. Each tank could provide 300 points of oxygen, surpassing Su Ye's standard oxygen tank by 60 points, an entire hour's worth of oxygen. Naturally, the price was significantly higher, requiring 1 basic metal ingot, 1 titanium ingot, and 1 silver ore. Although the cost-effectiveness was far inferior to Su Ye's standard oxygen tank, many survivors now sought the best equipment, believing it could save their lives in perilous situations. Thus, the high-capacity oxygen tank was highly favored among survivors. Su Yi found this perfectly reasonable. One could not rely on a single item for a lifetime. Regardless, he had amassed 500 ocean coins today. Su Yi offered the entire sum as a tribute to the Master of Threads. In an instant, a blinding flash erupted before him. Dazzling to the point he could not keep his eyes open, and a magnificent specter materialized before him, resembling a colossal oyster. Su Yi stood frozen in place. And in the next moment, the oyster shell slowly opened, releasing a sacred fragrance that permeated the air. The figure inside was strikingly different from what Su Yi had envisioned. It was a petite girl, her golden, fine hair cascading delicately over her shoulders, and her skin was more tender and fair than the finest milk. Her exquisitely beautiful face, upon seeing Su Yi, resembled a startled fawn, evoking an inexplicable desire to protect and perhaps bully her. However, her expression quickly transformed into one of delight. She approached Su Yi, tiptoeing, and wrapped her tiny arms around his head, planting a kiss on his cheek. Su Yi was enveloped by a rich aroma and softness. And then a notification from the system chimed in. You have received the blessing of the Master of Silk, the Oath of the Golden Thread. You have acquired the talent, Lucky Treasure. Oath of the Golden Thread. You possess the right to mint ocean coins, requiring equivalent items for exchange, limited to 10,000 ocean coins per day. This is a unique power bestowed by the Master of Silk, granted only to those she trusts most. Undoubtedly, you are her first fortunate recipient. Lucky Treasure. You may earn a small fortune daily. The ethereal figure of the Master of Silk vanished after bestowing her kiss. Su Yi gazed at the newfound blessing, puzzled. Minting rights? What purpose does that serve? Is it akin to a money printing machine? Yet, it is not, as this minting right necessitates equivalent items for exchange, which seems indistinguishable from the system's recycling. Su Yi could not fathom the implications until he attempted to use this ability to exchange one basic metal for 10 ocean coins. He discovered he could freely alter the appearance of the ocean coins. He glanced at the Paka fish in the dormitory's aquarium, and upon noticing his gaze, the fish immediately feigned fainting, which made Su Yi chuckle. You shall be my choice. He decided to imprint the image of the Paka fish onto the 10 ocean coins and attempted to use them in the trading market. To his surprise, it worked. Su Yi fell into deep contemplation. He then retrieved an ocean coin from the ocean world, which bore the image of a shrimp. Despite the altered appearance, why was it still usable? Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion. Ocean coins function as the universal currency in the ocean world. Their value does not derive from definitions imposed by other races, but rather from their exceptionally unique material. It is akin to the gold standard on Earth. Regardless of the design, a gold coin is still a gold coin, and its intrinsic value is substantial. Was the Master of Silk connected to the ocean coins? Su Yi was perplexed, but harbored a vague notion. The Master of Silk is indeed a remarkably unique entity among great existences. Perhaps it relates to wealth. She is certainly not some malevolent deity. Just then, a system announcement rang out. The number of survivors who have completed the main quest of the novice dungeon has reached 50. The second phase of the disaster trial, the death escape, is now commencing. In 3 days, all survivors will be placed in the same oceanic expanse, which will simultaneously exhibit the characteristics of 4 novice dungeon areas, with an outer layer featuring a toxic disaster zone that will gradually shrink at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour. Survivors are urged to reach the central area of the ocean as swiftly as possible. Supply stations will appear along the way, where supplies can be purchased with ocean coins. Moreover, the dungeon area is rife with numerous encounters that can aid survivors in enhancing their strength. However, dangers are also abundant, and a moment's lapse could lead to demise. Survivors are advised to judiciously plan their action time. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience ahead. Su Yi inhaled sharply. The system was playing a ruthless game. The world chat erupted in chaos. Are they joking? When did the system learn to employ toxic zones? This is disastrous. I've just emerged from the novice dungeon. The system is truly pushing us to our limits. You think you're lucky? I broke my leg in the novice dungeon, and it's still not healed. I might genuinely be doomed this time. Seriously, are you all that afraid? It's just a toxic zone. Why does it feel so terrifying? Have you ever been in a novice dungeon? No, I've been stuck at the base. What's the matter? I have no words. You might as well wait for death. If you survive, I'll eat my hat upside down. Don't be here swindling food. I don't believe you'll make it. One novice dungeon was already overwhelming. Now they're throwing in a super foreign one? Who even thought of this? Haha, truly a survival game, offering us no hope of survival. My novice dungeon was the whirlpool paradise. Does anyone have information on the other dungeons? We could exchange and maximize our chances of survival. I do. I'm from the Glacier Feast. Add me, soon. The world chat was inundated with frantic messages until one post was pinned at the top. The poster was an intelligence organization named Ocean Express. Su Yi immediately recognized it as the group led by He Chungwei. They were selling information on the 4 novice dungeons for 100 ocean coins each, promising the most detailed insights available. Buy. Su Yi refrained from purchasing, as He Chingwei had directly sent him a copy. He Chingwei bro. Give it your all. Hope to see you again next time. Likewise. After replying, Suyi examined the information he had sent. Excluding the F-155 Crimson Paradise he had already visited, the other 3 novice dungeons were O-099 Whirlpool Paradise, L-322 Glacier Feast, and the final U-023 Abyssal Depths. Arranged by danger level, from highest to lowest, they were Crimson Paradise, Abyssal Depths, Whirlpool Paradise, and Glacier Feast. The Crimson Paradise needed no elaboration, primarily due to the terrifying red algae zone. Getting caught in it meant certain death. The Abyssal Depths was particularly peculiar, and it required close attention from Suyi. In this area, all creatures could only move along the ocean floor, as if an invisible force was suppressing them. The dangers lurked beneath, where terrifying monsters awaited. The ocean floor frequently experienced collapses or fissures. Once one fell in, escape would be impossible. There, speed would undoubtedly be hindered. The Whirlpool Paradise was notorious for its unpredictable whirlpools, often catching one off guard. It was largely a game of chance, but that did not imply it was devoid of peril. Within the whirlpools dwelled a bloodthirsty school of fish, known as the aggregating demon fish, which left devastation in their wake, rendering the area nearly barren. Numerous survivors had perished at their jaws. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers appeared like an underwater locust plague. However, while locusts consume only vegetation, these fish would even devour humans. In mere moments, the area would be littered with bones, the victims' deaths gruesomely horrific. As for the Glacier Feast, it tested one's raw strength. The frigid temperatures posed the greatest challenge. Once that was resolved, the remaining obstacles would be considerably easier. The sea ice was particularly treacherous. Suyi contemplated the need to acquire numerous items. Firstly, he required equipment to ensure his body temperature remained stable. Underwater cold weather suits alone were insufficient. It would be best to obtain some warming devices as well. Secondly, he needed a grappling-like apparatus to prevent falling into fissures on the ocean floor. Lastly, he required ample healing supplies, which he could procure from Jiryue. He possessed 37 underwater cold weather suits, planning to keep 2 for himself. The remaining 35 could fetch a handsome price. Suyi sold 10 suits initially, each priced at 10,000 ocean coins. At first, some complained about the high price, but soon, the 10 suits sold out, and they regretted not buying earlier. Suyi chose to ignore their grievances. He embarked on a quest to discover what he truly desired, and soon enough, he identified his first target. Name: Cursed Shadow Lantern. Category: Item. Quality: Perfect. Description: An ancient underwater lantern originally intended for sacrificial purposes, it burns with supernatural flames. The more fuel it contains, the longer the flames endure and the higher the temperature it generates. The cost is that the holder's sanity will gradually diminish, and when it falls too low, they will be susceptible to attacks from shadow creatures. How much is this lantern? Suyi inquired of the vendor. A high-quality warming item plus 20,000 ocean coins. That's exorbitant. It's a perfect-grade warming tool. How can it be deemed expensive? Cursed items are not worth such a price. Suyi instinctively attempted to haggle, causing the seller to fall silent. The vendor hadn't intended to sell the lantern in the first place, as it had once saved his life during the Glacier Feast. However, the consequences of his sanity deteriorating were far from pleasant. After just 2 hours of use, he nearly lost his mind and still occasionally suffered from nightmares. As for the so-called shadow creatures, he had never encountered them and had been too afraid to use the lantern again. He discovered this lantern at an ancient altar, and it was not meant for human use. The lowest price for a high-quality warming item is 10,000 ocean coins. Ultimately, he relented. Deal. Suyi exchanged a piece of underwater thermal clothing and 10,000 ocean coins for it. The shadow lantern he acquired appeared exceedingly antique, and upon fueling it, a black flame ignited within. The surrounding temperature, however, was genuinely rising, proving to be quite effective. As for the effect of sanity reduction, Suyi conducted some experiments. It would impose a cumulative negative buff, diminishing his mental capacity by 1 point every half hour, persisting for 12 hours. For the time being, there was no cause for concern. With 9 points of mental capacity, he could utilize it for quite a while. The warming item was secured. Next, he sought a claw-like tool. After searching in vain, another item piqued his interest. Name: Boots of Arbitrary Walking. Category: Equipment. Quality: Perfect. Description: Chargeable boots that allow one to walk freely on any surface, even at a 90-degree angle. They can only be used underwater and are typically employed for special operations in hazardous areas. Powered by 2 standard batteries. Remaining power: 0. The reason the seller was willing to part with these boots was evident. They were out of power and unable to procure batteries. Common items on Earth were scarce here. But Suyi fortuitously possessed blueprints for manufacturing standard batteries, which he promptly purchased. Originally priced at 30,000 ocean coins. He traded 1 piece of underwater thermal clothing and 20,000 ocean coins, as people were generally willing to accept the thermal clothing in exchange. The production of standard batteries required sour berries, which were available in the trading market. Each sour berry cost 100 ocean coins, and he crafted 10 standard batteries in one go. After donning the boots of arbitrary walking, he tested them against the outer wall of the base. The sensation was wondrous. But the effectiveness was remarkable. They were far superior to any claw-like tools. After acquiring these two items, Suyi sought out Ji-Ryu to purchase healing bandages. Was that underwater thermal clothing you were selling at the trading market? Ji-Ryu asked. Yes, is there a problem? Suyi replied. When did you become so familiar with Xiao Xiao? Ji-Ryu inquired. We traveled together in the Novice Sea area. Indeed, a girl should not be kept too close. By the way, can you find materials to make underwater thermal clothing? I have rubber fruit, but I've never encountered giant seaweed chunks. If you can find them, we could collaborate and expand this business, splitting profits 60 to 40. I'll consider it, but I'd like to purchase some medicine first. That is fine. I happen to have a new excellent item. Name, special frostbite ointment. Category, consumable. Quality, excellent. Description, an exceptional remedy for treating frostbite due to low temperatures. It can also serve as a preventive ointment when applied to various body parts. What is the price? Suyi asked. 1,000 ocean coins per tube. I'll take 5 tubes and 5 healing bandages. That totals 10,000 ocean coins. You can also exchange underwater thermal clothing, right? You should have some left. Chapter 52, Equipment Upgrade. Certainly. Suyi sent over 1 piece of underwater thermal clothing. Ji-Ryu added, if you have any more underwater thermal clothing, I'll buy them from you at 15 times the market price. What do you think? That sounds fair. Suyi sold her another 20 pieces, earning 300,000 ocean coins. He now possessed 370,000 ocean coins and the last 5 pieces of underwater thermal clothing. After trading with Ji-Ryu, Suyi began searching for equipment upgrade scrolls. He intended to elevate both the chargeable pistol and the source shield to perfect quality, which required 2 rare grade and 2 perfect grade upgrade scrolls each. However, upon witnessing the prices for both in the trading market, his heart nearly stopped. They were frighteningly exorbitant. The rare quality scroll was priced at 30,000 ocean coins, while the perfect quality scroll commanded a staggering 60,000 ocean coins. This meant Suyi would need to expend a total of 180,000 ocean coins. Why is it so dear? Suyi could not help but ask one of the sellers, a perfect grade piece of equipment is only worth about 30,000, right? You're asking 60,000 for a perfect grade upgrade scroll. I might as well purchase 2 pieces of equipment directly. That would be far more economical. Supply and demand. The seller replied nonchalantly. There is a disparity even among perfect grade equipment. Who would sell good equipment willingly? Most perfect grade items on the market have issues. Meanwhile, you happen to possess a suitable rare grade item. Wouldn't it be more desirable to upgrade it to perfect quality? It's too expensive. Can you lower it a bit? How about 50,000? No way. 51,000. It must be 60,000. 40,000 plus 1 piece of underwater thermal clothing. This time, the seller hesitated. Add 5,000 ocean coins. No, this is my final offer. Thermal clothing is not cheap now. Very well, deal. Once Suyi completed the purchase of all the upgrade scrolls, he had spent 140,000 ocean coins plus 2 pieces of underwater thermal clothing. He immediately upgraded the chargeable pistol and the source shield by 2 levels. The enhancement of both items was astonishing, leaving Suyi momentarily dazed. Name, C623 High-Tech Chargeable Pistol. Category, Equipment. Quality, Perfect, Unique. Description, an exceptionally superior chargeable pistol containing cutting-edge node technology. Previously belonging to a special combat team under the White Whale Tactical Armed Company. It was damaged during a frenzied assault by mutated creatures. It has begun to exhibit its original power. Chargeable magazine, 140111. Automatically replenishes 20 energy bullets per minute. It has 2 modes, single shot and fully automatic. Single shot, highly accurate and efficient, easily hitting critical areas such as the head. Fully automatic, rapid continuous fire, highly lethal. Active skill, chargeable explosion. After charging, it fires an energy explosive bullet that causes a large-scale explosion upon hitting the target. After use, the chargeable pistol will overheat briefly. With a maximum of 2 consecutive uses of special bullets, the energy explosive bullet will automatically replenish after half an hour. Corrosive barrage, after charging. It fires a powerful corrosive bullet that creates a large corrosive area upon explosion. After use, the chargeable pistol will overheat briefly. With a maximum of 2 consecutive uses of special bullets, the powerful corrosive bullet will automatically replenish after half an hour. Gravitational pull. After charging, a gravitational projectile is launched, creating a powerful gravitational field within a 100-meter radius around the bullet upon its discharge, attracting all objects within. Following its use, the energy pistol briefly overheats, allowing for a maximum of 2 consecutive special bullet usages, while the gravitational projectile will automatically replenish after half an hour. Name, C096 Source Shield. Category, Equipment. Quality, Perfect, Unique. Description, an exceptionally proficient anti-explosive shield, imbued with cutting-edge node technology. previously belonging to a specialized combat squad under the White Whale Tactical Armament Company. It was damaged while absorbing a terrifying blow from a colossal marine creature. Its original power has begun to manifest, capable of absorbing and cushioning enemy attacks. It reduces the potency of both magical and mental assaults. Active abilities, Source Impact, converts absorbed attacks into energy, which explodes in the form of a mental shockwave once fully charged, inducing a force stunning effect. Deflection Field Shield generates a deflection field shield around itself, preventing enemy attacks from any angle. Additionally, it can deflect incoming bullets, further enhancing defense. Gravity Reconstruction temporarily alters the shield's gravity, allowing it to withstand all enemy assaults like a genuine barrier, while also serving as a weapon to strike foes. Requires permission for further repairs. After upgrading both pieces of equipment, Suyi tested them against a group of grinning sea spiders. The moment the gravitational projectile was fired, he nearly lost his footing. But fortunately, he was wearing the anomalous walking boots. The grinning sea spiders were immediately drawn together, forming a chaotic sphere, unable to escape despite their desperate flight. With another shot of the potent corrosive projectile, the grinning sea spiders were utterly annihilated. Their proud silk and shells proved utterly ineffective against the corrosive liquid, leaving only a pockmarked, eroded ground in their wake. Cool. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. His area attack capabilities had previously been lacking, but now he had finally filled that gap. Moreover, the source shield had grown even more formidable. The emergence of the deflection field shield could prevent him from being swarmed by enemies, making him unafraid even when surrounded by a multitude. He could easily teach those foes a lesson. As for gravity reconstruction, Suyi experimented and found that the source shield could instantly become 1 ton in weight. Sticking it into the ground as a barrier was quite effective. If he were to face the fungal beast again, the opponent would likely be unable to budge him. As for using it as a weapon, he could not lift it just yet. The idea of charging at someone with a shield would have to wait for another day. Overall, he was immensely satisfied. Suyi calculated that he currently possessed 230,000 ocean coins. The second sacrifice of the Lord of Threads required 500,000 ocean coins, which he had yet to amass. More than that, he was keen on finding items that could enhance his attributes, though he was uncertain if such treasures were available in the trading market, as they were exceedingly rare. He attempted to search and indeed discovered a peculiar vial of potion. According to the seller, it could genuinely elevate the attributes of survivors. Name: Hunger Potion. Category: Potion. Quality: Perfect. Description: a special potion that a certain intelligent marine species must consume upon reaching adulthood, capable of enhancing attributes. For 3 days, you will experience intense hunger, during which you must consume copious amounts of food. The stronger the variety and nutritional value of the food, the greater the satisfaction achieved after 3 days, leading to more significant attribute enhancements. Suyi could not help but inquire of the seller, "Is this potion truly effective?" "Of course. I used it myself and gained 1 point in strength and 1 point in agility." Adding that much, Suyi was taken aback. "You're willing to sell such a remarkable item?" Gaining 2 points in attributes at once was quite substantial, as items that could enhance attributes were rare and precious. Suyi had been fortunate enough to encounter such opportunities only 3 or 4 times. Many survivors would boast about even a single attribute increase in the world chat, drawing envy from those around them. "Will you buy it? If not, please refrain from causing trouble." "Yes, of course." "How much?" 50,000 ocean coins. Suyi readily paid the price. Such a potion was worth every coin. The seller, Manhwa, clicked his tongue in surprise at the swift transaction. He never expected the buyer to pay 50,000 ocean coins in one go. What a wealthy individual. However, upon contemplating the potion's side effects, he couldn't help but chuckle maliciously. He obtained 2 vials of the hunger potion, consuming one himself. The following 3 days felt utterly unbearable. The thought of Suyi undergoing the same ordeal filled him with delight. In any survival game, there exists a group known as the Hamster Party. They delight in hoarding materials, food, and anything else that can be stockpiled, which brings them a unique sense of satisfaction. Manhwa was indeed one such hoarder. He had amassed a considerable stockpile of food at his base. Initially, he had intended to sell it at a high price, but he found himself reluctant to part with it, which ultimately saved his life. After drinking the hunger potion, his appetite expanded astonishingly, and he devoured all his food within 3 days. Reflecting on it now, he felt like crying. That was his entire savings, all for just 2 points of attributes. For an ordinary person, it might not seem like a loss, perhaps even a profit, but for Manhwa, his heart was bleeding. Naturally, Suyi was unaware of his thoughts. After purchasing the hunger potion, he sought to maximize its effects by acquiring a substantial amount of food. In the survival game, food was always one of the most valuable commodities, and he quickly spent 170,000 ocean coins. He surveyed his newly acquired stock: 8 bags of instant noodles, 20,000 ocean coins, a small bag of white rice, 20,000 ocean coins, a bunch of bananas, 2 apples, and an orange, 10,000 ocean coins. A grand feast of whole fish prepared by a chef, 30,000 ocean coins, a variety of grilled skewers, 20,000 ocean coins, a pot of hearty stew, 30,000 ocean coins, and finally, a selection of desserts such as chocolates, Snickers, cakes, etc., costing him 40,000 ocean coins. So he also grilled a few sharp-eyed fish and brought out all the compressed biscuits and energy bars, but he felt it still wasn't enough. He then traded all 238 blocks of giant seaweed he had left to Ji-Ryu, netting him a staggering 4.76 million ocean coins. An outrageous profit. Ji-Ryu was even more shrewd. A single underwater thermal suit was priced at 20,000 ocean coins, seemingly through special sales channels. Regardless, he had made a tidy profit. Su Yi then sought out Zhang Wenyo. He possessed the blueprints for indoor planting pots and should have food available. Zhang Wenyo was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Su Yi to come looking for him. Upon learning that Su Yi wished to purchase food, he immediately replied, "I do have a small farm here, recently yielding a special type of wheat. Its nutritional value is exceptionally high, but the yield is modest. We've only harvested a batch so far, around 20 pounds, so the price might be a bit steep. 20 pounds of wheat, not an insignificant amount, yet not overly abundant either. It would suffice for one person for about 15 days. However, cultivating them had cost Zhang Wenyo and his crew considerable time, labor, and resources, totaling around 50,000 to 60,000 ocean coins in value. Hence, they needed to sell it at a higher price to turn a profit, especially considering their early-stage endeavors. Large-scale food production was nearly impossible at this stage. How much? 10,000 ocean coins per pound. I'll take it all. Zhang Wenyo was taken aback. You want it all for yourself? Su Yi, are you really that wealthy? Although he had been busy with the farming enterprise, he had completed his main quest long ago, and his strength had not lagged behind the main force. He had thought he was doing well, only to discover that Su Yi could now produce a staggering 200,000 ocean coins. Was the disparity between them truly that great? No problem, I can afford this amount. Su Yi initiated the transaction directly. Zhang Wenyo trembled slightly upon receiving the funds. After all, it was a staggering 200,000 ocean coins. He immediately addressed Su Yi, "My dear brother. Although that item may appear somewhat repulsive, I assure you, it is quite delectable. It can be consumed raw, fried, or boiled. Any method will suffice. Once you overcome your psychological aversion, I guarantee you won't regret it." Confused, Su Yi questioned, "What on earth are you talking about? Can wheat be eaten raw? Isn't it all ground into flour?" Moreover, he wondered why it would invoke disgust. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhang Wenyo responded, "Brother, I believe you have misunderstood something." "What do you mean?" Su Yi inquired, perplexed. "Just take a look at the crops we traded," Zhang Wenyo urged. Su Yi opened the bag he held and felt a shiver run down his spine. Inside were not grains of wheat, but rather a cluster of plump, white worms. Name, deep-sea wheat worms. Category, crop food. Quality, rare. Description, special worms that thrive on genetically modified deep-sea wheat, exceptionally high in nutritional value. Prolonged consumption can gradually enhance strength, constitution, and agility, randomly boosting attribute values. It also possesses skin-whitening and beauty-enhancing properties, serving as a staple for numerous intelligent marine races. What on earth is this? This is a crop? Su Yi could not restrain his disbelief as he questioned Zhang Wenyo. Indeed, this is a crop. What kind of crops resemble worms? I have no control over it. That's just how crops from another world grow. Get used to it. Su Yi glanced again, questioning whether these worms were truly edible. A thought of returning the goods crossed his mind. As someone traditional who had never consumed insects, this was quite a daunting prospect for him. However, considering the potential for attribute enhancement, he steeled himself against his disgust and extracted one worm from the bag. The worm squirmed in his hand, sending goosebumps across his skin. Do I really have to eat this? Su Yi hesitated for an interminable moment. Gritting his teeth, he finally tossed it into his mouth. As he chewed, a faint wheat flavor emerged. It lacked the explosive and juicy unpleasantness he had anticipated. Instead, it bore a hint of fruitiness. Honestly, it tasted rather pleasant. With that, Su Yi felt relieved. Nonetheless, he decided to fry the remaining wheat worms in the kitchen, finding it more palatable this way. Once the food was prepared, he downed a dose of the hunger potion in one gulp. Almost instantly, a green glow emanated from his eyes. He felt ravenously hungry, as though he might perish if he did not consume something soon. Overcome by the aroma wafting from the food around him, he could no longer hold back and began to eat voraciously, as if insatiable. He feasted continuously for 3 days and nights. During this time, he also consumed a fair amount of luminous phosphorescent algae and toxic diatoms, which matured as well. On the third day, the effects of the potion finally waned. Chapter 54. The Sea of Frenzy. Su Yi wiped his mouth and glanced at his attributes. His strength and constitution each increased by 1 point, while his agility surged by an impressive 3 points. In total, he gained 5 points, with 1 point of agility attributed to the consumption of the deep-sea wheat worms. It was evident that Zhang Wenyo had not deceived him. This was indeed a remarkable find. Su Yi promptly ordered an additional 10 pounds of deep-sea wheat worms from Zhang Wenyo, who was more than happy to oblige. He then surveyed the remaining provisions. Only 2 energy bars remained. These truly quelled hunger. Even after 3 days, he had yet to finish them. Just as he intended to engage in some exercise, darkness suddenly enveloped him. The great death escape is now commencing. Teleportation in progress. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar sea. Simultaneously, he felt a powerful pull from above, nearly lifting him off his feet. He glanced upward to see a colossal white whirlpool directly overhead. Could he be this unfortunate? Suyi felt numb. It was reminiscent of his previous entry into the Crimson Paradise, where the system seemed to target him from the outset. The pull of the whirlpool intensified sharply. Suyi hurriedly retrieved his source shield and planted it into the ground, initiating gravitational reconstruction. By relying on the weight of the source shield and the fixation of his Eniwok boots, he barely managed to prevent himself from being drawn in. Suyi attempted to move away from the whirlpool, but found himself utterly immobilized. At that moment, the system broadcasted an announcement in his mind. Current sea region, E9981C of frenzy. Pollution level, 0. Danger level, 3. Sea water temperature, 10. The seawater is rather cold, necessitating enhanced warmth. Please exercise caution while exploring. Soon, Suyi felt the icy water biting at him, prompting him to quickly don his underwater thermal suit. The ice in his vicinity was minimal, resulting in a temperature of only 16 degrees. Seeing that he was unable to move, Suyi resigned himself to waiting for the whirlpool to dissipate. In the meantime, he discovered a map program had been added to his watch. He opened the map, which displayed his location coinciding with the outermost edge of the whirlpool. The entire sea region was circular, with the center marking the endpoint. A mere 20 kilometers away lay the disaster toxic zone. This meant that in 4 hours, the toxic zone would reach him. If the whirlpool did not disperse within those 4 hours, he would be doomed. Additionally, the map program included a minigame. Welcome to the Sea of Frenzy minigame. Please allow the system to introduce this game. At the start of each session, you will be presented with 3 options. Please select one from the 3. The options may include adventure, danger, punishment, reward, or supply. Once selected, the specific details of that option will be synchronized within the Sea of Frenzy. This game can only be played once a day. Each instance is a matter of fate. Would you like to participate today? Yes, no. Suyi hesitated but ultimately clicked yes. A, B, C. None of the 3 options bore any hints, rendering it entirely a matter of luck. Suyi chose option C. Congratulations, you have triggered the adventure, Fisher. Current number of individuals triggering this adventure, 31. Suddenly, a coordinate appeared on Suyi's map, not too far from his position, approximately 50 kilometers away. This appeared to be the location where the adventure had been activated. But the critical issue was that he could not escape at the moment. Suyi had no choice but to remain in place, quietly waiting for the whirlpool to vanish. By the time he could move, the adventure would likely have been claimed by others. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, 12 individuals had gathered, 6 men and 6 women. Among them was Manhwa. Fortuitously, they had all found themselves in proximity and had congregated to share warmth. The sub-zero seawater was quite unbearable for them, especially since not everyone possessed thermal gear. The men fared slightly better due to their robust physiques, but the women felt the chill even more acutely. Several girls had opted to advance while huddling together for warmth, most aiding one another in same-sex pairs. Some girls also chose to lean against the arms of the men. And Manhwa found himself favored by one girl, but he declined, feeling distrustful of others at the moment. The girl shot him an annoyed glance before turning to snuggle against a handsome fellow named Mo1. As the two engaged in playful antics while moving forward, Manhwa observed the man taking the opportunity to slip his hand under the girl's clothing, causing him to shake his head disapprovingly. At such a time, was there still interest in such frivolities? Not long after, someone in the group called out, expressing fatigue and requesting a break. Manhwa noticed it was, once again, the two of them. As soon as the group halted, the pair promptly vanished, seemingly to engage in some clandestine activity. The others were too preoccupied with their own concerns to pay any mind to this. After contemplating for a moment, Manhwa produced a makeshift underwater fishing rod. Aside from being a member of the hamster party, he was also an avid fisherman. He had yet to try underwater fishing and was eager to see if he could succeed, so he focused intently on catching fish. The water temperature was quite low, which he estimated would make the task difficult. Meanwhile, Mo1 and his companion had already begun to indulge in their own pursuits. They dove into a coral reef, engaging in activities typically enjoyed by couples. Mo1, a notorious playboy before entering the game, had been through dozens of girlfriends and had not tasted the pleasures of intimacy since arriving here. He was long overdue for some release. To be honest, he found the woman unremarkable. On a scale of 10, she barely scored a 5. Thus, he quickly lost interest. However, he had another motive for being there. After dismissing the girl, he gazed at her departing figure, a glint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. He turned and followed the coordinates on his map, mirroring Suyi's earlier adventure. Mo1 walked for about 10 minutes until he reached the designated location, only to find nothing. Just as frustration began to mount, he suddenly heard the sound of weeping. Who could possibly be here? He followed the sound until he arrived at a clearing obscured by rocks. There sat a young woman, her face buried in her hands, weeping sorrowfully. Her tattered clothing and tear-streaked face suggested she had recently endured significant hardship, likely having been violated by other male survivors. Mo mused. Yet, when he finally discerned her features, his breath quickened. She was alluringly beautiful, with an air of vulnerability. Her choked sobs and indistinct voice resonated with an indescribable charm, igniting a fervor within him akin to drinking fine wine, stirring a wild desire in his gaze. Mo rushed forward. Are you all right, beautiful? I'm fine, she replied, wiping her tears. Her allure only intensified. Mo, well-versed in the art of seduction, recognized that she needed comfort, so he took a seat beside her, inquiring about her plight. Her story was much as he had imagined. She too was a survivor. But misfortune had led her to cross paths with two nefarious individuals, after which she had been abandoned. As she spoke, tears flowed anew. Mo embraced her gently, whispering, "It's all right, I'm here." As he held her, he found her even more enchanting, her skin a pristine white. His heart raced, thoughts becoming increasingly unrestrained. As they engaged in tender embraces, he noticed a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Unable to resist, he leaned in to kiss her, feeling a surge of joy. Just then, a massive fishhook suddenly emerged from her mouth, piercing through his jaw and exiting from the back of his neck. He stared wide-eyed, blood gushing from his throat. Unable to utter a single word, the woman, who had just been kissing him passionately, now lay contorted and lifeless, as if the previous moments had been a mere facade. If anyone were to witness this, they would see her completely impaled by a fishhook, akin to a worm on a fisherman's line. And now, Mo had become the fish on that hook. The location of the fishing had shifted from the surface to the depths of the sea. The angler was no longer human, but a monstrous fishman. In the distance, the creature began to reel in its line, pulling both the woman and the fading Mo to its side. Ignoring his terror and pleas, the fishman snapped his neck and discarded him into a nearby basket, which contained the remains of over 20 other survivors. Indeed, a bountiful catch. The fishman's bulging eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he regarded the woman on the hook, stuffing a specially crafted pill into her mouth before casting her back out to continue fishing. Before long, her cries echoed once more. Suyi waited for a full 3 hours, until the swirling vortex finally vanished. Seeing that the toxic disaster zone was now only 5 kilometers away, he hastily activated his underwater bubble and sped toward the angler's coordinates. Exploration required time, and he needed to distance himself sufficiently from the encroaching danger. Thus, he dared not pause. Upon reaching the coordinates, he found nothing but the sound of weeping. Instinctively on guard, he realized that a cry in the wilderness was undoubtedly suspicious. He drew his charged pistol and approached the source of the crying, only to discover a young woman seated on the ground, clad in scant attire. Her curvaceous figure undeniably captivating. Suyi approached cautiously, halting a few paces away, reluctant to advance further. He intended to draw closer to assess her situation, but just then, his depth perception activated. There was something amiss ahead. He withdrew his foot, studying the muddy ground, and noticed a circle of black points, something resembling sharp spikes, akin to a black iron trap. The woman, perceiving his hesitation, gazed at him with tearful eyes. "I was attacked by a group of brutes. Can you help me?" "Is that so? Where are they?" "I can take care of them for you." Suyi feigned sympathy, remaining cautious about her true intentions. "They've left. But I'm feeling so cold. Could you lend me some clothes to keep warm?" "Come over, and I'll give you some," Suyi replied, all the while scanning the surroundings for potential ambushes. He recalled that 31 individuals had triggered this encounter, and it was likely some would choose to lay traps for others. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no one lurking, aside from the trap concealed beneath the mud. "I'm in so much pain. I can't move." The woman lamented weakly. "That can be arranged. I have a solution." Suyi produced his golden thread staff, binding several golden threads around her waist. As the threads began to constrict, a problem arose. They wouldn't budge. Not only did they not move, but an immense force nearly yanked Suyi off his feet. Clearly, something was amiss. He smirked coldly as he engaged in a tug-of-war with the unseen puppet master. His strength was considerable, boasting a score of 9. Yet he sensed that the entity opposing him surpassed him, indicating a strength of at least 10. This was no ordinary woman. Suyi promptly secured the golden threads to his source shield. With a reconstruction of gravity, he doubted that anyone could move a ton of weight. If her attributes did not exceed 10 points, she remained within her limits. 1 ton far surpassed the threshold of her strength, and no matter how hard she pulled, he remained steadfast. Suddenly, the woman stood, emitting a piercing scream akin to a siren-s wail. A mental shockwave erupted. However, the source shield mitigated the mental attack's potency. What would have easily caused a survivor to bleed from their orifices merely rattled Suyi momentarily before he regained his composure. At that moment, as she rose, he finally caught sight of the enormous iron fishhook beneath her. He paused in disbelief. Was this the bait? Following the fishing line, he discovered the mastermind behind it, a colossal fishman. His blue and white skin glistened, and his imposing, muscular frame was covered in fat and hard fish scales. His presence loomed like a massive mountain, exuding an invisible pressure that rendered one breathless. A profound sense of oppression enveloped the atmosphere. akin to the eerie calm before a tempest, exuding an unparalleled aura and intensity. He cast a glance at Su-yi, acknowledging, "You are quite remarkable, far more astute and formidable than those others." Su-yi regarded him coldly, retorting, "You dare to treat us as bait and prey. You possess quite the audacity." The colossal merman let out a deep, rumbling laugh. "Are you not humans the same to us? Ah, have you forgotten your own humanity? Do not overlook that the ancestors of the ocean's wise races were once human." Su-yi was taken aback by the cruelty of his methods. The giant merman paused momentarily. Shaking his head, "I have long abandoned that identity." "Ha, heretic," he scoffed. "Say what you will." The giant merman withdrew the fishhook, replacing it with a heavy, black cross anchor. The anchor appeared immensely weighty, its claws sharp and extraordinarily large, capable of anchoring firmly in the hardest coral reefs or seabed rocks. Its surface bore the mottled scars of time and the remnants of blood and flesh, a silent testament to the countless souls that had succumbed beneath its weight. The giant merman approached Su-yi, hoisting the anchor. "Only creatures like you are worthy of my direct intervention." Su-yi raised his charged pistol, his gaze sharp as a blade, brimming with murderous intent. "Come and test your mettle." Chapter 56, Fierce Battle. The seawater distorted, gunfire resounded. The collision of energy bullets and fish scales ignited sparks. Both sides surged forward, charging into the fray. In an instant, figures upon the rocks surged like ferocious beasts. Howling through the air, the giant merman's stout legs erupted with astonishing speed, his hands gripping the rope with the strength of a titan. The heavy cross anchor swung in wide arcs, accelerating rapidly, spiraling into a vortex before being hurled forth. The sound of the sea was torn asunder. The ripples surged outward. Su-yi's shield shimmered with a blue glow. Countless diamond-shaped light panels formed an impenetrable barrier, his approach unwavering, colliding directly with the anchor, resolutely forsaking evasion to engage head-on. The clang of impact echoed. The shield and anchor erupted in a cacophony of sound. The giant merman's anticipated vision of Su-yi being shattered did not materialize. Instead, the anchor was redirected. The source shield absorbed the impact, the diamond light panels morphing upon contact with the anchor, propelling it away with inertia. How is this possible? The giant merman gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening as he beheld Su-yi charging at him. In the moment he sensed danger, alarm bells rang in his mind, and he glimpsed the pulsating white light flashing from the charged pistol and the wild, defiant curve of Su-yi's lips. "Taste this." The explosion of energy detonated as their faces drew near. A thunderous wave and a dull shockwave rippled through the water, the searing white light illuminating the surroundings for miles like the wrath of the heavens. As the white light gradually dissipated, Su-yi's left arm, gripping the shield, trembled slightly. Yet his fighting spirit soared, giving a thumbs down to the charred figure before him, his smile beneath the dark, extravagant mask brimming with confidence. "It appears your strength pales in comparison to your bravado." "Arrogant fool," the giant merman retorted, bloodied wounds adorning his body. Suddenly, his form began to swell, wounds mending, muscles tightening and growing more resilient, transforming him into an even larger figure. Before Su-yi, he loomed like a titan, the once massive anchor now perfectly fitting in his grasp. Without a word, both sides charged at each other once more. The shield and anchor clashed with a deafening roar, bullets and immense force engaging in a fierce contest. The jarring sounds reminiscent of Hephaestus' forge, each impact louder than the last, seemingly unending until one party exhausted their strength. This was perhaps the most exhilarating battle Su-yi had ever experienced. He felt his heartbeat quickening, his blood boiling. The accumulation of lactic acid paled in comparison to the rising tide of his will. It felt as though he was born to engage in such brutal combat. Once more, Su-yi repelled the anchor, the gravity-restructured source shield twirling deftly in his hands. With a swift kick, he sent the giant merman reeling, blood spewing forth. What was once deemed impossible became effortlessly achievable with the infusion of skill. The desire for battle surged. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon the giant merman. Again, not permitting any refusal, Su-yi charged forward once more, leaving even the giant merman somewhat taken aback. He could discern Su-yi's combat prowess rapidly escalating. Where he once relied on brute strength to overpower Su-yi, he now found himself at a disadvantage. It appeared he had indeed chosen the wrong prey. Yet, he held no regrets. After all, this was his ascension ritual. In the midst of Su-yi's bewildered gaze, the giant merman dragged a basket filled with dozens of corpses of survivors closer with the anchor, muttering incomprehensible, bizarre words as he began to consume their hearts. His aura surged, charging toward a new echelon. Su-yi realized with clarity. He was seeking to ascend to the extraordinary. Su-yi offered a cold smile. "You think you can ascend before me? Such a fortuitous event is not yours to claim. You cannot obstruct my path." The giant merman's voice became deep and resonant. "With the enhancement of these hearts, I can finally breach that barrier. My entire being shall evolve. My life will ascend to a higher realm. Once I succeed, you shall be my first grand feast on this transcendent journey." He believed this wholeheartedly until a splash of crimson caught his eye. The surrounding waters began to boil, as if assimilated by that sanguine hue. Fear gripped his heart instinctively, and he gazed at Su Yi in terror. The very blood that even the transcendent feared was now clasped firmly in Su Ye's hands. The blade pointed ominously. Su Yi, wielding the blood reaver, his eyes tinged with bloodlust, asked, "Are you ready to embrace death?" No, no, no. For the first time, the giant merman contemplated fleeing. Yet, Su Yi unleashed his final strike, the ferocious blood piercing through the giant merman's chest like an arrow, rendering his defenses utterly futile. The giant merman's ascension was abruptly halted. His blood solidified within him, eventually transforming him into a lifelike statue, his eyes wide with terror, devoid of any trace of life. After delivering the strike, Su Yi felt the blood within him diminish almost instantaneously, barely sustaining him. He had no choice but to retract the blood reaver and collapse to the ground. Had he possessed a weaker constitution, he might have perished on the spot. Once his mind cleared, a wave of dread washed over him. Had the giant merman successfully ascended, his fate would have been sealed. What a farcical twist of fate. Was this truly the adversary he was meant to confront? Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed. Congratulations. You have exceeded the quest fortuitous angler by 1,000. The system is dispensing rewards. You have received a wish stone X1. Wait, what does exceeding completion mean? Su Yi quickly realized that this fortuitous encounter required no battle with the giant merman. Merely escaping from the bait he had set was sufficient. What then? Had he fought for all this time? Su Yi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Once again, he had been ensnared by this absurd system. Nevertheless, that creature had taken so many lives. He would consider this a form of retribution for those souls. Su Yi turned to regard the system's reward. Surely, the reward for exceeding completion would be commendable. Name, wish stone. Category, item. Quality, extraordinary. Description, you may make a wish in your heart to obtain any item, be it a tool, equipment, or otherwise, with a maximum quality of extraordinary, but it can only be used once. Su Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt he had struck gold. Chapter 57, Danger. The Gathering of the Magic Ding Fish. An extraordinary level item. At this moment, Su Yi possessed only 3 extraordinary level items: the Underworld River Potion, the Golden Thread Staff, and the Golden Garment, each a precious treasure. The wish stone was astonishingly powerful, capable of granting him an extraordinary level item. Su Yi found himself engulfed in contemplation. What should he choose? An upgrade scroll for extraordinary level equipment? If he could elevate his charged handgun or source shield to an extraordinary level, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength, though he was uncertain of the extent. At least, for now, these 2 were sufficient. Using the wish stone on them seemed excessively extravagant. What about a potion to enhance attributes? After some consideration, he decided against it, reasoning that such items might still exist in the frantic sea. His current attribute deficiencies were minimal, and the effects would be negligible. Su Yi pondered over countless possibilities, yet ultimately dismissed them all. The wish stone was far too precious. If utilized wisely, it could save his life in a moment of peril. It was not yet that time. He decided to save it for a future opportunity, perhaps to maximize its potential. He stowed the wish stone away and approached the colossal fishman statue. To this day, he remained unaware of the creature's race or the path of its extraordinary ascension. The system performed a scan and produced results. Greedy angler, a common oceanic intelligent species. Their obsessive nature towards fishing makes them one of the few anglers in the ocean, relishing every moment when prey is ensnared. It is said that every greedy angler's ultimate dream is to venture into the deep sea and catch their own crown demon fish. Another member of the greedy sequence. Su Yi felt exasperated. It seemed the greedy sequence was all too common. After a moment of reflection, he realized he had fallen into a misconception. This sequence was likely the easiest path to traverse in the oceanic realm. Everyone harbored desires, and as long as one remained true to those desires, they walked this path. However, very few achieved the extraordinary status. Thus far, Su Yi had only confirmed that the greedy gourmand Carl was extraordinary. Could it be that in the future, Xiaochan Gu would ascend to extraordinary and be dubbed the greedy treasure hunter? Su Yi shook his head and began to loot the spoils from the creature. After searching for quite a while, he discovered the creature was a miser. He found only a single vial of pills. Name, bait pills. Category, consumable. Quality, rare. Description, specially crafted pills by the greedy angler, capable of disguising deceased prey as if they were alive while maintaining the body's internal flexibility and resilience. Typically used for fishing bait, lasting for 2 hours, each greedy angler has a unique crafting method. What use could this possibly have? Su Yi could not fathom it, so he carelessly tossed it into his system backpack. It appeared the only truly useful item was the cross anchor. Su Yi examined the anchor's attributes. Name, deep sea anchor. Category, ancient relic. Quality, perfect. Description, an anchor salvaged from a certain deep sea, one piece of an entire set of relics, said to be related to an ancient ruin. Legends say that the most ancient and malevolent extraordinary sequence lies buried within that ruin, a taboo in the oceanic world. Assembling the complete set of relics will unlock the ruin's gates. Attribute requirements, strength 10, constitution 10, set component count, 1 an ancient relic. Suyi had not anticipated the anchor's remarkable significance. He used the anchor to shatter the giant fishman's statue completely and subsequently collected it. Just as he prepared to continue on his way, he turned to find a swirling vortex suddenly appear not far away. His expression changed instantly as he desperately sprinted in the opposite direction, but soon he heard a cacophony of noise. The sound grew closer, like a torrent announcing the arrival of disaster. What was that? Suyi hurriedly sought refuge behind a coral reef, using the source shield to shield himself while he observed stealthily. A horde of dazzling silver light appeared, blotting out the sun. They darted through the ocean with astonishing speed, consuming everything in their path. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained, transforming the ocean into a hellish landscape. Seeing them approach the coral reef, Suyi's heart constricted. He could only pray in silence. Yet, this was of little use. The coral reef he hid behind was obliterated in the blink of an eye. Not only the creatures within, but even the calcareous reefs secreted by the coral were devoured clean by the silver light. In an instant, Suyi found himself utterly alone. With his shield of divergence frantically assailed, the sound of gnawing akin to hail striking down. At that moment, he finally beheld the silver light beyond the shield. It was a school of fish. Contrary to their terrifying sweep, their appearance was rather endearing. Small and slender with silver bodies. Their short dorsal fins made them resemble silken ribbons congregating together, a sight that was, truth be told, extraordinarily beautiful at first glance. However, when Suyi saw thousands of fish congregating, their silver scales formed a concave mirror. Sunlight filtered through the water, and the light was infinitely magnified upon it. Suyi's depth perception activated almost instantaneously, and he lunged forward, yet he was a moment too late. The shield of divergence, capable of withstanding the brute force of the giant fishman, was effortlessly penetrated by the light, creating a gaping blood hole through one of Suyi's legs. He stifled a groan. Before the blood could even flow from the wound, it was evaporated by the light. The seawater rushed into the blood hole, a searing pain. This strike was utterly terrifying. Continuing like this was not an option. He would surely perish. Suyi quickly raised his charged handgun and fired a gravity bullet. The immense gravitational field scattering the shape of the fish school, giving him the opportunity to flee frantically despite the pain. A barrage of light pursued him relentlessly. Soon, death awaited him if he faltered. The chase persisted until they were far from the vortex, where the fish school finally ceased their pursuit. They seemed bound to the vortex's vicinity, or perhaps they simply grew disinterested in pursuing such a small ant as Suyi. Once they departed, Suyi was left riddled with wounds, a truly harrowing sight. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retrieved a healing bandage to meticulously tend to his injuries, while simultaneously frantically searching the trading market for medicines that could heal severe wounds. He urgently inquired with Ji Ryue, who, upon seeing his dire situation, wasted no words and asked, "What level of healing medicine do you require?" "One that can regenerate severed limbs. Do you have it?" "I do." Ji Ryue was as reliable as ever, handing Suyi a vial of potion. Name, emergency potion. Category, potion. Quality, perfect. Description, capable of accelerating the body's metabolism in a short time, allowing wounds to heal rapidly and renewing damaged bodily tissues. However, it must be used shortly after injury, otherwise, it may lead to irreversible consequences, potentially causing abnormal growth in body parts. Chapter 58, Iceberg Caverns. Suyi drank it down in one go. Soon, he felt the once agonizing wounds begin to itch as flesh grew back at a visibly rapid pace. In no time, he was restored to his former self. Even the faint sense of faintness caused by blood loss vanished. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly transferred 60,000 ocean coins to Ji Ryue. "Suyi, is this enough?" "Ji Ryue, it's sufficient. The cost was only 20,000 ocean coins. Suyi, for something that saves my life, any price is worth it." "Ji Ryue, this is just the beginning. What have you encountered?" "Suyi, the aggregated demonfish." "Ji Ryue, I've heard of this. Is it formidable?" Suyi shared the information he had gathered during the battle. Name, aggregated demonfish. Category, abnormal species. Description, a mutation of ordinary sardines, origin unknown. Has transformed from simple schooling behavior to collective consciousness. Once weak, they have become a terrifying spectacle of the ocean. To enhance their filter-feeding capabilities, they have evolved special scales that can manipulate and even amplify light. They shatter obstacles in their path using light and will attack large predators in the process. It is rumored that when they gather in immense numbers, they exhibit another terrifying form, though very few have witnessed it. Suyi, if you encounter them, flee immediately, or death is certain. Ji Ryue, I understand. After concluding their private conversation, Suyi turned his attention to another message in the system. You have witnessed a marine marvel. Willpower assessment passed, agility limit 1. This time it was agility? Suyi recalled that the last time he had seen the algae carpet, it had enhanced his mental capacity. It seemed that attributes gained from witnessing different marine wonders varied. But he never expected his agility to reach 10 points faster than strength and constitution. Regardless, free attributes are not to be squandered. But what is the cost? A sudden chill coursed through him. and he realized his underwater thermal suit had been damaged during the fight. The thought made his teeth ache. Just a brief encounter with the aggregated demonfish had cost him at least 80,000 ocean coins. He was left with only 60,000 ocean coins. Achoo! He shivered suddenly and quickly changed into another suit, but even then, he still felt a bit cold. Checking the surrounding temperature, he discovered it had dropped to 30 degrees. How could it decline so rapidly? Suyi was perplexed until he noticed the fervent discussions in the regional chat, filled with outrage. Some individuals. Could you not be so oblivious? You've caused me great distress. What is going on? What has happened? I don't know which fool played that minigame and chose the punishment option. Can you imagine a massive iceberg plummeting from the sky? I was fortunately far away. But many survivors nearby were crushed to death, and the temperature around us continues to plummet. I am nearly freezing to death. Suyi's expression grew peculiar. Could it be that this person was nearby? Was the drop in water temperature a consequence of that iceberg? You think that is bad? Someone here has summoned a whirlpool as a punishment. Soon, more and more people began to vent about this, with bizarre punishments surfacing. Some were dangerous, others trivial. But undoubtedly, many had perished from these punishments, leaving psychological scars on numerous survivors. After all, one could never know if there were incompetent teammates nearby. Of course, these were just a minority. The majority of survivors had not witnessed such events, and some simply mocked the situation. Is this game really that thrilling? Thrilling? If this continues, we will all perish. I suggest everyone stop playing that minigame. What are you thinking? Do you believe that is possible? Why not? If we unite, we can surely conquer this battle royale. Dream on. Amidst the bickering, someone posted a photo. The image depicted a gigantic ice blue axe, with a razor-sharp blade that appeared lethal. Shortly after, he shared another photo, showcasing a frozen monster, evidently injured by the giant axe. A piece of perfectly crafted gear with a freezing effect. A reward from the minigame, he boasted. His words ignited the enthusiasm of all survivors. Perfect quality gear? I haven't seen one yet. You must be incredibly lucky. Damn. I want to try too. Count me in. The regional chat erupted into chaos. And it was likely that the number of players engaging in the chaotic sea minigame would increase dramatically. This was clearly a scheme by the system. In this world, there are no such easy pickings. Suyi couldn't help but shake his head. He needed to minimize contact with other survivors from now on. He certainly did not want to be entangled in another misfortune. Suyi continued on his journey, the temperature still dropping. Not only was the ocean surface beginning to freeze, but many creatures on the seafloor were also encased in ice, signaling that things were becoming abnormal. Half an hour later, a colossal iceberg obstructed his path, riddled with numerous tunnel-like openings. Suyi attempted to find a detour, but after a long while, he found no exit. It seemed he must enter one of the openings to proceed. He chose a larger hole and squeezed inside. The deeper he ventured, the colder it became. And soon his thermal suit could no longer withstand the frigid temperatures. He had no choice but to extract the cursed shadow lantern, adding some fuel to it. The black flames instantly dispelled the cold, and the temperature began to rise. After a short time, Suyi spotted another survivor. He had been frozen into a statue. Suyi used the flames of the shadow lantern to melt the statue, only to find that the ice and the survivor had completely dissolved into seawater, leaving no relic box behind. Suyi heightened his vigilance in secret. The further he went, the more such statues appeared, until he encountered an unusual ice sculpture. The sculpture depicted a man. Unlike the other ice statues, he held a peculiar scale in his hand, and his gear appeared to be of higher quality. A confident smile adorned his face, indicating he was quite powerful among survivors. Yet, even he had succumbed to being frozen into a statue, as if the transformation occurred in an instant. Sizzle. Suddenly, Suyi heard a strange sound emanating from the surrounding ice walls. Numerous holes appeared on the walls, from which white threadworms emerged, immediately lunging toward the shadow lantern in Suyi's hand. The black flames of the lantern dimmed instantly. Suyi was startled. If the flames extinguished, it would be over. He intended to add more fuel when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The shadow lantern seemed enraged by the threadworms. An elongated shadowy claws shot out from within, ensnaring the worms and incinerating them. The black flames flared even brighter. Suyi felt dizzy, his rationality plummeting, and he hurriedly dashed deeper into the tunnel. Just before he left, he noticed that the scale from the melted sculpture remained intact. He turned back and took it with him. Chapter 59. Treasure chest? No, it's a treasure chest monster. The tunnels within the iceberg were terrifyingly long. Along the way, the white threadworms appeared to be endless, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the shadow lantern. Yet, the unfortunate one was Suyi. He felt his head growing heavy, and blurred images filled his vision, causing him to collide with walls repeatedly. But that was not the worst of it. He suddenly noticed shadows forming beneath his feet. Initially, he thought he was hallucinating, until some began to stir. They varied in form. Some were corpulent, others had sharp claws and tails, lurking in the shadows like deep-seated beasts. Quietly watching Suyi, they gradually transformed from mere phantoms into reality, poised to step into the realm of existence and swallow Suyi whole. Yet, fortune favored Suyi. An exit from the tunnel finally appeared before him. He accelerated and burst forth into a sea of ice and snow. The moment he escaped the iceberg, Suyi extinguished the flames of the shadow lantern. In just half an hour, he had accumulated 7 layers of debuffs, reducing his mental capacity. He was down to 2 points of mental value, his head pounding intensely, rendering him unable to proceed further. Suyi had no choice but to find a relatively safe spot to halt, drifting into the embrace of night. The sea grew tranquil. A faint yet melodious singing echoed softly in his ears. Under the soothing caress of the song, Suyi felt his headache gradually dissipate, allowing him to lower his guard and succumb to an uncontrollable slumber. In his dreams, he found himself gasping for breath as his oxygen levels plummeted, the sensation of suffocation tightening around his throat, jolting him awake. To his astonishment, he realized he had not suffocated after all. In fact, his oxygen levels appeared to have increased. The only discernible change in his surroundings was the disappearance of the scale he had been clutching in his palm, now replaced by another blue scale. The former scale had been coarse and angular, while the one now in Suyi's possession was exquisite. It exuded a smooth texture, with a deep blue gradient radiating colorful light as it refracted through the seawater. Holding it in his hand, he could even sense a gentle warmth emanating from it, warming the surrounding icy waters considerably. Upon further examination, he discovered it was not an illusion. It indeed mitigated the effects of the cold. Name: Mutated Siren's Colorful Scale. Category: Item. Quality. Description: Each female siren possesses only one colorful scale, typically gifted to a beloved or given in return after receiving a similar scale as a sign of consent in courtship. This particular scale appears to differ from ordinary siren scales, harboring an exceptionally unique magical essence. Child of the Ocean, effect unknown. Suyi fell into contemplation, pondering why a siren's courtship scale would be in his possession. After all, he was no siren. The man who had transformed into seawater within the hole must have known something, yet he was gone. Moreover, something must have transpired while Suyi had been asleep last night, and the song had undoubtedly been connected to the siren. Perhaps a siren had visited. But why had they chosen to vanish after exchanging scales? Suddenly, a thought struck him as he touched the mask of Clareshi on his face. The mask had been tampered with. Never mind, he resolved, surviving was the priority. Suyi glanced nervously at the shadow lamp in his system backpack, realizing he had underestimated its dangers. His survival this time had been sheer luck. In a state of diminished rationality, he could scarcely stand, let alone fight. And encountering those shadow creatures would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He would need to exercise caution in future utilizations. Had it not been for those white nematodes, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Suyi retrieved a segment of a deceased white nematode from his system backpack, having secretly taken it for examination. Its diameter was minuscule, akin to a strand of hair, rendering it nearly invisible in the ice unless in significant numbers, making it a master of disguise. Utilizing an underwater exploration drone, he magnified his view, revealing that their bodies were composed of segmented rings, with their heads resembling drill bits capable of easily penetrating ice or living organisms. Name: Low-temperature nematode. Category: Aberrant species. Description: Nematodes capable of surviving in the frigid oceanic ice. Despite residing in cold waters, they possess a strong affinity for high temperatures, often drawn to warmth and burrowing into hotter organisms. Their surfaces secrete a unique mucus that can freeze any creature. Their preference for warmth? No wonder they burrowed into the shadow lamp. Suyi found the notion rather unsettling. Had it not been for the shadow lamp, his body would have been the warmest object around. He could easily have met the same fate as those statues, frozen without a trace. After consuming a segment of a compressed energy bar and taking a sip of water, Suyi began to explore the surrounding icy sea. Not long after, he discovered countless icebergs, each harboring a treasure chest. To his astonishment, there were at least thousands of chests scattered throughout the expanse of ice. Am I hallucinating? Suyi rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as such a fantastical notion seemed beyond the realm of possibility. This was a veritable treasure trove. Moreover, some even appeared to be of golden quality. Yet, no matter how he rubbed his eyes, the chests undeniably existed. No, this must be a trick. Suyi had fallen victim to the system's deception more than once. As the saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. This time, he resolved to be wiser, refraining from pursuing the high-quality chests directly. Instead, he approached a lowly black iron chest, shattering the ice with his charged pistol. Remarkably, the chest remained unscathed. You have obtained 10 basic metals, 2 titanium ores. Suyi stared at the system prompt in a daze. The chests were genuine? Skeptical. He opened another black iron chest, finding it equally unharmed. Could it truly be the case? This time, he opted for a bronze chest. Just as he shattered the ice, the chest suddenly sprang open, lunging at him with its gaping maw. Suyi fired a shot, reducing it to fragments, letting out a sigh of relief. He had suspected such good fortune was too good to be true. Indeed, there was a catch. It turned out to be a mimic. Name: Bronze Chest Monster. Category: Mimetic Species. Description: A chest monster disguised as a bronze chest, skilled in ambushing foes. The mimic yielded no rewards upon defeat. Suyi surveyed the icy sea anew. Amidst the myriad chests, both real and false, distinguishing between them would rely solely on the survivor's luck. With good fortune, one might uncover a genuine treasure, while ill fortune could lead to an encounter with a chest monster. Moreover, the higher the chest's quality, the stronger the corresponding mimic's prowess. Intrigued, Suyi decided against testing each one individually. He planned to launch a grand operation. He conducted a test and discovered that the system-produced chests were impervious to corrosive acid bombs. This simplified matters. A combination of gravitational bombs and corrosive acid bombs would result in a large-scale cleansing, causing vast swathes of ice to vanish from the icy expanse. Chapter 60. For wealth. Men perish. For food, birds die. 1-2. 2 hours later, Suyi began to assess his haul. In total, he had collected 20 black iron chests, 14 bronze chests, 2 silver chests, and 1 golden chest. The system was indeed more miserly than he had imagined, often requiring 10 chests of the same type to yield a single genuine item. Given the scarcity of high-quality chests, Suyi felt a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, several valuable items had emerged from the chests. Name: Head of Greed. Category: Equipment. Quality: Rare. Description: The head of a golden chest monster. When worn, it slightly increases the drop rate of high-quality items and can disguise itself as a treasure chest to lure prey. Name: Insulating Stone. Category: Item. Quality: Perfect. Description: Functions as both a heat source and cooling agent. Must be preheated or cooled before use. Carrying it on one's person minimizes the impact of temperature fluctuations, providing exceptional insulation. It is said that the insulating properties of this stone originate from the secretions of a certain whale species inhabiting frigid seas. Current durability: 100, decreases by 1 per hour of use. Name: Icebreaker Drill. Category: Equipment. Quality: Excellent. Description: A tool capable of shattering hard sea ice. An essential item for traversing the icy ocean. Name: Temperature Sensing Pill. Category: Consumable. Quality: Excellent. Description: Enhances awareness of surrounding temperatures after consumption, specially prepared for a certain species. According to creatures frequently active in icy seas, if one senses an abnormal temperature in the icy waters, caution is warranted, as they are nearing the territory of those beings. Suyi donned the Head of Greed and found that it indeed allowed him to masquerade as a golden chest. By merely crouching down, it would automatically transform into the appearance of a treasure chest, a clever ruse for deception. Although the chest's elongated mouth appeared rather peculiar, it was undeniably heavy. The insulating stone, however, proved to be a valuable asset. According to the intelligence provided by Ocean Express, survivors lacking any thermal gear while traversing the icy seas will experience a decline in body temperature by 3 degrees per minute. Once the body temperature reaches 10 degrees, one's movements will become sluggish due to the cold, leading to frostbite. If the temperature drops to 0, death is instantaneous. A thermal suit can reduce the rate of temperature decline to 1 degree every half hour. Furthermore, heating stones can further prolong this process, and when combined with shadow lamps, they can potentially resolve the temperature issue entirely. Alas, they possess a limited durability. At maximum durability, they can only be utilized for 100 hours, if only they were flawless. Nevertheless, even in the current environment, this is sufficiently adequate. Suyi promptly heated his surroundings to 50 degrees using the shadow lamp, instantly feeling a sense of warmth enveloping him. He might be one of the few players able to relish such comfort in the icy seas. The ice-breaking drill seemed of little use to him, considering his energy-charged pistol could also shatter sea ice. He decided to list it on the trading market for 5,000 ocean coins. As for the final temperature-sensing pill, Suyi grew wary of the mentioned creatures and resolved to monitor the surrounding water temperature every half hour to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Despite the abundance of treasure chests amidst the remaining sea ice, Suyi felt disinclined to waste more time here. Efficiency was simply too low. He pressed forward, though the ice significantly impeded his pace. Upon passing a particularly large piece of ice, he suddenly heard voices ahead. Concealing himself behind the ice, he observed 3 survivors being pursued by a treasure chest monster. Could they not even defeat a treasure chest monster? Suyi pondered, baffled by their evident weakness. However, when he discerned the color of the treasure chest monster, he was taken aback. A platinum-quality treasure chest monster? The creature before him was larger and more formidable than its golden counterpart, swimming through the water with incredible speed, akin to a scallop. One of the survivors, realizing he was about to be caught, ruthlessly turned on a nearby companion, sacrificing him to the treasure chest monster to buy time. How ruthless! Suyi furrowed his brow at the scene. The platinum treasure chest monster wasted no time, swallowing the unfortunate companion whole. The remaining 2 survivors dashed towards Suyi. Quickly spotting him, their eyes lighting up, they exchanged glances, hastening towards him, evidently intending to use Suyi as a shield. However, Suyi had no intention of being courteous. He raised his energy-charged pistol, charging the explosive shot. The 2, upon seeing the pistol, felt a pang of anxiety and shouted in unison, "Brother, don't shoot. We're survivors too." And so, Suyi regarded them coldly. Their willingness to turn on a companion revealed their true nature. He pulled the trigger, yet one of the survivors suddenly wore a peculiar smile. In the blink of an eye, their positions were swapped. The charged explosive round struck Su Yi himself, along with the desperate survivor and the platinum treasure chest monster, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Ah, what a splendid item. Wang Xiaoyi gazed at the violent explosion, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. The thought of Su Yi perishing and becoming a relic, with his pistol and the drops from the platinum treasure chest monster falling into his hands, filled him with excitement. He had been the first to discover that platinum treasure chest monster. Unlike other treasure chest monsters, it seemed to possess a high-grade piece of equipment in its maw. Yet, the opponent was no pushover. He had deceived the two survivors into dying for him, unexpectedly reaping rewards. However, as the white light dissipated, Wang Xiaoyi's expression shifted. Su Yi appeared unscathed at the epicenter of the explosion, wielding a shield. The relic chest and the drops from the platinum treasure chest monster had been claimed by Su Yi, tucked away in his system backpack. A fortuitous windfall, indeed. Su Yi turned to the pallid-faced Wang Xiaoyi. Was that your talent just now? It was the first time he had witnessed such a talent, capable of effortlessly swapping positions. Had he not been adequately equipped, he might have indeed fallen into a trap. Wang Xiaoyi's gaze turned dark and venomous, emanating a chill. But he quickly masked it with a smile, saying, "This time, I concede. Let us keep our paths separate. Do you truly believe that is possible?" Su Yi's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, were as cold as ice. "What if I insisted on taking your life?" Wang Xiaoyi's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. "Knowing my talent is difficult to deal with, you still dare to seek your demise? Difficult to contend with, yet not insurmountable." As soon as Su Yi's words fell, he charged at Wang Xiaoyi, unleashing a flurry of shots from his energy-charged pistol. Wang Xiaoyi's expression changed, and in an instant, he swapped their positions using his talent. The bullets struck the shield, yet Su Yi did not flinch or evade, intensifying his assault. Wang Xiaoyi was compelled to continue swapping positions, but soon his stamina began to wane. A sense of dread filled him. Each position swap required a significant expenditure of stamina, and with a constitution of nearly 9 points. He had assumed he could easily overcome Su Yi. However, he had underestimated Su Yi's resilience. More troubling was the shield, which had withstood so many bullets without deforming. It seemed prudent to retreat. Just as he prepared to flee, a sudden and intense mental shock disoriented him. Before he could regain his bearings, a charged bullet pierced through his skull. Only a golden relic chest remained in his wake. Chapter 61, The Song of Ice and Sea. Su Yi stowed his shield, massaging his sore arm as he approached the relic chest. Moments earlier, when he had been struck by his own charged explosive round, he had contemplated how to counter such a positional talent. He quickly recalled Source Impact, which could be charged by the opponent as swaps. A feigned attack would suffice to easily dispose of his adversary. Indeed, events unfolded as he had anticipated. Upon opening the relic chest, he was met with a plethora of valuable items. Name, Lucky Coin. Category, Item Consumable. Quality, Rare. Description, used before opening a relic chest to increase the drop rate of high-quality items from enemies. Name, Ancient Contract. Category, Item. Quality, Extraordinary. Description, a contract signed by an ancient wizard with the Siren race. Possessing it grants assistance from the Sirens when visiting their habitat. Regrettably, the Siren race was completely annihilated in the year 3194 of the 11th Ocean Calendar, with none surviving. Name, Tongue of the Persuader. Category, Item. Quality, Perfect. Description, wearing it enhances the persuasiveness of your speech. Name, Venomous Whip. Category, Equipment. Quality, Perfect. Description, a whip crafted from the bones of a sea snake under a malevolent ritual, coated in potent venom. It can extend up to 10 meters and will autonomously attack its target. Those struck by the whip will endure pain akin to being shot, ultimately succumbing in agony. Now came the selection phase of 4 options. Su Yi was astonished to encounter such an item as the Lucky Coin. Likely beneficial for those who frequently prey on other survivors, though he found it uninteresting. The Tongue of the Persuader and the Venomous Whip also held little appeal for him. Ultimately, he chose the Ancient Contract. An extraordinary quality item should not disappoint, though the extinction of the Siren race was unexpected. What then had transpired with the Siren he encountered last night? Su Yi was engulfed in confusion. Wang Xiaoyi possessed such an item related to the Sirens, akin to the mysterious man turned into an ice sculpture. A sudden hypothesis struck him. Each novice dungeon sea area harbored a secret, and the secret within the Glacier Feast pertained to the Sirens. This crucial detail had eluded Ocean Express's intelligence. It appeared that certain information was being withheld by He Chengwei and others, concealed for their own benefit. How cunning, truly befitting of a businessman. By mere coincidence, someone he knew had visited that place. Su Yi sought out Wei Chun and inquired, "Did you hear any tales of mermaids during the Glacier Feast?" Wei Chun responded promptly, "Of course, I've heard of them. Why do you ask, brother? Are you intrigued? Do share." Legends associated with mermaids had long circulated during the Glacier Feast, with some claiming to have heard their enchanting songs, while others insisted they had laid eyes upon these mesmerizing beings. Their beauty was said to be unparalleled, capable of effortlessly ensnaring the souls of men. However, these were merely tales. No survivors had ever encountered them in reality. Is there anything else? Suyi pressed. That's all I know, Wei Chun replied, bewildered, as Suyi dismissed him. Checking the standard time provided by the system, Suyi noted it was the year 5001 of the ocean calendar. He recalled that the Cassian diary he found at the survivor base in his territory recorded the date as 4355 of the ocean calendar, which predated the extinction of the mermaids. Setting aside the glacier feast, let us consider the chaotic sea. If mermaids indeed existed in this chaotic sea, the timelines would not align. I detect fluctuations in your heartbeat. What thoughts occupy your mind? Sylvia, who had remained silent within his watch, suddenly spoke. Although her physical form resided in his base, she had left a port in the watch for communication. This marked the first time Suyi had witnessed her speak of her own accord. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I wonder if the timelines of various seas are consistent. Contemplating such matters is of no significance at this juncture, she advised. If it satisfies your curiosity, I could provide some insights. As the CEO of Ocean Heavy Industries, you will inevitably encounter these topics. Do enlighten me. It is merely a matter of basic ecological node technology. What do you mean? The modular sea you currently inhabit does not adhere to the standard timeline of the ocean world. Everything here is simulated using ecological data preserved in the IOME, the Oceanic Ecological Research Institute's database. These entities once existed in the authentic ocean world, but that was in the past. Are you suggesting this is a fabricated history? Suyi asked in shock. Not exactly. It exists in truth, yet it only mimics history. Ecological node technology and temporal node technology are entirely distinct concepts. To put it in simpler terms, a fabricated history is akin to a projection in a cinema, while the sea before you is a model replicated one by a printer. Isn't that even more absurd? He preferred to believe in deities capable of projecting a history rather than in the possibility of someone creating a living replica of Earth. The latter's exaggeration was no less than the former's. Although the chaotic sea before him was not as vast as Earth, it was still astonishing. Yet Sylvia's tone remained as indifferent as ever. As long as there is sufficient energy, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Suyi suddenly realized, wait, do you know the system? That inquiry pertains to classified information. You currently lack the clearance to know. When you ascend to a higher position, you may inquire about anything you wish. Therefore, you need only focus on growing stronger. Make haste to become an extraordinary being. I will require your data then. With that, Sylvia vanished. Suyi scratched his head, acknowledging her point. His priority was indeed to grow stronger. Nevertheless, he had gleaned a wealth of useful information. The Oceanic Ecological Research Institute, likely another of the 7 giants. He shook his head, dispersing his thoughts as he began to examine another piece of treasure. The exquisite item dropped by the platinum chest monster had been hastily stowed away in his system backpack, leaving him unaware of its nature until now. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a bow radiating an icy aura. Its exterior was strikingly ornate, crafted entirely from ice crystals, yet it lacked a bowstring. Name, Song of the Sea Ice. Category, Equipment. Quality, Extraordinary. Description, a powerful bow imbued with extraordinary strength, which automatically generates an ice arrow when drawn. Upon release, the ice arrow transforms into various frigid creatures, delivering devastating blows to adversaries while imparting a freezing effect, with a maximum range of 4,000 meters. Attribute requirements, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Perception 10. Chapter 62, The Pillar of Proliferation. An extraordinary bow. Suyi was astonished. The loot from the platinum chest monster was remarkably superior. However, the attribute requirements were quite demanding, necessitating all 3 attributes to reach a minimum of 10. He was only 1 point short in strength and 2 in constitution, which left him feeling an itch of frustration. Being able to touch it but unable to wield it was indeed vexing, just like with the exoskeleton. Once he accumulated the requisite 3 points, he anticipated a significant enhancement to his power. After stowing away the Song of the Sea Ice, he opened another relic box. Its contents were unimpressive, far inferior to those of Wang Xiao, and combined with some other miscellaneous items obtained from previous chests, he packaged them for sale in the trading market, netting a mere 10,000 ocean coins. He continued onward toward his destination. Not long after, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation envelop him. Initially, he suspected that the thermal stone had ceased to provide warmth. However, upon igniting the magic shadow lamp, he discovered not only did he fail to feel any warmth, but the coldness intensified. His body began to tremble involuntarily, as if each cell were being encased in ice, compelling him to shiver. Achoo! What on earth is happening? He exclaimed, sneezing. The surrounding seawater felt increasingly ominous. Checking the temperature displayed on his watch, he noted it was a normal 36 degrees. This indicated that both the thermal stone and his underwater thermal suit were functioning properly. The issue lay with his body's temperature perception system. Yet, this knowledge provided little solace as he felt the cold grow ever more oppressive, as if he were on the brink of freezing to death. Just then, a wave of warmth emanated from a particular direction in the water. It resembled the sun in winter, beckoning him to draw near. Enthralled, Suyi moved toward it, completely forgetting everything else. His sole desire was to approach that warmth, closer and closer, as if seeking the embrace of a mother. The surrounding sea ice floated silently, while the cold-resistant fish that should have thrived here had mysteriously vanished. Even in icy waters, numerous fish species could survive, yet here, everything seemed profoundly unnatural. At that moment, a fleeting memory struck him. The temperature-regulating pills. Suyi suddenly awakened, recalling the temperature-regulating pills he had acquired earlier. He quickly retrieved one from his system backpack and swallowed it. As the pill took effect, he felt his temperature normalize, and the biting cold dissipated, as though it were merely an illusion. What lay ahead? With caution, Suyi proceeded in the direction he had sensed earlier. Half an hour later, his pupils dilated in shock. Several yellow-brown pillars, nearly 50 meters in height, floated vertically in the water like some form of nest, some reaching toward the surface while others descended toward the seabed. They were adorned with various fish and the corpses of survivors. These bodies were ensnared in a viscous, yellow-brown fibrous substance, resembling helpless prey caught in a massive net. At a glance, Suyi noted that over 100 survivors had perished upon these fish pillars. Instead of transforming into relic boxes, they had become part of the pillars, their bloated, pallid corpses bearing expressions of bliss in their final moments. A sight that was chilling to behold. A shiver ran down Suyi's spine as his heart constricted sharply, and after some time, he finally calmed himself, attempting to steady his breath. You have witnessed a marvel of the ocean. Your will has been deemed sufficient, and your physical limits have increased by 1. The system materialized abruptly. This time, Suyi felt no elation. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no other threats, before making his way toward a fish pillar. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the interior of the pillar was filled with vast expanses of rolled-up plant leaves, resembling a miniature island. The yellow, fluffy substances were billions of fish eggs, the true essence of this fish pillar. Ocean marvel, pillar of propagation. A reproductive construct of a migratory fish species dwelling in icy seas. Their eggs require substantial nourishment to sustain life and growth upon hatching. To facilitate this, they have devised traps. Some female fish become ensnared within the pillar, and as their bodies decay, they produce a unique compound that affects the temperature perception systems and neural centers of other creatures, enticing them to approach the pillar and become sustenance for the hatchlings. Thus, this was a nesting ground for a certain fish species. Suyi gazed up at the fish pillar, utterly astonished. To date, he had encountered 3 ocean marvels: the algal carpet, the most perilous, the aggregated magic fish, the most aggressive, and the propagation pillar before him, which was undoubtedly the most peculiar. Truly, wonders never ceased to broaden his horizons. Had he not acquired the temperature-sensitive pills beforehand, he might have met his demise. Were there any survivors among the others? Suyi began to search the fish pillar for any survivors, and indeed found a woman still breathing within the largest pillar. However, when he attempted to extract her, he quickly realized it was impossible. The fish eggs were too viscous, akin to mayflies trying to shake a tree. He could only choose to abandon the effort. Suyi then tried to rouse her. The woman remained unresponsive, lost in the delusion of false warmth. How terrifying. He had no desire to linger here. Circling around several fish pillars, he sought to uncover any treasure chests or the like. Finding something would be fortuitous. If not, he would hasten his departure. The farther away, the better. As he searched for treasure, he suddenly stumbled upon a corpse that stood out among the others. Its appearance was starkly different from that of the survivors, resembling a follower of some faction from the oceanic realm. Not only that, but it was also repulsive. It lacked a normal head. Above the neck was a mass of writhing, worm-like creatures. The sight nearly made Suyi retch. In its hand, the corpse clutched a piece of fabric. Suyi picked it up and discovered it bore an inscription. We beseech our great master, the mighty ice god Hage. We have come in obedience to your command to seek the last relics of the sea demon tribe, yet we have found no trace. We can only pray for your guidance. The ritual commences in 3 days. May your brilliance once again bless us. Has the plot been triggered? Suyi was taken aback, uncertain of the veracity of the inscription. Suddenly, his depth perception activated. Instinctively, Suyi drew his source shield and activated the displacement field shield. At that moment, the follower's corpse exploded. A worm, roughly the size of a human head, burrowed out and launched a surprise attack on Suyi. But all its strikes were thwarted by the source shield. Suyi fired multiple shots, ultimately slaying it. He furrowed his brow as he gazed at the remains of the obliterated worm. Name: Worm's Lure. Category: Biological artifact. Quality: Rare. Description: a parasitic worm capable of gradually transforming the human body, exclusive to the ice cult's technology. Every follower of the ice cult harbors one within their body. They are the most loyal servants of the ice god Hage, faithfully executing all his commands, rendering them exceedingly dangerous beings. It seems the arrival of this entity is anything but benevolent. Chapter 63, The Worm Parasite. Suyi departed from the fish pillar. Shortly thereafter, the seawater was replaced by icebergs. He found himself in the core area of this icy sea, before an enormous marine iceberg, dwarfing the previous one he had encountered. Its mere aperture was large enough to accommodate a submarine, and the map identified it as the Ice and Snow Labyrinth. Armed with a flashlight, Suyi ventured inside, soon astonished to find that it was not dark, but rather illuminated. The walls, composed of saline ice, radiated a phosphorescent glow, allowing visibility within the iceberg. A dense network of caverns stretched forth, leading to unknown destinations. Entering might mean never returning. Suyi maneuvered an underwater exploration drone to scout ahead while he examined the glowing substance on the ice wall, discovering it to be an unknown luminescent bacterium. Name? Category: Bacteria. Following the drone's guidance, Suyi quickly made a discovery. He stumbled upon a swarm of krill, abundant enough to grab handfuls, and seemingly edible. However, they were quite small, comparable to Antarctic krill. Perhaps due to their consumption of the glowing bacteria on the walls, their translucent bodies revealed faint internal luminescence. Suyi had seen numerous documentaries. Krill are rich in glutamic acid, the primary component of monosodium glutamate. This meant the krill were exceedingly delicious. A rare find indeed. Suyi retrieved his golden garb, transforming it into a robust, tightly woven net to capture the krill. Once all the krill were ensnared, their total weight reached half a ton. Suyi stored them in his system backpack, knowing time did not flow within it, ensuring they would not spoil. Continuing onward, he suddenly noticed a furtive figure lurking around the next corner. It was another survivor. He lay prone, peering at something ahead. "What are you doing?" Suyi inquired tersely. The man jumped in surprise, turning to Suyi and signaling for silence. He then beckoned Suyi to his side. With a hint of caution, Suyi approached and discovered a survivor's corpse on the other side of the corner. The corpse's chest bore a gaping hole. However, before long, it began to stir, slowly rising as its wound gradually healed. Eventually, it appeared indistinguishable from other survivors, even able to speak. Yet, due to its recent revival, its speech was halting and peculiar, reminiscent of a monster draped in human skin, striving to mimic humanity. But it learned swiftly. In no time, it spoke fluently, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Suyi's brow furrowed. This was troublesome. Oh no, a bioinfection. The man beside Suyi exclaimed in a hushed tone. He had arrived earlier and clearly witnessed a worm burrowing into the corpse, leading to its revival, eerily reminiscent of the games he had played. Surely there was some virus lurking within this iceberg? A chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot jolted him back to reality, and Suyi fired, shattering the monster's head. Yet, the survivor whose head had been destroyed did not collapse immediately. From its neck erupted a mass of writhing worms, identical to those of the ice cult's followers. It emitted a piercing scream and charged at Suyi. The scream was accompanied by a faint mental assault. However, this psychic onslaught was feeble. Suyi did not even need to draw his source shield. He fired again, obliterating the worms atop its head. Immediately after, the creature's body exploded. Familiar tactics. Suyi fired one last shot, dispatching the worm's lure. A corpse infested with worms required 3 shots to be put down. More troublesome than he had anticipated. If it were another unsuspecting survivor, they would likely meet a swift end. This matter must be shared in the regional chat. Suyi promptly disseminated the information, quickly inciting a wave of chaos. In recent days, numerous survivors have concocted various tales in the global chat, some for the purpose of selling items, while others simply out of boredom. Many survivors have fallen prey to their deceptions, leading to a growing disdain for such outlandish topics. Of course, a greater number remain ambivalent, questioning the veracity of these claims. Is there any truth to this? I currently find myself amidst an iceberg, yet I have encountered neither other survivors nor any sign of worms. Thus, I am inclined to believe that the original poster is a fraud, deliberately disseminating such messages to capture attention. Given the state of affairs, it is truly disruptive. Indeed, some have risen to defend Suyi, asserting that it seems quite plausible. I concur. The corpse of that worm on the ground appears far too authentic. Both sides held steadfast to their beliefs, and soon, a heated argument ensued. Suyi found it absurd that such a trivial matter could provoke such contention. However, the quarrel swiftly concluded when someone posted a photograph beneath Suyi's thread, revealing several disposed worm carcasses. Like Suyi, they too had suffered from the parasitism of the worms. And these individuals were quite renowned within the chat group, the New Era Mercenary Corps. This organization comprises alternative survivors who protect others for a fee. They have carved out a reputation in the novice dungeon's maritime realm, with members ranking among the most formidable survivors. As one must possess considerable strength to serve as a bodyguard, many survivors have opted for their protection, despite the steep costs, due to their stellar reputation. The original poster did not speak falsely. Such parasitic worms indeed exist. Once the members of the New Era Mercenary Corps spoke up, the tone of the regional chat shifted dramatically. I knew it. The original poster does not strike me as the type to deceive others. This is troublesome. I am also trapped within this iceberg, and encountering such creatures would spell disaster. What is there to fear? Such trifling worms could be crushed beneath a single foot. Bragging without a shred of evidence. Let me see you stomp on a worm as thick as a human head. What is this ice cult? It seems rather enigmatic. Without a doubt, it is a group of cultists. Suyi glanced at the post for a moment before turning his attention elsewhere. for someone had sent him a private message. Upon inspection, he discovered it was from Nanzi. What does she want with him? Nanzi, are you also within the iceberg amid the icy sea? Sui, I just arrived not long ago. How did you know? Nanzi, we are friends. I can see your name when you post. You are aware of the New Era Mercenary Corps, correct? I am currently collaborating with their leader, but we have gotten lost in the iceberg and are unable to exit for the time being, subsequently encountering those parasitic worms. That message was sent at my behest. Suyi, impressive. Given that Nanzi is able to collaborate with them, she must possess considerable strength. Indeed, everyone has their own opportunities. Suddenly, Nanzi inquired, how much do you know about the ice cult? Chapter 64, Attribute Fruits and Collaboration. Sui, just a little. Nanzi, I shan't keep you in suspense. My initial novice dungeon was the Glacier Feast. However, I became too engrossed in the history of the ocean world, resulting in a low completion rate of the main quest. I discovered that every novice dungeon possesses a hidden subplot. Suyi had been aware of this for some time. Suyi and Nanzi, the ice cult is the hidden subplot within the Glacier Feast, which has now become part of the Frenzied Sea. They revere a great being known as the ice god Hegel, and currently, many of their followers are present within this iceberg, posing a threat to us survivors. Suyi, and then, Nanzi. According to reliable sources, the ice cult possesses a unique fruit that can enhance attributes, which they typically use as offerings in their rituals. I hope we can collaborate once more. This is one of the few items capable of enhancing attributes, and its value is self-evident. Suya's interest was piqued. He was determined to acquire the attribute-enhancing fruit. However, he hesitated regarding the collaboration. He could seek the fruit alone, yet joining forces with others seemed more cumbersome. One or two individuals would be manageable, but it was clear that Nanzi's group consisted of more than just a few. When the number of people increases, conflicts of interest may arise, and the prospect of maintaining collaboration could become uncertain. Nanzi, perceiving his silence, initially thought he was dismissive of the attribute fruit. She continued, do you not recall encountering that extraordinary gem-scaled serpent? I later researched the extraordinary system, and for us survivors to transcend to the extraordinary level, two conditions must be met. 1. A particular attribute must reach 10 points, and 2. One must find a vial of extraordinary potion. Suyi, I am aware of this. Nanzi, somewhat surprised, you know this? Suyi, I merely have concerns regarding one issue. Are the individuals on your side trustworthy? Nanzi, no worries. I currently hold considerable sway. Suyi, such confidence? Are you not concerned about them turning against you? Nanzi, naturally, I have prepared contingencies. Suyi, very well then. I shall come find you shortly. Please send me the coordinates. Nanzi promptly sent the coordinates. She glanced aside. I will be bringing someone in. Is that all right? Among her side, the New Era Mercenary Corps comprised a total of 12 members, including the burly leader Wang Yun, who bore a massive sword upon his back and was rumored to have served in the military. Beside him stood the vice captain Yi Qing, a stunning beauty whose physique rivaled that of Nanzi, and who was currently regarding Nanzi with a cheerful smile. Oh, doesn't the great beauty have acquaintances here? We have known each other for quite some time. The other party is quite formidable. Do I know them? You likely do not. That individual tends to be low profile. This sounds intriguing. I shall see what sort of person they are. Yi Qing glanced at Wang Yun, who nodded in approval. All right. However, Suyi arrived quite late, leaving Nanzi to wonder if he would even show up. He had no choice. The man beside him had been incapacitated by a mental attack, and he had expended significant effort to revive him, never anticipating the other's mental reserves would be so low. Eventually, after a considerable wait, Nanzi and her companions finally beheld an unfamiliar figure in a mask before them. The moment Suyi appeared, Wang Yun felt every hair on his body stand on end, every nerve signaling him to remain vigilant. This was his innate talent, danger sense. He drew his great sword, his eyes honing in on Suyi like a hawk. Who are you? Suyi ignored him and turned to Nanzi. It seems your people are not particularly welcoming. Only then did Nanzi realize that the masked figure was indeed Suyi. Why are you wearing a mask? Suyi shrugged. You should understand. Nanzi recalled Suyi's face, which indeed attracted far too much attention. Meanwhile, Wang Yun was taken aback by the apparent familiarity between the two. They know each other? Yi Qing reacted more swiftly than he did. She stroked her chin, appraising Suyi from head to toe. So, you are Nan the Great Beauty's companion? In a sense, I am here for the attribute fruit. Great Beauty Nan, please refrain from casually sharing such titles. Yi Qing rolled her eyes. Nanzi replied coolly. We are merely collaborators. An ally can be the first, and naturally, there can be a second. No need to worry about the quantity of the fruit. As far as I know, the ice cult offers many during their rituals. More hands mean more strength, which is always beneficial. Is he reliable? Yi Qing was about to inquire further when Wang Yun interrupted. What is it? Yi Qing looked at her leader in confusion. Wang Yun's brow furrowed, and he spoke in a low voice. Do not provoke that individual. He is exceedingly dangerous. Yi Qing was astonished, gazing at Wang Yun, for it was the first time she had witnessed him display such wariness towards someone. She observed that Wang Yun's nerves were exceedingly taut, his muscles perpetually contracted. a demeanor typically reserved for encounters with formidable monsters. Could it be that Suyi held a comparable standing in his eyes? She repressed her dismissive thoughts, well aware of the wisdom in discerning whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Wang Yun sheathed his great sword and stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Wang Yun, the leader of the New Era mercenary group. And you are? Suyi, came the reply. Suyi, my young brother, are you a lone wolf? Wang Yun inquired, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Suyi nodded affirmatively, declaring, I prefer to operate independently. A spark of inspiration flickered in Wang Yun's eyes. He jovially suggested, why not join our ranks? While we primarily serve as bodyguards, the remuneration is quite lucrative. Each mission comes with additional bonuses from the mercenary group, ensuring your satisfaction. Moreover, we possess valuable insider information that could elevate your status among the survivors. Is it appropriate for you to recruit in my presence? Nanzi interjected, casting him a sidelong glance. Wang Yun smiled at her, adding, how about you join us too, Miss Nan? Perhaps not, she replied. I've heard you've established a group called the Oceanic Historical Investigation Team. What is the purpose of such research? Currently, our primary concern as survivors should be survival itself. Joining us would be a far more secure option, especially considering that you are not well versed in combat. Suyi couldn't help but glance at him. While Nanzi may lack combat prowess, her resourcefulness was not to be underestimated. Who would dare provoke her lightly? At that moment, the underwater exploration drone completed its survey of the entire iceberg structure, pinpointing the location of the ice cult. Suyi scrutinized the visuals, noting that the ice cult boasted quite a number of members, approximately 100, excluding those survivors infested by the worms, which posed a significant complication. Wang Yun turned to Suyi, only to find him fixated on his watch. What do you think of my earlier suggestion, young brother? Apologies, but I'm not interested, Suyi replied. Then turned to Nanzi. Do you have a method to identify those survivors infested by worms? Chapter 65, The Lethal Sea Lily. Give me some time. I have a hunch, Nanzi said as she commenced the dissection of the repugnant worm carcasses with practiced precision, causing the onlookers to flinch, including Suyi, who found her actions inscrutable. Soon, she extracted a liquid from within the worm's body and began preparing a potion on the spot. What is she doing? Yi Qing inquired, perplexed, glancing at Wang Yun. How would I know? He replied. Do you, Suyi? Suyi shook his head. I'm not sure either. Let us just wait quietly. Nanzi worked swiftly, or perhaps the potion's preparation was inherently uncomplicated, for in a short while, she produced a finished vial. She poured a portion into the seawater, and Suyi was astonished to see the worm carcasses emit a faint green glow shortly thereafter. Indeed effective, Nanzi remarked, her expression relaxing. During the battle, I noticed these worms seem to emit light akin to the bacteria on the surrounding walls, albeit not very prominently. I suspect they feed on these luminescent bacteria, retaining a trace of luciferin, and by creating a corresponding reagent, we can locate them. Impressive, Suyi marveled. It's nothing. Just a trivial matter, she dismissed with a nonchalant wave. Yi Qing gazed in astonishment at the worm's remains. Can such a large worm really subsist on bacteria? Will it not starve to death? I'm not certain, Nanzi pondered. Perhaps this bacteria is quite unique. Wang Yun, brimming with excitement, declared, so, does this mean we can confront those cultists? The sooner, the better. Time is of the essence. Nanzi glanced at the clock. We have 120 kilometers until the disaster's toxic zone catches up, which means we have a day to find the fruit and escape this iceberg. We must secure an exit route in advance. Otherwise, even if we find the fruit, we won't survive to enjoy it. The question is, how do we locate it? Yi Qing spread her hands. It's easy to get lost in an iceberg. Finding them won't be simple. No worries. I have a map, Suyi replied. A map? Where did you acquire that? Nanzi couldn't suppress her curiosity. Suyi, wishing to keep the precious underwater exploration drone under wraps, had prepared a story in advance. Before arriving here, I stumbled upon a corpse from the ice cult and searched it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have posted about it. The worms emerging from it startled me. That post was yours. Yi Qing exclaimed in surprise. Didn't Nanzi mention it to you? Suyi asked, puzzled. No. Miss Nen is rather aloof, she replied. Suyi shared the geological map created by the drone with Nanzi, who examined it for a moment before confirming. The map is accurate. She then forwarded it to Wang Yun, who disseminated it among the mercenaries. After deliberation, they collectively concluded that the site of the ritual was within a vast cavern at the iceberg's base, occupying a third of the iceberg's subterranean space, an ideal location for the ceremony. Wang Yun felt that the adversaries' numbers were overwhelming and decided against a reckless assault, opting instead for a diversionary tactic. With the map in hand, they could test their strategy. Fortunately, the mercenary group had someone gifted in speed. They could dispatch him for reconnaissance. However, matters did not unfold as anticipated. When the scout returned, one of his legs had been pierced by a white feathered branch. His complexion alarmingly pale from blood loss. Others hurried to bandage him, but his leg began to freeze visibly, the ice creeping up towards his torso. Yi Qing's expression shifted, and she immediately administered a healing potion, though it proved ineffective. It was Wang Yun who acted decisively. Swinging his great sword to sever the afflicted leg, then retrieving a vial of emergency medicine, one that Su Yi had previously consumed. Once the leg regenerated, Wang Yun solemnly inquired, "What transpired?" "There are monsters inside." The scout trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering. "I've never encountered such creatures. They are enormous, each standing 2 to 3 meters tall. They resemble both spiders and plants, capable of free movement and exceedingly agile. I was detected as soon as I entered. Creatures that resemble both spiders and plants?" Wang Yun fell into deep contemplation, utterly perplexed by the description. He felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. The ocean had this disadvantage. One could never know what kind of monsters awaited them. On land, creatures were easily recognizable, and even mutated forms retained some semblance of their original nature. But the sea held an array of bizarre life forms, and the average person possessed little knowledge, making it impossible to prepare adequately, regardless of what it is. "We should charge in," Yi Qing urged fiercely. "Do not be reckless." Wang Yun shot her a disapproving glance. The scout shook his head repeatedly. "Absolutely not. There are far too many of those monsters inside." Nanzi used tweezers to extract the white feathered branch embedded in the severed leg. It resembled a type of white feather, and as the tweezers made contact, they began to freeze almost immediately. She quickly discarded it. Su Yi crouched down to inspect, and Nanzi inquired, "Can you discern what it is?" "It resembles a feather." "I agree," she replied. "It looks like one, but I didn't assert that it was." "What do you mean?" Nanzi asked, puzzled. "Pass me the tweezers," Su Yi requested. Taking the tweezers, he carefully snapped the feathered branch into smaller segments, noting the tactile sensation as he did so. This feathered branch has a unique texture. It feels more like a skeletal material than a feather, crisp and brittle. "I suspect it resembles some echinoderms found in the ocean." "Echinoderms?" "Similar to creatures such as starfish and sea urchins." "Do you not find this feathered branch reminiscent of a thorn?" Nanzi gazed at it for a while longer, and indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. Su Yi turned to her and remarked, "Speaking of plant-like echinoderms, I happen to know of one. Do not keep me in suspense." The sea lily, an ancient echinoderm renowned for its resemblance to a lily flower, is, in truth, an animal rather than a plant. You are familiar with the cradle lily from Pokemon, are you not? Its prototype is a species of stalked sea lily, while the one we are encountering appears to be a stalkless variety. I have never played that game. TSK, you have never played it? What a narrow worldview. Nanzi chose to ignore him, rising to relay Su Ye's conjecture to the others. Yi Qing's eyes brightened. "I know the cradle lily. I even assembled a sandstorm team." Ahem, ahem, ahem. Wang Yun suddenly coughed, halting Yi Qing from continuing. "What time is it? We cannot be discussing Pokemon now. The pressing issue is how we shall deal with these sea lilies." "I shall give it a try," Su Yi declared first. "Are you capable?" Yi Qing looked at Su Yi, her expression revealing a flicker of skepticism. After all, the one who had just ventured there was the swiftest member of their mercenary group, and even he had been injured by those sea lilies, nearly losing his life. She doubted Su Yi could surpass his speed. "Let him give it a go. After all, we have no other options at present," Nanzi stated coldly. "Very well." Su Yi ventured alone towards the cavernous depths, taking along a vial of revealing potion in case he encountered a worm parasitizer, an action that would prove quite necessary. On his way, Su Yi encountered numerous survivors, each seemingly unscathed and even greeting him normally. However, many of them were, in fact, worm parasitizers. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yi swiftly eliminated a worm parasitizer. By this time, he had reached the entrance of the bottom cave. Standing at the edge, he looked down and finally understood why someone from the mercenary group had likened it to a spider. Below was indeed a stalkless sea lily, its body covered in feathery tentacles as it crawled across the icy surface, the black feathered branches resembling the hairy legs of a spider. Their movements were also akin to that of spiders. Curiously, they did not attack the surrounding cultists. Were they perhaps being tended to by them? At the center of the cave, the cultists had erected an altar, inscribed with mysterious ancient runes. Several cultists were continuously placing various offerings upon it, forming a circle with a type of mineral that exuded a chilling aura, and filling it with various fish, layer upon layer. And at the very top of the altar lay the special fruits that Nanzi had mentioned, in substantial quantity. Su Yi had initially planned to use a gravity bomb. However, it now seemed unwise, as destroying the fruits would be a grave loss. Instead, he fired a concentrated energy explosive at the bottom, which detonated amidst the cultists and the swarm of sea lilies, unleashing an earth-shattering cacophony. The cultists, thrown into a panic, screamed and scattered, creating utter chaos. Yet, some recognized his presence. "There's someone above. Seize him!" A cultist shouted fiercely. The sea lilies, unaffected by the explosion, launched an assault. Their feathered branches rapidly turned white, shooting towards Su Yi at an astonishing speed. In an instant, a flurry of feathers was unleashed. Su Yi brandished his source shield, successfully deflecting them all. The white feathered branches collided against the deflected shield, erupting with a staggering chill. However, the shield itself was intangible, rendering the cold offensive ineffective against it. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi began to fire furiously at the cultists below, each shot of concentrated energy taking down an enemy. Soon, the true forms of the cultists were laid bare. They suddenly raised their worm-like heads in unison, staring intently at Su Yi. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The next moment, he witnessed a shocking sight. Hundreds of cultists from the Ice Church connected their minds, transforming into a singular entity, their breaths synchronizing, each emanating a blue luminescence. A colossal mental force coalesced, even beginning to materialize, ultimately forming a blue tentacle that stretched over 100 meters. The tentacle descended upon Su Yi. The terrifying mental explosion directly shattered the defenses of the source shield. No matter how formidable the shield was, it could not withstand the combined mental power of hundreds. Su Yi's head exploded in an instant. The cultists of the Ice Church believed him to be dead and severed their connection. Yet, in the next moment, Su Yi's head reformed, instilling terror in those below. What kind of monster is this? He thought, feeling quite unwell. Su Yi's complexion turned pale as he leaned against the wall. He had truly come perilously close to death. His head had indeed exploded. However, his body's instincts had made a choice for him, utilizing a spell he had long feared, overgrowth. This magic, which he had always deemed exceedingly dangerous, had saved his life. Yet, there was a price to pay. He now felt utterly weak, emaciated, and drained. He was even more feeble than after using the blood congealer. And without some time, he would not recover. However, the cultists of the Ice Church were even more terrified. The opponent was an immortal monster. They had never seen anyone whose head had exploded only to regrow, unless they were an extraordinary being. If the individual before them was indeed an extraordinary being, they were doomed. The Ice Church had only 3 extraordinary beings, and none were present in their ranks, rendering them incapable of contending with such power. A trembling cultist turned to the priest at the altar. "Priest, what shall we do?" The priest appeared tense, as though facing a formidable foe. He was at a loss regarding this predicament. The tentacle maneuver just now was a gift from the ice god, Heg, and could not be utilized again in a short span. If it were not to calm the hearts of the people and prevent chaos, he would not have employed it. Yet, now he had stirred a great trouble. Why is there an extraordinary being here? He gazed at Su Yi and asked in a deep voice. "To which faction do you belong, extraordinary one?" Su Yi's expression beneath his mask was one of astonishment. Had they misunderstood something? Did they mistake him for an extraordinary being? A thought crossed his mind, and he devised a plan. Su Yi coughed a few times. "I hail from the night." This statement was not untrue. He had indeed intended to follow this extraordinary path. It was merely a matter of time. However, the Ice Church erupted into chaos upon hearing the night. With everyone fleeing in a frenzy, even the priest himself screamed and fled the cave, disappearing without a trace. Only a few cultists, injured in the prior explosion and unable to move, muttered in despair, "It's over, it's over, it's a monster from the deep sea." Su Yi was utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? Unbeknownst to him, the criteria for measuring power in the oceanic world was quite unique, defined by depth. The deeper one ventured, the more fearsome the races and monsters dwelling there. The extraordinary ranks varied in strength, and the night sequence was particularly special, representing the deep sea. Feared by all marine life, creatures traversing this sequence were often referred to as great catastrophes. The Ice Church possessed records of a once thriving ocean city built by several intelligent marine races, which had been utterly obliterated overnight. The sole reason for this devastation was that a great catastrophe had passed through the area, instilling terror in all who witnessed it. Should a great catastrophe ascend in depth, the calamity it wrought would be catastrophic. Now, a great catastrophe stood before them. The entire oceanic world trembled, not to mention the Ice Church. Even the ice god himself might not withstand such a force. Why were they still lingering here? What purpose did it serve? Although Su Yi could not comprehend their reasons for fleeing, it was evidently a fortuitous turn of events. He swiftly dealt with the remaining survivors and commenced the scavenging of spoils. Chapter 67, The Erupting Pile Driver. Upon arriving at the altar, Su Yi picked up an attribute fruit. Previously, it had been too distant for him to discern clearly, but now that it was in his grasp, he realized that it resembled not a plant's fruit, but rather felt akin to a viscous substance. It was soft and slick to the touch, imbued with a slight elasticity. Its surface exuded a faint, peculiar fragrance, which Su Yi sensed his body craved. Name: essence of flesh and blood, small. Category: rare item. Quality: perfect. Description: a precious essence produced by a select few marine creatures post-mortem, boasting extraordinary effects that can enhance attributes marginally. Each survivor may consume only one piece. Repeated consumption may lead to bodily mutation, transforming the individual into a mindless monstrosity. Su Yi counted a total of 16 pieces of the essence of flesh and blood. He stowed them away and turned his gaze to the ores upon the altar. Name: ice crystal ore. Category: ore. Quality: perfect. Description: a unique mineral that emerges solely from millennia-old sea ice, possessing exceptional forging value, whether for weaponry or armor crafting. Additionally, it exhibits remarkable ice attribute conductivity, making it suitable for use in altar materials. This was indeed a valuable find. There were 32 pieces of ice crystal ore, which Su Yi also secured into his system backpack. He had already acquired the 2 most valuable items. Next, he contemplated the fish. Roasting a few would surely be delightful. However, the evaluation of most fish types provided by the system was rather low, with only one species holding significant value. It appeared to be a relative of the cod found in Earth's oceans, its plumpness suggesting a delectable flavor. Name: iceberg cod. Category: coldwater fish. Description: a cod that thrives in frigid temperatures, typically found near icebergs, rich in premium protein and various vitamins. Its flavor is exquisite, suitable for a multitude of cooking methods, though excessive consumption is ill-advised due to the risk of internal coldness leading to frequent diarrhea. The altar featured 2 iceberg cod, each nearly 2 meters long, ample sustenance for quite some time. Sui felt his mouth water at the thought. He packed both iceberg cod to take with him. But just as he prepared to leave, a blinding flash akin to a thrown flare illuminated the cave, the glaring blue light rendering him momentarily sightless. Before Sui could react, a tentacle struck him, sending him hurtling across the chamber. He stifled a groan and, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose to his feet. Yet, under the intense backlight, he could scarcely perceive his surroundings, leaving him vulnerable to enemy strikes. Reluctantly, he drew his source shield for defense. The sound of tentacles slapping against the shield was relentless, oddly providing him with a sense of calm. Where had that light originated? From above the cave entrance. Sui switched his energy pistol to fully automatic mode, aiming at the opening and unleashing a barrage of fire. The energy bullets seemed to strike true. The blue light abruptly vanished, revealing the enemy above. It bore a grotesque squid-like head, adorned with white spots that were quite repugnant. The earlier light had emanated from those very spots. A fraud dares to wreak havoc upon our ice cult, he thought coldly, addressing Sui. You possess remarkable audacity. The priest of the ice cult stood behind him, his face twisted in fury, mingled with embarrassment and indignation. Having never anticipated being so easily deceived, especially in front of fellow cultists, his standing within the cult was now likely to plummet. The priest turned to the squid creature. Lord Shorttail, you must punish him severely. Sui wasted no time and launched an immediate attack. However, the squid creature vanished without a trace, leaving only the terrified priest to meet his demise at the hands of the bullets. Sui had no intention of rescuing him. If he could not even manage a sacrificial ceremony, he hardly deserved to live, better that he perish. Invisibility? Sui raised his shield, scanning the surroundings, but finding no trace of Shorttail. Suddenly, a dagger lunged from behind, aimed directly at Suye's heart, piercing through the offset shield. Thanks to his instinct for death, Suye narrowly evaded the strike and fired backward, but the shot missed its mark. What was happening? He felt his reflexes were swift. Yet the bullets failed to find Shorttail. Before he could ponder further, Shorttail attacked again, this time grazing Suye's left hand, causing an immediate numbing sensation as coldness seeped from the wound into his body, spreading throughout. Shorttail observed the scene from the shadows, patiently awaiting Suye to reveal a flaw. Otherwise, he would freeze to death within the minute. Yet, should Suye falter, death awaited him. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. Suye remained unfazed and consumed a piece of the essence of flesh and blood. Shorttail was perplexed. While the essence was indeed a fine item, what could it possibly accomplish now? Could it aid Suye in overcoming him? Absurd. But before he could indulge in laughter, he witnessed Suye donning an exoskeleton. As the biological battery continuously supplied energy, the internal mechanisms of the pile driver in Suye's right hand began to activate. Steam surged like a heat wave into the sea, producing a multitude of bubbles as if a horrific entity were brewing beneath. The chilling mechanical sounds reverberated in Suye's ears. Power increased to 100. Energy output in progress. Steam-powered mini pile driver fully charged. The next moment, the pile driver erupted. All within the iceberg heard the distinctive resounding echo of industrial machinery. Seconds later, the entire iceberg began to tremble. A fissure spanning thousands of meters appeared upon its surface. The cave at the bottom vanished entirely, fracturing and plummeting into the depths of the sea. With that single strike, 1/10 of the iceberg shattered. After a considerable time, Suye finally clawed his way out from beneath the thick ice layer. He had broken over a dozen bones when the pile driver erupted. The terrifying recoil had slammed him directly into the iceberg wall, nearly trapping him. He had drastically underestimated the pile driver's strength, cranking its power to the maximum, nearly costing him his life. Shorttail, meanwhile, was crushed into a bloody pulp by a massive chunk of falling ice, meeting a gruesome end. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Suye retracted the exoskeleton and utilized his energy pistol to sever his left arm. His complexion turned pale instantly, every fiber of his being trembling. This was his first experience with self-amputation, and the pain was excruciating, yet he grit his teeth. Contacting Ji-Ryue to purchase a vial of emergency medicine, Ji-Ryue seemed to question his perpetual misfortune. How do you manage to get so severely injured every day? Suye merely responded with a smiley face. After all, that moment had certainly been exhilarating, had it not? Chapter 68, Leviathan's Wrist. The ability to utilize the exoskeleton indicated that Suye's strength and constitution had both reached 10 points. Indeed, the essence of flesh and blood had augmented his strength and constitution by 1 point each. At this moment, his attributes among survivors were unparalleled. For an ordinary individual, achieving 10 points in a single attribute was commendable, yet he had nearly every attribute at that level. Now, he merely lacked that final point in spirit. After consuming the medicine, Suyi awaited recovery before seeking out Nanzi and the others. He distributed 13 pieces of the essence of flesh and blood among them, each person gazing at Suyi with a mix of confusion and trepidation. What had transpired just now? It felt as though an earthquake had struck. Wang Yun and Yi Qing gazed at the blood essence in their hands, their eyes widening in astonishment. Was this not precisely what they had been seeking? Suyi had unexpectedly acquired it already. I have collected a total of 16 pieces of blood essence. I shall keep 3 for myself. No problem, Wang Yun said with a cheerful demeanor. Suyi nodded and turned to the others. I must take my leave. You all should depart swiftly as well. Nanji, taken aback, inquired, what has transpired? I had a skirmish with the Ice Church, Suyi replied. They possess not only those sea lilies and ordinary followers, but also individuals with squid-like heads, whose ranks surpass that of typical priests and are exceedingly dangerous. I cannot ascertain if they have reinforcements. We must vacate this place promptly. Nanji nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Conversing with an astute individual is always refreshing. Farewell. Suyi turned to leave. Is he truly departing just like that? Yi Qing remarked, incredulously observing Su Ye's retreating figure. It feels as though we have accomplished nothing. His return to us is already a show of respect, Wang Yun thought, recalling the thunderous noise from earlier. He harbored no doubt that Su Ye's prowess was far more formidable than he had initially presumed. Facing the Ice Church alone would likely pose no challenge for him. Moreover, the fact that they were not being greedy was of utmost importance. The value of 13 pieces of blood essence was indeed considerable, and he had not anticipated that they would so readily part with it. He turned to Nanji. Could you possibly provide me with Brother Su Ye's contact information? Nanji raised an eyebrow at him. Are you still attempting to recruit him? One must at least try, Wang Yun replied with a cheeky grin. Nanji shook her head. He will not be joining your mercenary group. That remains to be seen, he countered. Very well, do as you wish. She relented and shared Su Ye's ID. Wang Yun attempted to add Su Yi, only to find that the latter was wholly unresponsive. As Su Yi was currently engaged in a transaction with Ji Ruyu while departing from the iceberg, this affluent lady possessed a wealth of resources ripe for the taking. He had already spent over 100,000 ocean coins on potions alone and needed to recover that expenditure. Conveniently, 2 pieces of blood essence would serve that purpose. I have something valuable. Are you interested? Su Yi inquired. What is it? Ji Ruyu responded. Su Yi sent her the attributes of the blood essence. No wonder you sustained such grave injuries earlier. It was for this, Ji Ruyu remarked. You should appreciate its value. I only have 2 pieces left. I'll take them all. Please wait a moment, Ji Ruyu replied. Su Yi eagerly focused on the chat screen. Recalling that the last time Ji Ruyu had made such a statement, she had bestowed upon him numerous valuable items, and he anticipated no less this time. Approximately 15 minutes later, Ji Ruyu finally arrived, sending Su Yi 2 photographs, one of a piece of equipment and the other of an item. The equipment was a deep blue wrist guard, appearing to be forged from some form of scales, yet exuding a chilling metallic aura. The item was a syringe, its purpose indiscernible from mere appearance. Name, Leviathan Wrist Guard. Category, Ancient Relic. Quality, Perfect. Description, a wrist guard imbued with terrifying power. Equipping it increases the holder's strength by 2 points. The Leviathan is a fictitious creature from the oceanic realm, and a craftsman discovered a powerful biological scale within an underwater fissure, forging this wrist guard. He firmly believed that the creature was indeed the Leviathan. Attribute requirement, Strength 8. Spirit 8. Number of set components, 2. Name, Blood Collector. Category, Item. Quality, Perfect. Description, capable of gathering blood from various creatures for the purpose of healing its wielder. The healing effect increases based on the quantity and rarity of the blood collected, with a maximum storage of 1,000 milliliters. The higher the quality of the blood, the faster the healing of wounds, and it may even enable the regeneration of severed limbs. What do you think of these items? Ji Ruyu inquired. Su Yi gazed at the 2 items, unable to tear his eyes away. He realized that the Leviathan wrist guard was part of the same set as the deep sea anchor he had previously acquired. If he failed to secure it, he would surely awaken in regret-filled dreams, chastising himself. As for the blood collector, it was perfectly suited for his needs, complementing both the bloodbinder and overgrowth. Without hesitation, Su Yi agreed to the exchange. After the trade, Su Yi donned the Leviathan wrist guard to test it out, only to discover that its attributes had instantly transformed. Although the equipment interface indicated an increase of 2 points in strength, his strength skyrocketed to 14 points. Was this the effect of the set? He retrieved the deep sea anchor, only to find that it too had changed. An iron chain extended from the anchor's tail, and it had gained an active skill. Name, Deep Sea Anchor. Category, Ancient Relic. Quality, Perfect. Description, an anchor salvaged from the depths of the ocean, one of the relics in an entire set. Rumored to be connected to an ancient ruin, it is said that the most ancient and malevolent extraordinary sequence lies buried within that ruin, a taboo in the oceanic realm. Assembling the complete set will unlock the entrance to the ruin. Active skill, distortion confinement. The anchor can be thrown to ensnare enemies. The iron chain will extend indefinitely and automatically pull them to you, sealing their magical and mental attacks. It simultaneously instills fear and intimidation, with the effect diminishing as the enemy's strength increases. Attribute requirement, strength 10, constitution 10. Number of set components, 2. Suyi felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Amidst his excitement, he remembered to inquire with Ji-Ryu about where she had found the wrist guard. One of my subordinates discovered it in a small ruin. But regrettably, it enhances strength. I intend to pursue a path that requires mental attributes rather than strength. I might as well sell it to you. If you come across any equipment that boosts mental attributes in the future and have no use for it, sell it to me. I will offer a high price for it. Understood. Suyi concluded the chat and began searching the trading market for blood. To maximize the blood collector's effectiveness, it was best to prepare some high-quality blood. He was unsure if such items were available for purchase. After a brief search, he indeed found one. Chapter 69, Random Teleportation. Name, Strange Blood. Category, Consumable. Quality, Perfect. Description, the precious blood of an ancient arthropod from the depths of the ocean. Capable of enhancing one's resistance to various diseases and bacteria, increasing constitution by 2 points for a duration of 1 day. This ancient arthropod once had no natural enemies until humanity discovered the value of its blood. What is the price of this blood? Suyi inquired of the seller. 10,000 ocean coins. Suyi had exactly 10,000 ocean coins left and purchased it. He realized that money truly did not last long. He had once felt wealthy. Yet in the blink of an eye, it had all vanished, particularly due to expenditures on medical supplies. It appeared he needed to earn more money, lest he find himself unable to afford even emergency potions in the face of danger. Just then, Suyi heard an unusual noise behind him. Kid, did you kill Shorttail? He turned to see 3 members of the Ice Church, each resembling the squid-like creature he had encountered before, launching an attack on him. Their arms morphing into extending tentacles. However, with his strength now bolstered to 14 points by the Leviathan wrist guard, Suyi felt no fear of these tentacles. He seized one of them, rendering the assailant immobile. The squid-like being's expressions changed drastically as they realized that Suyi's strength had suddenly become extraordinarily formidable. Clearly, he had not possessed such power while he was on the iceberg, but now, retreat was no longer an option. Suyi yanked one of them closer and delivered a devastating punch that obliterated his skull, leaving the other 2 gaping in shock. The enemy's strength surpassed their expectations. Completely contrary to their expectations. No wonder they could eliminate the short tail. How did you come to know of my presence here? Suyi couldn't help but feel perplexed. How could these individuals ascertain his location? After all, he had not paused even for a moment during his transaction with Ji-Ryu. As the bubbles beneath the water surged with remarkable speed, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, they should have lost track of him. You have violated a taboo. The Lord of Ice has set his sights upon you, one of the adversaries declared vehemently. You will be pursued to the ends of the earth and shall never find peace in this lifetime. If you don't wish to speak, so be it. I am not one to be easily intimidated. It was fortuitous that these 2 could be a measure of his current combat prowess. Suyi donned his exoskeleton once more and retrieved the deep-sea anchor. A disquieting aura emanated from the anchor, resonating with a fissure that opened upon Leviathan's wrist, resembling a dark, abyssal eye in search of its prey. As it settled its gaze upon the 2 members of the ice sect, the heavy anchor was launched forth like a cannonball. The iron chain extended relentlessly. In an instant, the anchor constricted and secured its grip on the enemy. The squid man felt as if an overwhelmingly colossal shadow had fixated upon him. Before the terrifying pressure, his heart raced, and his entire body trembled, as though this invisible dread would tear him apart, utterly engulfing him in a tide of terror. He lost all courage to move. What awaited him next was the mechanical power claw. The claw tore his body asunder, and the other individual nearby immediately fled in a panic, completely abandoning his earlier bravado. Suyi did not pursue him. He stowed away the deep-sea anchor and summoned the sea ice song, which radiated an aura of frost. The chill coalesced into ice, beginning to shape the arrow shaft. As he drew back the bow, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The ice arrow was released, traveling in a perfect line. A distance of over 1,000 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye, as the massive chill condensed into a ferocious white shark, exuding a menacing brilliance. It seemed poised to devour all living creatures. Swiftly and powerfully, it sliced through the ocean, penetrating the enemy's body with blinding speed. A surge of cold erupted. All life froze. Centered around the squid man, a radius of hundreds of meters instantaneously transformed into a forbidden zone of existence. There could be no resurrection from this death. Suyi couldn't help but caress the sea ice song in his hands. This bow was indeed quite effective against distant foes. Its formidable power, coupled with the freezing effect, compensated for the shortcomings of his charged pistol at range. It was truly deserving of its status as an extraordinary piece of equipment, perhaps even surpassing the golden line staff in prowess. He then glanced at the scattered remains on the ground. Recalling the earlier words of his adversary, he furrowed his brow. They must possess means to track him. Just because he managed to eliminate them this time did not guarantee the same outcome in the future. They might send genuine powerhouses after him. This potential threat must be neutralized. Suddenly, Su-Yi remembered the visibility potion he had yet to fully utilize. He poured it over himself, and shortly thereafter, his underwater thermal suit began to emit a faint glow. A distinct mark appeared upon it. His opponent was far too cunning. He had no idea when he had fallen victim to their trap. Su-Yi switched to another suit. Ensuring everything was in order, he continued onward. Yet, not long after, the corpse of the squid man left behind began to radiate with luminescence. Countless glowing bacteria commenced the decomposition of the body from within, merging together like a breathing tide, ultimately forming a colossal octopus monster that surged towards Su-Yi. At first, Su-Yi remained unaware. His speed was impressive, and he surpassed many survivors in his path. Before long, he noticed a discussion in the area chat regarding the octopus monster, including a photo taken by a passerby of him encased within the underwater bubbles. The sea monster was relentlessly pursuing him from behind. He paid no heed to those around him. Upon glancing at the photo of the octopus monster, he realized it was as large as a ship. The ice sect truly regarded him highly, even dispatching such a formidable creature. Su-Yi quickened his pace, propelling himself forward atop the underwater bubbles while recalling that he had yet to engage in the minigame he had planned for the day. He decided to give it a try, hoping to create some trouble for the pursuing sea monster. He initiated a new round of the minigame, choosing option C once more, praying for a favorable outcome. Regrettably, you have triggered a penalty random teleportation. Before Su-Yi could comprehend the situation, he found himself in an unfamiliar expanse of ocean. A tremendous pressure immediately forced him down to the seabed, causing him to collide with a rock, narrowly avoiding a grievous injury to his head. Beside him lay a massive, sharp stone. Had he struck it, his fate would have been sealed. Yet, the danger was far from over. As soon as he managed to rise, his foot was bitten by a long worm. A searing pain shot through him. Su-Yi swiftly crushed the creature that had bitten him with his power claw. It had emerged from the depths of the ocean, and as he dispatched this one, a multitude of others swiftly surfaced. They resembled upright strands of seaweed, writhing towards Su-Yi in aggression. He hurriedly drew forth his source shield for defense, while simultaneously using his power claw to eliminate them all. Once every last worm was dispatched, he finally had the opportunity to consult his map. Previously, he had been in the northern region of the Frenzied Sea, yet he now found himself in the southern expanse. The distance between the two locations was vast. Even more ominously, the disaster poison circle lay a mere 1,000 meters behind him. Chapter 70. Who are these underlings? Family members. I am currently positioned 5,000 meters from the disaster poison circle. When Yuju uploaded a photo to the area chat, where a faint yellow-green line could be seen in the distance, indicative of the expanding disaster poison circle. Many fans in the area chat gasped in astonishment, prompting curious onlookers to take notice. It resembled the scene of an outdoor live streamer. The ingenuity of humanity is boundless. When Yuju had already mapped out his course, his strength was not particularly formidable, but he possessed a unique initial talent, the direction of ocean currents. This talent guided him to safe locations. Initially, this ability appeared to hold little value. When lacking resources, one would starve regardless. Yet when Yuju discerned a business opportunity within it. Presently, survivors could only relieve their boredom through chat. Thus, he decided to engage in real-time survival streaming by posting messages and photos in the chat. Wherever danger lurked, he would boldly venture forth, confident in his talent's protection. With this approach, when Yuju amassed a considerable amount of ocean coins. At this moment, he was live-streaming the disaster poison circle. Many were intrigued by this so-called poison circle, speculating about its nature, yet none dared to seek their own demise. When Yuju's presence addressed this dilemma, for a small tip, they could gain insights, which was quite a bargain, and when Yuju was overjoyed. In the span of just half an hour, he earned 20,000 ocean coins. Streamer, hurry up. Is it true that you're only 5,000 meters from the disaster poison circle? Aren't you afraid of dying? When Yuju confidently replied, don't worry, the streamer is quite powerful. 666. The streamer is incredible. You're truly fearless. I hope you get even further away. Everyone, make sure to pay attention. This time, I will capture a clear photo of the disaster poison circle, so remember to stand up when you do. Understand that I am risking my life for this. So, don't hold back. Shower me with your ocean coins. When Yuju felt exhilarated at the continuous influx of tips, this was all money. He quickly raised a specially designed telescope, allowing the system to capture images from his perspective. A clear photo of the disaster poison circle soon appeared in the area chat. Everyone could see it clearly. They had initially expected some fearsome beast or potent toxin, yet what lay before them was a multitude of massive sea stars adorned with spines. They sweep through the ocean like greedy scavengers, relentlessly devouring everything in their path, leaving no living creature able to escape their insidious grasp. Name, devil starfish. Category, anomalous species. Description, one of the perilous species lurking in the depths of the sea. Their explosive proliferation heralds a terrifying calamity. capable of ravaging healthy coral over vast areas in mere days. All creatures in their vicinity fall victim to their venomous spines, becoming mere sustenance. They possess virtually no natural enemies. Is this a starfish? So many? How terrifying. If they catch up, the consequences would be dire. The broadcaster exhibits remarkable courage. When Yuju swallowed hard, he gazed at the dense mass of devil starfish, feeling a twinge of panic, relieved that no one could see his current demeanor. As he noticed the rising bounty he had amassed, surpassing previous records, he felt an exhilarating rush and captured numerous photographs of the devil starfish. Suddenly, someone in the regional chat exclaimed, "What the hell? There's a person in the photo. Is that for real? I'm not lying. It's in the last picture." The crowd hurriedly glanced over, discovering a shadow in the corner of the last photograph. If when Yuju was audacious, then the person in the photo exuded sheer bravery. They were merely a few dozen meters from the pursuing devil starfish. That distance was merely a matter of a fleeting encounter. I initially thought the broadcaster was invincible. Yet it seems someone is even more valiant. Whose subordinate is this? That person is doomed, right? I bet he won't survive. I believe he will not. This individual is simply too weak to evade them. Fans and bystanders began to argue fervently. Most fans held the belief that the individual wouldn't survive, while bystanders took the opposing stance, leading to a heated exchange of insults, until a large group was silenced by the system. The surrounding spectators were already accustomed to such spectacles. This was not their first encounter. When Yuju, however, refrained from voicing any opinions. The figure in the photo startled him as well. Could that individual endure? When he lifted the binoculars once more to observe, he discovered the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Indeed, a silhouette was sprinting frantically, pursued not only by the devil starfish, but also by a swarm of needle ghost fish. These creatures were equally formidable predators. When Yuju had witnessed the prowess of the needle ghost fish, they dart through the ocean like sharp needles, effortlessly piercing the bodies of other organisms, resulting in the demise of many survivors. One needle ghost fish is challenging enough to contend with. The presence of a whole horde was utterly insurmountable. With a sigh of resignation, when Yuju was reluctant to watch the ensuing scene, just as he prepared to lower the binoculars, the next event left him utterly astounded. He saw the individual draw a shield and charge at the needle ghost fish like a moving tank, directly colliding with them and obliterating the swarm. This was beyond comprehension. Could a survivor truly accomplish such a feat? When Yuju doubted his senses, even slapping himself in disbelief. It hurt. This was reality. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before him. He witnessed the person seize a needle ghost fish with their bare hands and crush it. With their bare hands. What does that even mean? The impact of such a sight was so overwhelming that when Yuju entirely forgot, he was still broadcasting live. It felt as though he was witnessing an ordinary human halt a small car with their bare hands, not only stopping it, but crushing the steel exterior with ease. At this moment, the chat exploded with excitement. "Broadcaster, where are you? Resume the live stream immediately. I need to see what happens next." When Yuju snapped back to reality, he straightened his posture, his breath quickening, a spark of shock illuminating his eyes as if struck by lightning. He eagerly posted, "Incredible. You cannot fathom what I have just witnessed. I can hardly believe my own eyes. What did you see? Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up. I'm in a rush. Count me in." When Yuju watched the post's popularity surge, a sly smile creeping across his face. Important matters should always hold a touch of suspense. Hurry up, or I'll unfollow. Chapter 71, The Rift in the Seafloor. Seeing that the audience was piqued, when Yuju finally recounted the events that had transpired, especially embellishing the moment when the individual crushed the needle ghost fish with their bare hands, inciting a fresh wave of disputes among the viewers. This time, the majority were skeptical of his claims. Crushing with bare hands? What a joke. The broadcaster is exaggerating. I don't believe it. Count me in. I too have encountered needle ghost fish. Their strength is astonishing. It's impossible to capture them. One pierced a large hole in my thigh. If I hadn't fled quickly, I would have perished. You say someone can kill one. Do you think I'm a fool? Broadcaster, if you're going to lie, at least make it plausible. You don't believe? When Yuju retorted. I assure you, it is the truth. Before long, a prominent figure emerged in the chat to provide analysis. Based on the information I possess, a survivor's strength attribute can currently reach a maximum of 10 points, which is the limit for mortals. I myself am at 9 points. Even I can barely withstand the high-speed charge of a needle ghost fish. It's impossible to kill one. The broadcaster must be fabricating. Is that true? He is telling the truth. Soon, another notable individual named Han Shang joined the conversation, previously renowned in the Whirlpool Paradise. He had single-handedly slain several sharks, saving numerous survivors, and his formidable reputation lent credence to his words. I have 10 points of strength, and I too cannot achieve that. Others echoed his sentiments. I knew it had to be false. Exactly. Han Shang's word holds more weight. 10 points of strength. Goodness. I'm currently at 6 points. The girl is only at 4. What a powerhouse. When Yuju fell into contemplation, could it be that he had merely imagined it? He recognized Han Shang, who was not the type to slander others without cause. There was no reason to tarnish his reputation over a trivial matter. But the next moment, A magnetic voice reached his ears. "There is someone here." When Yuju looked up to find the individual from the photograph standing before him, a wave of trepidation washed over him. The person exuded an unspoken aura of authority, their eyes concealed beneath a mask emanating a depth akin to the ocean itself. Merely gazing at them made it difficult for him to breathe. However, this feeling of oppression was fleeting, as if it were merely an illusion. This individual was, of course, Suyi. Ever since he had been randomly transported to this location, he had discovered that he could only traverse the ocean floor. Any attempt to ascend was met with overwhelming pressure that forced him back down. The most troublesome aspect was that he had been directly teleported into a horde of monsters, and dealing with them had consumed considerable time. He had narrowly escaped the pursuit of the devil starfish behind him. He had attempted to attack the starfish, but their defensive capabilities were formidable. It took several energy bullets to fell a single devil starfish, and their numbers were seemingly infinite. On one perilous occasion, he had been cornered and had to rely on gravitational and energy explosive bombs to escape. The shattered corpses of the starfish were promptly consumed by other starfish. Indifferent to whether they were kin, as long as it was edible, they would devour it. Suyi turned his gaze to Wen Yuju and inquired, "What are you doing here?" "I am a survival streamer," Wen Yuju earnestly declared. He stole a glance at the shield in Suye's hand, which was still smeared with the remnants of needlefish carcasses that had yet to be disposed of. At this moment, he was utterly convinced that he was not mistaken. The individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable figure. As for why this person would appear here, perhaps it was in pursuit of thrill? It was entirely normal for someone of such stature to possess unique interests. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of excitement within him. Was it not a stroke of luck to encounter such a person? This was all the buzz. Survival streaming? You are truly a genius. While he pondered Suye's identity, Suyi found himself somewhat speechless. He had never anticipated that regional chat could be utilized in such a manner. Indeed, there are always a few prodigies amidst the crowd. Naturally, he admired the other's audacity. After all, engaging in such streaming was akin to playing with one's life. "You should leave quickly. That group of starfish will be on our tails shortly," Suyi remarked before preparing to depart. Upon witnessing this, Wen Yuju was about to interject when suddenly his complexion turned pale. The current had shifted. This was unprecedented. He realized that the area he was in had abruptly transformed into a high-risk zone. A resonant sound akin to a bell reverberated from the depths below. The seabed split open, revealing a colossal fissure spanning thousands of meters, and both of them found themselves precariously positioned above it. They were unable to maintain their footing and began to plummet into the chasm. Suyi reacted swiftly, using his any-walking boots to stand against the vertical wall of the fissure. He observed Wen Yuju falling below and immediately produced a deep-sea anchor to pull him back, lifting him into his grasp, and then began ascending step by step. Once the seabed tremors subsided, Suyi unceremoniously tossed the terrified Wen Yuju onto the ground. Amused, he quipped, "This ought to keep you in line." "Thank you," Wen Yuju exclaimed, still shaken. He had narrowly escaped death. Suyi waved his hand dismissively, hoping there would be no next time, and departed from the scene. By the time Wen Yuju regained his composure, Suyi had vanished. Immediately, he felt a wave of frustration. Glancing at the nearby seabed fissure, he suppressed his fear, snapped a photograph, and hurriedly left the area, typing rapidly as he uploaded the picture. "Family, you won't believe what I just experienced." Meanwhile, Suyi was perplexed by the earlier echo. What lay in the depths of this seabed? Did the immense pressure of the seawater have anything to do with it? He had confirmed that the area he was currently in possessed the characteristics of a deep-sea maelstrom, allowing him only to walk along the seabed. Fortunately, the lowest depth of the chaotic sea was merely 200 meters. If he were to fall to depths of several kilometers, no survivor would remain. This could be considered a mercy from the system. The troubling aspect was that his current progress lagged significantly behind others, plummeting from the forefront to the rear. Aside from Wen Yuju, it was likely that no one else had a slower pace than him. It seemed that playing minigames recklessly was indeed unwise. He served as a cautionary tale. Suyi began to hasten his pursuit of progress, but before long, he encountered a dilemma. He found himself in a graveyard of bones, surrounded by the skeletal remains of various marine creatures. Some of the corpses, not yet fully decomposed, were crawling with grotesque scavengers, congregated in a macabre feast. Unfortunately, a portion of these scavengers had set their sights on Suyi. Chapter 72. The giant isopod. Suyi warily observed the parasites. They measured approximately half a meter in length, adorned with a thick layer of pale purple exoskeleton. The exoskeleton was segmented, resembling a shield. A pair of compound eyes were situated on either side of their heads, which bore two pairs of antennae, one large and one small. At that moment, they were brandishing their sharp appendages as they approached Suyi menacingly. Sensing their hostility, Suyi fired his weapon. The energy bullets struck their exoskeletons, leaving only faint white marks, with even the head showing no signs of vulnerability. The attacked parasites curled into a ball and rolled through the mud towards Suyi, their sharp appendages spinning like blades. Anyone caught within would undoubtedly be reduced to mere scraps of flesh. Suyi quickly raised his shield to defend himself. The moment of impact sent sparks flying from the shield, as the parasites spun faster and exerted increasing force. A typical person would have been overwhelmed. However, Su-yi was different. His strength rendered him more than capable of dealing with these creatures. The shield sent them hurtling away. Soon, an underwater baseball match commenced. The shield transformed into a bat in Su-ye's hands, each strike resulting in a home run as the parasites vanished one by one. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. A colossal isopod emerged. Unlike its counterparts, it was several times larger, its exoskeleton imposing and fearsome, with terrifying appendages resembling giant scythes. It held a piece of rotting flesh in its mouth, voraciously devouring it until nothing remained. Upon its appearance, the other parasites fled in terror. The giant isopod turned its gaze towards Su-yi, and he discerned a gluttonous hunger reflected in its compound eyes. It swiftly launched an attack. The scythe-like appendages glimmered with deadly intent, moving with lightning speed, each strike carving deep gouges into the ground. Su-yi dared not act recklessly against the giant scythe, opting instead to use his shield for continuous defense, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. After a prolonged assault, the giant isopod finally grew weary. As it paused, Su-yi charged his weapon and fired, causing deep fissures to erupt in its exoskeleton. He then employed his mechanical claws to tear it in half through the gash. The giant isopod met its demise instantly. However, Su-yi was left feeling nauseated by the foul odor emanating from its ruptured digestive tract. Scavengers. The scent was as one would imagine. Su-yi examined its name. Name, giant isopod. Category, arthropod. Description, a scavenger that feeds on the corpses of marine creatures, generally inhabiting silt and clay layers, though it may occasionally attack living organisms when starving. It is said that this creature shares some genetic lineage with shrimp and crabs. Some races regard it as a delicacy. This thing is edible? Those who dare consume it are truly remarkable. Just as Su-yi was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a golden treasure chest concealed within its digestive tract. Upon opening the chest, several glimmers erupted forth. Name, giant isopod eggs. Category, pet food. Quality, rare. Description, delicious deep-sea isopods that can be cultivated to adulthood for consumption, reminiscent in taste and texture to lobster, though care must be taken in handling the digestive tract, as well as a bit of courage for consumption. Alternatively, you may sell them to certain races that favor them, potentially fetching a high price. Name, scythe claw. Category, equipment. Quality, perfect. Description, a scythe crafted from the foremost appendage of the massive giant isopod, incredibly powerful when wielded, unaffected by seawater resistance. When you possess it, slaying enemies grants a satiety buff effect, having the rate of hunger depletion during its duration. Attribute requirements, strength 7, agility 7. Name, tyrant shield. Category, equipment. Quality, perfect. Description, a shield forged from the robust exoskeleton of the giant isopod, offering exceptional defense and capable of transforming into a sphere for rolling attacks. When you possess it, your stomach gains a certain resistance to spoiled food, alleviating concerns regarding food spoilage. Attribute requirements, strength 7, constitution 7. Name, lucky voucher. Category, consumable. Quality, rare. Description, a voucher usable in minigames that enhances the probability of encounters and rewards. Su-yi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the king pillbug's egg. He had never anticipated that he might actually consume the king pillbug, yet recalling recent events, he shook his head vehemently. There was no way he would partake in it. Instead, he decided to keep it for future sale. The arthropod scythe was indeed a valuable item, but he already possessed a satiating potion. He also had a superior source shield, which rendered both items merely sellable commodities. Thus, Su-yi listed the arthropod scythe and the overlord shield on the trading market. Given the potent buff effect of the arthropod scythe, he set a lofty price of 70,000 ocean coins, while the overlord shield was priced at 50,000 ocean coins. Shortly after listing, both items were purchased by the same buyer, and Su-yi found himself with a sudden influx of 120,000 ocean coins. He felt as though he had finally regained a semblance of vitality. As for the lucky voucher, Su-yi intended to use it himself. With this item in hand, he believed his luck could only improve in the future. As the sea began to dim, nightfall approached swiftly. Glancing at the map on his wrist, Su-yi noted that the system delineated a safe zone around him before the onset of night. Safety could only be assured within this designated area. Reminded of the previous night, he took out the siren scale and was astonished to see it shimmering with a radiant glow. A stream of light appeared before him, seemingly guiding him to a particular destination. Su-yi glanced in the direction indicated by the light, which was entirely opposite to the safe zone marked on his map. Should he venture forth? He found himself in a dilemma but ultimately decided to follow the light. He was curious to discover where it intended to lead him, and sensed no malice from it. The light led Su-yi a considerable distance until they arrived at a cavern, which contained a further opening deep within that emanated a purple glow. It appeared as though another world awaited beneath. Intrigued, Su-yi utilized the oxygen mushrooms along the way to replenish his air supply and descended into the depths. Indeed, what lay inside was a breathtaking sight. It was a purple crystal cavern, adorned with an array of peculiar mushrooms growing upon the crystals. This was Su Ye's first encounter with mushrooms thriving on crystals, and his curiosity compelled him to pluck one for examination. However, the guiding light hastily restrained him, indicating instead a narrow tunnel on the opposite side of the cavern. Reluctantly, Su Ye followed. Upon traversing the tunnel, he was met with an astonishing spectacle. Before him stood a collapsed oceanic temple. Chapter 73, The Siren Natasha. Why was there a temple here? Su Ye pondered, noting that the structure resembled a segment of a grand temple, as if someone had forcibly relocated this portion to its current location. The guiding light beckoned him inside. Finally, Su Ye laid eyes upon the legendary sirens. Yet they had all been transformed into lifeless statues. He surveyed the scene. The once enchanting forms of the sirens were now encrusted with purple crystals, their expressions a myriad of terror, fear, and confusion, as if they had encountered a sudden calamity. The source of this disaster was the purple crystals, identical to those found in the exterior cavern. Su Ye scrutinized these crystals. Name, category, crystalline mineral. Just like his previous encounter with the luminescent bacteria, the system's detection function had once again failed him, providing only a classification of crystalline mineral. He attempted to use his serpent tooth dagger to chip away at a small piece of the purple crystal, yet the guiding light intervened, leading him towards the second floor of the temple. This section of the temple consisted of merely 2 levels, and the second floor housed only a single room. Su Ye pushed open the door. The room was adorned with a distinctly feminine touch, contrasting sharply with the temple's exterior, resembling a young maiden's boudoir. On the wall hung a painting depicting a siren couple, adorned like a king and queen, with their daughter standing between them. In the center of the room lay a heavy white coffin, incongruous with the rest of the decor. The guiding light directed him towards this white coffin, and upon closer inspection, Su Ye realized it was not a coffin at all, but rather a high-tech medical device etched with a design resembling a DNA double helix, reminiscent of a spiraling tree. Name, MB for surgical sleep chamber. Category, medical equipment. Quality. Description, a state-of-the-art medical device developed by MBIT Marine Biological Intelligence Technology Company for research into mineral-related biological disasters, equipped with an entire suite of mechanical surgical apparatus, requiring no manual operation. This device is currently accessible only to company personnel, necessitating the insertion of an employee access card prior to use. Su Ye was taken aback and summoned Sylvia. Do you recognize this device? Sylvia gazed at the white coffin and replied, I am astonished that you found this. It is a product of the Marine Biological Intelligence Technology Company, and it should not be here. This device appears to have been forcibly activated. However, the forced activation has caused a malfunction. The individual inside is likely deceased. Can it be opened? Do not worry, I have access. The upper section of the white coffin opened, revealing its interior. To Su Ye's and Sylvia's astonishment, there was no corpse within. Instead, a water sphere, differing in color from the surrounding seawater and impervious to dissolution, lay inside. As the coffin opened, the water sphere emitted a complex and exquisite sound wave, more melodious than any music Su Ye had ever heard. Sylvia analyzed the frequency of these sound waves, discovering they generated a unique resonance effect, causing a multitude of tiny organisms in the seawater to converge. They formed a distinctive microecosystem, wherein life began to flourish. Incredible, Sylvia marveled. We have never witnessed such a mode of life emergence in our era. Su Ye, perplexed, inquired, what is happening? You may consider it an egg, and it is now on the verge of hatching. The water sphere gradually expanded, but shortly thereafter, it seemed to encounter a problem and halted. Sylvia checked again and discovered it lacked essential genetic information. At that moment, Su Ye noticed the siren scale in his hand emanating a radiant glow, merging with the water sphere, which instantaneously transformed into a humanoid form. A tall figure appeared before Su Ye. The female siren opened her eyes. She possessed an enchanting beauty, with exquisitely crafted features akin to a finely sculpted work of art. Her skin, as white as snow, and her alluringly curvaceous form exuded a natural charm. While her fishtail was adorned with splendid scales, her stunning visage capable of captivating any soul, rendering them willing to sacrifice themselves for her. You have been captivated. Willpower assessment has passed. Su Ye suddenly regained his senses. It seemed she possessed an innate charm, and he had nearly succumbed to its allure. However, she bore him no ill will. Approaching him, she extended her hand, intending to remove his mask. Don't move. Just as Su Ye was about to retreat, a celestial voice halted him. The female siren lifted Su Ye's mask and promptly kissed him. Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. This was decidedly different from his encounter with the Mistress of Threads, for this time, she kissed him on the lips. You have received the siren's blessing. The notification flashed momentarily, and the two remained locked in a gaze for an extended period. Why you? Su Ye stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. What about me? The female siren's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her subtly upturned lips hinted at a touch of allure, drawing one irresistibly into her noble and graceful presence. Reminiscent of a swan, she caressed Su Ye's cheek with a sense of satisfaction, a mysterious smile gracing her lips that seemed to dance between mirth and enigma. Was it not you who first presented the scale as a token of affection? Suyi found himself speechless at that moment. He had been oblivious to the scale's true intent. Who are you? He inquired once more. Natasha, the last of the sea maidens, she replied calmly, or rather, a fragment of Natasha. She continued, from my birth, I have been unlike other sea maidens. I possess two souls. One has basked in affection, while the other remains in obscurity. The former committed a grave error, inviting disaster upon our kind, ultimately leading to her entrapment within a white coffin. Natasha, Suyi mused, the name stirring a faint familiarity within him. Suddenly, he exclaimed, you are the master of the invisibility cloak? The recollection struck him. The original owner of the invisibility cloak from the Song of the Summer Cicada was indeed Natasha. It is I, she said with a playful smile, or rather, another version of myself. That naive counterpart believed the enemy's words, leading to the demise of our entire kin. Later, within the confines of the white coffin, we became estranged. She harnessed all the power and escaped, presumably to seek vengeance. Vengeance? Against whom? He probed. The adversaries of the sea maidens, the Lord of Crystals, who was allied with the Ice Lord that pursued you. She elaborated. The essence of the Lord of Crystals is a mineral that spreads crystalline disease, while the Ice Lord embodies a luminescent bacterium that thrives on collective sensing. Both were products of lost technology. Minerals? Bacteria? Why do Sylvia and the others always delve into such peculiarities? Suyi pondered aloud, just as Sylvia sent him two messages. Biomass disaster file, D3031. Codename, crystal disease. Category, crystalline mineral. Danger level, C. Characteristics, highly infectious, high energy density. Summary, a self-replicating mineral created to address the energy crisis before breakthroughs in biomass energy occurred. Abandoned in a laboratory in KC after being replaced by untainted biomass energy. The laboratory gave rise to abyssal contamination. Source, Ocean Heavy Industry Energy, RD Department. Personnel involved, Sean McCarran, Minister of Ocean Heavy Industry Energy, RD Department. Active duration, year 716 of the 8th Marine Era, present. Chapter 74 Classification. Biomass disaster file, D4673. Codename, lighthouse bacteria. Category, bacteria. Danger level, O. Characteristics, collective sensing, prefers low temperatures. Summary, a luminescent bacterium studied to counter the forces of eternal night under the abyss, originally intended to become a lighthouse that never extinguishes in the ocean. Later induced by abyssal contamination, its preferences shifted towards low temperatures, capable of freezing vast expanses of ocean and causing massive biological death. Source, Ocean Ecological Research Institute. Bacteriology Research Department. Personnel involved, and Lee, Scholar of Vibrio Bacteriology. Active duration, year 2278 of the 8th Marine Era, present. After perusing the files, Suyi turned to Natasha and asked, what do you intend to do from here? What shall I do? Naturally, I will follow you, Natasha stated matter-of-factly. Where else could I go? The sea maidens have been annihilated. I harbor no affection for it, nor do I wish to seek revenge like that foolish counterpart. Had I not prepared a contingency for myself, I might not be alive today. Suyi fell silent, realizing that her past had likely been far from pleasant. Perhaps, as she claimed, she had remained inconspicuous among her kin. You are unwilling? Natasha's gaze held a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a forsaken maiden. Her alluring beauty appeared especially poignant at that moment. Had any other man seen her, he would have surely attempted to supplant Suyi in an instant. Suyi felt a sense of helplessness. How could he agree? First and foremost, would the system even allow him to bring a living being with him? Even if it did, what would he do with Natasha upon returning? His home was a polluted sea, virtually devoid of life aside from himself. Bringing her, there would be tantamount to sentencing her to death. Such an act would be a gross dereliction of responsibility towards another's life. At that juncture, Sylvia spoke in a calm tone. You may bring her back. She is currently not in a normal state of life. Natasha was startled by Sylvia's voice. An intelligent AI? You are a product of lost technology? She had not anticipated that Suyi was connected to such ancient advancements. Initially, she had left merely a trace of consciousness within the scale, hoping someone would retrieve the white coffin from this sea. Fortuitously, she encountered Suyi. She found herself quite taken by him, especially given his striking appearance. His ability to rescue her from the white coffin was a delightful surprise. Now it seemed, this was no mere coincidence, for the white coffin was indeed a product of lost technology. Suyi, perplexed, questioned Sylvia. What do you mean she is not in a normal state of life? Ask her yourself, and you shall find out. Natasha chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging the truth in Sylvia's words. Indeed, I do not truly live in the conventional sense. Sea maidens possess two distinct forms, one akin to other beings, flesh and blood, and the other, a unique consciousness formed by sound waves resonating with the sea. I currently exist as the latter. Is it truly possible? Suyi gasped in astonishment. Natasha, observing his reaction, explained, our kind naturally possesses high spiritual attributes. Any entity with a spiritual attribute above 50 can survive as a consciousness. However, we sea maidens are unique. Typical consciousnesses perish if they lose their physical form for too long. Above 50 in spiritual attributes? Suyi stared at her in shock. Were you so powerful in the past? Natasha smiled charmingly. In any case, I hailed from the most noble lineage among the sea maidens, with exceptional talent. Reaching such heights was only natural. If you wish to pursue the extraordinary sequence of our kind, I could assist you and teach you along the way. Thank you. But I already possess an extraordinary potion. Few extraordinary sequences in the ocean world can surpass us. We typically reside between 2,000 to 4,000 meters in the deep sea. Our strength far surpassing your imagination. In the past, my mere utterance could plunge entire expanses of ocean into chaos. And I can assure you that you too would be capable of such feats. Natasha inquired, what sequence did you originally intend to pursue? Night. Wait, could you repeat that? Which sequence? Suyi replied in confusion, night, of course. Natasha regarded him in silence. You cannot be serious. What is your compatibility with night? 100. You cannot be serious. Natasha turned to Sylvia. Is he speaking the truth? He speaks no falsehoods. You are of lost technology. You cannot possibly be as ignorant as he is. You must understand what this means. No intelligent race has ever embarked upon this path. Your lost technology cannot achieve this either. Otherwise, you would not have constructed deep isolation zones in such profound depths. He is different. Suyi, bewildered, asked, what is wrong with night? Natasha gazed deeply into his eyes. You may interpret it this way. 400 meters is the limit for mortals in the ocean world. Every additional 600 meters signifies a level of the extraordinary. 4,000 meters is the upper limit for typical extraordinary beings. Those who embark upon the night sequence are invariably creatures from the depths below 4,000 meters. Sylvia spoke in an unperturbed tone. It is the abyssal zone between 4,000 and 8,000 meters. Beneath 8,000 meters lies the true abyss, the genuine depths of the ocean world. Just because you have not traversed a path does not mean we have not. Although the creatures of the night pose a significant danger, it does not imply that we are unprepared to confront them. The establishment of deep isolation zones is not solely due to their presence. Suyi found himself momentarily bewildered, taking a considerable time to comprehend the situation. If we categorize them by attributes, the highest level of the extraordinary sequence reaches up to level 70. For instance, Natasha, who once attained a level above 50, is considered a paragon among the powerful, a rarity within the vast oceanic realm. To date, every creature of the night encountered has surpassed level 70, equating them to 8th level employees within the oceanic industrial complex. Such employees were previously few and far between, far exceeding the threat posed by biological disasters. Wait a moment, Suyi suddenly inquired of Sylvia. Isn't the extraordinary sequence derived from biological disasters? How then can there be extraordinary beings with levels surpassing those of biological disasters? I recall that the highest level of biological disasters is K, which corresponds to level 70. Those are the known biological disasters, Sylvia continued. In truth, the classification of biological disasters is an ever-expanding spectrum, encompassing both known and unknown entities. Some ancient taboos remain beyond our understanding. The origin of the creatures of the night is one such mystery, alongside 3 others like it. Suyi nodded thoughtfully. He then turned to Sylvia. How can I take Natasha with me? Did you not acquire a contract previously? Just give that to her. This, Suyi queried, producing the ancient contract he had seized from Wang Xiao. Natasha smiled, accepting the ancient contract, and after a moment of contemplation, conjured a pen to begin amending it. Sylvia stood by, offering advice on various details. Before long, the contract was revised, and Natasha drew a drop of Su Ye's blood to finalize it. The contract is complete. Let us see how it turns out. She returned the contract to Su Yi. Name, symbiotic contract. Category, item. Quality, extraordinary. Description, a contract signed with the very lives of the Siren clan, far more convincing than the love professed by their kind. From this moment forth, they share both glory and misfortune, a rarity seen only a handful of times in history. Countless races yearn for the favor of the Sirens, yet their love has always seemed elusive. Only this contract stands as a testament to their truth. Signatories, Su Yi, Natasha. Is this all there is to it? Su Yi asked Sylvia after reading the contract. It's sufficient. There should be no immediate issues. What do you mean by no immediate issues? Su Yi pressed. The power of abyssal corruption is more formidable than you realize. It's not just the conscious entities at risk. Even I could fall victim to it. However, the pollution level in the N1997 sea area is not particularly high. For now, you should be fine. Depart from there as soon as possible. I will take Natasha back. I have matters to discuss with her. Wait a moment, Natasha interjected. There are still some treasures here. She approached a wall adorned with a mural, removing it to reveal an empty space behind. Natasha began to hum a melody, and even the most unremarkable tune became enchanting in her heavenly voice. The textured wall began to ripple, as if becoming ethereal. Natasha retrieved a black box from within. She handed the black box to Su Yi, smiling. Open it, and see it as a gift. Curiosity piqued. Su Yi opened the black box to find a sniper rifle within. Its deep blue exterior resembled the ocean, both cold and elegant, long and proportionate, boasting a streamlined design that was simple yet sophisticated, a true masterpiece of craftsmanship. As Suyi gripped it, a white ring rapidly formed at the muzzle, sending ripples through the surrounding water. Name: Siren Sniper Rifle. Category: Equipment. Quality: Extraordinary. Description: a sniper rifle crafted from rare materials by the Siren clan, powered by mental energy. Instead of bullets, it fires amplified mental sound waves. Each ring that appears at the muzzle increases damage, potentially up to 7 rings, with a maximum range of 100,000 meters. Capable of slaying foes with the ease of a siren's enchanting song. Attribute requirement: Mental 10 or above. Suyi caressed the sniper rifle, unable to part with it. What man could resist such a striking weapon? Yet, he felt he already possessed an abundance of weaponry. The charged pistol, the snake-tooth dagger, the golden thread staff, the Song of Sea Ice, and now the Siren Sniper Rifle. He sensed he was on the verge of becoming a master of arms. However, he recognized that he rarely utilized such a multitude. The functions of the Siren Sniper Rifle overlapped with that of the Song of Sea Ice. Yet Natasha countered his thoughts. This Siren Rifle is modeled after lost technology. It is a weapon of mental assault, exceptionally effective against certain unique enemies. You will understand when you grow stronger. Some creatures of the ocean are entirely immune to physical attacks. Only mental assaults can harm them. Is that so? Suyi gasped in surprise. Physical immunity seems rather excessive. Once Natasha departed, Suyi contemplated acquiring the white coffin as well. It too was a valuable artifact, and he might as well take it along. However, before doing so, he needed to expand his system backpack, as the current 10 cubic meters of space was proving insufficient. Suyi spent 50,000 ocean coins to purchase 3 backpack expansion units. Excellent, rare, and perfect, simultaneously increasing his system backpack to a size of 40 cubic meters. He placed the white coffin inside and, after a moment's thought, decided to take the wall mural as well, as it might be considered an antique. Exiting the temple, he returned to the amethyst crystal cave. He recalled that this substance could spread crystal disease and would autonomously proliferate. However, the amethyst here showed no signs of spreading. Why was that? Suyi glanced upward at the mushrooms growing above. Could it be that these mushrooms were the reason? What kind of species were these mushrooms that possessed such remarkable capabilities? Name: Delicious Mushroom. Category: Food. Quality: Extraordinary. Description: delicious mushrooms cultivated by the followers of the twin deity Isu, used to seal the spread of certain biological disasters. Though the specific mechanism remains obscure, it is said that these mushrooms are edible, albeit inducing certain hallucinations, leading those who consume them to believe themselves as followers of Isu, making them a Class 1 contraband item in the eyes of other factions. Suyi's expression turned peculiar. Why are the followers of the twin deities seemingly everywhere? He couldn't help but admire their prowess. They had managed to seal a biological disaster capable of annihilating the sirens with mere mushrooms. Though they had not truly resolved the crystal disease, halting its spread was a significant achievement, perhaps even more impressive than the sirens themselves. Moreover, their proselytizing methods were remarkably effective. He had never witnessed anyone using hallucinations to recruit followers, truly insidious. No wonder other factions feared them. Realizing the efficacy of the mushrooms, Suyi decided against harvesting them. One misstep could lead to their spread, placing him at risk of contracting crystal disease. As he left the cave, the surrounding seawater was as dark as ink, obscuring his vision. Just as he activated his flashlight, he suddenly spotted a colossal figure racing towards him from a distance. Alarmed, he quickly sought cover, and in the next moment, the creature crashed into the cave entrance, causing the walls to fracture. What on earth is that? Suyi gasped, observing the monstrous entity outside. It was a fearsome-looking fish, its front end, including its head, encased in several movable bony plates, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. Its jaw was robust, with sharp, menacing teeth, seemingly more ferocious than a shark, and its enormous pupils were fixed intently on Suyi within the cave. The monstrous fish repeatedly rammed against the cave, showing no signs of fatigue. Fortunately, the cave structure was remarkably sturdy, preventing any collapse. The two adversaries remained locked in a stalemate for an extended period. The monstrous fish had chosen to abandon its pursuit, while Suyi, gripped by trepidation, dared not venture outside. His fear was not born from cowardice, but rather from the realization that the waters were teeming with such grotesque creatures, including one horrifically large specimen approaching 11 meters in length. Its jaws, nearly a meter wide, exhibited a ferocity that far surpassed the previous creature, capable of swallowing him whole. To step outside would surely spell his demise. Was the ocean at night truly so exhilarating? Where did these horrors originate? In Chapter 76, titled The Terrifying Fish, Suyi quickly found others who shared his harrowing experience in the regional chat. However, these individuals, emboldened by their numbers, dismissed the dangers of the night, recklessly frolicking outside. Their hubris led to calamity. A monstrous fish swiftly obliterated them, leaving only 3 survivors, 2 of whom were gravely injured. They promptly disseminated the data on the creature to warn others. Name: Terrifying Fish. Category: Ancient Species. Habitat Depth: 0-400 m. Description: once a dominant force in the ancient oceans, this primitive armored fish-like creature is characterized by extreme ferocity, with sizes reaching several dozen meters. It had vanished for a time, only to re-emerge for unknown reasons, becoming one of the nocturnal predators of the marine world. The waters of night should remain tranquil, free from disturbance. This bloody lesson underscored the necessity of remaining within safe zones at night. Other survivors promptly abandoned any thoughts of nighttime excursions. Terrifying, indeed. As for me, I would not dare to venture out at night. The dark waters were already daunting, and the existence of such creatures rendered it inhospitable. Better to remain quietly in the safety of the zone. My life is paramount. Yet, there will always be those who tempt fate. Are you all afraid? What is so terrifying about a 2-meter fish? It's merely a sign of their incompetence. Only the weak band together in fear. I shall see for myself if this so-called terrifying fish is as dreadful as they claim. I'll be back shortly. Prepare to witness. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Oh dear brother, how bold of you. As he pondered whether the individual was truly a skilled survivor, the next moment, his ID vanished from the regional chat. This signified his demise, for only the IDs of deceased survivors would disappear. The chat erupted in a flurry of excitement. Haha, I can hardly breathe from laughter. This person is a true jester. Indeed, they put their life on the line to caution others, only to seek their own doom. One cannot fault them. At least their life served as a confirmation for us. May the deceased rest in peace. I don't care. I just want to laugh. At that moment, one individual's commentary caught Suyi's attention. But it need not be that way. Venturing out at night can expedite your progress, provided you have a means of survival. The faster you go, the more likely you are to surpass others and secure advantageous positions. Good fortune will surely follow. Did this person possess insight? Suyi found a measure of credence in their words. After all, advancing further could mean greater safety. Determined to make the most of the night, he readied himself, brandishing his source shield and activating the displacement barrier, then propelled himself forward with underwater bubbles. Taking a deep breath as he surged toward the cave's exit, Suyi commenced his rapid movement, and soon enough, terrifying fish began to pursue him. Yet they could not match his speed. With 10 agility points and the quadruple acceleration from the bubbles, he glided through the water like a swift specter. Curiously, the dangers that typically lurked during the day had retreated, likely in response to the presence of the terrifying fish, which afforded Suyi a considerable advantage. As more and more terrifying fish trailed behind him, hours later, they had amassed into a formidable school. The beam of his flashlight could evoke nightmares. One unfortunate soul fell victim to the chaos. Sun Ran, endowed with the exceptional talent of night vision, often stealthily scavenged for treasures within the safety zone while others slept. Today, fortune favored him. He discovered a golden chest nestled within a gigantic shell, mere meters from a safe zone. Wealth at last. Sun Ran's excitement prompted him to dash toward the safety zone. However, in the blink of an eye, a shadow darted past, and his precious chest vanished. He thought he had succumbed to hallucination, gazing in disbelief at his empty hands. Where had that sizable chest gone? Before he could comprehend the situation, he heard the ominous sounds of fish swimming behind him. Whirling around, he was met with a nightmarish sight, a horde of terrifying fish charging toward him. Without hesitation, he scrambled toward the safety zone with every ounce of speed he could muster, but alas, a small terrifying fish managed to bite a substantial chunk from his rear, eliciting a piercing scream. Suyi, ahead, glanced back, offering a moment of silent sympathy for Sun Ran, who had foolishly ignored the perils of the night. He couldn't help but regard the golden chest in his possession as a stroke of serendipity. As he sprinted, he opened the chest, revealing a trove of treasures. Name: Precious Pearl. Category: Treasure. Quality: Perfect. Description: An exceedingly valuable precious pearl, capable of fetching a high price in the system shop. Name: Crystal Pearl, or Category: Gemstone. Quality: Perfect. Description: A unique or boasting a snow-white appearance akin to pearls, favored by many intelligent marine races. When refined, it yields exquisite jewels. Wearing it nurtures the spirit and commands a high price in the system shop. Name: Underwater Treasure. Category: Chest. Quality: Rare. Description: An ancient chest brimming with ocean coins. Opening it yields a substantial bounty. Name: Lucky Roulette. Category: Item. Quality: Rare. Description: Spin the roulette pointer. Winners can specify a minigame for a reward. Suyi was astounded. What a magnificent chest. Filled with ocean coins. He sold the precious pearl to the system shop for 50,000 ocean coins, and upon opening the underwater treasure, he was rewarded with an additional 80,000 ocean coins, netting him a total of 130,000 ocean coins. His wealth soared to 200,000 ocean coins. As for the crystal pearl, he noted that the system shop's buyback price was 60,000 ocean coins. He suspected the system was engaging in unscrupulous dealings. He resolved not to sell it immediately. Instead, he would find a craftsman to refine it before parting with it, or perhaps keep it for himself. The lucky roulette, akin to the previous lucky voucher he had acquired, was also a valuable item. Once night passed, he intended to utilize it. Suyi felt a wave of elation wash over him, his steps upon the underwater bubbles becoming significantly lighter. That individual had been a benevolent soul, knowing he was in need of funds and hastening to provide assistance. If only they could come again. Sun Ran would surely lament his misfortune upon discovering that it was, in fact, his chest that Suyi had claimed. Chapter 77, Another Sacrifice. As dawn approached, the waters gradually brightened. The terrifying fish that had been pursuing Suyi soon vanished, as if they had never existed. Throughout the night, he had traversed over 200 kilometers, thanks to his quadruple speed. Moreover, his physique now surpasses that of an athlete by a significant margin. Had it not been night, he could have accelerated even further. A night devoid of slumber did not evoke a sense of fatigue within him. It appears that the enhancement of his attributes has considerably diminished his need for sleep. In the morning, Suyi indulged in a sumptuous meal of ice mountain cod sashimi, the rich fats swiftly warming his body. As for concerns regarding parasites, there was no need for anxiety, as ice mountain cod thrives in regions devoid of such threats. After satisfying his hunger, Suyi resumed his journey, making haste to cover ground. This pattern persisted for the following 3 days. Naturally, dangers lurked along the way. For instance, Suyi once encountered a well-camouflaged mutated octopus, its numerous tentacles disguised as a coral formation, ensnaring unsuspecting prey that wandered too close. It proved to be quite a formidable adversary, as even his powerful acid corrosion rounds merely eroded a portion of its tentacles. Ultimately, it was the song of sea ice that delivered the final blow. Numerous such creatures existed, yet none posed a significant threat to Suyi in his current state. During this time, Suyi's fortunate talent led him to discover 2 jars, one containing 2,000 ocean coins, and the other 5,000. Indeed, it was a modest windfall. He also utilized the lucky wheel and lucky coupons, reaping rewards and encountering serendipity. Among the items he received from the Chaos Sea minigame was the Chaos Eye, a remarkable aid to Suyi. It resembled a flattened, closed eye that would open upon use. It could be affixed to any part of his body, though Suyi preferred to place it on his neck, imparting an air of enigmatic allure and intimidation. Name: Chaos Eye. Category: Item. Quality: Perfect. Description: When the Chaos Eye opens, it inflicts a chaos debuff on all surrounding enemies. Affected foes will experience disorientation in their actions and vision for 3 seconds, after which they will return to normal. Each use of the Chaos Eye necessitates a 3-hour recharge, during which it cannot be employed again. Though the chaos effect lasts merely 3 seconds, its practical impact is substantial. More than once, Suyi has escaped the encirclement of monsters thanks to it. The greater the number of foes, the more pronounced the effect. Additionally, the recharge time is brief, allowing for several uses within a single day. As for the serendipity, this particular occurrence was triggered by an astonishing number of over 100 individuals. The event was dubbed the Crab Feast, where an abundance of crabs congregated for breeding. The protagonist of this gathering was the flower crab. Unlike the deep-sea hairy crabs of Earth, these flower crabs boasted shells as exquisite as flower petals, and their crab roe was exceptionally delectable. However, they harbored a significant trait. Female flower crabs were not only delicious but also highly nutritious before they laid their eggs. Once they spawned, they became lethally toxic. Identifying those yet to spawn amidst the throngs of crabs posed a daunting challenge. Some suggested examining the shape of the petals on their shells, while others proposed judging by the size of the crabs, but after extensive discussion, no definitive consensus emerged. Hence, they could only gaze upon the vast assembly of crabs in despair. Such seafood, to behold yet not consume, was truly torturous. As for why not consume male crabs, it was simply because male flower crabs yielded little meat compared to their female counterparts. Unlike the others, Suyi had the advantage of an underwater exploration drone that enabled him to discern the crab's qualities. His haul was bountiful. He was satisfied only after filling his system backpack to capacity. He promptly placed the crabs on the trading market for immediate sale. Each flower crab fetched 500 ocean coins. Comparable in size to the famed hairy crabs, it was important to note that crabs could not serve as a staple food. Consuming 3 or 4 in a single meal was already considered excessive. He had managed to amass several hundred in his backpack. After selling, he continued to catch more, generating envy among fellow participants who had also triggered the event. Since someone has identified a method of differentiation, why not share it with everyone? Someone suddenly called out, and others echoed in agreement. Good things should be shared. Indeed, that person should step forward. If I were in their shoes, I would definitely share the method. The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly intent on unearthing the individual. After a lengthy search, however, no one admitted to it. Suyi had long departed from their line of sight, thus evading detection. As for exposing the underwater exploration drone, they could only dream. Even if there were methods to identify the crabs without the drone, he would never relinquish it. He had just earned a considerable sum, and wealth is a powerful motivator. First, they sought the method. The next step might entail demanding his life. While some individuals might possess good intentions, could he truly believe that over 100 individuals were all benevolent? The human heart is susceptible to temptation. He could be deemed selfish, yet this was fundamentally a survival game. By the conclusion of this serendipitous event, Suyi had sold 1,000 flower crabs, reserving 200 for his own enjoyment. He had amassed a staggering total of 500,000 ocean coins. Money must be spent wisely. Without hesitation, Suyi dedicated the entire sum to the Master of Threads. Once again, her ethereal form manifested. She regarded Suyi with delight. Affirming her choice of a grand priest, Suyi noted that the Master of Threads seemed to have grown slightly taller, though the change was subtle. She still retained the appearance of a petite maiden. A sacred fragrance emanated from her. Unable to resist the impulse, Suyi pinched her delicate face. Feeling the softness of her skin, as smooth as milk, almost as if it could yield water, the Master of Threads momentarily froze, a blush rising to her cheeks, before casting a furious glance at Suyi. Impertinent. With that, she vanished, retreating faster than a hare. Her reaction was more one of shyness. No one had dared to act so brazenly toward her in a long time. Yet, before her departure, she remembered to reward Suyi. This time, her gift was a golden silk ring, which resembled a strand of her hair more than a conventional ring. It automatically coiled around Suyi's pinky finger, imparting a skill. Power of golden thread. Sacrifice an equivalent amount of ocean coins to enhance the power of the next strike, with a maximum multiplier of 5 times. The skill is straightforward, yet terrifying in its efficacy. Suyi first experimented with 5,000 ocean coins, resulting in an approximate 15-fold increase in power. He then tried consuming 10,000 ocean coins in a single instance, doubling the power. This means that for every 10,000 ocean coins spent, the power increases by 1-fold, capped at 5 times, equating to 50,000 ocean coins. Not to mention the exoskeleton, coagulator, and siren sniper rifle. The most potent weapon Suyi could wield at present remained the Song of Sea Ice. He was eager to test the 5-fold power increase of the Song of Sea Ice. Conveniently, a certain octopus monstrosity pursuing him provided a fitting target. So he decided to take aim. Chapter 78, Ranking Rewards. Suyi selected an open area for visibility. Information regarding the octopus monster continued to update in the regional chat, and he dispatched the underwater exploration drone to scout the likely direction and timing of its appearance, situated approximately 2 kilometers away. This position was ideal. He held the Song of Sea Ice firmly in his grasp, patiently awaiting the adversary's arrival. 2 hours later, movement was detected within the drone's feet. The familiar silhouette emerged, a colossal octopus monstrosity charging directly towards Suyi. With fingers poised on the bowstring, 50,000 ocean coins vanished in an instant, replaced by an increasingly violent chill. The ice arrow coalescing on the bow remained still, yet before it was released, a massive figure materialized behind Suyi. The formidable phantom of a white whale transformed into the ferocious sea demon, unleashing a fearsome roar into the sky. The phantom of the white whale surged forth alongside the fully drawn ice arrow. The snowflake-like whiteness lent it an illusion of gentleness. Yet the path it traversed brought forth only coldness and death, akin to the capricious forces of nature. It traversed the ocean, resonating with the symphony of demise and dread. Wherever it passed, the ground, seagrass, fish, and even the seawater froze into ice. The cephalopodic sea monster beheld the approaching white whale for the first time with a sense of trepidation. It yearned to flee, yet met its end amidst wails of despair. In that moment, silence enveloped all, save for the resounding call of the white whale that echoed far and wide. No sight could be more staggering. The once undulating ocean, typically in perpetual motion, momentarily stilled beneath that singular shot, as though time itself were frozen. Suyi remained speechless. The chilling aura emanating from the bow of the sea ice song, quietly narrating all that had transpired. What was destined to be an intense battle had, before it even commenced, reached its inevitable conclusion, an unchallenged instant kill. Even Suyi, the architect of that strike, was momentarily taken aback. He caressed the ring on his pinky. The power of the golden thread proving far more terrifying than he had anticipated. The sole drawback might be its exorbitant cost. That singular blow had cost him 50,000 ocean coins. Were he to possess an ample fortune, he felt certain that none would rival him, even against the extraordinary. Regaining his focus, Suyi pressed onward. After a prolonged journey, he finally arrived at the first supply station. The exterior of the station resembled a fortified base, and upon entering, the lobby radiated brightness. Before his arrival, 4 individuals were present, 3 men and 1 woman. Each remained silent, engrossed in their own tasks. Suyi refrained from greeting them and approached the front desk. Upon noticing the masked Suyi, the 4 exchanged frowns. Reaching this place so swiftly indicated that none were mere novices. Among them, Suyi's attire was the most peculiar. At the very least, they bore no masks, nor did they have an eye around their necks. It appeared unsettling. They briefly suspected he might be an imposter. Yet, observing that he posed no threat, they chose not to bother him. At the front desk, Suyi found a robotic attendant. Upon seeing him, the robot expressed with a standard smile, "Congratulations, you are the 5th guest to arrive here. You have completed the first half of your journey through the chaotic sea. As one of the top 10 guests, you will receive a special ranking reward. Additionally, here is your supplementary reward. Please accept it, for it will aid your survival in the latter half of your journey. It handed Suyi a slip of paper. He was rather astonished. Was the reward merely a piece of paper? Yet, shortly after, he received a system notification. His reward was included within the email, a colorful treasure chest. It was Suyi's first encounter with a colorful treasure chest. Name, Lucky Chest. Type, Chest. Quality, Special. Description, a treasure chest reliant on luck. The minimum reward is a golden chest, while the maximum can transform into a diamond chest. The diamond chest must be the upgraded version of the platinum chest. Though the drop rate was likely low, upon opening it, a platinum light burst forth. Not too high, yet not too low, his lucky chest transformed into a platinum chest. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied. At the very least, it was not the lowest tier, the golden chest. Moreover, he had never opened a platinum chest before, having only encountered one platinum chest monster. Suyi examined the contents, discovering 3 items of perfect quality and 1 of extraordinary quality. Name, Disguiser's Garb. Type, Item. Quality, Perfect. Description, attire that enables perfect camouflage within the ocean, allowing evasion from various detection methods, such as thermal imaging, as long as one remains still. It will not be detected by creatures or objects of extraordinary grade or lower. Pure brute force cannot resolve all issues. Sometimes, it becomes your means of salvation. Name, Sonic Decoy Gun. Type, Equipment. Quality, Perfect. Description, capable of firing sonic decoy rounds to attract the attention of certain special foes. Remaining ammunition, 10 rounds. Name, Breath-Holding Potion. Type, Potion. Quality, Perfect. Description, once consumed, it brings 1's breathing to near cessation, lasting for 15 minutes. Name, Eye of Perception. Type, Item. Quality, Extraordinary. Description, when the Eye of Perception is opened, one can teleport to any point within its line of sight, with a maximum distance of 100 meters. After each use, it requires a recharge of 3 hours during which it cannot be employed again. It originates from the eyes of a fearsome predator of the deep sea, often teleporting beside its prey to deliver a fatal strike. Suyi pondered over the Disguiser's Garb, Sonic Decoy Gun, and Breath-Holding Potion with skepticism. Treasure chests seldom offered useless items. They typically bore characteristics of their respective oceanic domains. Yet, these items seemed tailored for evading certain creatures or hunters. Had the system devised yet another trick? He sensed that the latter part of the journey might prove perilous. Suyi remained vigilant. As for the Eye of Perception, it warranted no further discussion. Its effect could be summed up in one word: formidable. Before it opened, it bore a resemblance to the Eye of Chaos, and Suyi affixed it to the same side of his neck. Nearby, a young man, weary from the journey, contemplated lighting a cigarette for a moment of relaxation. However, upon turning his head, he spotted the additional eye on Suyi's neck, causing him to drop his cigarette in shock. Having always been fond of horror novels, he wondered if he had encountered some unknown creature. Trembling, he retrieved his cigarette and distanced himself from Suyi. Observing this, Suyi's eyes beneath the mask flickered with confusion. Was this fellow unwell? He shook his head and approached a nearby vending machine. The supply station surely offered provisions, and those provided by the system were for sale in the vending machine. Suyi surveyed the array of items, noting numerous intriguing goods he had never encountered before. However, he found himself lacking for nothing in particular, opting to select at a leisurely pace. After all, he had ample time. Chapter 79, Discord. Suyi first directed his attention to the first tier of the vending machine. The items within were priced according to their tiers, with the first tier displaying the most conspicuous and expensive goods. The first tier contained 3 items, each limited to a purchase of 1,000 pieces. Suyi glanced over each item and acquired 1 of each. Since they were available for sale, they surely held some utility. Name, Portable Sonic Radar. Type, Item. Quality, Perfect. Description, a compact radar suitable for individual use, enabling detection of creatures invisible to the naked eye. Price, 40,000 ocean coins. Name, Decoy Dummy. Type, Item. Quality, Perfect. Description, usable solely within the chaotic sea. It can substitute for the holder's death once. Price, 30,000 ocean coins. Name, Hot Wine. Type, Consumable. Quality, Perfect. Description, a potent alcoholic beverage that warms the body, favored by a noble and wise marine race. They uphold the spirit of wine and sword. Many great heroes of the ocean world hail from their ranks, though not all become heroes. Numerous wayward souls wander astray. Remaining capacity, 15L. Price, 20,000 ocean coins. The 3 items cost him 90,000 ocean coins. Before he had even begun, half of his funds had been expended. Fortunately, the items in the lower tiers were not as costly. Suyi selected several valuable items from the other tiers, and by the time his shopping concluded, his original 157,000 ocean coins had dwindled to a mere 2,000 ocean coins. However, a sense of assurance began to swell within him. Name, Pain relief tablets. Category: pharmaceutical consumables. Quality: rare. Description: tablets capable of temporarily alleviating pain, potentially saving your life in dire moments. Remaining quantity: 10 tablets. Name: Starlight Fragments. Category: item. Quality: excellent. Description: can serve as a small light source at night, typically for emergency use. These fragments, derived from the stars, are minute remnants of star raiders. Whenever a star raider is born, a sea domain succumbs. Conversely, when one perishes, life is rejuvenated anew. A cycle that perpetuates endlessly. Name: lightweight biological plate armor. Category: equipment. Quality: perfect. Description: featuring outstanding mechanical properties and malleability, this biological plate armor boasts exceptional defensive capabilities. Its origin lies in the creations of an extreme predator from beyond the ZC, which slays marine life to forge a solid form, subsequently processed into remarkable equipment. The pain relief tablets and starlight fragments warranted little commentary. However, after testing the defensive prowess of the lightweight biological plate armor, Suyi found it adept at deflecting strikes from a snake-toothed dagger, allowing for unhindered movement, proving to be quite effective. Just as Suyi finished donning the armor, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the hall. A new group had arrived at the supply station. This time, 5 individuals, forming a small clique, entered. At the forefront stood a youth with the demeanor of a petty thug. Upon entering, he did not take the time to survey the hall or the reception area. Instead, his gaze fixated on Su Yi and the 4 others. Sensing their aloofness, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, quickly honing in on Su Yi, the most distinctive among them. He approached Su Yi directly, grinning cheekily, and remarked, "Hey, I see you've sprouted 2 extra eyes on your neck. You aren't a monster, are you?" Su Yi shot him a cold glance, retorting, "Get lost. Don't be so frigid. I'm merely considering the well-being of everyone here," he replied with a grin. "What if you truly are a monster?" The first 4 to arrive at the supply station turned their attention toward the exchange, frowning but remaining silent. They could see through the youth's intentions, clearly aiming to intimidate the other survivors with sheer numbers. It was evident he had done this many times before. Yet, they chose to remain uninvolved, wary of Su Ye's identity, and instead allowed him to gauge the situation. The 4 lackeys trailing the youth began to jeer. "Yeah, look at you. You must be a monster." Ignoring their taunts, Su Yi focused intently on the note in his palm. Previously captivated by the treasure chest and vending machine, he had completely forgotten about the note. Meanwhile, a shadow of malice flickered in the youth's eyes, though it was quickly masked by a grin. "How about you take off your mask and let us see? Let me ascertain whether you are indeed a monster." After reading the note, Su Yi raised his gaze to meet his. The youth suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he glimpsed through Su Ye's mask into a pair of expressionless eyes. There was no embarrassment, no justification, not even a flicker of anger, only an abyss reflecting his own image. Su Ye's voice was devoid of warmth as he stated, "Stop with these petty tricks. If you wish to kill and plunder, just say so. After all, you've likely done this before. Let's step outside. You 5 can come at me all at once, saving me time." The youth's expression shifted rapidly before he finally chuckled. "Are you serious?" "Of course," Su Yi replied, stepping out of the supply station. The youth signaled to his companions, who trailed closely behind him, while the other 4 exchanged glances and followed suit. Arriving at an open area, as the seawater enveloped him anew, Su Yi felt no stirrings within his heart. If others sought to take his life, he would simply eliminate them. It was that straightforward. This time, he drew only the source shield, not even bothering to retrieve his charged handgun. The youth laughed upon seeing Su Yi brandish merely a shield. "Is that your plan? To face us with just a shield? You don't even possess a proper weapon? You might as well remove your mask. Perhaps I might spare your life. Have you finished your parting words?" Su Yi replied calmly. "If so, let us commence. Since you insist, I shall oblige," the youth declared. Suddenly, a sharkskin armor materialized upon him, his right arm transforming into a colossal shark head, exuding an imposing aura that was impossible to ignore. The remaining 4 were taken aback, realizing the youth possessed such capabilities. It promised to be a fierce battle. The youth's lackeys brandished their weapons, revealing an even more alarming sight. Their combined presence matched that of the youth, as each of their right arms morphed into forms reminiscent of oceanic predators: octopus tentacles, swordfish blades, mantis shrimp pincers, and crab claws. It appeared they wielded a form of energy that enabled such transformations. To the onlookers, this seemed a battle of stark disparity. Yet, Su Yi simply raised 3 fingers and proclaimed, 3 seconds. I will eliminate you." As the words left his lips, the 2 eyes adorning his neck sprang open instantaneously. One eye, a chaotic vortex, consumed all thoughts and order, ensnaring individuals in an inescapable maelstrom of overwhelming confusion. The other, a meticulously crafted ocular apparatus, calculated with instinctive precision, allowing for effortless navigation to the other side with but a thought. Panic ensued within the minds of the gathered. The Eye of Chaos had activated. In the next instant, Su Yi materialized beside the 5 adversaries, their heads aligned perfectly in his sight. With the source shield, now imbued with the Leviathan's might, he executed a powerful kick, sending it spiraling toward their heads. The 1-ton metal shield transformed into a harbinger of death, rendering their defenses laughable in its presence. How could mere flesh hope to withstand such a blow? Their heads burst asunder. Regardless of their capabilities, they were rendered powerless in that moment. Death arrived so unexpectedly. The youth, who had worn a confident smile mere seconds ago, now lay lifeless. This was the terrifying combat prowess born from the synergy of the Eye of Chaos and the Vision Eye. Only 5 relic boxes remained on the battlefield. The entire confrontation unfolded in a mere 3 seconds. The sole drawback was that this could only be invoked once every 3 hours. As Suyi retrieved his shield, the remaining 4 had just begun to regain their senses. Upon gazing toward the center of the battlefield, the air around them became thick with tension. Fear descended upon them like a phantom in the night, silently looming above. It is often only when danger truly manifests that one comprehends their own helplessness. Such was the case for the 4. The previously smoking youth now felt his heart racing in his throat, his breath quickening, adrenaline surging through him. Every cell in his being screamed for escape, yet his legs remained rooted in place, paralyzed by overwhelming terror. It was no exaggeration to say that with a mere thought from Suyi, they would all perish here. They had not even witnessed Suye's movements. The disparity was stark. Previously, each harbored their own pride, believing themselves to be the foremost survivors to reach the supply station. Yet, after witnessing Suye's prowess in battle, they found themselves stripped of courage, their hearts filled with trepidation. Longing to escape this place from a distance, Suyi remained silent, while the others dared not move. A mere glance from him was enough to render them motionless. They were but a group of unrelated individuals. There was no need to add to the carnage. He collected the 5 relic chests and returned to the supply station, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others. They exchanged glances, speechless. "Should we go back in?" the young man whispered, looking at the supply station. The oldest among them, a middle-aged man with a scar across his face, spoke in a low voice. "We should go in." The fact that he did not intend to kill us indicates that he is not a murderer. Otherwise, the 4 of us would not have survived. He is on an entirely different level than us. I suspect he has already transcended. How is that possible? The soul woman exclaimed in disbelief. How could he have achieved such power so swiftly? Then how do you explain what just happened? The middle-aged man glanced at her. Do you believe you could possess such combat prowess before transcending? The woman fell silent, though she dared to assert that she could also eliminate those 5. She knew she would never do so with the ease that Suyi exhibited. When he said it took 3 seconds, it indeed took 3 seconds. It felt surreal, as if she had been dreaming. Initially, she had found him amusing, but now realized the true fool was herself. The jester was she. She murmured, "The disparity between people is greater than that between man and dog." The last to speak, a bespectacled man, finally interjected, regardless of whether he is transcendent. "One thing is certain, his strength far surpasses ours. We should refrain from provoking him. At least this way, we avoid the threat to our lives. Don't you agree, Mr. Han?" He turned to the middle-aged man. The young woman and the young man were taken aback, also looking at the middle-aged man. He nodded in agreement. "I concur." The 4 returned to the supply station, while Suyi contemplated the note he had discovered. The note contained a fragment of poetry. "Through the blood of my beloved, I see my soul, dark as night, plunging into the abyss, never to rise again. Only the haunting melodies of phantoms echoing in my ears, rendering me eternally restless. That is my sin. Ah, oh distant guest, join me in this forest to dance a waltz of dreams." This seemed to be a hint regarding the latter part of the message provided by the front desk robot. Who was he? Who was the beloved? What were the phantoms? Could the items acquired from the chests earlier serve to evade the phantoms? Suyi found this notion quite plausible. If faced with a monster, he could certainly fight. But how could one combat a phantom? Could a siren sniper rifle suffice? He considered attempting it, though it would be best to avoid direct confrontation. He would determine the course of action when the time came. If he could fight, he would. If not, he would flee. He refused to believe he could not escape. Suyi refocused on the 5 relic chests he had just acquired, 4 silver relic chests and 1 platinum relic chest. He had not anticipated that the opponent would possess a platinum relic chest. Or perhaps this was related to the method they had used to transform their arms into marine creatures. Or was it the reward from the rankings he had just received? Regardless, he now had the opportunity to extract valuable items from the opponent. Suddenly, an item he had forgotten to use came to mind, the Head of Greed. He recalled that this item could increase the drop rate of high-quality items. While the increase might be minimal, any enhancement was welcome. Suyi donned the head of the golden treasure chest monster. The young man beside him had been secretly observing. Earlier, he had succumbed to his smoking habit, lighting a cigarette, only to look up and discover Suyi had transformed into a treasure chest monster again, causing him to tremble and drop his cigarette, hastily averting his gaze and nervously retrieving it. His curiosity waned. He feared that if he looked too long, Suyi might devour him. The treasure chest monster's tongue was still hanging out. As Suyi opened the platinum relic chest, the contents caused him to frown. 3 items were worthless, but one possessed high quality. It was directly related to the transformations he had witnessed. Name, Chapter of Beasts. Category, Item. Quality, Transcendent. Description: using this seal allows the transfer of an organ from a marine creature to oneself, with no risk of rejection. However, the more organs transferred, the greater the risk of losing control. Marine creatures that follow the way of beasts believe that survival of the fittest is the only law in this ocean world. Thus, they will plunder the bodies of other beings. This item was quite sinister. Chapter 81, Nightmare in the Forest. The Way of Beasts. This was the first time Suyi had encountered such a notion, gaining strength through the swapping of biological organs. Although he had never heard of this way of beasts, it was undoubtedly abnormal, and he resolved to keep his distance from them in the future. Of course, it was also possible that Suyi was worrying unnecessarily. Perhaps this group of beings had long since perished. Nonetheless, he decided to hold on to the chapter of beasts. The other three were worthless, but this item at least held some value. He stowed the chapter of beasts away and rested for a few hours before deciding to move on. Remaining in the supply station served no purpose. He had exhausted his funds and preferred to leave earlier. After departing the supply station, Suyi had not ventured far when the surrounding seawater abruptly froze in an eerie stillness for a brief moment, though he paid no heed to this peculiar occurrence. He merely noticed a sudden emergence of a profound underwater forest, reminiscent of the one described in the poem. It appeared dark and somewhat unsettling. You have triggered the final trial, the dream of heroes. Why do humans exist? This is a question that must be pondered. In the forest, there are 4 tombstones located at the north, south, east, and west, each entombing a tragic past. Seek them out to acquire your own identity. Only those with identity can protect themselves from being targeted by him. Until then, it would be wise to tread carefully. He harbors a deep disdain for outsiders. Note: the disaster's poison circle continues to constrict. Please manage your time wisely to complete the trial swiftly. The final trial? Suyi was somewhat taken aback. He stepped into the forest before him. This forest differed significantly from any underwater forest he had encountered before. The previous marine forests were, after all, composed of aquatic plants, while the towering trees here bore a striking resemblance to the oak trees found on Earth. But how could oak trees grow beneath the sea? Suyi found himself in a quandary. He could not mistake an oak tree. He had often watched squirrels beneath an old oak in his childhood. Approaching a large tree, he looked up. The system provided a perfectly normal detection result. Name: oak tree. Category: angiosperm. Description: an ordinary large tree, nothing particularly special. How strange. Suyi could not comprehend this and shook his head, proceeding south through the forest, determined to locate a tombstone and assess the situation. Shortly after he left, others began to arrive in the forest, including a woman who, upon reaching the large tree Suyi had observed, was filled with delight. Is this a phoenix tree? I have a grove of phoenix trees back home. I never expected to see one here. Though they were gazing upon the same tree, their perceptions were entirely different. Everything felt so peculiar. Unbeknownst to them, the trunks of these large trees were adorned with countless eyes. Every so often, they would open, maliciously fixating on the intruders of the forest. This superficial calm did not last long. Suddenly, a piercing scream emanated from the northern part of the forest. Strangely, no one could hear the cry, but the forest had transformed. Meanwhile, Suyi was still seeking the direction of the tombstone. The trees were excessively dense, obscuring visibility and making it difficult to discern direction. Just as he struggled to navigate, an unexpected chill enveloped him. The biting cold was indistinguishable from the icy sea. Yet he had taken all necessary precautions to keep warm. What could possibly be amiss? It was not just him. Every survivor in the forest felt the same chill, as if they were on the verge of freezing to death. No matter how hard they tried to stay warm, their efforts proved futile. It was not long before someone was the first to cry out for help in the regional chat. Does anyone know what is happening? My warmth gear is ineffective. You too? Me as well. Is everyone experiencing this? The crowd erupted in a frenzy, bombarding the system with inquiries about a possible malfunction. However, this time the system offered no response, allowing the situation to escalate unchecked. Within moments, ice began to form on everyone, including Suyi. He trembled uncontrollably, his body thoroughly infiltrated by the cold, his temperature plummeting. If this continued, he would soon succumb to the frost. All his attempts were in vain. Magic lamps, warming stones, and thermal suits were all rendered ineffective, just like when he faced the pillar of proliferation. Was something interfering with him? It was only when he remembered the hot wine he had purchased that he hurriedly took a sip. Instantly, a wave of warmth coursed down his throat and into his stomach, finally warming his body. Suyi gazed at the hot wine in his hand, his heart racing. Had he not bought this, he would have surely met his end. What on earth was that sudden chill? Confused, he decided to share the news about the hot wine's ability to thaw in the regional chat. Before long, messages of gratitude flooded in. Thank you, great one. I'm back to normal. Me too. Thank goodness I bought the wine. Meanwhile, those who had deemed the hot wine too expensive now found themselves in a state of panic. Is there a kind soul who could spare me some hot wine? I regretted not buying it when I had the chance. Great one, help me. Surely you have some hot wine left? Soon. A multitude of pleas for assistance directed at Suyi filled the chat. He ignored them all. Some even cursed him for being selfish, which he found somewhat amusing. I taught you the method, and you still insult me? Such a lack of common sense. Why not simply buy from those who had yet to enter the forest? The frantic sea had more than one supply station. Even if each station had only 1,000 portions, it would suffice to meet their needs. It was merely a matter of spending a little more money. Compared to life, what was money? As for wanting to obtain it for free, not a chance. Who would care for you if you weren't family? Clearly, the wise remained silent, having already taken action to avoid contention with the others. Yet, the terrors of the forest were far from simple. Just as Su Yi pondered the source of the low temperatures, a massive swarm of bioluminescent dinoflagellates suddenly appeared beside him. The dinoflagellates erupted in an explosion, enveloping a vast expanse of the forest. The heat wave produced was searing, flames leaping skyward, engulfing everything in phosphorescent fire. It took a long time for the spectacle to dissipate. Cough, cough. Su Yi emerged from behind his source shield, bewildered as he surveyed the surroundings. Where had these bioluminescent dinoflagellates come from? Had it not been for the deflection feature of his source shield, he might have been gravely injured, or worse. No wonder the supply station had sold decoys. How many could pass such a challenge? Su Yi glanced at the regional chat, where many were lamenting, clearly having also encountered the dinoflagellates. Thousands had perished in that single explosion. This raised another question. Why hadn't he heard any other explosions in the forest? Unless they were in a different part of the forest. As he looked at the forest before him, the once tranquil woods had transformed into a malevolent entity, shrouded in an aura of mystery. The profound darkness crept through the trees, instilling an irresistible sense of dread, leaving him perpetually on edge. At that moment, his portable sonar radar began to beep. Chapter 82, The Invisible Phantom. The incessant ticking startled Su Yi. He picked it up to check. A red dot was rapidly approaching him, moving at an astonishing speed. In mere seconds, it was only a few kilometers away. There was no time left to escape. Su Yi's mind raced as he dashed to a less conspicuous spot and donned his camouflage attire. The next moment, nothing happened. No monsters appeared, no footsteps were heard. It was as if the radar had played a small joke on him. Yet, beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. For the red dot was now mere meters away. An unknown specter stood just 3 meters from him. Was this a jest? Su Yi felt no presence of it. Should they cross paths, he would not even know how he had met his demise. This was no fabricated ghost from films or games, with footsteps or translucent shadows to observe and evade. It was an entity devoid of any discernible weakness. Were it not for the radar, he would have remained oblivious to its presence, completely unaware of what it looked like. The ghost lingered near him, searching every inch of ground. Su Yi fixated on the red dot on the radar, holding his breath as it drew closer, until it was merely centimeters away, time seeming to freeze in that moment. Fortune favored Su Yi this time. Perhaps the ghost believed the human had fled, pursuing another direction. Only when it had moved away did he exhale a sigh of relief. Feeling utterly drained, the oppressive sensation was overwhelming. Why had it located him? After some contemplation, Su Yi realized that the explosion of the bioluminescent dinoflagellates had attracted it. As if the once silent forest had suddenly been struck by a bell, easily noticeable to anyone, including the ghost. The danger was far from over. Just after the ghost had left Su Yi's vicinity, another vortex emerged, and his nightmare materialized from within. It was the aggregated magic pufferfish. This time, not just thousands, but tens of thousands of aggregated magic pufferfish had invaded the forest. They did not sweep through the woods. Instead, they clustered together to form a terrifying giant fish over 100 meters long, a collective consciousness manifesting at its peak. Each aggregated magic pufferfish dutifully fulfilled its role, some forming the head, others the tail. Their movements were flawlessly synchronized, indistinguishable from a true leviathan. Its eyes shone like brilliant lighthouses, radiating intense light in the dark depths of the forest. Its body shimmered with iridescence, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, towering like a mountain. It exuded the aura of a top predator, each undulation brimming with power and grace. Light converged on its silver scales. They had no intention of hunting. Their goal was to incinerate the entire forest. A sharp pain coursed through Su Yi, a remnant of his previous wounds. His death sense activated. In an instant, he activated his visual eye and teleported 100 meters away, fleeing frantically in the distance. He only thought of getting as far away from the aggregated magic pufferfish as possible, but it was a futile endeavor. The next moment, a light wave with a diameter of hundreds of meters enveloped him and the entire forest. Light and heat were the only visible entities. Su Yi's body vaporized in an instant. Not just him, but the entire forest vanished for a moment. The aggregated magic pufferfish returned to the vortex, satisfied. Once it departed, the forest quickly reappeared, though this time, the eyes on the trunks bore a hint of fear. They had nearly met their demise. Minutes later, the decoy bait activated. Su Yi revived. As soon as he came back to life, he collapsed on the ground, retching violently for a long time before he could recover. Once the dry heaving subsided, he turned over, staring blankly at the surface of the sea. He never wished to encounter the aggregated magic pufferfish again in his lifetime. However, the forest would not relent. Before long, the radar emitted another ominous signal. The specter had returned. Su Yi retrieved his sonic bait gun and fired a sound wave lure toward the opposite side, Cloaked in the guise of a deceiver, he ventured southward towards the gravestones, searching tirelessly for what felt like an eternity. At last, he stumbled upon the first gravestone. Inscribed upon it was a brief narrative, seemingly the genesis of all that had transpired. It spoke of a renowned intelligent race in the oceanic realm known as the Gaha tribe. The members of the Gaha tribe were born warriors, reveling in swordplay and revelry, characterized by their noble spirits. Much like the Koshans, the Gaha venerated the sea serpent Angrus, who generously bestowed upon them extraordinary powers. Yet, this came with a caveat. Every extraordinary individual of the Gaha must accomplish a monumental feat as part of their ascension ritual, marking their passage into adulthood. The protagonist of the tale was named Byron, whose prodigious talents set him apart amongst the youth, earning the belief of the tribe's elders that he would surely become an extraordinary being. In his coming-of-age ceremony, he chose a perilous task, to challenge an extraordinary being with his mortal form. This was an unprecedented endeavor, serving as the origin of all ensuing tragedies. Thus concluded the first segment of the tale, offering scant information. Suyi stroked his chin, pondering. Perhaps the specter was indeed Byron, having fallen to such depths after a failed challenge. However, more pressing was the implication of the system assigning this task. Did it seek for the living to engage with the extraordinary? Was that not rather hasty? Alas, clarity eluded him. He needed to locate the next gravestone. Just as he intended to depart, a sudden sensation seized him from behind, a grip tightening around his throat, accompanied by a searing pain that rendered him helplessly suspended. The specter had silently materialized. The strength of his 14 points felt utterly inconsequential before it, and breathing became increasingly labored. Death was imminent. This time, even his death perception failed to activate. At this juncture, Suyi had but one recourse left. He consumed a breath-holding potion, and his consciousness faded into oblivion. Under the potion's influence, his heart ceased its rhythmic beating, and shortly thereafter, the specter discarded him. Yet it lingered, remaining until 10 minutes had elapsed, ensuring his heart did not resume beating before finally departing. 5 minutes later, Suyi gradually regained consciousness and hastily donned his disguise before fleeing to a safe distance. He had been ambushed. Leaning against a sturdy tree, he gasped for breath, trepidation evident as he glanced back to the spot of his near demise. The absence of death perception indicated the specter had appeared instantaneously. It was astonishing that this specter could teleport to the gravestone's location. Who would have anticipated such a thing? It was a truly harrowing ordeal. Nonetheless, through this encounter, Suyi had ascertained one vital detail. The entity was blind. While this may not be entirely accurate, it was evident that it did not rely on sight to hunt its prey. Yet, even with this knowledge, approaching the gravestones undetected remained a formidable challenge. Suyi found himself ensnared in a web of confusion. After much contemplation, he resolved to employ a particular strategy, though it required the cooperation of his visual eye, which was still recharging and would not be ready for another 3 hours. Thus, he decided to wait until then to act. Chapter 83, Tragedy. It was not only Suyi who faced the specter's onslaught. Many others also fell victim to its attacks, with most unable to utter a single word before meeting their demise. Those who had purchased the decoy lures paid with their first lives, frantically seeking assistance in the region's chat. They were utterly bewildered, with only a select few recognizing the specter's existence. An intangible ghost lurked within the forest. It was imperative to evade it. Upon hearing this, the region's chat erupted with chaos. Help! I can't see the specter. Me neither. Is there any way to perceive it? Teach us. Only the portable sonic radar could unveil its presence. There was no alternative. The despair on the faces of those who had not purchased the radar was palpable. Some had deemed the radar too expensive and believed they could navigate the challenges alone, while others simply lacked the funds, having spent all their money. 40,000 ocean coins was no trifling sum. Regardless, they realized that without the radar, their fates were sealed, and thus they frantically sought to acquire one. Some offered money, others equipment, and a few even entertained dubious schemes. Those in the know understood the implications. The circumstances were far from normal. Yet, those who had procured the radar were no fools. While money and equipment were valuable, they paled in comparison to their lives. Moreover, the radar could not be disassembled and sold in increments like hot wine. Consequently, the vast majority declined to engage in transactions, leaving the region's chat filled with frenzied cries, clearly demonstrating a loss of sanity. Suyi observed this chaotic scene with a sigh. Greed for a small advantage had led to significant peril. He could not afford to lend out his radar. All he could do was patiently await the passage of time. The notion was admirable, yet reality was unforgiving. Suyi believed he could endure for 3 hours, but less than 30 minutes had passed before he found himself frantically fleeing through the forest, looking utterly disheveled, bearing numerous new wounds. However, these injuries were not the specter's doing. They were solely the result of the myriad of monsters pursuing him. Their numbers were overwhelming. Parasitic red filament algae, carnivorous red seaweed, needlefish, worm parasites, and countless others. All the creatures he had ever encountered converged, alongside some he had never seen before. For instance, a type of flying fish with wings resembling blades swam together, forming a formidable wave that charged towards him. Another creature, a sea slug, clung to shields, excreting corrosive acid. Additionally, there were several hammerhead sharks, known for their ferocity and cunning in collective hunting, repeatedly driving Su Yi to the brink of despair. Almost every few minutes, a new danger emerged. It was a veritable cacophony of peril. Were it not for Su Ye's underwater bubbles, he would have perished amidst the encirclement. As for combat, that was an impossibility. The monsters he managed to slay were far outnumbered by those yet to emerge. Even so, he had to remain vigilant for the encroaching specter, his radar constantly in his line of sight. Occasionally, in his haste, he would collide with trees. Within a mere half hour, he felt utterly drained. The only question plaguing his mind was, where did these creatures originate? They seemed inexhaustible. In truth, Su Yi was not alone in this plight. Every survivor who entered the forest faced similar assaults, particularly following the recent radar debacle, which had led to an increase in attacks. The death toll continued to rise, and no one dared to engage in idle chatter within the region's chat any longer. Forget about searching for gravestones. Merely surviving was a victory. Some attempted to retrace their steps and escape the forest, only to despair upon reaching the original entrance, which had vanished. They found themselves trapped within the forest's confines. A sense of hopelessness began to permeate among the survivors, with many gradually relinquishing their will to fight. They believed the system simply desired their demise. The region's chat was rife with final messages. I'm going to die. There's truly no way out. I can't run any longer. Half my body has been gnawed away. It hurts so much. I never thought I could still laugh. Is this truly the end for me? Su Yi fell silent as well, uncertain of his ability to navigate this perilous ordeal. Just then, he noticed a private message from someone. It was Nanzi. Nanzi, you must have entered the forest by now? Su Yi, indeed, I'm still being pursued by monsters. Nanzi, I have uncovered the source of these monsters. It is, in fact, the specter. You must have realized that we are not in the same forest. We may perceive it as a parallel dimension, wherein the specters possess a peculiar power. Whenever a life is extinguished by their hand, the experiences of the deceased are projected throughout the entirety of the forest. Su Yi was taken aback. Was this truly the case? But how could it be resolved? Nanzi replied, the solution lies upon the gravestone. Each time one locates a gravestone, it refreshes all the monsters. Su Ye's expression darkened. The specters can teleport between gravestones. Nanzi acknowledged, I am aware. Yet this forest holds more than just gravestones. If you search carefully, you should be able to find a colossal blue flower. Once you pluck it, it will grant you a brief reprieve from the specters, lasting approximately 10 minutes. Make good use of this time to approach the gravestones. It should not be too difficult for you. Impressive, thank you. Su Yi excitedly closed the private chat and swiftly relayed this information to the Ji-Ryu sisters. After sending the message, Su Yi felt a renewed sense of purpose. He commenced his search for the blue flower and the second gravestone, quickly discovering both. Not far from one another, he plucked the flower and raced towards the gravestone. As he drew within 3 meters of the gravestone, the monsters that had been trailing him vanished in an instant. Su Yi exhaled in relief. The specters did not appear either. So he hastily examined the tale inscribed upon the gravestone. The second story recounted Byron's journey in search of the extraordinary. Accompanying him was his childhood friend, Salia, with whom he shared a close bond and mutual affection. They ventured towards the tribe of the Kos, overcoming numerous obstacles and even dismantling a lair of malevolent forces. Ultimately, he encountered the extraordinary being he sought to challenge, a gem-scaled serpent of extraordinary caliber. Su Yi, upon finishing the tale, found himself momentarily stunned. Could it be that his adversary was none other than Lena? Lena, the gem-scaled serpent leader he had encountered. If that were the case, it would surely be entertaining. After reading the story, Su Yi quickly retreated, eager to locate the third gravestone before the flower's effect waned. However, shortly after departing from the gravestone, the blue flower in his grasp withered. It appeared that each flower could only be utilized once. Nevertheless, knowing the method simplified matters considerably, and Su Yi soon found another blue flower along with a gravestone. This time, he confirmed that the opponent Byron faced was indeed Lena, and he had suffered a catastrophic defeat. Byron had misjudged his adversary. When confronted by Lena, he was utterly powerless, swiftly drawn into a dreamscape. Within this dream, he became the extraordinary being he aspired to be, even rising as a great hero among the Gaha tribe. Tragedy struck when Salia, in a desperate bid to rescue him, intruded upon his dream, pleading for him to return to reality. Yet how could a failure in the real world ever compare to the heroic self he had become within the dream? He tragically ended up taking the life of his childhood friend, akin to a hero slaying a demon king. Chapter 84, The Dreamer of Despair. After absorbing the third story, Su Yi fell into a contemplative silence. This was a stark and unadorned tragedy, yet he felt no empathy. To him, it was simply Byron reaping what he had sown. Challenging Lena with the frailty of a mortal was akin to sending Su Yi himself to confront a horde of amalgamated moating fish, utterly impossible. Byron may have been formidable, but Su Yi distinctly recalled Lena's innate gifts. She was a born extraordinary being. They were not of the same tier, otherwise he would not have been felled in a single encounter. The only truly unfortunate one was his childhood friend. The question remained, what role could Suyi possibly assume within this narrative? Byron, Lena, or perhaps Salia? Clearly, none of these options were feasible. Yet he distinctly remembered that the final trial demanded one to possess their own identity. Surely, he could not be cast as the head of that malevolent lair? Though, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Suyi quickly shook off these thoughts and hurriedly sought the final gravestone. However, matters were not so straightforward. Even with the gravestones refreshing the monsters, the newly emerging monsters multiplied exponentially, reaching an absurd level. Simultaneously, he noticed the red dots on his radar proliferating. The specters were increasing. Those survivors slain by the specters had transformed into specters themselves, joining the ranks of the hunting specters. Suyi was uncertain if this was a consequence of locating the third gravestone, but he knew he had to accelerate his pace. Fortunately, he still possessed sound wave decoy grenades, which could provide him with a temporary reprieve. With the aid of the sound wave decoys, Suyi pressed onward with great difficulty. Yet soon, he faced true terror. A serpentine creature, several dozen meters in length, emerged from the ground. It bore no eyes, but sported 5 highly sensitive antennae atop its head, along with a pair of predatory jaws akin to bear traps. Upon its emergence, it swiftly ensnared other monsters, cleaving them in twain with its razor-sharp mandibles. Suyi's pupils constricted. What manner of creature was this? Name: hellworm. Type: mutant. Description: a mutation derived from the bobbit worm dwelling in the ocean's depths, capable of astonishing growth, with an insatiable appetite. Its movements are exceedingly swift, and its mandibles can effortlessly sever prey, but the most perilous aspect is that it often possesses more than one head. More than one head. Before Suyi could ponder further, another hellworm burrowed up from the ground. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Suyi, its speed rendering him unable to evade. In that moment, clad in exoskeleton armor, Suyi countered with a mechanical claw. The hellworm's mouth collided with the mechanical claw, producing a deafening clamor as both engaged in a fierce struggle. The hellworm was not only quick, but possessed an astonishing biting force. Suyi immediately amplified the power output of the mechanical claw, solidifying his strength in the water. An unspoken contest was unfolding. Suyi had more than just one hand. A steam-powered mini-pile driver began to charge, and upon completion, it roared to life, piercing through the hellworm's head in an instant. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Another hellworm broke through the surface. Following closely were the second and third, until a total of 7 hellworms emerged before Suyi. Their rear halves fused together, resembling the legendary Yamada no Orochi, as they lunged at him with bared fangs and claws, leaving Suyi utterly paralyzed. 1, 2. He could still manage to fend them off, but facing 7 at once left him utterly helpless. He had no choice but to deploy his source shield for defense. The 7 grotesque mandibles instantly tore through the offset stance shield, yet they could not breach the source shield. However, it was not long before they discovered a method. Their bodies began to contort and twist as they attacked from behind Suyi. Without the offset stance shield, the source shield could not possibly defend against every angle. Observing this, Suyi swiftly retrieved his charged pistol and fired a gravitational round along with a powerful corrosive round. The hellworms suffered significant damage. The corrosive round proved devastating to living creatures, especially since the hellworms possessed low natural defenses, causing a significant portion of their bodies to begin to erode. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded next. The hellworms, which had previously displayed a segmented body, began to decompose, discarding the corroded sections and recombining into a flawless form. However, this time, only 3 of the 7 elongated worms remained. The recent powerful corrosive round had instilled fear in them, prompting them to burrow underground. Suyi's expression shifted. He did not believe that they had retreated. He quickly dodged to the side, and in the next moment, a hellworm erupted from his previous location to strike. Now, Suyi found himself utterly at a loss. How could one combat an adversary that remained underground? Who exactly was responsible for conjuring such a colossal worm in his path? I truly thank you. Suyi darted to and fro, all the while evading the approaching specters. Were it not for the fact that the disguiser's attire not only concealed him from the specters, but also temporarily obscured his presence from the hellworms, he would have surely met his demise by now. Yet, continuing down this path was not a viable solution. The number of specters continued to surge. Sooner or later, hiding would lead to his end. Suyi retrieved the Song of Sea Ice and unleashed a flurry of arrows towards the ground. Unable to locate the hellworm, he resolved to obstruct its path instead. A wave of frigid air spread, and thick blocks of ice sealed the ground tightly, transforming the entire surrounding area into a frozen wasteland. Seizing this opportunity, Suyi hastily made his escape. The pursuit ensued. A relentless chase until Suyi finally discovered the flowers and the gravestone, bringing the hellworm's relentless pursuit to an end. At long last, it was over. Breathless, Suyi leaned on his knee, gazing at the final gravestone. However, the unfolding narrative diverged from his expectations. Byron was not ensnared in a blissful dream. Instead, Lena's malevolence prevailed. Upon witnessing Byron slay Salia, she abruptly dispelled the dream, forcing him to witness the death of his beloved at his own hands, plunging him into madness. Just as she reveled in her sinister masterpiece, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Byron consumed a vial of the Dreambreaker's extraordinary elixir. He transcended into the extraordinary realm. Yet his escalating pollution transformed him into a monstrosity. Each extraordinary being succumbing to pollution beyond its limits metamorphosed into a beast. The corresponding monstrosity of the Dreambreaker was known as the Fallen Dreamer. The Fallen Dreamer wielded the power of nightmares, capable of ensnaring others within their terrors and manipulating dreams at will. With this ability, Byron crafted this very forest, a sanctuary of memories with Salia, now his living nightmare. You have discovered 4 gravestones. Please proceed to the center of the forest to acquire your identity. Suyi received the system notification. Should he venture to the forest's heart? He set off towards the center, only to find the entire forest enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the phantoms had vanished, leaving him seemingly alone. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, he beheld a woman, prostrate before a coffin. She must be Salia. Chapter 85, The False Hero vs. The Deceased Demon King. It was Suye's first encounter with a member of the Gear clan. Unlike other intelligent aquatic races, Salia bore a striking resemblance to humans. Save for the 2 gills adorning either side of her neck, a trait shared with aquatic creatures. She was exceptionally beautiful, or rather, members of the Gear clan possessed an innate allure, a genetic advantage evident in both genders. Naturally, Salia noticed Suyi as well. Her expression was imbued with an indescribable sorrow, evoking an instinctual urge to weep. Yet, this demeanor held no sway over Suyi, as he suddenly realized that she seemed more like a ghost, with a radiant blue flower adorning her chest. Were you the one behind all this? Suyi inquired. This is his resting place. You should not be here. Salia shook her head. As for me, I am merely a figment of his dream. What do you mean? Every tree in this forest serves as his eyes. Your every move is observed by him. Whether ghosts or monsters, they are all constructed through dreams. It is akin to an endless cycle. As long as he refuses to awaken, none can halt this reality. The dream is the main theme of this trial, not some parallel world. The difficulty is rather high, Suyi mused, beginning to search for a solution. Ever since Byron became a fallen dreamer, he had never awakened. All beings entering this dreamscape underwent the same ordeal, becoming trapped in nightmares. To escape, there is but one way. Pretend to be his former family and friends, and perform a play for him. Salia gazed at Suyi with sorrowful eyes, a play of a hero slaying a demon king. Suyi comprehended at last. The trial required them to assume these roles. I assume you have come here in search of the extraordinary elixir? Before Suyi could retort, Salia plucked the blue flower from her chest and offered it to him. This flower differed from the ones Suyi had previously gathered, exuding a natural fragrance and boasting a more exquisite hue. Upon inspection, Suyi was astonished to discover that it was a precious item capable of enhancing attributes. Name, Deep Blue Love. Category, Rare Item. Quality, Extraordinary. Description, a flower used by the Gear clan to express longing for their loved ones. It is said to be formed from the tears of the great hero Kalen's beloved. Carrying it stabilizes one's mind, and consuming it increases mental value by 2 points. It is an exceedingly rare flower, typically found only in the Twilight Forest. Salia, with a look of regret, said, the Dreambreaker's extraordinary elixir is with Byron. You cannot obtain it. As compensation, I offer you this. Though it pales in comparison to the extraordinary elixir, it remains a valuable item. Take it and leave swiftly, otherwise, it may soon be too late. Suyi pondered over the flower in his hand for a long while. Suddenly, he raised his head and asked Salia, do you wish to end all of this? Salia revealed a bittersweet smile. Of course, but it is impossible. Why? Though Byron is now a fallen dreamer, his power rivals that of an ordinary extraordinary being. The chasm between the extraordinary and the mundane is insurmountable. You should understand this, having seen the gravestones. You cannot defeat him, especially not within his dream. Just tell me if you wish to or not, Suyi stated. Salia's eyes widened. Can you truly accomplish this? Suyi nodded. I have a way. Tell me how? He began to consume the flower piece by piece, completing the last fragment. As you said, we must perform for him, but this time, I shall not play the role of a family member or friend. Since it is a play of a hero slaying a demon king, I shall embrace the role of the demon king. The false hero versus the deceased demon king. Do you not find it intriguing? Salia gazed at Suyi in astonishment. Suyi remained silent, merely observing the surrounding trees. After a long pause, he calmly inquired, have you had your fill of games? In the next moment, countless eyes within the forest abruptly opened, each gaze fixed upon Suyi, inducing a chilling sensation. Yet, Suyi remained tranquil, awaiting the unfolding of events. Soon, a towering figure emerged from the darkness, its face devoid of features, replaced instead by a multitude of eyes that roamed across its body. Merely gazing upon it instilled terror. How did you discover this? It marveled, looking at Suyi. Its lack of a mouth notwithstanding, yet it spoke nonetheless, a peculiarity of dreams. I encountered a dream breaker before. She played the same trick on you. First, she sent someone to lower your guard. then toyed with you through dreams. I shall not fall for the same ruse again. Moreover, your methods are not as sophisticated as hers. At the very least, do not send someone I recognize. Suyi cast a glance at Salia, whose features had vanished, replaced by a multitude of restless eyes that shifted along her face, mirroring the fallen dreamer before him. She had long since become a puppet of the fallen dreamer. Countless others like her surrounded the forest, hundreds of survivors trapped within, all devoid of facial features. Unperturbed, Suyi addressed the towering figure. Are you Byron? Byron smiled in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am Byron. Do you aspire to be a hero? Of course, every gear longs to be a hero. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Suyi spoke with a light tone, as if the one cornered was not himself, prompting Byron to laugh heartily. Unable to contain his mirth, after a protracted fit of laughter, he finally managed to compose himself and said with amusement, could you elaborate? What opportunity could you possibly offer me? As I mentioned earlier, Suyi replied, I shall assume the role of the Demon King. On what grounds? Do you believe you possess the qualifications? Byron's tone dripped with sarcasm. In the next instant, he materialized before Suyi, seizing him by the throat and relentlessly driving him against the towering trees. A series of mighty trunks splintered under the impact, while Suyi, bloodied, felt the bones in his body shatter repeatedly, until Byron finally relented. He cast Suyi aside and chuckled. Do you still think you are qualified? In the realm of dreams, he was indeed an invincible presence. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. He observed Suyi rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes behind the mask shimmering with an incomprehensible fervor, more enchanting than the ocean, deeper than the abyss. Suyi produced a stone, transforming it into a vial of potion, which he consumed alongside another vial. Someone once asked me, what is the essence of human existence? Suyi removed his mask, revealing a visage of unparalleled perfection. A wild smile danced across his face, as ghostly tendrils of dark crimson swirled around him. Simultaneously, an aura potent enough to warp the very fabric of dreams radiated from his being. Two additional eyes opened on one side of his neck. One as profound as the night, the other as exquisite as the sea. His voice, light yet imbued with a remarkable resolve, seemed to declare to the world his truest self. To me, the act of living itself is imbued with meaning. With a snap of his fingers, both figures were instantaneously submerged in an abyssal sea devoid of light, the only illumination emanating from the four ghostly tendrils at his side. Through the faint glow they emitted, Byron beheld a sovereign of the night ascending majestically, akin to a true demon king. He discerned the indomitable will reflected in Suyi's eyes, an unyielding gaze of eternal defiance. Come, join me in this feast of the abyss, until death claims us both. The terror born from the deep sea descended at that moment. Chapter 86, Ascendance to the Extraordinary. In an instant, their bodies surged with energy. The true battle of the extraordinary commenced. Their silhouettes collided like meteors, moving at a velocity so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive them. Whispers of dreams intertwined with the profound depths of night. A mere glance capable of entrapping the unwary, as the ensuing shockwaves sculpted the water and air into rings of force. Boom, 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 boom. The tumultuous currents stirred the lightless waters into tumultuous waves. The reverberations echoed in Byron's ears, his body tingling as he was hurled backward, bewildered by the sight of the four deep crimson tendrils beside Suyi. One of his arms had been severed in their recent clash. No, it had not merely been severed, it had been devoured by one of Suyi's ghostly tendrils. Flesh and eye alike consumed in a single, fleeting contact. He had never encountered such power before. How could anyone consume the nightmares crafted by a dream weaver? It was utterly unprecedented. Byron's face and body became a tapestry of swirling eyes, each representing a distinct nightmare, the source of the dream weaver's might and methods. In that moment, they sensed a dire threat, an emotion that began to gnaw at Byron himself, instilling a sense of restlessness. He instinctively sought to obscure his form, to engage Suyi through the projection of nightmares. He had often employed such tactics in the past, yet this time, the ability he once took pride in had vanished. As if sealed away, panic and fury surged within him as he turned to Suyi, only to find the eye resembling the night, fixed upon him. Fear coiled around him like a nightmarish shroud. He could no longer conjure nightmares without the support of the dreams of other beings in the surface world. Once his eyes faded, Byron would possess no means of resistance. Fortunately, he still had a multitude of eyes remaining, sufficient to sustain him for a while longer. He stowed away his disdainful gaze and spoke gravely to Suyi. Which sequence do you belong to? I have never encountered such power before. Does it truly matter? The deep crimson tendrils danced around Suyi with the grace of an elegant lady, complementing his dark attire, his upright figure, and his serene gaze. Though his expression remained unremarkable, it evoked within Byron an unspoken contempt, akin to that of a solitary nightingale. Now, do you still believe you are qualified? This question ignited a storm within the waters. Although it was merely a reiteration, it pierced Byron deeply, evoking memories of his encounter with Lena, who had once uttered the same phrase before him. He recalled the disdainful gaze, the vast chasm of disparity in their strengths, and the profound terror it instilled. Anger twisted into a bitter laugh as he exclaimed, "Very well. I shall show you the true extent of my power." From the depths of nightmares, he summoned a colossal, heavy black sword, which Sui instantly recognized as identical to the one held by Zhuejia, albeit this was the genuine article. Byron had been instructed to take it by the elders of his clan upon departing from the Gaha tribe, though he had not utilized it then. This time, he would showcase its might to Suyi. As he grasped the sword, his entire demeanor transformed. A confident, radiant light enveloped him. As if he had truly become the great hero Kalen from the legends of the Gaha tribe, his imposing presence unmistakable. He lofted the sword, its elongated, jagged tip aimed at Suyi, who stood resiliently in the water, a tempest of fury coiling around the blade. Let the lament of life unfurl. In that instant, his aura underwent a cataclysmic shift. Empowered by a doubling of strength and agility, his prowess now approached that of a second metamorphosis into the extraordinary. He was certain that Suyi could not withstand this strike. Embrace your demise. The swelling power converged upon the sword's edge. As it cleaved through the water, a terrifying wave of sword energy sliced through the currents, delineating a boundary of life and death. The resounding crash of the breaking waves surged towards Suyi, the wild force birthed from the bloodline of the Gaha tribe roaring in his direction. Boom! Just as Byron believed the dust had settled, a deep crimson cocoon emerged before him. As the silk-like tendrils unfurled, Suyi remained unscathed. That previous strike had merely grazed the tendrils, leaving only superficial wounds, while he himself was entirely unharmed. How could this be? Byron stared in disbelief at the tendrils. Though they appeared silk-like, easily torn, why was their defensive strength so formidable? They bore no resemblance to any known marine creature. They looked less like octopus tentacles and more akin to jellyfish tendrils, yet their resilience was grotesquely unparalleled. In mere moments, the wounds upon the tendrils vanished, as if nothing had transpired. Suyi, cognizant of the tendril strength, could only concede that they were indeed of deep-sea origin. However, the powers he had acquired extended beyond this. As the enraged Byron charged at him once more, the final deep blue eye upon Suyi's neck stirred to life. The moment it fixed its gaze upon Byron, a rift tore open behind Suyi. A slender, shadowy figure darted past. Byron was sent hurtling away, half of his form vanishing, replaced by a deep, savage bite. "Ah!" he cried in agony, glancing at the terrifying creature beside Suyi. It was a 12-meter-long black serpent. Atop its head rested a crown of ebony, its scales glimmering with an icy luminescence, shrouded in a thick, ominous haze. Its piercing, frigid vertical pupils fixated unwaveringly on Suyi's adversary. The creature's colossal, yet supple form coiled protectively around Suyi, akin to a devoted servant, emanating an aura of perilous allure. Yet, in Byron's eyes, only terror was reflected. The crowned black serpent, renowned for its black crown. This fearsome denizen of the depths lurked beneath 800 meters in the abyssal ocean. Its formidable reputation echoed throughout the marine realm, with tales of a 100-meter-long crowned black serpent annihilating a squad of elite superhumans, instilling dread in all sentient aquatic races. It was an absolute taboo, a creature that must never be provoked. And in this moment, that very taboo had set its sights on him. No, 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 no. Byron spun around in a desperate bid to flee, only to be snatched up by the crowned black serpent the very next second. The serpent presented him to Suyi, its gaze brimming with a desire to please. Suyi caressed its head, while several tendrils plunged mercilessly into Byron's body, devoid of any compassion. The tendrils consumed Byron entirely, leaving not a trace behind. The surrounding waters returned to normal, and Suyi's countenance transformed, pale yet radiant. His ascension ritual had finally reached its conclusion, bringing forth the demise of a superhuman in sheer terror. Suyi gazed reflectively at the vanishing forest before him, then lifted his gaze to the surface of the sea, where bright rays of light cascaded downwards, a smile breaking upon his lips. He mounted the crowned black serpent, its deep crimson tendrils morphing into an opulent cloak draped over him, accentuating his handsome profile. Let us proceed to the destination. The crowned black serpent let out a jubilant cheer, propelling him forward with great speed. Byron's tale had come to an end, while Suyi's story was only just beginning. Chapter 87, Astonishing Data Enhancement. Suyi swiftly arrived at the destination. Following his ascension to the extraordinary, he encountered few creatures capable of posing a threat within the tumultuous seas, becoming the first survivor to reach the terminal zone. The endpoint housed but a solitary supply station. Upon entering, a robot at the front desk greeted him with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Congratulations, you are the first survivor to arrive at the destination." After a moment, it glanced at the accompanying crowned black serpent, its expression tinged with mild perplexity. Suyi understood the implication. Likely, the pet was not permitted entry. Of course, it could also be that the crowned black serpent was simply too large. With a mere glance, he commanded the serpent to shrink in size, until it transformed into a ring adorning his left hand's fourth finger, remaining still and silent. The robot observed this transformation in astonishment before smiling as it produced a box, stating, "As a special reward for the top 3, you may choose one of these 3 items." It opened the box to reveal a vial of extraordinary potion, a card containing 500,000 ocean coins, and a property deed. The extraordinary potion held little allure, being merely a dream sequence. Now that Suyi had ascended to the extraordinary, it bore little significance for him. While the 500,000 ocean coins were tempting, he deemed it beneath the worth of a first-place reward. Surely, the extraordinary potion was more valuable. Selling it would likely yield more than that sum. The system certainly appeared parsimonious. His sole interest lay in the property deed. What purpose could it serve? Did he not already possess a base? Puzzled, Suyi picked up the deed, noting its peculiar texture, resilient and impervious to water damage. Inscribed upon it were a myriad of characters he could not decipher, save for a prominent letter X. The robot at the front desk, noticing his confusion, explained, "This is the property deed for an underwater city in CX. CX? Suyi was taken aback. "Where's that?" "I apologize, but that information cannot be disclosed at this time. In a few days, you will naturally learn more. However, I can provide a small hint. Whether you choose the extraordinary potion or the property deed, you will not incur a loss. The latter's value is at least equal to, if not greater than, the former. Choosing it is undoubtedly a wise decision." Suyi was astonished by this revelation. Could this item truly hold such value? After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the property deed. Once the reward was selected, Suyi was promptly teleported back to his base. Upon his return, he discovered Natasha seated on his bed, clad in a revealing outfit, engrossed in a book. Her exquisitely beautiful face was adorned with spectacles, lending her an air of intellect that heightened her allure, while the curve of her alabaster thighs was enough to drive any man to madness. As she looked up and noticed Suyi's return, her eyes brightened. "You're back." "Indeed. The trial has concluded." Just as Natasha was about to engage Suyi in conversation, Sylvia called him away. She needed to conduct a thorough examination to preemptively address any potential issues with Suyi's body. Natasha, aware of Sylvia's formidable presence, remained silent. The examination proved lengthy, yielding astonishing results, particularly in the significant enhancements across Suyi's attributes. His foundational panel had undergone a complete transformation. Suyi, human extraordinary. Status, healthy, health, 100,100. Oxygen level, 720,720, consumes 1 oxygen per minute underwater. Hunger level, 100,100, consumes 20 hunger per hour. Lower hunger slows recovery of all metrics. Thirst level, 100,100, consumes 20 thirst per hour. Lower thirst slows recovery of all metrics. Body temperature, 365. Strength, 16. Vitality, 16. Mentality, 17. Agility, 16. Perception, 17, 19. Magical power, 12. Pollution level, 0. Pollution reaching 100 will transform one into a monster. Talents, Abyssal Feast, a gift from the ocean's depths. Immune to any pollution effects. The active skill can only be unleashed against stronger foes, drawing them into a forced duel in the abyss. During this time, all of one's attributes are doubled until one party perishes. Should victory be attained, one may devour the enemy to gain a portion of their attributes. Extraordinary intuition significantly enhances insight and intuition. Perception cap raised to 2. Eye of Fear executes a deep-sea fear assessment on all enemies. Those who fail are sealed from their extraordinary abilities, with stronger enemies having a higher success rate for the assessment. Eye of the Deep summons deep-sea creatures to fight on one's behalf. The stronger one is, the more powerful the summoned creatures. Anatomical organ, River Styx tendril. Sylvia remained silent for a prolonged moment as she gazed at the data results. Cautiously, Suyi inquired, "Is there any issue with the data?" "None whatsoever." Sylvia replied after a brief pause. "That is reassuring." Suyi exhaled, relieved. Observing Sylvia's contemplative silence, he realized that it was not merely a lack of issues. Suyi's attribute growth upon entering the extraordinary realm had reached an astonishing level. Typically, one might gain only 1 or 2 points upon advancing to the extraordinary, but he had accrued over 5 points in each attribute, an unprecedented occurrence even for ocean-heavy industries. He had yet to acquire the limit-enhancing potion. Had he done so, he could have bypassed the intermediate stage and transitioned directly into a second metamorphosis. Sylvia pondered whether this was due to Suyi's innate qualities or the unique characteristics of the night sequence. In any case, it was undoubtedly a positive development. "Do you feel any effects from pollution on your spirit?" Sylvia queried once more. "Not in the slightest. I feel splendid," Suyi replied, invigorated as he had never been before. His extraordinary intuition, evolved from depth perception, allowed him to sense every subtle change in his surroundings. The flow of air, the faint hum of electricity, and even the sound of Natasha flipping through her book in the dormitory were all discernible to him. Such an ability proved terrifyingly potent in combat. In addition to his evolved perception of death, the Abyssal Heart had also transformed into the Abyssal Feast. During his confrontation with Byron, Suyi unleashed the Abyssal Feast. This skill was perilous, as it could only be employed against opponents stronger than oneself. Although it doubled his attributes temporarily, should he encounter an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, he would still be unable to prevail. It should only be utilized in moments of grave life-threatening danger. The effects of the Eye of Fear and the Eye of the Deep Sea were straightforward, one sealed, while the other summoned. Both were exceedingly practical. The former was aptly described as unparalleled, while the latter, summoning the crowned black serpent, was fearsomely powerful. Suyi himself might not even stand a chance against it. However, if one were to inquire about Suyi's favorite, it would undoubtedly be the mimetic appendage, the river Styx tentacle. Initially, Suyi mistook it for a tentacle, but upon acclimatization, he realized it was not. Rather, it served as an auxiliary feeding organ. Unlike the stinging cells typically found in jellyfish, it was endowed with formidable strength and defense, capable of crushing boulders or effortlessly deflecting bullets. With these 4 deep crimson appendages, Suyi felt as though he had gained 4 additional arms, able to command them at will. Moreover, they were strikingly beautiful, akin to specters of profound elegance. In Chapter 88, titled The 7 Major Factions, the ensuing days saw Suyi enjoying a period of comfort, as the system's reward calculation awaited the emergence of all survivors. He devoted his time to culinary research at the base, indulging in a delightful array of delicacies such as ice mountain cod, flower crabs, and krill. The only vexation he faced was that there existed but a single dormitory within the entire base, and Natasha would climb onto his bed each night. Under the pretense of fostering their relationship, being an entity of consciousness, she was temporarily constrained in certain respects, yet her resourcefulness knew no bounds. During this time, Suyi's eyes were open to new experiences. He was uncertain where she had gleaned such knowledge. He had always maintained a nonchalant attitude towards relationships. However, with Sylvia also present in the base, both kept their interactions relatively restrained, although they certainly engaged in their share of activities. Finally, on the 3rd day, the system announced, Phase 2 of the catastrophe has concluded. Congratulations to all who survived this brutal death match. Shortly, I shall bestow upon you the rankings and rewards for your survival. Furthermore, this system will undergo a significant update, introducing formal factions and a map system, revealing the true visage of the oceanic world before you. Stay tuned. The true visage of the oceanic world? Suyi was quite intrigued. Yet his curiosity was piqued more by his own rewards. Congratulations, you have ranked first in the death match. Please accept your rewards. Suyi glanced at his mail. This time, the system rewarded him with 500,000 ocean coins and 2 pieces of equipment. One appeared to be a bracelet, while the other resembled a smartwatch. In truth, both were pieces of technological gear, one related to water pressure, the other to oxygen levels, both exhibiting formidable effects. Name, Seawater Pressure Balance Regulator. Category, Equipment. Quality, Extraordinary. Description, enhances the body's tolerance to seawater pressure, with an effect radius defined by the user, increasing depth capacity by up to 400 meters. Primarily utilized in deep-sea operations, preventing fatal falls to the ocean floor and mitigating the dangers of rapid depth changes. In the ocean, pressure loss is a terrifying ordeal, particularly for humans. Name, Circulatory Breathing Apparatus. Category, Equipment. Quality, Extraordinary. Description, a circulatory breathing apparatus incorporating skin respiration technology, usable simply by proximity to the skin, increasing oxygen levels by 720 points and automatically replenishing oxygen in the air. It is easy to operate and transport, making it the preferred choice of many intelligent marine species. The only drawback is its exorbitant price, which is not a fault of its own. To be candid, having spent considerable time in the oceanic world, Suyi had nearly forgotten about water pressure. He had assumed that the survivors' bodies had adapted to this environment. However, it now appeared that the system had intervened in their physiology, effectively granting them a novice protection period. While the survivors' bodies had indeed been significantly enhanced, they had not reached a state of complete insensitivity to water pressure. It seemed this update would lift the novice protection, making the survivor's circumstances far more arduous. Nonetheless, this bore little consequence for him. Having ascended to the extraordinary tier, his current limit for descent was 1,000 meters. The seawater pressure balance regulator was of no practical use to him. The circulatory breathing apparatus, however, was a splendid acquisition, liberating him from the burden of heavy oxygen tanks. After another half-day, the system update was completed. This time, it issued a plethora of system announcements, addressing water pressure and a myriad of related issues. Yet, what concerned Suyi most was the cancellation of the treasure chest mechanism. From henceforth, treasure chests would no longer appear, under the guise of enhancing the game's authenticity. The instant this information was released, the global chat erupted in lamentation, as treasure chests had been their lifeline. Suyi was also taken aback. He felt as though the system was accelerating the pace of the game. Did it really need to be so ruthless? Setting aside these trifling matters, the most significant aspect of this update was the introduction of public factions. Unlike the oceanic heavy industry and the Lord of Threads factions he had joined, This new system was visible to all survivors, representing a colossal alliance of factions known throughout the oceanic world, comprising 7 entities in total. Upon accessing the faction system, a grand and resonant voice echoed in his ears. The seawater washes over my form, and lava flows upon me. I am omnipresent. I am omnipotent. Time, to me, is but a speck of dust. All things are rendered magnificent by my existence. I have witnessed the most spectacular of wars, and now glory bows to me, just as you shall in the future. First, the kingdom of inorganic matter. Music is my sorrowful tears, my soul, a fervent artistry. Life is my exquisite homage, while death is but a whisper of pity as I tread upon the battlefield. Countless legends have shaped countless versions of me. Ominous is my facade. Love is my deception. The tale of the ocean continues, and my song shall never cease. Second, the alluring melody. Only silence can keep me alert, preventing me from succumbing to the oppressive quiet of the deep sea. Only nightmares can compel me to grasp the blade, reminding me of the brutal past. The waters, darker than night, serve as a mirror. Therein lies him, and beyond it lies me. When it reverses, I cease to be myself. Third, the deep sea hunter. Commands are my efficient lifeblood. Numbers, my perfect language. Agreements are chains that bind me tightly. Amidst the endless codes and data, I can hear the call. If the machines buried beneath the waters could dream, if the rusted steel could possess a heart, I yearn for the day when machines might sprout wings. Fourth, the mechanical council. All things are inescapably subject to the cycle of fate. Death is rebirth, a mere bubble in the sea. Great and small, good and evil, many and few, are but a brief performance in my eyes. I am the unchanging truth of the oceanic world. I am the eternal embodiment of self-destruction. I am the buried sin, and I am the flawless circle. Fifth, the Ouroboros chain. Gods are but the lies of the multitude, and I offer the ignorant 2 fruits. One is called truth, the other is called deception. The former drives the foolish to madness, while the latter sends the wise into delirium. The boundless ocean is my stage. Absurdity is my greatest delight. Please lend your ear to my exclusive magic performance. The sixth aspect, atheism. The law of the ocean dictates a brutal survival of the fittest, and lurking in the shadows is my most effective means of existence. I have witnessed the stars rise and fall, each fragment a self-assertion of genetic essence. Only I possess the profound understanding. It is through relentless plunder that immortal achievements are forged. Only through continuous evolution can one reach distant shores. The seventh aspect, path of metamorphosis. Chapter 89, the 26th Oceanic Region. Suyi gazed upon the 7 factions, sensing an air of superiority about them. However, it is only natural to dominate in the current maritime world. Their strength, even if somewhat inferior to ocean-heavy industries, must be formidable. It is likely so. The faction system lacks detailed descriptions of these groups, suggesting that joining them would be quite a challenge. Fortunately, there is someone knowledgeable within the base. Suyi approached the engrossed Natasha to inquire about this matter. The 7 great factions? You mean the kingdom of inorganic matter, the Sirens of enchantment, the deep sea hunters, the mechanical parliament, the Ouroboros chain, atheism, and the path of metamorphosis? Natasha looked up at him with curiosity. Indeed, those are they. Is this not common knowledge in the oceanic realm? Suyi replied. Natasha expressed surprise, followed by a realization. Oh, I forgot you might not be aware. She set her book aside, stretched languorously, emitting a sweet sigh, her lithe form and ample bosom on full display. With a charming smile, she patted the space beside her, inviting Suyi to sit. Once settled, she comfortably leaned against his shoulder, her smile enchanting as she declared, "Let me elucidate the entire structure of the oceanic world for you." Certainly, I am eager to learn. The oceanic realm is divided into 26 primary sea regions, a classification established by lost technologies, for they were the original rulers of the oceans. This corresponds to the 26 letters of the alphabet. Presently, the 7 Great Factions Alliance comprises 19 extraordinary powers. Excluding the 7 lost technologies, does that not make a perfect total of 26? So many? Suyi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated only 7, yet you inform him of 19? Natasha shook her head, counting on her fingers. In reality, that is not excessive. Each sea region in the oceanic world is distinct, far more expansive than you can imagine. Each of these 19 extraordinary factions possesses its own extraordinary sequence, representing the mainstream of the oceanic world. Among the 7 great factions, only the deep sea hunters and atheism possess 2 sequences, the others maintain 3. I see. Are there any I might recognize? Suyi inquired further. Natasha nodded. Certainly. For instance, the Lord of Crystals and the Lord of Ice belong to the kingdom of inorganic matter, while we Sirens are part of the Sirens of enchantment. The kingdom of inorganic matter and the Sirens of enchantment have always been adversaries. Otherwise, we wouldn't be bitter enemies. They frequently clashed in the past. But since the extinction of the Sirens, I wonder how things stand now. And the others? The deep sea hunters typically dwell in the abyss, while the mechanical parliament remains the sole neutral faction. The Ouroboros chain is shrouded in mystery. Atheism, as its name suggests, is self-explanatory. The twin gods, Isu, are renowned far and wide. As for the last faction, Natasha's expression grew solemn. You would do well to avoid the path of metamorphosis. They are the most dangerous and malevolent of all factions. Even the kingdom of inorganic matter, which harbors deep animosity towards organic life, pales in comparison to their brutality. Their methods can be insidious, and no faction wishes to encounter them. I understand. After a moment, Natasha turned to Su Yi. Which sea region do you intend to venture towards first? I'm unsure. I shall consult Sylphia. I've been listening. Suddenly, Sylphia's projection appeared in the dormitory. She addressed Su Yi. According to our original plan, I intended for you to travel to the N099C region, as I know the coordinates for a minor W company branch located there. However, I have recently discovered that N099 has encountered issues, and I cannot reach the intelligent program there. Unable to contact them? What is the reason? Unknown. This implies that I cannot obtain the navigation data for the N099C region. Without it, remote transmission would be prone to errors. Your current mission is to locate the navigation data module for the N099C region, and I have already prepared a plan for you. You shall head directly to the XC region. The XC? Suyi was taken aback. Natasha's eyes lit up. Are we heading to the underwater city of the XC? Indeed, that is correct, Sylphia affirmed. The underwater city? Is that not the location indicated on my property certificate? Suyi inquired. The most prosperous area in the entire oceanic world, it is a source of extraordinary sequences. Its influence belongs to the mechanical parliament. Since the mechanical parliament maintains neutrality in the oceanic realm, various races can access the underwater city, which has gradually evolved into the commercial hub of the oceanic world. A city as the source of extraordinary sequences? That seems implausible. Are they not typically linked to biotic disasters? Minerals and bacteria could also serve as sources. Why not a city? Natasha elaborated. The underwater city of the XC actually comprises 7 cities, ranging from X001 to X007, situated at varying depths within the XC. The crucial aspect is that its very essence is alive. A living city? Indeed, a living city, Natasha exclaimed, her voice tinged with awe. It is breathtaking. When I first heard of it from my mother, I was equally astonished. It is said that these 7 cities can merge into one, a flawless mechanical creation. Alas, since the tumult of war, they have remained stationary, and none possess the authority to command their movement. Mechanical creations. Suyi recalled that ocean-heavy industries primarily focused on large-scale construction and the production of substantial mechanical devices, and the XC underwater city is linked to biotic disasters. Does this imply? He glanced at Sylphia, whose indifference to his inquisitive gaze suggested she had no intention of providing an answer. Resigning to his curiosity, Suyi turned to Sylphia. What should I do upon reaching the XC? I will provide you with a specific coordinate. You need only proceed to that area. That sounds manageable. Suyi accessed the newly updated map program through his watch, locating the entire oceanic world map. Among the 26 sea regions, 7 were shrouded in shadow. He surveyed the various regions, each with its unique shape, particularly the extreme Z Sea, which, in terms of area alone, rivaled the combined total of 2 other sea regions. He pinpointed the location of the XC and discovered a teleportation function. Each teleportation required a fee of 1,000 ocean coins. He glanced at Natasha. Will you accompany me? Regrettably, no, Natasha replied with disappointment. I am currently occupied with other matters and cannot afford the time to venture out. Shall I bring you a gift? Just a few books will suffice. No, before you leave, ensure the base is upgraded, creating a dedicated workspace for me. I intend to utilize Siren technology to craft some equipment and potions you may find useful. However, you will need to assist me in sourcing materials, which may incur some expense. Chapter 90. The Forewarning of Disaster. Shadows in tow. Upgrading the base consumed a considerable amount of Su Ye's time. The materials for upgrading to level 4 were readily available. He already possessed 10 basic metal ingots and 10 titanium ingots, and the cost for 10 lead ingots was merely 10,000 ocean coins. To speak candidly, when Suyi turned around and beheld the expenditure, he initially thought he had misread it. Merely 10,000 ocean coins. The system truly exhibited benevolence in terms of basic resources. The sole inconvenience lay in the materials required for the scanning room. It necessitated an intelligent scanning module, and the fabrication of an advanced scanning module demanded a special type of magnetic ore. Despite searching diligently near his own base, Suyi had yet to encounter any. Ultimately, he resorted to purchasing some from the Song of Summer Cicada. However, while acquiring the magnetic ore, he discovered that Summer Cicada had remarkably ascended to the extraordinary rank as well, and only slightly later than him, achieving this during the deathly survival game. The auxiliary potion he consumed to enhance his extraordinary abilities was derived from the Wish Stone, yet he had not anticipated that Summer Cicada would find it so swiftly. Summer Cicada, big brother, I am now stronger than you. Suyi could only respond with a resigned gaze at her message. Suyi, indeed. How does it feel to ascend to the extraordinary? Summer Cicada, incredibly powerful, especially a capability called non-equivalent exchange. It allows me to forcibly exchange low-value items on my person for high-value items from my adversaries, I could directly barter a mere stone for an enemy's weapon. If we were to encounter each other now, I could snatch your gun with just a single ocean coin. Suyi was taken aback. That ability was rather outrageous. Yet, he also found it quite reasonable, as every extraordinary sequence possessed its own peculiarities. Whether it was his eye of terror or the dream-inviting powers of dream unraveling, none could be vanquished through mere brute force. Summer Cicada's greed sequence was likely not simple either. Summer Cicada, big brother, what was your ranking in the deathly survival game? I secured second place. The reward for second place is a bottle of extraordinary sequence, something like dream unraveling. I gifted it to my sister, and she should ascend to the extraordinary soon. I just wonder who came in first, as they were quicker than me. Suyi, that would be me. I am the first. Summer Cicada, really? Suyi, I also ascended to the extraordinary, and I believe I did so slightly before you. Summer Cicada, great. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Suyi, you never asked. Summer Cicada, let us not dwell on that. Big brother, you saw the system announcement, right? A total of 19 sea regions have been opened. Where do you plan to go first? My sister and I are heading to CG. She seems to have acquired some insider information, claiming it to be the economic hub of the ocean world, where one can earn substantial wealth. Suyi, I plan to go to CX. Summer Cicada, what a pity. It would have been great to go together. Suyi, be sure to stay safe. Summer Cicada, hee, I'll log off now. Once the conversation with Summer Cicada concluded, Suyi promptly upgraded the base. This time, the base's area doubled, expanding from 100 cubic meters to 200 cubic meters. The walls were exceedingly sturdy and remarkably thick. The overall layout of the two levels remained unchanged, yet numerous rooms had been added within. The upper-level living area's kitchen, bathroom, restroom, and dormitory had been transformed into a realm of luxury. With more than one dormitory now available, Natasha was thoroughly delighted and chose her favorite room to reside in. Additionally, the living area was now equipped with a gym and a game room. As for the lower level, the alterations were even more substantial. The control room, energy chamber, and storage room had all seen significant enlargement. Besides the constructed scanning room, there was now a laboratory, research room, and medical room, filled with a variety of high-tech instruments and medical apparatus capable of fulfilling all the survivors' needs. What struck Suyi as peculiar was the emergence of an isolation room and a purification room on the lower level. What purpose could these two rooms serve? Upon inspecting them, he found that they were adjacent to each other. Both were connected to the base's exit, with the isolation room situated slightly further inside and the purification room at the outermost edge. The doors to both rooms were astonishingly thick. The isolation room was equipped with a real-time monitoring system for human health, while the purification room dispensed a purifying mist capable of both sterilizing and eradicating viruses. Anyone wishing to enter the base must first pass through the purification room, then the isolation room, ensuring all was clear before entry. Was this not a bit excessive? Suyi felt a twinge of confusion, but he soon noticed a new system announcement. Third phase disaster prediction, shadows follow. In this alternate world, possessing a base of your own is a blessing. Nestled in a soft bed, you need not worry about external dangers disrupting your slumber, allowing for sweet dreams. Yet, one day, you begin to hear strange sounds while sleeping, and during the day, shadows occasionally dart past as you traverse the base. Gradually, you come to realize that the base is no longer safe. Intruders have breached the sanctity of your base. Who are they? You raise your weapon, searching tirelessly, yet find no enemies. One day, you discover several groups of visitors outside your base, each with their own intentions. Some wish for shelter for a night, while others generously offer you gifts. For your safety, you reject them all, until not long after. You catch a glimpse of yourself in the mirror and notice tendrils protruding from your mouth. You understand then, it is too late. This disaster trial will officially commence in 1 month, during which survivors may indulge in leisure or explore various sea regions. The system sincerely wishes you a pleasant survival experience. To this end, a complimentary cake is included with this announcement, and all survivors may retrieve it from their mail. Suyi felt utterly disheartened. The system had begun to encroach upon the base, leaving them with no final bastion of safety. In a survival game, even the safe haven had succumbed. Such a sentiment was far from pleasant, and judging by this announcement, the impending trial seemed daunting. Who could truly enjoy leisure time under such circumstances? Upon retrieving the cake from the mail, he noticed a strawberry perched atop it. He took the cake to seek out Natasha, believing she would appreciate it. However, upon arriving at her room, he discovered she was absent. Through the terminal on his watch, he learned that she was in the research room, and to his shock, he realized his ocean coins had suddenly decreased by 200,000. Suyi's brow twitched involuntarily as he entered the research room, finding Natasha engrossed in her work with various apparatus, alongside a plethora of materials he did not recognize. She was thoroughly focused, and Suyi refrained from disturbing her, placing the cake aside before leaving. Later that evening, Natasha approached him, presenting a gemstone necklace. Try this and see how it performs, she suggested. Chapter 91. Do robots dream of electric sheep? Suyi accepted the necklace, which was adorned with gemstones sourced from the crystal or he had previously discovered. The sea witch's aesthetic was undeniable. The necklace appeared exceptionally exquisite. When he touched it, Musical notes began to emanate from the crystal gems, forming a splendid melody. Suyi felt his mind clear and his previously taut spirit relax considerably. Yet, his primary concern remained its functionality. 200,000 ocean coins could procure an extraordinary piece of equipment. Name: Tier of the Crystal Pearl. Category: Equipment. Quality: Extraordinary. Description: A gemstone necklace crafted using the unique techniques of the Sea Witch clan. It can deflect 3 instances of mental attacks each day when worn, and allows for a single instance of tracking an enemy. Its artistic value is immense, capable of soothing the mind, and can command a high price in the ocean world. The necklace's effects were formidable. Although the source shield could considerably mitigate mental attacks, he could hardly wield it perpetually. With the Tier of the Crystal Pearl, he no longer needed to worry on that front. Do you like it? Natasha inquired with a smile. I adore it, he replied. As long as you enjoy it. Just remember to stay safe when you go to XC. I understand. Just as Suyi finished his response, he noticed Natasha locking the door behind her. It was only then that he realized she had donned a mysterious and alluring blue gown today, her face adorned with a beguiling smile that sent a chill down his spine. The following morning, as Suyi officially set out for XC, he was already feeling the weariness in his back and limbs, as if his very bones were on the verge of rusting. He tapped on the map to select the option to teleport to XC. Teleportation in progress. Once more, he experienced the familiar sensation of spinning vertigo. Albeit this time it lasted longer. When the brilliance before his eyes finally faded, he found himself in a sealed underwater station. Wait, why is there a station here? Suyi was taken aback as he looked around, encountering a myriad of marine intelligent species before him. This experience was even more surreal than the Crimson Paradise and the Chaotic Sea, with numerous beings shedding their humanoid forms. Nonetheless, the majority were still various types of robots, serving as ticket agents and security personnel. Current marine area, XC City. Pollution level, 0. Danger level, 5. Water temperature, 16. Mechanical beings dominate this marine area. Please explore with caution. While Suyi was still in a daze, he was suddenly pushed to the front of the ticket agent by someone behind him. Realizing he was in a queue, the ticket agent, resembling a human in form but entirely constructed of machinery, politely inquired, Esteemed guest, are you new here? Suyi nodded. This is my first visit. For first-time visitors to X001 Underwater City, registration at the Human Resources Department is required. The number of the Marine train to the Human Resources Department is 15542, with a fare of 1,000 ocean coins. You may find the fare slightly steep, but given the extensive distance it covers, it is indeed a reasonable price. All right, I understand. Suyi promptly handed over 1,000 ocean coins in exchange for a ticket. Not long after, the train arrived. The exterior of the train resembled those from Suyi's previous life, except its tracks were above the train, and its power source was entirely incomprehensible to him, likely some high-tech marvel. Following the crowd, Suyi boarded the train, and as it departed the station, a magnificent view unfolded before him. An entire underwater city materialized. The train raced above the city, weaving through its various nodes, allowing Suyi to behold every corner. The city was shaped like a grand X, divided into 5 distinct structural clusters by a central trunk and 4 directional extensions, each appearing unique. The central area boasted the most advanced technology. However, what caught Suyi's attention was the upper left quadrant. That section of the city was ensconced in black crystalline clusters, resembling a place afflicted with illness, starkly contrasting with the other areas, casting a shadow over the entire city. As he gazed at that area, his instincts tingled with foreboding, warning him of imminent danger. Clearly, this city was not as straightforward as it seemed. Just as Suyi was absorbed in admiring the cityscape, the train's alarm suddenly blared. A swarm of armed mechanical personnel burst in, seizing a robotic passenger who appeared utterly bewildered and terrified by the unfolding chaos. The armed unit incapacitated the passenger with an electric stun gun and swiftly exited the carriage, offering no explanation. The onlookers were left in confusion, Suyi included. Why had they apprehended him? As he pondered this, his keen hearing caught the conversation of 2 robotic passengers. Did you just see that? Yes. I don't think I was mistaken. That individual just dreamt. I believe so too. Suyi was taken aback. What was wrong with dreaming? But then it struck him. The individual seemed to be a robot. How could a robot possibly dream? This was perplexing. Were robots in this aquatic world capable of dreaming? Suyi struggled to grasp the extent of technological advancement in this realm, especially since robots possess their own consciousness. Dreaming shouldn't be an extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, the 2 robots were evidently apprehensive, as if dreaming was a grave matter, leaving him bewildered. He remained perplexed until he disembarked. Upon reaching his destination, he quickly spotted the human resources window. The robot handling his registration resembled a large eyeball, with several mechanical arms extending from its base, each performing specific tasks with remarkable efficiency. A few minutes later, it handed Suyi an identification card. With this card, he could move freely across most areas of the underwater city without cumbersome procedures. Suyi produced the property deed he had acquired. The eyeball robot examined it and remarked, "This property deed is valid. However, It pertains to a region that was once designated as District 1, which is now somewhat unsafe. Are you certain you wish to go there? If you insist, there may be life-threatening risks. I recommend hiring a few mercenaries from the business department for your journey. District 1. Suyi recalled the ominous black area he had seen on the train. A wave of dread washed over him. His system had led him astray once again. He couldn't help but inquire, what happened there? 50 years ago, an energy explosion occurred, resulting in extensive mineral contamination across most of the area, which is yet to be fully eradicated. However, the Supreme Council established a quarantine zone, so you needn't worry about safety. Of course, if you wish to enter. It is ultimately your choice. Chapter 92, Electric Ray Squad. An energy explosion? Suyi could hardly fathom an explosion affecting 1/5 of the city. Considering the immense size of the city, the supersonic train had traveled for quite a while. However, the eyeball robot soon clarified that the explosion was not the primary cause. The spontaneous proliferation of internal minerals was the real culprit. Initially confined to a small area, it had gradually expanded to its current state. Spontaneous proliferation? Suyi felt a stir of surprise. Was this not a characteristic of crystallization disease? Could this explosion be linked to the master of crystallization? He wished to ask more questions, but the staff needed to continue their work, and it would be rude to intrude further. Before departing, Suyi suddenly recalled the earlier incident on the train and hesitated to ask one last question. Earlier on the train, a robotic passenger was taken away, allegedly because he had dreamt. Is there an issue with that? The eyeball robot paused for a moment before responding. He violated the first law established by the Supreme Council of X regarding robots. What is the first law? Machines shall no longer dream. After stating this, it returned to its work, leaving Suyi to depart with lingering questions. Machines shall no longer dream? What kind of first law was that? Suyi found it hard to comprehend. However, it bore little relevance to him, and soon, he cast it aside. He resolved to heed the eyeball robot's advice and seek out a mercenary team from the business department before heading directly to the contaminated area. No matter the pollution, it was a house. He had sacrificed an extraordinary potion to obtain that property deed. There was no way he would relinquish it so easily. He would not suffer such a silent loss. Regardless, he intended to investigate. As for why he sought mercenaries, it was not due to concerns over his own strength, but rather the need for a competent guide. This city was vast, and without a guide, one could easily become lost. Moreover, District 1 was said to be perilous, with few ordinary individuals willing to venture there. Even among mercenaries, there are exceedingly few willing to venture there, and it requires a considerable sum to entice them. Suyi was headed to the 9th Division of the Commerce Department. The lobby of the division was remarkably spacious, bustling with either hurried merchants or heavily armed mercenaries. The former were primarily engaged in negotiations for various business dealings, while the latter sought out contracts. The scope of work within the Commerce Department was vast, encompassing nearly all economic-related affairs, including those involving mercenaries. The latter predominantly embarked on external missions, with very few daring to travel to the 1st District. After searching for quite some time at the front desk, Suyi could not find a single team willing to take on the task. It was only when he raised the price to 50,000 ocean coins that a mercenary squad finally agreed to accept the job. To be honest, he was on the verge of giving up. 50,000 ocean coins was no trifling sum. The mercenary squad that took on the assignment was named the Electric Ray Squad. A robotic receptionist guided Suyi to a waiting room where he found an assortment of fruits he had never seen before. He decided to eat while he waited, and to his surprise, they tasted quite delightful. It seemed the robots had developed a taste module, enabling them to consume food and replenish energy like humans. Approximately half an hour later, the door to the room was finally opened. Looking up, Suyi was met with the sight of a fully armored figure. The individual donned a combat suit replete with an industrial aesthetic, their armor exceedingly thick. Their head was obscured by a massive hood, and they wore a gas mask. Additionally, the combat suit was layered with a bulletproof vest, a long gun hung from one side of their waist, and a black giant axe was slung across their back. Suyi was utterly taken aback. Seriously, you are even more exaggerated than I am. Following this imposing figure were 4 others, 3 men and 1 woman, who appeared far more ordinary. The 3 men were dressed as humans. One was a sniper, another a robotic machine gunner, and the last a demolition expert, though the ethnic identities of 2 remained ambiguous. The sole female member of the squad had an octopus-like head and, judging by her attire, seemed to be a scout. The leader approached Suyi, and in a deep voice muffled by the gas mask, stated, "I am the captain of the Electric Ray Squad. You may call me Venom Sting. Are you the client for this assignment?" Suyi nodded. "That's me. My name is Suyi." "Very well, Mr. Suyi. Please sign your name on this contract." Venom Sting presented Suyi with a document. After a quick scan, Suyi found no issues with the contract and proceeded to sign his name. Venom Sting took the contract back, confirmed its contents, and began introducing the members of his team. The sniper was codenamed Manta Ray, the machine gunner was codenamed Devil Fish, the demolition expert was codenamed Line Feather, and the female scout was codenamed Squid. Suyi refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. Despite being called the Electric Ray Squad, none of the team's codenames bore any relation to electric rays. Furthermore, why was the girl with an octopus head named Squid? Nevertheless, the personalities of the individuals were agreeable, and before long, Su-yi was chatting comfortably with them. Aside from the taciturn Captain Venom Sting, the others were quite talkative. They would be traveling to the first district in their own vehicle. On the way, Line Feather curiously inquired why Su-yi wished to go to the first district, especially given its current perilous state. I own a house there. Hiss, a wealthy individual. This remark elicited gasps from the others. Su-yi looked at them in surprise. Why do you consider me wealthy? Line Feather replied indignantly. That's the first district. It used to be the most valuable area in the city of XC. In a single house there doesn't come cheap, certainly not under 7 or 8 digits. And you dare claim you're not wealthy? The other three nodded in agreement. The house is a dog, Su-yi clarified. It belonged to a distant relative who left it to me before he passed away. I had never been to XC before. I came specifically to take a look. I had no idea the first district had fallen. I'm not saying I've suffered a huge loss. I hardly qualify as a wealthy person, Su-yi retorted, exasperated. Squid shot him a look. Who are you trying to fool? Even if the house truly belongs to a distant relative, the 50,000 ocean coins for this contract is not something an ordinary person could afford. Also, that breathing apparatus you wear, I'm pretty sure it costs around 150,000 ocean coins and is hard to come by. Su-yi was rendered speechless. Having forgotten about that detail, it seems Squid had a keen eye for valuable items. Just then, Venom Sting, who had been silent, turned to Su-yi and asked, "Where did you acquire that necklace around your neck?" Su-yi glanced down at the crystal tear hanging from his neck. "Oh, this? It's a gift from my girlfriend." "Your girlfriend?" Venom Sting's tone held a hint of surprise. "What's the matter?" "Nothing, it's just..." Venom Sting fell silent again, while Su-yi began to inquire about the first district from Line Feather, who was more than willing to share information. He explained that the infected ore in the first district was referred to as black crystal. Black crystal does not possess infectious properties toward living organisms. However, when it combines with inorganic materials, it gives rise to monstrous entities known as black crystal beasts, in a multitude of species and numbers. The primary threat within the first district emanates from these black crystal beasts. Chapter 93, The Black City. Are they very dangerous? Upon hearing this question, the entire Electric Ray squad fell silent. After a lengthy pause, Line Feather finally spoke. "You will understand as soon as you catch a glimpse of them. They are not merely simple monsters. They are terrifying predators that have replaced entire environments. There are many varieties of black crystal beasts, each with unique habits and characteristics, and they have even learned to disguise themselves." So he found it hard to imagine. However, there was no need for him to speculate, as they soon arrived at the first district. Surrounding the outer layer of the first district was a colossal protective wall composed of countless small diamond-shaped light screens, isolating it from other areas, only becoming apparent upon close approach. At the entrance, guard posts and weapon shops were established. Upon entering the guard post, they presented their identity cards and stated their purpose, after which they were granted passage. Venom Sting turned to Su-yi, stating, "We need to procure some equipment first." "You all go ahead," Su-yi replied. "I mean, you should accompany us as well," Squid interjected, nodding. "At the very least, you need to buy a piece of armor." "Is that really necessary?" Su-yi wondered, as he already possessed a set of biological armor that seemed sufficient. However, Manta Ray and Devilfish promptly pushed him into the weapon shop, loudly calling out to the owner behind the counter who was asleep, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Startled, the owner stumbled and fell to the ground. "Old Jars, we have business." The weapon shop owner scrambled to his feet, glaring at the two. "It's you again. You still owe me money from last time." Manta Ray dismissed this with a wave. "This time, I'm bringing you a big business opportunity. I don't believe your nonsense." However, upon seeing Su-yi, the owner squinted and scrutinized him from head to toe before swiftly approaching Su-yi with a glimmering smile. Rubbing his hands together, "Esteemed guest, you wish to enter the first district, correct? You are sure to find what you seek here in my shop." Before he could finish, Squid interrupted, "Don't even think about it. This gentleman is our employer, not someone for you to swindle. Provide him with a set of 7th-generation dust combat gear, a military-grade smart terminal, and 3 noise grenades. And make sure they are all from the Black Crystal Beast Company. That should be enough to earn you a decent profit." "You little rascal." The owner shot a venomous glare at her before grumbling as he began rummaging through the stock. Su-yi was utterly perplexed. Squid sighed, explaining, "These are essential preparations for entering the first district. Due to the continuous expansion of black crystal, the original pathways have all changed, and they are in a state of constant flux. To procure first-hand information, one must acquire the equipment produced by the Anti-Black Crystal Biotechnology Company. Within their terminals lies the coveted data. The Anti-Black Crystal Biotechnology Company, a corporation birthed under the auspices of the ex-Supreme Council, primarily tasked with the exploration of the first district. When the first district was officially designated as a contaminated zone, a substantial amount of assets remained untransferred. This vast wealth lured countless individuals to join the company in their explorations. Over time, their influence grew considerably. After Squid finished explaining, Xianling remarked, "They aren't particularly friendly." Manta Ray shrugged, noting that they operated under a formal structure, unlike mercenaries like themselves. Shortly thereafter, the boss presented all the equipment. Name, 7th generation dust combat suit. Category, equipment. Quality, perfect. Description, a specialized combat suit produced by the anti-black crystal biotechnology company. It offers excellent defensive capabilities against various attacks from black crystal creatures and possesses a degree of resistance to mental assaults. Name, military smart terminal. Category, equipment. Quality, excellent. Description, an ordinary smart terminal, devoid of value aside from its internal data. Name, noise grenade. Category, equipment consumable. Quality, excellent. Description, a grenade that emits a significant amount of noise at the moment of detonation, capable of disrupting the perception of black crystal creatures. Suyi surveyed the items and found them rather mundane, except for the dust combat suit, which appeared quite commendable. How much? He inquired of the boss. A total of 50,000 ocean coins. Very well. Upon witnessing Suyi settle the payment in one go, the boss beamed with delight, exclaiming, "You are truly generous." Dear customer, Suyi donned the dust combat suit, finding it comfortable and breathable, allowing for unimpeded movement. The Electric Ray Squad also procured a considerable amount of gear, with at least a third of their budget allocated to this endeavor. Once everyone was equipped, they formally set forth towards the first district. Poison Spike took the lead, while Manta Ray soon vanished from the group, presumably in search of a vantage point. Meanwhile, Devilfish and Xianling stood guard on either side of Suyi, one wielding a machine gun and the other a pistol. What astonished Suyi most was Squid, who seamlessly blended into the surrounding environment, her attire mirroring it perfectly. It was akin to the effect of his own camouflage suit. In no time, she had completely disappeared. No wonder she excelled as a scout. Such innate talent was truly remarkable. Not far ahead loomed a colossal, abandoned statue of a robot, towering over 100 meters high. Its metallic form, polished by the ravages of time, was now ensconced in clusters of black crystals. Even the visage of the statue was obscured, rendering its original features unrecognizable. It clutched a pocket watch, seemingly checking the time, perhaps reminiscing about days gone by. As they passed the statue, Suye's pupils dilated in astonishment. Two immense skyscrapers, like black shards, loomed 1,000 meters away, swirling black crystals coiling around them, merging to form a magnificent archway above, from which countless black crystal tendrils cascaded. The central thoroughfare had long since been ruptured, with the station now overrun by roaming black crystal creatures. A surreal, oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. The area before him was overwhelmingly breathtaking, once again challenging his worldviews. Stay close. From here on, follow my lead, Poison Spike commanded, jolting Suyi from his reverie. He hurried to keep pace with him. Clearly, this was not Poison Spike's first visit. He guided Suyi through the nearly silent city with ease, merely glancing at his smart terminal to navigate the various peculiar routes. The group swiftly traversed towards their destination. Along the way, they did encounter black crystal creatures, albeit only lower-tier ones known as wanderers. These creatures bore a resemblance to wolves, roaming in packs, their forms shrouded in rock-like coverings. Only by shattering their internal black crystal cores could they be defeated. However, they were utterly defenseless against shockwaves. Poison Spike effortlessly annihilated a small group of wanderers with a single shock grenade. Above the wanderers were the cleaners, which often fused with abandoned vehicles. The vehicles in the XC city lacked power sources, relying instead on the powerful magnetic fields within the city. The cleaners exploited this mechanism, allowing them to move swiftly without concern for energy. Yet, they seemed to have poor static vision, unable to perceive stationary beings. If one remained still, they would pass unnoticed. After several hours, Poison Spike halted within a partially collapsed building, not out of fatigue, but because Squid had detected something unusual. Chapter 94, Internal Parasitic Eggs. Poison Spike raised his binoculars for a closer look, and Suyi followed his gaze, his extraordinary vision allowing him to easily observe the distant scene. On the road below, several fully armed figures were engaged in a fierce firefight amongst themselves, the sound of gunfire echoing through the air. Judging by their attire, Suyi surmised they belonged to the same team. Why are they fighting each other? He inquired, perplexed. They've encountered the Lookers, Poison Spike replied with a hint of detachment. Lookers? Poison Spike handed the binoculars to Suyi, gesturing towards a low building cloaked in black crystal clusters nearby, indicating he should look at its wall. As Suyi peered through the binoculars, he was taken aback to see several large, head-sized eyes embedded in the wall. They resembled gray limestone, capable of movement, and were exceedingly unsettling. Don't stare for too long, they are highly perceptive. Be cautious not to meet their gaze, Poison Spike warned. Suyi obediently lowered the binoculars. Poison Spike continued. Lookers are among the rare black crystal creatures endowed with a semblance of intelligence. When a complete structure is enveloped in black crystal, there exists a small chance for lookers to manifest on its surface. If one's line of sight crosses with a looker, their psyche will be affected, leading to symptoms akin to mania and delusions, causing even teammates to turn against one another. Is it that perilous? Manta Ray interjected with a grunt. That's not even the most dangerous part. Indeed, lookers are not the most perilous. As long as one avoids direct eye contact, they pose little threat. Poison Spike stated as he resumed scanning the area with his binoculars. The true danger lies with the roamers. In the distance, a massive creature, dozens of meters tall, was slowly advancing towards the armed figures. Its head, an enormous mass of limestone, bore a resemblance to a jellyfish or a human brain. However, instead of tentacles, it was supported by thick cables interwoven with steel. These cables enabled its relentless forward movement. Upon reaching the individuals, the cables, resembling straws, ensnared them entirely, only to later expel a gruesome pile of flesh. The roamer then continued its leisurely journey, disappearing from sight shortly thereafter. Suyi, gazing at the heap of shredded remains, was bewildered. Why didn't this creature simply trample those individuals if it wasn't interested in consuming flesh? Poison Spike provided a chilling explanation. Roamers have no interest in blood and flesh. They are primarily concerned with the bones within you. Suyi froze, glancing back at the remains. He noted the utter absence of any bones. It is well known that bones are primarily composed of inorganic substances such as calcium carbonate and calcium phosphate. The roamer sought to replenish the limestone in its head, and for reasons unknown, living prey intrigued it the most. Not only humans, but all living creatures within its vicinity fell within its predatory scope. Moreover, they possessed formidable defenses, rendering conventional firearms ineffective against them. Few dared to provoke them. There exists a certain relationship between lookers and roamers. This principle was only uncovered after the sacrifice of numerous lives. It is often observed that where the watchers linger, the wanderers are highly likely to appear. Those individuals earlier were likely novices. After a brief interval of 30 minutes, the stinger finally chose to act. The manta ray. Understood. The manta ray positioned a sniper rifle at the window and meticulously dealt with those watchers. To say they were eliminated would be an exaggeration. The watchers did not possess a black crystal core, and to truly destroy them, one would need to obliterate the entire building. However, they would require some time to regenerate, which would suffice for them to traverse this stretch. Let us proceed. Upon finishing his statement, Stinger noticed Suyi intently gazing at the building across from them. Curiosity compelled him to ask, "What is it?" "Nothing," Suyi replied, shaking his head as he turned to follow them. Someone across the building was watching them. Their disguise was so impeccable that even Suyi's extraordinary intuition nearly fell for it, let alone Stinger and the others, who were mere ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, he had already dispatched the crown black snake to handle the situation. It would not take long, as it turned out. The crown black snake devoured those individuals, lazily reverting back to a ring. Throughout this ordeal, Stinger and the others remained oblivious. The question lingered, who was observing them? Suyi found it hard to comprehend at that moment. The journey ahead was uneventful. Stinger's team performed exceptionally, and they encountered only a few skirmishes before reaching the site of Suyi's residence, resolving them swiftly. Upon arrival, Suyi gazed at the villa before him in astonishment, not anticipating that the system would bestow such a splendid dwelling upon him. If it were 50 years ago, he would have deemed it a tremendous fortune. Yet that was 50 years past. Now, its structure could only be considered intact. Fortunately, there were not many black crystals atop the villa. "Wait for me outside for a moment. I will take a look inside," Suyi stated before making his way toward the villa. Just as the manta ray intended to intervene, believing it too perilous for him to enter alone, Stinger directly halted him, shaking his head. "We must simply perform our duties. We should not pry into the employer's privacy. The squid has already conducted a reconnaissance, and there is no danger within, not a single black crystal creature." The manta ray fell silent at this. The group began to keep a vigilant watch around them. Upon entering the villa, Suyi was taken aback by its stark emptiness. Aside from some enormous, immovable furniture, there was nothing else to be found. He inspected several rooms, all revealing the same desolation, until, in the master bedroom on the second floor, he was astonished to discover an inconspicuous metal box beneath the bed. Suyi extracted the box, only to find that it was a combination lock. This revelation filled him with excitement. Could this be the system's compensation for him? He attempted to unlock it, but to no avail. However, this posed no significant challenge. Suyi commanded the crown black snake to pierce 2 holes with its venomous fangs, then summoned the river of Hades' wrist to tear the box open. The strength of the metal box was utterly inadequate. Inside lay 6 dull yellow vials. Upon inspection, Suyi discovered they contained not pharmaceuticals, but peculiar substances. Name: Y3901 Simulated Parasitic Egg. Category: Quality. Description: After reading this, Suyi swiftly closed the metal box, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Had he merely imagined it? What was that? Simulated parasitic egg? He reopened it to confirm he had not misread. The system's detection results unequivocally identified it as a simulated parasitic egg, without a shred of error. Was this correct? This could not possibly be right. What would the system provide him with such an item? Its name alone suggested abnormality, reminiscent of scenes from horror games. Could it be that the system had mistakenly awarded him? Suyi stood frozen for a lengthy moment, gradually contemplating a terrifying possibility. Could this item have been hidden here by someone else? Chapter 95, Ambushed. The Greedy Ones. Just as Suyi was lost in thought, a figure stealthily emerged within the villa. The electric ray squad outside remained utterly oblivious. The infiltrator moved without a sound, swiftly traversing the hall and ascending to the second floor, even opening doors without making a single noise, as if all sounds were absorbed by him. As he approached Su Yi from behind, his hand transformed rapidly into a venomous snake, lunging towards Su Yi with ferocity. Bang! The snake missed its target. A deep crimson appendage swept across, delivering a blow as heavy as a mountain, sending the ambusher flying through the air in an arc before crashing violently against the wall. The villa, built from exceptionally sturdy materials, withstood the impact, yet the assailant suffered the shattering of several bones. He coughed up blood, staring incredulously at Su Yi. An extraordinary being? You are one as well, Su Yi replied coldly, observing the audacity of an extraordinary being resorting to ambush. He sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from the assailant, albeit uncertain of its sequence. The assailant moved soundlessly. Had it not been for Su Ye's keen intuition, he might have indeed been struck. Was this individual seeking the simulated parasitic egg in his possession? Do you know what this is? Su Yi inquired, tapping the metal box. The ambusher's expression shifted upon seeing the box had been opened. Su Yi suddenly noticed that the assailant's injuries were healing rapidly as he charged at him once more. At the same time, a marine coin appeared in his hand. A marine coin? In an instant, Su Yi realized that his River of Hades wrist had been seized, now positioned behind the assailant, while the marine coin transferred to him, and the wrist aimed back at its original owner. However, in the next moment, the Eye of Terror opened. The ambusher became ensnared in terror under the gaze of the eye. The River of Hades wrist returned to Su Yi, piercing the ambusher through. Su Yi felt a twinge of surprise. Was this a case of unequal exchange? Was the assailant a member of the greed sequence? The earlier maneuver was unmistakably the initial ability of the greed sequence, forcibly exchanging high-value items for low-value ones. Yet, Su Yi had not anticipated that this technique could even steal the extraordinary abilities of the opponent. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Su Yi. The Eye of Terror was known for its indiscriminate power. At this moment, the ambusher regained consciousness, pinned by 4 River of Hades wrists, utterly immobile. He gazed at Su Yi with terror in his eyes, recalling how he felt as if he had plummeted into an endless abyss, devoid of any sensation. Gritting through the pain, he produced another marine coin, looking at Su Yi as he attempted to use the unequal exchange once more. However, this time, it was unsuccessful. The unequal exchange was sealed. He stared at Su Yi in disbelief. You sealed my ability? You stole my ability. Why shouldn't I seal yours? Su Yi snapped his fingers, and the River of Hades wrist swiftly devoured most of the ambusher's flesh and blood. At this moment, he was incapable of even moving his head, let alone obtaining the marine coin. Su Yi approached him, pointing at the metal box in his hand and questioning once more, is this yours? What is the purpose of the simulated parasitic egg? How did you know it was a simulated parasitic egg? The cold light in the ambusher's eyes shot forth, sending chills down one's spine. Turning his head, he received a fierce slap from Su Yi, nearly twisting his head off. Su Yi regarded him with indifference. Let us clarify. Who is asking whom now? The ambusher, unafraid of death, let out a chilling laugh. Do you think I came here alone? You have meddled with things you should not have, learned what you ought not to know. The Black Crystal Biological Company will not let you off the hook. Just wait and see. Soon, you and that squad outside will both perish. He bit his tongue and took his own life. Su Yi was taken aback. This fellow had quite the spirit. However, with the demise of the individual, Su Yi promptly commanded the River of Hades arm to consume him, erasing all traces of his existence. As the River of Hades arm devoured the corpse, an unsettling tremor erupted from the chest of the deceased, as if some entity sought to burst forth. Ultimately, it too was consumed by the River of Hades arm. Su Yi felt an unexpected surge in his agility attribute by one point. An ominous thought crossed his mind. Could this individual have been parasitized? Is it conceivable that even the extraordinary could fall prey to such a fate? Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of relief. For had the River of Hades arm not consumed him, this revelation might have gone unnoticed. At that moment, a thunderous clap echoed from outside. Su Yi quickly realized the urgency and stowed away the metallic box, rushing towards the commotion outside. The Electric Ray Squad was embroiled in a fierce battle against a faction of the anti-Black Crystal Biological Corporation, while Poison Spike was engaged in combat with a portly figure clad in armor. Clutched in the stout man's hands was a massive black axe, previously slung upon his back, now radiating with the brilliance of lightning. That very thunderclap had originated from this weapon. This was precisely why they were dubbed the Electric Ray Squad. Poison Spike's expression darkened. The recent strike had not been immediately fatal. The adversaries were not only members of the anti-Black Crystal Biological Corporation, but also extraordinary beings. The rotund man, surveying the bloody wounds upon his body, felt the pain, but instead of anger, his gaze toward Poison Spike's black axe was filled with avarice. He was a member of the greed sequence, and his penchant lay in the collection of treasures. The axe in Poison Spike's possession was undoubtedly of extraordinary quality. A splendid find. It ought to belong to me. With a grin, he produced a marine coin, poised to strike. Yet, he was suddenly enveloped by an icy chill. In the next instant, a piercing shard of cold sliced through the air like a swordfish, striking him fiercely in the chest. The arrow exploded upon impact, freezing not only him but also the surrounding members of the anti-black Crystal Biological Corporation. The entire roadway transformed into a crystalline expanse, leaving behind lifelike sculptures of terror encased in ice. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Poison Spike recognized the familiar voice and turned in astonishment towards Su Yi. In his grasp was a crystalline longbow, exuding an aura of frost so intense that even Poison Spike, with attributes nearing the extraordinary, felt a shiver. The commanding presence emanating from Su Yi was no longer that of an ordinary employer. Poison Spike opened his mouth, intending to speak, but words failed him. While Su Yi inquired, "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Poison Spike replied, shaking his head. The other members of the Electric Ray Squad gazed at Su Yi, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. The Manta Ray rubbed his eyes, unable to fathom the reality, while the Devilfish's hands trembled around his machine gun. Astonished by Su Ye's formidable prowess, Lin Ling pondered the magnitude of the recent strike, while only the squid, studying the combat data on her terminal screen, drew a deep breath. She arrived at a staggering conclusion. Su Yi was indeed extraordinary. Poison Spike, preoccupied with thoughts of the statues, furrowed his brow. Why would the anti-black Crystal Biological Corporation strike against us? We have never provoked them. That was true until now. The recent encounter was a different story. What do you mean? Before Su Yi could elaborate, a round of applause erupted from the opposing side. What an eye-opening spectacle. A middle-aged man approached, cloaked in a black trench coat, his chin, chest, and limbs replaced with mechanical prosthetics, while the remaining parts retained their flesh and blood. He stood before the group, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Su Yi, a smirk playing on his lips. I never anticipated that two extraordinary individuals under my command would perish so swiftly. A sense of foreboding settled within Su Yi. The man before him was also extraordinary, having undergone at least 3 transformations.